comes to that's true. Is that when it comes to kind of describing this background medium or whatever word you want to use, we are essentially saying almost exactly the same, just using different words. So yeah.
What if this is true? Oh, I'm gonna steal something from Doctor Strange. Sorry, stealing from a movie. What if you're looking at the same thing but looking at it from different angles?
Well, at least in this aspect of like the background or whatever you want to call it, we are pretty much doing that. Yeah, it could
be a nomenclature thing where all his words like statics means gravity, and if as long as you just have like a decoder key, and everything he says is just a vernacular change, then everything would be correct that he says. The problem is, hopefully those values would also be the same as well. And they probably would be, because there's no way he could make things work, because all the things in physics does work.
But yeah, so
he's just calling it something different. Yeah.
It's different ways of using words to say the same thing, at least in this aspect. Of course, there's other conversations we can have where we might differ, but at least in this aspect, it's pretty much the same.
All right, that's the thing with science, right? So say I come up with an idea to explain some phenomena, and I get the data and measurements, and I come up with a mechanism and all the stuff that's required. And you just say, oh no, it's not that, it's this other thing that I say it is. And I'm just going to use your data and measurements and stuff. Well, it doesn't work like that. You're free to say that it's your other thing, but then you have to have another data point or another experiment or something that your idea explains, but my idea does not explain. Then you can say that your thing is really what's going on. Right, you can't just take you can't plagiarize my idea and just call it something different. That's not how science works.
The reason was even brought up, I think, like even my thinking about energy earlier, you have to see something is moving or carrying it. It's never, I mean, you can't say nothing is carrying it. Something has to be carrying it, whether you want to call it a wave or you want to call it something, but even in that, and I think that's what Witz is trying to drive at, is there's something there. It can't be nothing. It has to be something. So, and there's something about that. I think that's just, even me, when I listened about quantum mechanics and I listened about space-time and I listened about ether, there has to be something carrying it. You know what I mean? Or something there. It has to be something. There can't be nothing.
Yeah, but at the same... Sorry. But at the same time, saying, like... No one should say that there is absolutely nothing there. But usually when someone says that nothing's there, they usually hint at there's no substance there. It's not made of something the same way that there's no matter there. It's not made of something the same way that water is something or air is something. It still is something, but it's not matter. It's not substance.
Is a photon a substance? You're saying a photon is not a substance?
No, you wouldn't say a photon is substance.
Right.
So what is carrying the energy packet? So what's moving that? What's carrying that? Nothing. So you're saying no substance is carrying that?
No. Well, yeah, no substance is. It would be the field. Or if you want, like I said, you can also kind of call it a medium if you use the same kind of definition of the word as Witzit, but within current science, we usually use the word field, but you can almost think of that as medium.
Okay,
just as long as you remember it's not substance.
Is a field a physical thing? You would have to say no. So then you would say no field. That field is not a physical thing. It's just a mathematical description. So you can't say that even in that you're saying then no physical substance is carrying it. Something that's non-material, something that's beyond comprehension or something is carrying that packet of energy.
Careful with your use of the word physical, because the word physical...
that's what I was going to get at.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead then.
I was just going to ask you, is when you say...
Hold on a second. There is a physicality to light. There's a because I can see it. It's physical. There's physicality to it. You're saying that it's not, but then why can't I see it?
No. So when you say that we say it's not physical, we would have to get to what we mean when we use the word physical. Now, if physical means that we can't like use our senses to observe it, then yes, then like light is physical by definition because we can see it. But then the background medium or field, we don't directly see or interact with that in any physical manner. None of our senses directly interact with it, other than when you think about it, the photon which would be in that field. So we do interact with it through what is called the photon. So it is still physical in the sense that we interact with it, which is what a photon is, but it's not physical in the sense that if it's lacking a packet of energy, a photon, then no, we're not really interacting with it in any of our five senses.
So a non-physical entity or thing is carrying energy.
So what I'm saying is the background itself, it isn't physical in the sense that we're not interacting with it just all the time, or not even interacting, because I'll use a different word, is we're not perceiving it just as we go along. We only perceive it when it's taking the form of a photon, when there's a packet of energy within that field. Then we are interacting with it. So it is physical in that sense that we can perceive it, but we only perceive it when there's this excess of energy, this photon packet.
You jiggle it?
Right. Now you got to be careful with your use of physical, because I mean, physical phenomena exist within that field.
Yeah, and that's why the word physical, like currently I just said if we talk about physical as in it follows any of our senses, which I don't believe that's really how it's usually defined. I don't even know the exact way it's defined. That's maybe something we should look up or figure out on an agreement.
Right, need to be specific to physics itself.
Yeah, let's see. Do you know what it is, or should I try and look it up?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
But see, let me bring something else up. I was listening. I had to work for a second. I was listening though. Let's think about what you said earlier. So these fields that you guys are talking about, you only know they exist when something physical interacts with them, right?
Hold on one second. Okay, so when I look up physical, what I'm finding is having material existence, and also perceptible, especially through the senses. So by that definition, yes, you would say that the background medium itself isn't physical, but it does have physical characteristics, especially when it's, for example, when a photon is hitting your eye. It is perceptible. It is changing something in your eye, so it's physical in that way. But yeah, you get what I'm saying? So it has physical characteristics, but it's not in and of itself a physical object. It's not material itself.
Okay, so right, so that's what I said. I said, so basically you don't know this, you would never know this field exists unless something physical interacted with it.
Well,
a non-material
only because
thing
we
that
are
doesn't
physical.
exist materially.
Well, yeah, but that's only because if it's two non-physical objects interacting, then by definition of them being non-physical, we would never observe that. So yeah, in order for us to observe something, it needs to be physical in some manner, because that's kind of.
No, what I'm saying is we're talking about the field now. So we're still talking about the field. Okay. My point is a non-physical thing, a field, does not exist or cannot be perceived to exist unless something physical interacts with it. So a non-physical entity, non-material entity, something exists but you don't know it exists until something physical interacts with it.
But that's kind of for everything. Like, how do you know the air in front of you exists until you interact with it physically?
Oh, interesting. So, like, how do you know anything exists unless you interact with it?
Pretty much, yeah. If you can't interact with it in some manner so that you get an observation, whether that is by touch, whether it's by sight, whether it's by feel, or even instrumental things like we can't see in the infrared or ultraviolet spectrum, things like that, but we still know it's physical because it can have an actual effect on our camera, for example. And I would say that would be true for everything, because if it's not physical, then we can't observe it by definition, and then of course we run into problems. So yeah, in order to know something exists, there needs to be some sort of interaction of some sort.
Okay, so ultimately my point, the point of my questioning is saying that there is things that are non-physical that can be perceived through the physical, for one. And I'm trying to say where was I? I guess I've lost my train of thought. Okay. Anyway, just everything I've ever read about fields, it is a mathematical description. It's not really something physical, but you say that it's there, but it's aware of through the physical how it interacts with the physical world. So it's something non-physical that has interaction with the physical world, which would seem to lean back to what Whitsitt and even not Sinclair, but what's his name, Dysler would say. So it seems like you guys are talking the same. I'm about to go back to work.
Yeah. On this topic of like the background thing, we are often saying the same thing with different words.
Doesn't everything need a medium, Gummy?
Like I said before, it depends on the definition of the word medium.
Well, it could be described in a lot of ways, but some sort of a substrate, a matrix of structure of one sort or another in order to contain whatever it is that's existing within it.
Well, if you kind of think of it as a matrix of sorts, then yes, I agree. But if you say it's substance, then no, I disagree. So that's why I feel like it does come down fundamentally to your definition of the word medium, whether we can say it requires a medium or not.
Zanuck, you're hot micing.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, often classically, ether was known as an element, and that element is like a foundational element by which the other four elements of earth, air, fire, and water are built upon. So it's like ether is like the quintessence. It's the foundational structure or element by which the entire physical world is established upon. And then you have earth, air, fire, and water. So obviously earth is earth, air is air, fire is fire, and water are those kind of core elements that are built within the structure of ether. So it's like ether would be the foundational element that is the matrix or structure by which everything else is embedded within.
Yeah, but I mean that wouldn't be far off like what we would say nowadays, or like the standard model would say, which is that things are made out of particles, and particles are packets of energies within these fields, and so if everything's made up out of these fields of different kinds of fields, like we have the electron field, we have the like all these different fields, and then those are what makes up all matter, all particles that then make up material like protons, and then they make up different materials like hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, and all of that. So in a sense, what you just said is kind of a simplified model of what we say today. We just use different words, and it's a bit more advanced than that.
What if it's actually less advanced? I mean, what do you think the possibilities are that what's existing now has actually been co-opted and has just hijacked and manipulated the whole situation of what's going on.
Well, there are some things that appear to be undeniable by experiments, like, for example, that electrons are a thing, that they do have a mass, they do have a charge, that protons are a thing, they do have a much higher mass, and they do have an opposite but equal charge. And all of these, like a lot of these observations aren't something that can just be co-opted because they are demonstrably true.
Okay, could you provide that, please? What? And I'm not trying to do it in a debate thing.
No,
like
that's
you have
fine.
to prove it to me. I'm asking, what have you? Because I know you haven't done it yourself, so you read something online, which is fine. But what have you read that made you go, "Yep, this is empirically established"?
So what I said, like that they have mass, that they have charge, that they have both.
Any of those things, that even electrons exist. Any of it.
Well, okay. So, for example,
well, I mean, like you asserted that with absolute confidence, which is fine. Like I said, I'm not trying to like debate or trying to like roast or anything like that. No, I'm just trying to say, like, what have you seen that made you go, "Oh yeah, this is it. This is what the model is telling me it is."
Well, yeah. So one example is using a mass spectrometer, and that could literally tell you whether something has mass, whether something has charge, and then also if their mass to charge ratio, like, or what their mass to charge ratio is. And by nature of a mass spectrometer, where you're sending these particles through, and they'll be collected at the end, you'll see that things that have high mass and low charge are deviated less, and things with lower mass or higher charge are deviated more. So it's like that's an actual like demonstration in reality to show that we have these particles and they do have distinctions of mass and charge in different quantities.
Okay, so I know that's an explanation of what that device does, but I mean, what convinced you of that? Was it a picture? Was it something you read? Were you in front of the machine yourself and it was read on a computer screen? Were you in front of the machine and some lights lit up and told you what it was doing? Did you see a video? Like what to you verified that that's all happening?
Okay, so I can't like verify in the sense that I would have known if it showed something that was wrong, for example. Like, for example, I have seen a mass spectrometer being used in the same room as I am. I've seen an electron microscope being used in the same room that I am. And I've seen the resulting imagery or diagrams and stuff that they print out and the information they give. And all I can say about that is, of course, that they are consistent with what I've previously been known that they would do. So it's kind of hard for me to say whether I would know if they've somehow co-opted and just fooled me on it, because, of course, if they fooled me, how would I know? But it does appear to be consistent with all prior knowledge from other people and other sources and all of the above. It's true. You're right that in that instance, the electron microscope or the mass spectrometer could have just given me bullshit. But it's the fact that it is consistent with what I've heard from so many different sources, so many other informations, even like some deductively lead to this. The fact that it's so consistent with all of this is what leads me to believe it.
I would say I work with some of those things as well, and especially electron microscope. I've written some of the code to run that myself.
Yeah, and it's like if you had a wrong. Like if you've been fooled and electrons didn't even exist, then how could you be the one who actually ran the code and made this work within an electron microscope and then got an actual image of something and things like this. It's just it's too consistent to be something that was co-opted or fooled with.
Well, matter can't exist if electrons don't exist because they make a fundamental part of the molecules that make up matter, period. And I mean all matter.
Well, so are you saying that you can't have a proton without an electron?
You can't have an atom without an electron. True atom.
Well, you can have an ion without an electron. Can you not?
Your point being?
Because you're saying that you can't have atoms without electrons. And yeah, that's because when we talk about atoms, we talk about when they're neutrally charged balanced.
An ion is not an atom. That's another one. That's just an atomic particle. That's not an atom. That's a part of an atom. That's what would make up an atom, or one of the components that make up atoms, ions. But just like electrons, they can be used as part of an atom, but they are not atoms in themselves.
So when you take an atom and you remove a singular electron from it, it's no longer an atom?
Ooh. Count greater than zero? Is its electron count greater than 0?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Your mic was a bit weird.
Is its electron count greater than 0? Yes, it can be.
Yeah.
It or an atom.
So what's your definition of ion then? That it's just a part of an atom?
It's basically an energetic particle. An ion would be, kind of.
Yo, your mic's crazy low,
Yeah.
bro. We can barely hear you.
Your mic is very fluctuating. Like sometimes it's very low.
I'm multitasking. I can't sit like a tard and do nothing. I gotta actually have my hands do something. So I'm kind of replying while I work.
Well, it's just a definition thing. Typically, people refer to atoms as, the neutral nuclei and all the electrons, so that the charge is neutral.
It's like you can
name an atom, an actual atom that is stable atom with no electrons on it. That'd be an interesting one to discover.
Well, only because you're defining atoms as being neutrally charged.
No, atom has to have electrons to actually be physically together.
But you're defining atoms as being neutrally charged.
A hydrogen atom is an atom. Oxygen atom is an atom. Nitrogen contains atoms. Well, it's an atom.
Yeah, but what makes up a hydrogen molecule would be, for example, let's say deuterium. That would be one neutron, one proton, and one electron. Now you're saying that if I remove the one electron, it's no longer an atom.
The neutron will decay. If you remove all electrons, neutron will decay.
Okay, but until it has done so,
and therefore no more atom.
Yeah, but until it has done so, is it not an atom?
Nope, because you took the electron off completely.
Yeah, because it's right, Gummy. It's really, just semantical type of things.
I know,
but it's really the interaction between the proton and the neutron and the electron is what's responsible for the chemical properties of an atom. So if you take that electron away, then its properties change. Else. Yeah. You're left with just a nuclei and then free electron.
Yeah, but I agree. But that's if you remove all electrons. But you can still have like ions that make up the material.
Yeah, you absolutely. That's how chemistry happens a lot of times. Like a carbon atom,
and so
lose an electron and gain a charge and react with another atom.
Yeah, but so I agree that electrons are necessary but they're not. It's not necessary for them to be equally balanced with the nucleus. You can have a material that's made purely out of ions, and of course it will be negative, or it can be charged either negatively or positively, depending on if it's got more or less electrons than neutral.
That means you'd have a scientific paper to demonstrate you can have a material made of pure ions. You'd have a scientific document for that. I'd love to read it.
You really doubt
a confirmable, backable scientific paper, because that's what it requires.
I hate to be
evidence of this.
You might have overspoke there, Gummy Bear, but you're right that ions are atoms.
I hate to be the guy, but any ionic material, like sodium chloride, I mean, those are ions that are making.
That's a full-fledged molecule. That's not even just an atom. That's a full, complete molecule.
Yeah, but it's two ions in an ionic bond. Right, the sodium atom gives up its electron, becomes positively charged. The chlorine atom gets that electron, becomes negatively charged, so you have a cation and an anion, and it's the electrostatic interaction there which holds the table salt together.
Yeah, because literally, God, you're denying that ionic compounds are even a thing.
You don't know who you're fucking with. This is J. Ace Hood in the house. All right, my man works in Plato's Cave.
He's nice with the heater, but he's better with. But yo,
I heard somebody said something.
There's a cation and anion. That molecule is a neutral charge. It doesn't count as what Gummy Bear was talking about, which is something that is all neutrally charged. I mean, negatively charged, for instance, all cations.
Well, he said composed of ion. Yeah. It's a cation and anion.
You can combine it to make a molecule.
That's not for 1 second.
Here's how you can look at this. You can look at an ion as a charged atom or molecule. Charged, specifically.
Yes.
Which means if it's not charged, it's not an ion.
Yeah, NaCl isn't charged.
That's exactly what we're getting at, but you seem to imply that as soon as you have a charge, is no longer an atom.
For example, take a neutral atom, you've got 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. Take a atom of negative, you've got 5 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. Take a positive atom, you've got 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 5 electrons. The positive negative state comes from if there's more or less of the electrons. It's the neutron count that decides whether or not it's positive or negatively charged.
Yeah, I agree, but previously you made the implication that as soon as you have a charge, as soon as you either remove or put back an electron, it's no longer an atom.
If the electron count hits 0, it's not an atom.
Okay, I am fine with
if I take 1 off from, say, 6, it's just either going to be positive or, in this case, negative. And if you add 1, it's positive. I didn't hit 0. I said 5.
Okay.
I could say if I have, say, say I have, say, 1 proton, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, that's still a negatively charged electron.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but previously, and you're allowed to retract the statement if that's not what you meant, you made the statement that as soon as an electron is taken away, it's no longer an atom.
Okay, if I misworded, I apologize for that.
Okay, then I'm fine. Yeah.
If I misworded, I'm just waking up to the computer here. I've been sick all day.
Okay. Well, because that was my bigger contention. But then, that's fine.
Yeah. But at no time can something be called an atom if there's no electron.
Yeah, I'll be fine with that.
Sorry with that.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I do have to be the guy, Gummy.
No,
like,
go ahead.
You can have
if I
20.
slip the tongue, it's fine.
Okay, you can have 20 protons. Whatever the exact. It would be one of the noble gases, xenon. I think you can have like xenon where it has a bunch of protons, say 20, and you take, when it's an atom, what is defined as an atom, it has 20 electrons. When you take one electron away, it becomes an ion. It has different properties, and technically we don't call that an atom.
Ions are atoms.
There's a difference. They're charged. They have different properties.
But wait. Why do you think you're the bearer of bad news? Because that agrees with what I said, unless I misspoke.
No, now he's saying that ions aren't atoms, and you were saying that they are, Gummy.
It's just a dimensional thing. Someone will be picky.
Well, yeah,
it might have different properties, but it's still atoms. A cation and an anion, they're still atoms.
We're talking about
an ion is an atom with charge. Or a non-neutral charge.
If you take off all electrons, and the nucleus will disassociate, will decay?
No.
Oh, I didn't think so.
The nuclei is bound by a different fundamental interaction than the electrons are bound to the protons.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
said it, and I was a little confused.
So how do you differentiate between a hydrogen atom that has no electrons and a proton?
A proton is a hydrogen.
Yeah.
Exactly. So they're the same thing.
They are the same thing, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a H plus ion is what it's referred as.
So that's just. I'm just saying
it's a
definitional thing. Yeah,
like if you have carbon and you take one electron away from it, it's no longer a carbon. We don't say it's a carbon atom. We say it's a carbon cation or a carbon ion. The atom is really the term that refers to the neutral, the nuclei and the electrons. They're neutral.
But essentially, wouldn't you say that, because atom, of course, comes from the whole, like, smallest, of course we know it's not the smallest, but it comes from the whole atom from, like, Greek or whatever, where it's what makes up things. And what we did say earlier is you can have something that's made entirely out of ions, an ionic compound. So then, would you say then that it's not made of atoms, it's made of ions? Would you be that specific about it, or that
you'd say it's an ionic compound?
If you want to be more specific, you'd say ion. Yes.
But if someone said, but it's still made of atoms, would you be pedantic enough to say no? It's ions, not atoms.
Well, no. It depends who I'm talking to, right? If I was talking to another chemist, yes, to the standard, calling it an ionic compound. But if I'm just talking to regular people, they can call it an atom, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, I'll accept that.
I would say the exception that proves the rule is like the hydrogen cation, H+. That's the one that's like, it's considered a proton and an ion at the same time. So it would be the exception to like what is, it's both this particle that we call a proton and an atom. The rest of them, all ions, are atoms.
Huh. So I'm sorry, but so according to internet here, it says an atom can be an ion, but not all ions are atoms.
Which ones aren't? Aside from
I don't know. This is what it said. I'm trying
that
to
implies that that heavily implies that some ions are atoms.
Absolutely.
Right. We can get into like making a measure of atomic characteristic compared to ionic characteristic. Like if you take away a hydrogen atom's electron. It's a very ionic characteristic now because there was only one electron, you took it away. But if you have an element with 40 protons and 40 electrons, and you take away one electron, well, it's not super ionic characteristic. There's still 40 protons and 39 electrons. It has more atomic characteristic, right? There's measures like that, but that's making things super complicated.
Yeah, I think the only exception would be hydrogen.
Okay, this thing that said that doesn't actually explain why they said that, so never mind. They make the statement that an atom can be an ion, but not all ions are atoms. And then they go on to explain what ions and atoms are, but they never explain how some atoms can be ions, but not ions are atoms. And yeah. Because like I agree, or I get what you're saying, and it is purely definitional. I'm trying to be contrarian, okay? I'm trying to find something.
It's like Sanic. The magnets doing work. Oh man.
Right, Zanuck?
Zanuck let me down. Zanuck let me down big time today. All right, I'm not even mad at him. I'm just disappointed at this point.
What did he let you down with?
Was Blue here?
Yeah, Blue was there. Blue and Zanuck were here.
Oh, what happened? Did that down?
My bad, not lead. Hold on. Iron pipe. Very important that we make that distinction.
Why is it important?
You let me down every day.
Was he hashing up space time? I hear he got owned by Witsit space time.
Oh, Witsit, we need a body bag for Zanuck. We got to call 811 for Zanuck after what Witsit did to him.
Whenever a flat earther makes a claim of a win, it's usually a lose. But I didn't hear the whole thing. It's a pretty safe bet, though.
Was Zanuck involved? Are you sure on that?
Yeah, like I said, I didn't hear the whole thing, so I mean, there's a possibility I could be wrong on that. Worcestershire sauce.
In the UK, they just say Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire.
I thought we came to an agreement that we decided that space-time is a non-physical entity that can interact with physical objects, which sounds like the ether.
As long as you give it the properties of space-time and not ether, yeah. Which there are no properties. If you want to rename space-time.
You mean correct the misnomer?
Whatever.
Actually, it's not really a misnomer, just correct the definition. So what do they call a hydrogen atom, which is like deuterium, which loses an electron? Because we call them protons when it doesn't have any neutrons, right? When it's a protium.
Protium.
No. Protium that loses a neutron is a proton, right? H plus. What do they call it when it loses? It loses an electron. But when it's a deuterium that loses an electron, what do they call it?
Your mama.
Yeah, I would just call it a deuterium.
A what?
Deuterium plus.
A deuterium ion. D plus.
No, it's deuterium V2. And then if you somehow add like 2 electrons onto it, so that it has more electrons than it should, then it's Mach 2. Mark 2, I mean, not Mach. Fuck. Mark 2.
That's an interesting one, because H minus is called hydride. So will D minus be called dihydride?
Dihydride.
So I imagine in chemistry and other kind of disciplines, whenever they say proton, when they're talking about like a cation of hydrogen, I imagine they're always referring to protium.
Yeah. Right, like hydrogen, if you just say hydrogen or protium, or those are referring to the isotope of hydrogen. Hydrogen is its elemental name, and the protium isotope is hydrogen with just a proton in the nucleus. And then when you have H plus, that just means it's the protium isotope of hydrogen without its electron. So it's just the one proton.
So why is what does H plus mean protium? Shouldn't it just mean any hydrogen?
It doesn't mean protium. It means protium that lost an electron.
Well, yeah, but you get what I'm saying. Why does H plus necessarily mean protium that lost an electron? Why not deuterium or tritium that lost an electron?
That's what I was saying, because
they're all hydrogen.
H plus, it's just the proton, right? And you don't have any neutrons, so it has to refer to protium losing an electron.
Yeah, if you're usually, even in biology, definitely in chemistry and physics, but even in biology, they're referencing an isotope, not the abundant isotope of an element. They'll put the number usually at the top left, like it'll say like 2H, which means the deuterium isotope, or like 13C, that means the 13C isotope of carbon, etc. If it's not the abundant isotope found on Earth, they will usually denote that somehow.
Okay, I found it actually.
Aren't there some that have isotopes? They're like different isotopes that are all abundant on Earth, or is it always a singular isotope that's more abundant?
Even so, the isotope means that there's a difference in the particle, right? They'll have another neutron, for instance, so that numbering system still works.
I know, but what I mean is, he's saying that they usually use the number if it's not the more abundant one, but isn't there some material that they're abundant of both isotopes? Or more than one isotope?
In that case, they'd probably use the number more readily.
Yeah, I know.
Some of the halogen. Go ahead.
But yeah, the name for
I was just going to say, just let me be contrarian sometimes, okay? I'm trying to get him to...
The name for the cation for hydrogen, that's like from deuterium, is a deuteron, and for tritium is a triton.
Wait, so if it's got a proton and a neutron, wouldn't it like be called a Jimmy Neutron?
Only if you jimmy away the electron.
Well, yeah, you jimmy away the electron. That's a good 1%. You jimmy away the electron, and now you have a Jimmy Neutron. That's so good.
And it's wants the electron back, so it's like, give me neutron. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Give me electron. Anyways, but yeah, even in like medicine, you have medicine, biology, chemistry. They're always referring to. I guess it's exclusively the protium isotope, the cation of hydrogen as a proton. Like even if you have an ulcer, they'll prescribe you a PPI, a proton pump inhibitor, which targets the H plus in your stomach. So.
Yeah, but it's a proton, not a hydrogen ion.
It's both.
That's the joke.
Jokes are supposed to be funny, Gummy Bear. In case you didn't know.
I did not know that.
In America, this is supposed to be funny. All the Nordic countries have a real problem with this concept.
You're sounding a little bit muffled, Moya.
You heard me. All the Nordic countries have a little problem with humor.
Yeah, we do.
They're Nords?
Nord.
NordVPN. Get your VPN services now.
We all know. I already have it.
If anyone wants it, I'll give you my affiliate link. Let's go.
I've been paying for NordVPN for 4 years now.
What a loser. Who pays for a VPN?
Pay.
What the fuck?
The fool.
Oh my god.
Who pays for any software?
Just code it yourself. Just code it yourself.
People with morals.
Please.
It's called taking it for free.
It's been a while since I paid for a video game, though. I've always torrented it.
It's called stealing.
No,
Oh, yeah?
I'm Captain Jack Sparrow. I'm a
What are you gonna
pirate.
snitch? What are you gonna snitch on me? I've stolen so many video games.
Yeah, I don't really care if other people steal video games, but if I get a video game that's freemium, I'll always buy some of the content just as a thanks to the developers. Like, I don't really care if other people do that or not. That's up to them. But I'll always make sure I throw 20 quid their way or whatever.
I'll usually get a game for free, or will pirate a game for free, and then if I enjoy it, I might buy it.
You liar.
No, I used to do that when I was younger as well. When I was doing my music production degree, like you would have all of this different software to choose from, and you can't, as a student, you haven't got 10 grand to buy it all. So you would all be cracking the software and giving it to each other. And then if there's one thing that I actually settled on, I would actually go out and buy it. But I'm not going to buy. There's like 10 different digital audio workstations, and they were ranging between 100 quid and 1,500 quid. I'm not going to buy all of them just to complete a course. So I totally get that.
And percent, I'm not lying. If I liked any of the games, I would have bought them. But I mean, I didn't like a single one of them. So I mean,
attaboy.
I think they have to earn your money as well.
Borderlands 3 is being given away for free on Epic.
Yeah, Borderlands 3 is on Epic right now. I'm so glad I didn't buy it.
Yeah, never buy a game because 3 years later they're gonna give it for free.
Yeah.
Or you could just get the emulator. Never buy a console or a console game because you could just download the emulator in like 3 years' time and play it on computer where you can like save state and increase the speed and
that's
way
bullshit.
More convenient.
That's bullshit. The Xbox One and PlayStation 4 been out for like what 10 years, and there's
still no PlayStation 4 emulator.
It probably is, but you probably can't run it.
I don't know what that. That means
as far as
obviously all the money that you would have put towards a console, just put it towards a better computer.
As far as the trialing the software, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. There's no reason you should spend $1,500 on something. But if you try it and you use it, then I think you're honor bound to pay for it.
Guys,
honor bound. I like
I'm
that.
halfway. I'm halfway to my goal of buying my new electric dirt bike.
What happened to the old one?
I don't have an electric dirt bike. I have a
So
regular
why'd you say new?
electric commuter bike.
Why'd you specify new?
It's kinda new. I have a bike now. It's just right now it's not good. I mean, it's alright. I want something that could go off road better. It has better range, you know.
Man, police in the city I'm in, they like confiscated a bunch of electric, motorbikes of people because they're not street legal in the city, but people are still buying them and riding them. So they confiscated a bunch of them.
What's being confiscated?
Destroyed them.
Just e-bikes or what?
No, I don't know. They look like actual Kawasaki type, motorbikes, but they're electronic, and apparently they're not street legal yet. Regular e-bikes are, but not those types.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna post it in chat. This is the bike I'm getting.
Are they more horsepower than they're supposed to? Or are they over 700 watts?
I don't know what. They're definitely stronger than the regular e-bikes. They're they're like Yamaha style. They go fast and.
Right. Yeah. The limitation, I think, for most municipalities is 700 or 750 watts. So what people do is they get the 7,500 watt and they'll scrape the zero off it.
Yeah, that's funny.
It doesn't help when you're doing 70 and they can kind of tell.
I don't know, man. Pigs be dumb.
I have a Discord question. Since I've not been on Discord in a while, I've been on and off. Yeah. What are the things that can and cannot be talked about now? I've been hearing, I know the V word is off limits. What else? Is there anything else?
No, vagina's fine.
the VAC, you know what I'm talking about. The vacuums. How about the vacuums?
That's about it. I don't think there's anything else.
Okay, cool. Because I've asked Jeremy. I got this dying question to ask Brenda. So I was going to make sure it's okay to ask next time she comes on.
I haven't heard from Brenda in so long.
Oh, she was on here today for a little bit. Last time I was on.
Yeah, just because of YouTube and Discord's new TOS and shit, we just don't want to talk about it. I think
the vacuums or the other. I'm using a different word.
I know people start like that, trying to use secret words and shit, but it never ends up like that because people always just start letting them fly. So, I mean, you can check.
I understand. Yeah, I'm just making sure. I just want to. Since I haven't been on here in a while, and I know some things have changed, I just want to make sure I know where I can and cannot tread. That's one reason I said that M-word masks instead of the other. So I didn't say anything about the vaccines for that reason.
But yeah, it's basically just that. If you want to criticize the Jews or beg on transsexual, that's fine.
Oh, so pretty much you can do everything but question. That's fine. Oh, so you can question everything but science. I got you. See how it goes.
That's basically it. Yeah.
If you question it, you're anti-science, actually.
Oh, so questioning current science is anti-science. I like that.
Literally,
cool.
Yeah. Because your questions go against current science. You're literally anti-science.
I'm anti-science.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Well, I'll say what the question is, Jeremy knows. I'll say it. Anybody's willing to take it, ask Brenda what a woman is. See how she defines it.
Brenda's not a biologist.
Yeah, it might not be smart to ask, some people are too close to give you an objective, logical response.
We've got people in the UK going on national television saying that there's no biological basis for sex. Absolutely ridiculous.
What's next? There's no biological basis for race?
I don't know if, I know the people in the US may know about this, but one of the new justices that they were trying to nominate, that question was asked to her, I'm sorry, on the congressional floor, what a woman is, and she said, "Well, I can't answer because I'm not a biologist." And then just the other day, because of the abortion issue big right now, there was somebody else on there, and one of the senators, or whatever, asked this person the same question, and they couldn't define it. So it's anybody that is on that side can't define what a woman is, because technically now, under the new guidance, men can have babies, right?
What a fucking.
So what do you do with that? I know, and think about this: that the guy has nothing to say when it comes to the abortion. Well, wait a minute, can't men have babies now? So men should have a say in what happens to the baby, right? Holy cow!
You know what a turf, Rags to Riches, you know what a turf is, right? TERF. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear
you. I
didn't hear what you said.
Do you know what a turf is? TERF.
I've never heard the word before.
Okay. It stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. They're quite an interesting group because obviously they're what I would consider like what a natural feminist would actually be, which is fiercely proud of femininity, right? But they're basically routinely ignored by the mainstream. I find that quite interesting because they don't believe in men becoming women, because they're upholding the natural virtues of femininity in the first place, right? So it's an interesting kind of subgroup because they're, on the one hand, they're kind of defending women, which is, that's acceptable by the mainstream, but on the other hand, they completely shun like the whole transsexual movement, which is, now you're an evil Nazi, right? So it's an interesting group.
Yeah, like red-pilled women.
Now, the question was asked, can men have children? I'd say theoretically, yes. But it would be through medical intervention and stuff. But there have been pregnancies that have happened outside the uterus, so the uterus is not specifically required. So then at that point, I would say you could probably stick one in the abdominal cavity somewhere with the proper medical care.
Work. Not having a baby, though, bro. That's not.
Wouldn't that synthetic artificial uterus be the one that's having the baby, not necessarily the man or whatever?
Well, no, it would be, you put it in the abdominal cavity. That doesn't have to necessarily be a.
Yeah, but it's in
uterus.
Like, let's say you have it in a nursery to begin with, or something like that, or an operating room. Now the operating room's having a baby. No, it's not whatever you put it in. It's actual artificial.
Oh,
uterus.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. He's not going to generate the egg and then have it come down the fallopian tube.
Well, but even your argument, I don't think you took anatomy. Do you understand that? I mean, what it takes for a child in a woman's body to go through the whole process? I mean, you'd have to have the umbilical cord. You'd have to have the intrauterine lining from within the uterus. You have to have the uterus. What's that?
I have heard about the pregnancies that have happened outside the uterus. I don't know if they ever went term, but the umbilical cord, the placenta are generated from the zygote, as near as I can tell. So basically, that's all from the baby, and I believe even the amniotic sac is from the baby. So basically, it has all the things it needs to do. That placenta is invasive; it'll fucking attach to anything it can.
Well, I know, but if you don't have the I can't think of the term. It's the lining inside the uterus that intermingles with the uterine wall and then the tissue. They're the way they're both designed. They work together to exchange nutrients and waste. I mean, and also certain aspects of the woman's immune system has to be kind of suppressed. You stick an embryo inside of a
might be a real problem.
I mean, it's a huge problem. Men can't have babies, and men can't carry a baby to term. There's no way. They're missing the necessary parts to do that. Even the necessary hormones. I think they have the right kind of hormone.
The placenta isn't purely from the zygote. There's like a portion from the woman, from the uterine wall.
Yeah, they're interconnected. They're kind of woven together, kind of. Or I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of crazy. It's pretty cool if you study it in school.
Think of it as like a smooth transition of cells. It's not like this thing that just, adheres with its own separate borders or whatever. It actually is, the base of it is from the uterine wall.
Don't you think as well, though, Moyak, man, in a more general sense, there's like an attack on femininity when you start saying that men can have babies?
Oh, yeah, hugely.
No.
It's a huge attack on femininity.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't see that as an attack on femininity.
That's because you're not a woman.
It doesn't change how feminine women are.
Let's not go make willy-nilly claims percentage.
Wait, let's talk about this. Hold on, let's unpack this a little bit. Just unpack what you just said. Let's see, there's this guy that went to the trials for swimming. He's 6 foot, twice as big as a lot of women, and he won. He was like 400th in his class as a man, but when he went to the women, he won and knocked out all these other women. That sounds like an attack on women, because now all these women cannot get scholarships that they would have otherwise earned because of him.
Oh, yeah, really? I agree. I'm not a big fan of transgender sports. I mean, you would have to have so many specific things to prove that person has no real advantage, and then how do you even differentiate natural advantage from this unnatural advantage?
The point is, the analogy it's a true analogy to what we're talking about, because for time immemorial, birth was special unique reserved for women. It was for women only, and now you're saying that this thing isn't unique to you, where it's kind of hijacking it from women.
Hijacking it? What do you mean? What do you mean hijacking?
What do I mean? You're saying that men can now have babies. This thing that was exclusive for women.
Let's say they get it to work. What does that change for women?
They're not going to get it to work.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Let's say we can get it to work. It doesn't change a thing for women.
There's a reason why it's been exclusive to women for time immemorial. It's because it's it's a function of womanhood. It has nothing. So it's not going to work for men ever.
So what?
Well, there's another aspect of it. I'll take it a step further. It's attack on humanity in general, because you're actually attacking what it means to be a human, and also what it means to be a man or a woman. You're actually attacking those. Those things are being completely undermined. So it's actually transhumanism. It's reshaping what humanity is. It's attack on all of us. It's not just man or woman. It's both of us being attacked.
I don't get your attack argument. It's I don't see as an attack. It doesn't affect anybody outside of the person that's having the baby. In the case of this, magical situation where we get men to do what the hell is
territory?
Well, hold on a second. Let's just talk about that. It's an attack on a person. A woman or a girl, 18-year-old, 14-year-old girl, goes into a doctor's office and gets the thing that she was birth being surgically removed, or a guy going in and getting a thing that makes him a man surgically removed. That is an attack on the human being, on the human person.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, Moyak,
that's self-inflicted. It's singular to the person. Whereas, to say generally for the entire society that men can have babies, it infringes on the domain of women and womanhood. You're taking something that's again exclusive to women, and you're trying to give it to you're invading their territory. I don't know how else to explain it.
I don't understand what this territory is. If they're not having the baby, this has nothing to do with them. So I mean, the fact that somebody else can do it, it's just like saying that a woman who can have a baby is an attack on women who can't have babies. I mean, it's not. I
didn't mean
they're screwed. Sorry.
As far as
go ahead.
Hold on. I'll take it a step further. It's an attack on truth. When a woman on a court can't define what a woman is, or a person, on a Phil show, Dr. Phil show can't define what a woman is, you're attacking truth and front and center, because you're violating certain things within the laws of logic, laws of identity. Truth is being attacked directly.
Another good
things.
Well, those truths were attacked a very long time ago in other cultures. So I mean, this isn't something new either.
Yeah, it's never attack
truth. As far as the sports thing goes, I mean, Kosho had a brilliant idea. He's like, all you got to do is make up a league where only women can join, and that'll solve this whole problem.
I think there should be a trans
But
league.
they are
I agree
women,
with that.
Jeremy. They are women.
I think there should be a trans league. That's what I think should happen. Quite a trans league. Women's league, men's league, and a trans league.
Where just everything flies. Everyone can join.
Well, see, that's that. Now so you're moving into what my point is. That's why truth is under attack. If anything goes, then anything goes. I can define things any way I want. I can make whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. Who cares?
The trans league,
now that's
cool.
cool.
The trans league would have to have it would have to be divided into men to women and women to men, because the women to men will be at a disadvantage still.
Quick question for the room. If there was like a combined, say, football league, and I mean like English football, not American football, and you could have all men and all women, how many women do you think would make, say, the Champions League teams?
The bare minimum is required by the rules.
None.
Zero.
None.
No women would even play in that league.
Have you heard
unless they made a rule where you have like minimum 3 women on the pitch at all times or something like that? It would be the bare minimum required to fulfill the criteria.
It's the same
was it that high school team? Was it the high school team or fifth graders that beat the pro women's soccer team?
Yeah, there was the Newcastle Jets under 15 boys team beat the Australian women's team 7-0 in friendly.
This comes through.
They were one of the best teams in the world at the time. So this isn't just some dog shit women's team.
Same with golf. With golf, like they have the women's tees and the men's tees, and I mean, the women pros are still good golfers for sure. But at the same time, competing with men, if they had them all together, and if the women were playing from the men's tees, I mean, obviously I can't say for sure, but I would imagine that none of them would make the cut on any of the major tournaments.
Well, do you guys remember
That's
when?
All great, Gio, but we're talking about actual sports.
Oh. I like.
Do you guys remember when Serena Williams, John McEnroe described her as the greatest female tennis player of all time? Then obviously everyone got butt mad about it, and even she came out and said, "Well, if I played Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0," which is true. But for some reason, people don't like truth. It's weird. Yeah. Like even she's saying it, and she knows that because she's probably played him in a friendly or a warm up or whatever, and got absolutely annihilated. It's not an issue. It's only an issue for a couple of butt mad, people who want to deny truth.
That's why I said there's an attack on truth.
There's an engine behind it. It's this radical left kind of lobbyist. I don't know what it is, but they're well funded, and they got connections, and they're changing society. One day at a time. Through the media and through legislation and what else.
The women, like trans women, have been playing in women's sports for like 20 years. But they kept losing. So it was fine as long as they were losing. As soon as one started winning, then it became a big issue.
What?
That's the first time I heard that trans women were playing in leagues for 20 years. It's the first time I heard that.
Yeah, this is nothing new. This wasn't the very first, it's big news now. Because that Leah Thompson won. Normally they don't win. They don't even get anywhere near the finish line.
I was going to say before we were on that topic, percentage, you were saying it's like an attack on, back to that, you're saying it's like an attack on women if they're saying men can get pregnant and all that. I was just thinking, like I was going to say when we were in that, what if it was reversed? This is getting kind of graphic, but let's say you have a person who was born a woman, and then they do like a, genital reconstruction surgery, whatever they call it, and they kind of make a penis. And then what if they were able to put semen inside the body with like a little pump or something to where it shoots it out, you know what I'm saying? Like in some way, so that person could have sex and then actually shoot that out, and then the woman would get pregnant. Like if that was a thing, I don't even know if that is, but if that was a thing, would you feel like your manhood is being under attack, or would you feel like that person just is doing something, whatever they're doing?
I think that would entail a freaky process. I wouldn't feel like I was under attack. I'd feel like that person's just sick.
Well, actually, manhood's been under attack for decades. honestly. I mean, the idea of a provider and protector and the chivalry has all been shot and destroyed. And I think manhood was the first thing that was attacked, not feminine. I just finally moved into the feminine side of things. You know, I mean, it's how much things you see on TV that show men in positive light. You know, even good Christian men, how is a positive light? You don't see that. Men are bumbling, stupid, idiotic. You know, they're brutal, they're mean, they're whatever. You know, they're not good men. You don't see that much. So men have been under attack for decades.
I agree with what you just said, but blaming it on the media, I think, is the problem.
The media are the people presenting men in this light, so of course you're going to blame them.
But if men were more manly,
yeah,
the spiritual leader of their home and standing up for their family, protecting, providing, and then acting like men, then it wouldn't matter what the media did.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I agree with that too, to a certain extent. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, like last year, or like with Trump or Biden. I mean, these people are considered manly. Like, when did that happen? Dudes are draft dodging cowards. You know, when did that become a source of somebody supposed to look up to be the leader of the military?
Yeah, I don't think fighting wars for Israel is necessarily a manly trait either.
Yeah, I would say standing up for your rights, you know, and dodging the draft if it's something you truly believe in. Like, you're not, you know, you don't believe in going to war or killing people.
Oh, they did?
Then that would be a man.
Yeah, but they did believe. They're true believers.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know if I had a choice today, if I was having to be drafted, I would not go fight their war. Sorry. That's
but you wouldn't send anyone else either, though. That's the thing. You'd be like,
that's what you're saying. They're hypocrites. Yeah, I perfectly understand what you're saying. But I think for me, like, if someone said, "Oh yeah, you've got to go to Iraq and go and kill some brown children," I would tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yep,
like
me too.
So that's
and the 6 million not enough.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the perception, right? That the media has portrayed on us, that you're not a man if you don't go fight wars and all that. No, that's not true. You're a man if you stand up for what you believe in, and you're the spiritual leader of your family, foremost, and you know, from the start. That's what a man. That's where the start of a man is.
Like, basically, the media tells you that men destroy, but actually men don't destroy. Men are meant to build things, and men as a group build together. Like, this is historically what we've always done, and now this is part of the media kind of brainwashing, is that men are these destructive, kind of violent, out of control people. But all of the people here are men, and we know that that's not true by experience. So we can have conflicts, and we can be against each other. Sure, generally speaking, men build together.
But see, I think there's an element of men.
There had been a draft out.
You're breaking up really bad, Jeremy. Yeah, I think there's an element of man that there is an element of manhood that is violent, though. I mean, a protector can be violent. I mean, even if you're not protecting from another person, you're protecting from maybe a predator or an animal. It's either you or the animal, and there's going to be violence incur. You know, so there's an element to it. No, right. I'm just saying is, like, I'm talking about what the other guy was saying.
Okay. But they're using the war thing. They're using that human nature, you know, part of a man to you know, influence you to go fight wars for them, and that is wrong.
I agree. You know, I agree with you. Now, I was in the Air Force, and I'm ex-military, so I've definitely there's a lot that I agree with. I wouldn't go back in if I tried. They'd have to draft me and drag me kicking and screaming to go in back in. So.
And I'm not down in the military. I'm just saying, you know, I think that's not being a true man. You know, if you truly believe in the military and fight for your country and blah blah blah, that's fine. That's part of you being a man, an individual walk, you know, type thing.
Well, that's the other false dichotomy, isn't it? Is they say, well, you if you believe in defending your country, then you have to believe in our international interests, which don't necessarily go hand in hand at all. Complete nonsense.
Don't raise false. What is it? False, you know, whatever idols, or you know, you're worshiping a flag basically. You're protecting.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you just think about it, though, I mean, they call it the just war doctrine. You know, what manifests a just war. I mean, you can actually you can start by looking at it. Why would I inflict violence on somebody, you know, personally, like me? Well, if somebody broke into my house to do something to my children, I will inflict violence on them to stop them from doing something, you know, or if I see someone else, an innocent person or something happening to someone else, I would probably inflict violence on the other person to protect the innocent person. So using those as a premise, war should be those two things. What are we doing to protect the innocent of others, or what are we doing to protect our home, the place that we reside?
I see it. I see your point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
I think I was thinking as war as what we're seeing in today's perpetual war, you know, going after the resources and all that. Yeah, I think that's crap.
Right. I I don't think we should get involved in Ukraine. That's between them and Russia. But I think there's more going on, and we should have never got into Iraq. We should have never done that. I mean, you know, there's so many things that I think we should not have done. You know, but at the same time, should the Allies have gone into Europe and liberate Europe from Germans? Yes. You know, they were trying to stop what the Russian people Germans were doing. You know, so
and who knows if that story's even right? You know, I mean, like that we get so much subterfuge with all of the media and the alt media, and then the hearsay media, whatever it is. You know, I mean, who knows exactly what the real reason for anything is as far as war goes.
I agree.
It is hard to tell as just an individual man what's going on at that level, but you know, discernment is a huge part.
Yeah, like where they told Muhammad Ali he was a coward because he wouldn't go to Vietnam. Here's a boxer, professional boxer, made his living fighting, and somehow he's now a coward because he didn't support the war in Vietnam.
He didn't believe in killing. I mean, he didn't believe in it. He stood by it, and he risked everything. That is a true man to me.
I would say compared to the opposite,
lost his belt too.
With Trump, got a deferment, a 4F deferment, because his feet's hurt. For a war he actually supported. You know, he supported the war. He sent more people. It would have been his. You know,
right. It fits into everybody but me. Yeah, I get it. Terrible.
Like if they say like all like someone makes a claim like a defensive war, you have to go over there and fight. Then they put themselves at the end of the line. Then when the end of the line finally gets to them, then they say, "Oh, my feet hurt. I can't go." It's like a double coward, you know, where Muhammad Ali was like, "No, I ain't gonna fight in that war. You crazy? That's like illegal. That's a human rights violation. That's like murder. I'm not gonna partake at all." And somehow he's a coward, but Trump is the man. That's the duality that I saw there. You know, like neither of them wanted to fight. Just one was honest about it and gave reasons why.
It's all about where you draw the line.
Oh yeah, big time.
And even with sports, I came in the conversation. I must have been back a little bit further, but I wanted to. Gio, what were you saying about something shooting out like sperm or something? What was that? Is that mechanical you were referring to?
He was just making a what if.
Right. What was the what if?
Well, they were talking about men having babies, like becoming pregnant, and then the idea that what they're doing now in some cases is essentially inserting like a uterus and a whole thing within a man, and then trying to allow the man to have birth. So I was just saying, and we were talking all about that, and I was just talking about the opposite. You know, if a woman were to have like a fake penis, basically, and then some kind of thing, you know, so it's just like it's just the reversal of that.
I thought, the technology was the point I was trying to get, or I was going to comment about the sports, because where do you draw the line there as well? Like if someone's got, a broken arm and there's a metal rod that's fixed his arm, well, that's allowed, of course. But then we have like the next step is, well, what if he had like a fake arm, or fake legs, or the next step is we're going to have like robots playing sports, and we're going to have transhuman rights and all that kind of shit coming up.
Oh, dude, my favorite was the guy that was missing part of his foot. and he was like a crazy nice field goal kicker because the way his foot was shaped, like it had like an index. He was like
Oh shit, you're breaking up, Jeremy.
Toes or some shit. You guys remember that? Never mind.
We didn't hear it because you robot it pretty bad, but we kind of heard it. Anyway, yeah, I was like, where do you draw the line?
Try repeating it, Jeremy. You came through at the end there.
Yeah, I think it was like the foot the guy had. It was a metal foot that made him kick really good field goals. So should that be allowed? And if you allow that, then you could have a whole leg that's not, human, give you bionic running powers or whatever. And it's like that's where once you cross that line, well, then who's to say that the guy that had his brain, transferred into a robot can't play, right, or whatever? Where do you draw the line?
Reminds me of RoboCop.
Yeah. That'd be pretty badass though if it was like all robot teams in a way, like humans in robot suits, like combination of like Alien, where they had those suits or whatever, Transformers, and
at the end of the day, though, sports is not like a life and death thing. So, meaning it's more like entertainment and competition, and so whatever they decide to do is just kind of what they do. But it does make a difference when it's like either someone's livelihood, someone's worked their whole life, to compete, and then if there's an unfair advantage or disadvantage going on, then yeah, that is not fair to them.
And then where do you draw the line there too? Like with steroids or hormones or whatever it is they're doing, like you can understand them drawing a line there if you're getting but the thing is, it doesn't matter if you can get away with it, because I know people think that that every NBA player and every football player is juicing to some degree, almost like they have to, because like everyone else is so juiced that you have to find a way to do it, otherwise you're not going to be able to compete.
They absolutely are, 100%. I've known people who have known people in the industry. I don't know them personally, but not in the NBA obviously, but across different kind of professional fields, and they are all juicing. All of them. Now there's, I don't know if you guys know a football team called Arsenal in the Premier League. There was something came out a number of years ago, a guy called Tony Adams, who was the captain of the team at the time. A new manager came in and he brought in all this new dietary stuff, and he was saying in this interview, we were just told to drink the blue liquid. And when he asked what it was, they were like, don't ask any questions, just drink the blue liquid. So obviously that wasn't Vibina. Right, so I don't know what it was, but you get all of these PEDs now, performance-enhancing drugs, which aren't technically steroids, but they're also. It would be, dishonest to describe them as nutrition. They're definitely in that middle ground. So then, yeah, the question is, where do you draw the middle ground? There was another instance with Team Sky's cycling team, where they were accused of what's called money doping, quote unquote, because they would have this ketone formula that they would drink in the race, which would give them an unfair advantage. Apparently, it would release more energy, allowing them to basically outcompete their other cyclists based on lower fatigue levels. Again, is that nutrition or is that drugs? I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert in that field.
Yeah, where do you draw the line?
I have an opinion about that. Like, what if people use that stuff and they still lose, though? That's why I always thought about that.
Well, they fucking suck.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
What did you say, Crypto, in reply to that?
I just said that they suck. They've got an unfair advantage and still lose.
The other team had better drugs. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Then there was that thing that happened with the World Series. I don't know if it's kind of obscure for people that aren't sports fans, but I heard about it as what they did was they were cheating with some cameras, like some like really great digital zoom cameras to see what the other team was calling for their base runners and stuff like that. What you can do, like you can look and try to figure out what the other team is going to do by reading the signals or deciphering it. It's like there's like so much cheating just allowed already. That's why they cover their mouths when they're giving plays and stuff like that. But this was like using technology, which is crossing the line, and that team won the World Series. I think they let them keep it, but a bunch of people got fired for it. The tech is just going to make it easier and easier to hide, though, just like the doping.
Mic check, mic check. What's going on, everyone?
Yo, what up?
What's up? How you doing, bro?
Been okay, been okay.
Always like to hear Matrix come in.
That's the infamous Matrix entry.
Yeah.
Y'all already know. Y'all already know when I'm in this bitch, I stir shit up.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Stir it up.
So, what you guys was talking about? You guys had a specific topic that you guys was talking about, or just random shit?
Doping, transgender, transhuman in sports, being a man. Take your pick.
Oh, dude, that goes perfectly what I was thinking of, bro. Bro, I have this idea, right? Like the other day, I was somebody said, ladies and gentlemen, and for some reason, the word gentleman just rung in my head. Like I was like, what the fuck is a gentleman? Then I looked up the word, right? It says, like, it's like a more polite way of saying man. And then I was thinking, but God made man and woman. What do you mean that gentleman is the polite way of saying man? Which would imply that being a man isn't or polite, right? Like it would imply that you can't tell a person that they're a man because for some reason it's something like not polite or some shit and it seems like the word magic that they be doing with the globe and the flat earth, how they be changing words and meanings, right, to imply something, to make it seem like they're being nice, right? They're calling you a gentleman, and it makes you think that they're being nice to you. But think about it. If it's a polite way of saying man, then what the hell does man mean?
That's an interesting point, because I would guess that the definition would be something about referencing a sophisticated man, or if it's gentleman, like somebody like that's got some manners or something like that.
But think about it. So if gentleman is synonymous or potentially synonymous with a man being gentle or sophisticated, that by default you're saying that men are not sophisticated, right?
But does that also come from Gentile, you think? Is that connected to Gentile?
It could be. I don't know. I didn't look that deep into it. It just, for some reason, that word just kind of, I'm like, it just kind of wrong, and I just went like on a trip, but I didn't go that in depth into it. Right? You know what I'm saying? But the definition that I found on Google says is like a more polite way of saying man, which I don't understand what would be the problem with just saying man.
Somebody could look at it in the opposite way too, though. Of if you call him a gentleman, it could be insulting because you're not a real man. You're a gentleman. You're like weak.
Yeah, like you never hear anybody say gentle woman.
That's part of the trick that you see exactly what I mean, right? Like why is it that they get ladies, right, and we get right? They don't. It's not gentlewoman, right?
Yeah, no gentlewoman.
Gentleman, right? Like it seems to me like it's like it's like a speech. It's like a tactic. Like even creating the whole word gentleman is like a giant fuck you to man. Right? Because why would you have to create a word that politely distinguishes what God has already ordained to be a man?
There is kind of for women, it's lady. You're ladylike. You're ladies and gentlemen. So I guess that's the equivalent.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I wouldn't look too much into it. I mean, it's just I don't know. To me, it's just another phrase saying, I'm a man who shows respect,
Well, it's just
and
interesting.
restraint.
Also, it's interesting we have all those different ways of referring to men and women based on politeness or types of people, types of women, and types of men. But then when it comes to like a man becoming a woman or a woman becoming man, it's like strictly now you're fully woman. You have to say he. You can't say she. You have to say he. He is now a he, or she is now a, or she is now a him, or whatever. The way
Where do you guys think that comes from?
There has to be a word for it.
Where do you guys think that comes from? That whole, because 10 years ago there was still trans people, right? There's been trans people since the beginning of time, right? But 10 years ago this wasn't a conversation, right? So somewhere along the line somebody decided to have a conversation and implemented laws and start putting this shit on mainstream media. And I'm pretty sure that the people that had the conversation were not the trans and gay people that running around in the streets, right? You ask any one of them, did you take part of the conversation to make women into men and men into women? And I guarantee you 100% will tell them we don't know where that came from, right? We don't really know who are implementing these ideas and for what reason.
Well, backing up a little bit, I thought gentleman came from Gentile, meaning like the spiritual leader of your home, the spiritual leader of whatever, the community home, whatever, a man, gentleman, Gentile man.
That's what Gio said. Maybe you're right, Gio.
Yeah, it's not
but
Gentile.
As in, you mean Gentile like the Jewish
yeah,
thing?
Yeah, more of the leader, not like that he's like soft. It actually means the opposite.
I don't know the exact I don't know the exact definition for Gentile, but as I understand it, Gentile means like commoner, like poor people, pretty much, right? Like the heathens.
I'm sure there's different definitions by now, but I think the original meaning was more of having to do with a religion type thing, a spiritual leader, Christianity and stuff like that. That's how I learned it anyway.
Well, one of the definitions of Gentile, I mean, just the mainstream Wikipedia is just someone who's not Jewish. And it's also like an alteration on the word goy, the goyim.
Yeah, I think they're one and the same. Goyim and Gentile. I think they use them interchangeably.
On that one etymology page for gentleman, it does mention Gentile, but it's only kind of now near the bottom. It says, let's see, from the 13th century as courteous, polite, well-bred, charming, graceful, beautiful, etc. And then it says, older sense remains in gentleman and compared Gentile, an alternative form which tends to keep the biblical sense of the Latin word. Although gentle in Middle English sometimes meant pagan or heathen, and genteel, which is the same word borrowed from French from 1823 as pertaining to the fairies.
Ooh, so it is low key an insult. Gentleman is low key an insult to us men.
Well, I mean, the first part of it says here, 1200. Well, a well-born man of good family or birth, also extended to Roman patricians and ancient Greek aristocrats from gentle plus man. The compound probably is modeled an old French gentle home. I don't know, but it is there's such a common use for it. It is interesting, like why it's used in these ways. Like, does it mean, are they kind of trying to imply like kind of a weak man in a sense, like a controlled, civilized man, kind of thing, and then trying to raise that up?
Yep. I think that's exactly the point to the word gentleman. I think that to get us to accept a weaker, more submissive version of what we are. and Bebo earlier said like don't look too much into it. I think there's more to words that we give it credit for, right? It seems that the things that we assume that are insignificant are the most significant because that's how the population is being tricked. They're being tricked with words, right? It isn't even laws. It isn't even because the laws they're all words, right? And we never have laws that are like straightforward, right? It's always big words, right? That you have to look up the definitions, right? It's never straightforward, and I think that's purposely done to get the person to be as confused as possible. Because look at the three branches of government, right? Why is it that one branch gets to interpret the law, right? What does that mean? I thought the laws were for everyone. Why do you need to have a special branch to interpret the law? What is it? What is it that they need to interpret it? Right? And also, if they can interpret the law, does that mean that nobody else can interpret the law?
Stirring it up, Matrix. You're stirring it up. Keep going.
Any of you guys into what Bev is doing with the paralogism and the Aristotle and the whole word magic and how they do the things that they do?
I haven't listened to him recently. What is it? I briefly summarize or?
Yeah, that was it. That was he's looking into the paralogisms and Aristotle and forming the words. All the shit that we should have learned in high school, right? How to form sentences and how to structure them properly. Because anybody can write a sentence, but to structure it properly, right? And those things, like I'm actually a little I'm actually like a little ashamed that it took me 30-something years to actually see the importance of these things that I should have learned years ago, right? Like reading and writing, like being able to do it properly. But these things are actually it's very interesting how the things that we think are like nothing, that every day, like these are the things that are used to trick us. We're so used to it that it's like it's ingrained in us.
Yeah, they keep you preoccupied with busy work and memorizing, textbook pages and stuff that doesn't really have to do with the learning part.
Look at this whole globe situation. My bad. Go ahead. Look at this whole globe, like this whole conversation that we're like always on with the globe and like how it wasn't like people say that they had to debunk the flat earth or whatever. Then, bro, it isn't that hard to come to the realization that shit, all of this shit is a lie, bro. You could do that in one day. It doesn't take that long. You don't have to go to 20,000 debates. All you have to do is follow all the information that is given to you and just follow that, and somewhere along the line you're going to find all the inconsistencies. You're going to find everybody that makes a claim also has a counterclaim to that claim, right? It isn't that hard to figure this out, right? What it is hard is to accept that we've been bamboozled, and the acceptance of the bamboozle also implies that you have to make a change, right? Which means that you have to do something, and most people don't want to do shit.
I'm sure those are fighting words, and you're going to get some reactions from the Globers in here. But let me say real quick first that I was going to mention the globe and how the words that seems like changing the meaning of words was a big part of it. If this is the deception, and if you look into it nowadays, you really can't find the information very very easily. But like you're right. If you use your common sense, it seems like you're going to pretty much conclude that it doesn't make sense on the globe side, even though the consensus said so. And I a while back I thought the perfect way to describe it is common sense versus consensus. It's basically what this whole thing is.
Yeah, one of the big ones for the Earth is the word planet, because planet comes from planet, which essentially means to wander. It also represents like a star, a fixed star. And also the wandering star. So it's like to take something that's a wandering star and then try to call it what the Earth is. It's like a strange thing because you're trying to link it to those wandering stars, like saying you're a planet, using that to wander and then making the Earth one of those. It's such a twist.
I wonder if it was always wandering star, or if it was first planet, meaning a small portion of the plane.
Right. Well, that's interesting too, because I'm looking at the etymology page, because PELE, which is part of the roots to planet, comes from flat and also to spread.
Right.
So yeah, you've got the word plane in there. Yeah.
Like a dinette set or whatever. It's always when you use that, it's just a portion of the whole, and plane's right in there. So how did they ever start referring to stars as planets? That's when they must have maybe they went to calling the stars wandering, or the wandering stars planets, as like a step towards calling them, orbital bodies like the one we're on. Maybe that was like the step that they got them there. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it means to wander, then to call this the Earth, something that's wandering like the other ones, then now they're equating the Earth to the other things that are wandering.
Right. And
doesn't the word wander like give you like an implication of without? All right, because like when somebody's wandering, right, it's not like they have like a course, right? They're just kind of like going places, right? And it implies that these stars are not doing something. Like they're what the stars are doing. What is obvious that they have some sort of grid or something that they follow that they're doing consistently. That doesn't seem like it's wandering to me.
Yeah, it's not completely random. Yeah, there's definitely a cycle, retrograde, and all that.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the definitions here of wander, to extend in an irregular course or direction. I guess they're calling them that because the wandering stars, like Venus, Mercury, etc., they do move irregularly compared to the fixed stars. But I also know what you mean. At the same time, they're not just wandering all over they're not just aimlessly going all over. Like they're absolutely in very regular cyclical patterns. So in that sense, yeah, it doesn't quite fit that.
When you see the Ptolemy model with the retrograde of the stars making perfect sacred geometrical patterns, and that's just so beautiful. How can anyone look at that and be like, oh, that is stupid, that doesn't make any sense? Look at this one instead.
What I don't not that I don't like, but I don't think that people should not consider that maybe whatever's going on the sky doesn't affect us. I think it would be very silly to not consider it, because the only thing we all as people have in common is the sky, right? It doesn't matter where you live, and if you're in some tribe somewhere secluded or far away from any civilization, you still have the sky to look at. So it doesn't seem likely to me that there is nothing of importance up there, right? That does not seem possible to me, because that's like if you were to consider this like some sort of simulation or some sort of video game, the sky would be our own personal mini maps. I mean, I hear people even use it to navigate the world, right? So there has to be some significance to whatever's going up there.
Yeah, before Gio, I want to hear what Gio has to say to that, because I'm sure he's going to go deep on some astrology, which is totally proof in a lot of ways that the sky affects us. But the question I want to ask is, could anyone imagine that the stars aren't meant to make some type of pictorial outline of sorts? I mean, the claim is, of course, it's just random, or it's not supposed to make any kind of pictures, but you think that it's close enough to making some type of symbolism, even if the interpretation of the man with the water bearer or whatever it is a little bit of a stretch sometimes. It seems like there's a pattern that's intended as well, right? That's what I'm saying. And they just so happen to depict the different constellations and, you know, the rotations in the sea. You know, it's just like, it's almost too good to be an accident.
Of course, I mean, it seems like there's like a purpose to everything, right? Like there are stories that are derived just about what's going on in the sky. Like I don't understand what is it? What other information they have that they're able to just come up with a story like what Venus is doing and how one of them is attracting from the other and how one is constantly running away from it. Like they devise entire stories. Like there has to be something, some legitimacy to all of this.
That's for sure. Seems like it.
Yeah, you know what it is? The problem is that what seems to me that the truth, man, what is truth is very hard to pinpoint, right? Because it doesn't really matter how this place works, right? Nobody's gonna tell us. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody were to tell us how this place actually works, most likely we would not believe the person, right?
Right. And even if it made complete sense, especially with what we know now, we probably shouldn't just believe it ever. We should definitely
we'll reject it. We will reject it.
It makes me think of a lot of times people are like globe earthers are asking for like a map of the earth, you know, the map. And I often think what would be funny, let's say that, you know, somebody spent millions of dollars going all around the earth, mapping every square inch of it and having it fit on a planar surface and everything. And if that was presented, I mean, how many of those guys would just criticize it or say it doesn't work or this doesn't work?
Oh yeah,
they may just write it off within 10 seconds, and it's like,
yeah, that must be so frustrating for them. You gotta give them some, I don't know, excuse a little bit there, because it must be frustrating since there's no model to compare theirs to that has all kinds of problems on its own.
Right, they want an instant replacement.
I have a contention with that. It doesn't work. What does that even mean, right? Because there's like an implication that the world has to make sense, right? Like everything has to go in some sort of perfect orbit, right? Because it kind of represents some sort of system, right? What if that's not the case? What if the wandering stars, when we don't see them, they do something else entirely? They just completely disappear from this realm and go somewhere else, right? Of course, this is a hypothetical, but if you can't access it, how are you so bold to say that it doesn't make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't make sense to me, to assume that you can't accept something because it doesn't make sense. Why does it have to make sense?
Yeah, it's hard to know whether if they're lying about all of this, like some of us seem to conclude, how much of it was to hide the truth that could benefit us, like astrology or, you know, the free energy or some of these other things, and how much of it was that even they didn't know, and they're just trying to claim that they know so that they can, you know, no one else can claim that they know. You know, like before they claimed that they knew all this with the science and that they had it all figured out, I bet there was a lot of people running around with their interpretations, which we know there were. And it'd be a good way of, like, you know, proselytizing and maybe, you know, even creating, controls of little cults by, you know, saying you have the best interpretation. And now they totally stamped out any opportunity for people to do that. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing necessarily, but, you know what I'm saying?
I think we like as flat earthers, quote unquote, we have this thing like we assume that people will always do the right thing given the proper information. I don't think that's the case, man. I don't think people really want to know the truth. I think it sounds good, right? It sounds good. But I don't think they really do, because there's a lot of implications with the truth, and also once you hear the truth, you can no longer say that you haven't heard it, right? Something has to be done. Some decision has to be made by you.
That's what gets me, that they're not even curious. Once you nag somebody to look into it, and they won't even look into it, even though they'll even say what you're saying makes sense, but they won't look into it. Like, how could you stay so completely in denial about something that interesting? Especially if you thought your friend went crazy. I mean, I'd want to know exactly why my friend's crazy. I would look into whatever it is just to be able to help him if he needs it, you know?
Oh, dude, it's fear, bro. Bro. Listen, listen. Think about this, right? We all of us think or are perfectly aware that we might not live in a sphere, right? That is a big part of the nature of our reality. So what we're telling most people is you might not be living in the reality that you think you are, right? And that's 80 to 90% of the people. You understand?
Yeah, it's I always say it's like offering a permanent hit of acid because they will be
Like
tripping.
what is left if we don't live on a giant sphere possibly came from an accidental big bang? If that isn't the nature of our reality, you do understand that the floodgates of truth will just open, and there is no pinpoint where to stop, right? Because what we thought was real isn't real, right? And we're only getting that as truth, right? There is no other arbiter of truth out there that you could just, there is no real fact checker right there that isn't funded by some sort of propaganda with some sort of narrative, right? The truth is, you have to figure it out for yourself, kind of thing.
Or just accept that we can't know certain things. Yeah.
I mean, the way it seems to me, we legit, most of us don't know who we are. Most of us don't know where we are. Most of us don't know when we are. Right? These are the main questions to reality. If you can't answer those things, right? What do you have to say about reality itself?
That's true. Yeah. And maybe there is no objective truth that we could find, and maybe that's something that isn't supposed to be found. It's a paradox to even try to seek it, because then your quest would be over. If you ever found the truth, then whatever the ultimate truth is, you never know for sure, because you'd have to somehow verify that, and it's not really verifiable necessarily, in a kind of in a weird way, because it's like if you knew where God, if you thought you knew exactly what God was, and you may not recognize what God is when you actually were able to encounter him, because you were set on one definition when it's undefinable in a way,
Dude, I agree with what you said 100%, bro. I agree with that. I think I've said something like that in the past as well. Like, what if this entire discussion of the nature of our reality and the flat Earth and globe Earth, what if it's a giant waste of time because we're not supposed to know the shape of the Earth, because maybe it isn't part of the mission of whatever we're supposed to do here, right? What if the mission or whatever we're supposed to do here is actually being impeded by wasting time looking for information about the fucking realm or whatever?
Well, what if there's no supposed to? What if there's no supposed to? You know what I'm saying?
What if the opposite is true, though? What if part of your purpose here is to learn as many true things as possible, or to learn as much as the truth as possible, and in a attempt to feed that information back to the source? And what you want to make sure, you're at least.
I could see that, right? Right. All right. So I could put it in a hypothetical, right? Let's just say that when one perishes, whatever information you have in whatever place you go, it's the information that you've gathered in your previous life, right? Hypothetically, we're speaking, right? What if, because most people are ignorant and they all they do is fuck and go to work and fucking smoke and drink and pretty much waste their life, when they pass away, they don't have enough information to go on a better mission, right? So they are trapped repeating the same cycle over and over, not because of nobody is punishing them, but because they choose not to enlighten themselves. They choose to waste their turn every time they come over here, right? So and also, if that was the case, wouldn't that be considered like some sort of hell?
Isn't it the seeking, though, that might be the most important thing? Kind of like just the old saying, it's the journey, not the destination. Because you can't really like there is no ultimate truth necessarily, but you're able to decipher between non-truths. You're constantly seeking and guiding yourself through these minefields of lies. That has benefits no matter what truth you find.
I find it that it's like the truth. It's like nobody can really teach you the truth, right? It's like the truth is like a realization of something that just clicks, right? Like somebody could just say the craziest shit, right? And it won't click until you think about it, right? Like, because a lot of people have this thing like the truth has to come from a certain, for example, like authority, right? Most people think that truth comes in like a podium and like some sort of TV setting, some sort of program, right? That a bum from the street could tell you something and it will be true, right? And it has nothing to do with the point that he's a bum, right? It just has everything to do with the point that he's telling you the truth. It doesn't necessarily have to come from a specific source or in a certain way or in a certain language or phrase. Or so. It just has to be the truth.
It just has to resonate, right? And there's something to that, the intuitive resonating of it. That, you know, no matter how crazy it sounds, sometimes it just resonates, and that it doesn't matter if it's the ultimate, if you know for sure it's the truth, but because it resonates, it benefits you in that frequency acknowledgement, almost all on its own to begin with.
Well, I've been heavily ridiculed for saying those things. I think intuition is much more powerful than any education. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something in us that we don't understand, but we know when we're being bullshitted, right? Like when somebody's coming to you with some bullshit that you know is bullshit, you can't scientifically explain or put it on a fucking paper on how you know is bullshit. But something in your soul is telling you, man, this motherfucker is feeding you some bullshit.
Right.
Yeah,
but the problem is with that.
That's not very
The problem
valuable.
with that is that we can't quantify that, right? So authority will always have a way to demean that, right? And it seems to me like I've recognized that anything that has to do with nature, authority goes against it because most of it is unprovable. You can't really prove nature. Nature just is, right? You can't really verify. You can't be verified dirt. It's dirt. It's there. It exists, right?
Wait, isn't that the whole point of science? Is the understanding nature?
Well, I think the point of science is to give voice to what God did, right? To try to understand what God did. You know, hypothetically speaking, if those people thinking that some God made them or whatever, right? I think that's the point of science: to understand the nature of our reality.
Yeah, natural science, not pseudoscience, by the way.
But oh no, listen, pseudoscience has its own validity, right? The things that we're talking about, mental things, feelings, these things will all be considered pseudoscience. But nonetheless, these things are real, right? When somebody's staring at you and you just look back and see the person staring at you, right? There is no scientific way of detecting how do you feel that somebody's looking at you. You can't verify that, but nonetheless, it happens. Right, it happens. I haven't met a person that hasn't happened to. Right, and
Yeah,
also
but you could scientifically verify that.
I would call that
right now.
I would call that
how
social
would you do
science.
that?
Social science, by the way. I wouldn't say that's pseudoscience, but anyway.
Yeah, but you could do a scientific test, and you could have people sitting in a room, and you can have other people, actors or whatever, purposely look at them for extended periods, like 5 seconds at a time, then look away, and you could mark every single time that person's looking at them, and you could have the person who's supposed to be that is testing it. They'll record every time they think someone's looking at them and from what direction, and then you'd be able to give value to how predictive that feeling is.
See, the problem is what you're saying on paper. It sounds fantastic, right? But I'm not talking about that, right? I'm not talking about in a situation that you know that you're going to do a study, that you're perfectly aware that you have to think about when somebody's looking at you. I'm talking about a situation where you're in the store buying some potato chips or in the supermarket or making a line and you're in your own world and all of a sudden you get this feeling. Right? I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly how you feel it, but you feel that somebody's staring at you, and you look and there is somebody. Because you know how you know? Because as soon as you look at them, they turn around. They turn around, right? That means that they were looking at you and they didn't want to get caught.
Yeah,
you gotta say no. What the fuck you looking at, bro?
Yeah, there is like a definite wave of power that goes into a stare that you can feel, and whatever scientifically or physically that is, it seems like it just goes right through the air and it makes your hair tingle or whatever.
Matrix.
Yep. You're roboting a little bit there, baby.
Then you could just be like, "Yo, what the fuck you looking at, bro?"
Nah, cause I've evolved to the point of understanding that not because everybody looks at you, it doesn't mean that they don't like you, right? It usually means that maybe you have a nice pair of pants that they like or whatever, or you have an interesting face, right? When people stare at you, it's usually for good reasons. The problem is a lot of insecure people take it as like, why are you looking at me? Because they feel ugly or whatever, and they take it in a negative way. But it's usually people don't stare at you when you're ugly, right? Because they don't really want to be looking at ugly people, right? When they stare, it's because they find they not necessarily attractive, but interesting.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, you don't want to be ice grilling people in a hood like that.
Well, yeah.
Nah, you sure don't.
Yeah, nah. You'll get shot.
Like, yo, who is this? Yo, why you looking at me? Yo, you know this dude? Yo, who are you? You coming around here?
And then you definitely don't look back after they say that. You just keep walking away.
And also, I also have a few more things like whistling. Have you ever noticed when you're in the room and you start whistling, almost immediately somebody else will start whistling, almost immediately, right? It's like involuntary, and also yawning, right? How can somebody scientifically prove that yawning is contagious? Right? I don't personally. I don't think there's a way of doing it, but it seems to me that every time one person yawns, when there's like more than 5 people, somebody else has to yawn, right?
I think they tested that on MythBusters.
That is true though, because every time I see somebody else yawning, you get that urge to want to do it. It's weird. It's the weirdest fucking thing ever.
It even happens when you're watching. You don't even have to be in the same room as a person. If you're watching a movie and somebody yawns in the movie, it'll do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's fucking weird.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what there's. I don't think like there's like scientific way of verifying this, but we know these things are true, right? And you can almost classify these things as supernatural. How can you verify any of this, right? You can't. It's yawn on demand, right? Yawning is something that we don't have. It's like involuntary.
Yeah, but they said they tested that on MythBusters. I think I don't remember the conclusion for that was, but in actual science, I think the current understanding is that that's due to mirror neurons, like mirroring other people's using other people's stimulus as to influence you to do stuff.
That show should be called Myth. It should be called. Oh, what was I just thinking? It should be called
Myth makers.
Yeah, myth promoters. That's what I was thinking.
You know, Matrix. What's really funny is that I'm now thinking about yawning, and it's entirely your fault.
Yeah. I was just about to say that. Just talking about it made me yawn.
Listen, and not even yawning, just whistle. One time, just do it in a room full of people. Just start whistling. Watch at least one person start whistling involuntarily.
They on one episode I saw, they brushed their teeth like with 40 different like toothbrushes to see which one had the majority of the fecal matter in the brush. And I'm like, how is that? You grab one brush your teeth, reach to the next brush your teeth. What's the fecal matter is in your mouth?
Because I think most of the time it's because when you're in the bathroom, right, and you flush the toilet, some of those particles that splash up from the toilet get in the air, and that shit gets mixed and somehow fucking is all over your bathroom.
Well, yeah, but why would just having layers of toothbrush across the bathroom countertop and then systematically brushing your teeth with each one, how would that help that? You just have like petri dishes laid across the bathroom and see which one collected the most bacteria. Why the whole thing with brushing their teeth with them? What did that do?
I don't know.
I don't know. Is that a MythBusters or something you're talking
Yeah,
about?
another episode I saw too where they wanted to see if a chicken could break a cockpit window. So they took a frozen chicken and put like some sort of sable around it, and the frozen chicken went through the windshield. And you're like, well, okay, so what does now can you do an experiment now? Will a bird, an actual bird, flying through the air, not frozen, okay, not projected, like their experiments are not even closely related to what they're trying to.
I think it's because they heard there was a myth where someone said that could happen, and they want to test to see whether or not it could happen.
Reminds me of a guy that tried to do Cavendish with chicken tenders. Remember Biodual did that?
Oh, that's right. I forgot his name, but it's been a while.
Nug life. Listen, this reminds me of a joke. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Was it refraction?
No, it was to get to the gay guy's house. I got another joke. Knock, knock.
Wait, why was the chicken going to the gay guy's house?
I got another joke. Listen, knock, knock. This is for you, Kosho.
Oh, Kosho needs
I know where this is going. I'm not answering the door, fuckface.
The chicken for you, Kosho.
Yeah, you fucking dumbass.
There's a meme I have about refraction, like where the chicken, the bagok. It's like from when QE we used to say bagok, refraction.
Oh, it's okay.
Here we go.
It's funny you guys mentioned chickens because we have like a lot of wild chickens here. Whenever I drive home, there's like a bunch of chickens all over the place, like crossing the road all the time. And I always want to get out and ask them, "Hey, man, what's the deal? Why are you crossing the road?" The world wants to know.
Jump back for a second. You guys were talking about like when people look at you and people seem to kind of almost psychically kind of pick up on it. I mean, I've noticed that most, like if I'm sitting in a car, like in a, a big parking lot and I'm just sitting in my car. And if I look at someone like maybe who's walking by, even if their back is faced to me and I'm just kind of watching them walk, they'll like turn around and look like right in my direction. It's almost like they knew I was looking at them. I don't know if you guys have ever had that, but
I noticed that, but I think it's because like we're programmed to notice people's faces, like to look directly at someone's face. So if you're staring somewhere, you're always going to recognize that there's a face there. You're going to look straight at it. Maybe that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but I mean, in this case, like it's like a line of cars, and I might be the only one in my actual car sitting there, and the person like they can't even see me in my car, but it's like they kind of look my way as if they know. I don't know. I was just thinking one way of testing that, like kind of Kosho was saying that, but if you had like a room with like, that the double way mirrors where you can only see through one way, you can't see through the other. And if you put someone inside, where they can't see, and then you had people on the other side of the mirror, the one way mirror, like either, be turned around so they're not looking at them and then turn around and look at them. Like, could there be some way to actually, scientifically validate that?
Again, I think it's probably because like our eyes are looking in places where we would expect to see a face. Like when you look at a car, you expect to look in the passenger on the driver's side or something to see like a face. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is.
So if it was done with a one-way mirror, it's like statistically, and if it showed that the people did know that someone was looking versus not, would you then think, okay, maybe there is some kind of psychic or sort of unconscious thing that's going on that someone knows and they're being looked at?
It could be. I mean, since we're always looking at eye level, so we would expect another person looking at us to be roughly at eye level.
People, your mic is very low, bro. I could barely.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm using Bluetooth headphones. That's why.
Well, in that scenario, the person would be in a room and all they would see is mirrors around them. So they would not be able to see anything whatsoever. Then there would be people on the other side of the one-way glass, and there would either be someone looking at them or not looking at them. meaning the person inside would have absolutely no idea whether someone was or wasn't looking at them, at least not from any visual cues or anything. And then if it was done statistically like that, could they, whether they push a button when they think someone's looking at them or whatever, could it be done to where they, statistically push the button when the person on the other side actually does look at them versus not?
I don't think they would ever know. There's no way to really know. I mean, you could try, but I don't think so.
That's the things that we're talking about, though. That the things in reality and nature, they seem to be unquantifiable by science. So science has like developed their own fucking words and phrases to just be able to quantify things.
Here's something else that's weird I noticed. Like, I'll hear someone say a word, like on the phone or something like that, and then I'll immediately see that word somewhere written on something. Like the most random word.
Are you talking about a movie or something?
Yeah, like someone will say the word house, and I'll look in one direction. I'll see something that says house on it. It's just weird.
Also, when you think about somebody, right? I bet you this has happened to everyone here, right? More than 1, 2, or 3, even more than 5 times, right? Have you ever thought about a random person, right? Just thought about a random person, and you see that person that same day, or that person calls you, sends you a text,
or the phone rings.
Yeah, we've all had that experience where we pick up the phone to call someone, and they're already on the line, and it didn't ring, and we're like, "Wait a minute, I was just going to call you. Wait, did you call me? No, they called you, and you hung. You like answered before it even rang. You ever had that?
Yeah,
Everyone's had that.
Yeah, that's happened to me.
That's crazy.
Or the thing where, like, if you call someone, like, let's say it's a friend that you haven't talked to in a while, and then you, like, maybe you think about them the night before, you start thinking about them, and then the next day you call them. And right when you call them, they're like, oh, you know what? I was thinking about you yesterday, and then I was also thinking about you right before you called. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
It's like it can't be proven, but you ever tried? It's like these are things that you can't really prove are true, but if you tried to convince somebody that there's nothing to it, that would be hard to do for almost anybody. Like, there's something to it. We all kind of agree about that, I think, right?
You think it might be some sort of like psychic link? Like when you're thinking of a person, they also are thinking about you, and in that moment, it like quantumly, you guys just link.
Yeah, it's like, well, that gets into the idea.
Testing.
That gets into the idea of the ether not just being a physical thing, but actually being like a psychic network, like a matrix of actual consciousness.
Yeah, like shared consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Just the government testing their weapons. They go, hey, let's see if we can get this guy and this guy to think about each other and get each other to call using our weapons. Oh, look, we did. Awesome.
Okay, that's another angle to it. Yeah.
Like you're always being watched, and they see like what brain chemicals or stimulus it can do to.
Well, I have another little story. Like my aunt and uncle, they had twin dogs. And, the dogs were born, they were twins, and they were just as close as can be, these 2 dogs, throughout their whole, lives. And then one of them got sick. And so they took the one to the, pet hospital, which was many miles away, 20 miles plus away from their house. So the one dog was in the pet hospital sick. The other dog was at home. And the one that was in the hospital died the moment because they knew the time that it died. The moment that the one died in the hospital, the other dog that was back at their house, right at that moment, just started howling and running around the house and whimpering and having this very, intense reaction. It was almost like the dog at the house knew that the dog at the hospital had just died right at that moment. No, I mean, I guess it could have just randomly started barking and howling right at that time, but it was a very strange reaction. Like, it's not like the dog normally did that. And right at the moment, whether it was whatever the time was, like right within that exact time period is when the dog, started having that.
Were the dogs twins?
Yeah, they were twins as well.
Oh, well, there you go. There's always those connections.
But there wouldn't have been any way for that dog at the house to know that the one at the hospital had just died right in that moment.
Inside the heart, mate.
Yeah, at least not physically. Yeah. It would have to be through some other network of consciousness than a physical thing.
It's almost like if you see it as like if we're all one organism, essentially. It's almost like that. It knows that it can't be too. It can't allow that kind of stuff to happen too much, or we'd all be going crazy. Like just too many of other people's intuitions running into ours, or like if you could actually have like telepathy or read somebody's thoughts, like how would you know what they're thinking? Like, because don't we all have like 100 thoughts all at once? Like if you even want to single out one of your own single thoughts, you're never really just thinking one thing in particular, So how could you read someone's mind and really decipher what it is they're thinking?
The thoughts are so interesting. Like to try to think about like thoughts, like where do they come from? Like how do like, because I be getting random thoughts sometimes, right? And I have no idea where they came from, and it makes me think: do they come from me or from somewhere else? Like in these conversations, these flat Earth conversations, I would often have ideas and different perspectives, and like when I have those ideas, when I think about them, like the next day or the day after that, somebody will just literally be saying the exact same shit that I was thinking, right? To the point that I'm like, did this motherfucker get this shit from me?
It's just like when the internet spams you with fucking shit that you were Googling the day before. They've just managed to do the same shit with our brains and our thoughts, man. It's fucked up.
By the way, I found a study, or it was actually 2 studies on the eye thing. I guess somebody had done this a while ago. Yeah, and then there was one other thing.
Listen, the cell phone thing, the Google listening to everything you say, bro. I think there is more than that, bro. I have got adverts of things that I was just thinking about. Like random shit that I was just thinking about that I never verbalized, and then I see the fucking adverts, bro. So it's just much
That's
more
my
than
point. Elon's already got his brain chip in all of us. Well, maybe not all of us, but yeah, he's talking about one day we'll have this chip that we have to surgically implant. Meanwhile, it's already in you through the breakfast cereal. Who knows?
No, that's happened to me too. When I was thinking about getting something as a gift for somebody. I never searched it or said it out loud or anything, and then it started showing up in my advertisements and stuff.
I think there might be something divine to like I think the internet is old technology, right? Like I don't think the internet just popped up 50, 30 years ago. I think it has existed since, whatever, the beginning of time. That I think that they're tapping onto something, right? Like maybe something sentient, right? Because how an algorithm could predict what you want when you don't, like, because if you verbalize it, the phone hears it, right? It picks it up. But just thinking about it, how is it that those vibrations in your head, this technology is able to pick up on, bro? It has to be more than there has to be more to this than meets the eye.
Because it knows you better than you know yourself or anybody else knows you. Because you have a profile, a digital profile based on, all the things you said and done and researched. It's on the internet, and they compile it and build a profile of who you are. And
a digital profile, yeah.
They can predict what you what you're gonna want to do based on what you know is happening and what you're experiencing.
Yeah, but Kosho, have you ever had it to where you just think about like a product or something, and then that shows up on your feed?
Saying, yeah, that's happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but you haven't. It's not like you even said it to anyone. Like you just thought it.
Yeah.
But that's like the idea of them kind of doing something. Another one I was going to say is that like chamomile. It's like a plant. You can make chamomile tea. I mean, that was a word that I haven't said or thought about in a long time. I got probably over a year or more. I haven't had the tea in a while, and I haven't thought about it. And like a couple nights ago, I said chamomile. I think I was talking about Jin, and because Jin was going wild, and I was like, Jin, because he was being so aggressive, and I was like, how about I just have more of a discussion like you're having a cup of coffee? And then I kind of jokingly said, well, maybe not coffee, maybe chamomile tea, something that's more relaxing. I said that, and then like the next day I'm on the phone with my mom and she mentions chamomile tea. I'm just like, wow.
Crazy.
Like, it's not that that's even like that profound of a thing, but it's just like something I haven't thought about in that long. And somehow it's just like a synchronistic kind. It's like it's in the field and it just sort of starts surfacing once it comes in.
Dude, 100%. I definitely think that it's in the field like Bluetooth, like the Bluetooth technology, right? On how the audio gets from the cell phone that's in your pocket all the way to your earbuds. That, you know what I'm saying? It might be that kind of thing. Like it's like your thoughts probably go like in the frequency or in the wave or the ether, or whatever.
Definitely, they do. Yeah. That's why they can put voices in your head and all sorts of shit, man. Everything's frequency based. We each have our own frequency, which is biometrics. You know, that's their dream goal is to have each one of us just have our own, you know, aura essentially that they can pick up on in an individual sense. Probably can already.
I think whoever they are, bro, whoever the quote unquote they are, bro, these people they know everything about us, bro, because they've been collecting information on us since forever, bro. These people got our hospital records of us, of our parents, of their parents, bro. These people know that they have our blood. They have our blood every time they prick blood from us for testing. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they dispose of that blood. They categorize that shit and put it in a file somewhere, bro.
Vatican, mate. I don't know where it's all going, man. But there'd have to be a decent storage room because before hard drives and shit come along, man, there was a lot of fucking paper.
What I can figure out is I think somebody is watching or overseeing us, because there would not be a need to keep so much records, right? Why would you want to keep records unless somebody from time to time check up on these records, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, for argument's sake, just as a little example of that, when people die here in this country from certain areas that are known to be contaminated with radioactive waste, they take a biopsy of the femur bone to see how much strontium got into the bones. And that goes back over to Great Britain. So they're obviously doing tests there. They have been doing tests for a long time. And even to this day, they want to see the data still coming in. So, yeah.
And think about it, right? Most of us are born in hospitals, right? That all our records go in the hospital. They take our measurements, our weight, our names, and all that shit, right? But when we die, we go to the morgue, and the morgue is opening us up, and we take we start with them and we end with them, right? So we don't really know what happens with our body parts, right? Because I doubt very much that they would just flush all the plasma down the toilet. I doubt very much that they would take perfectly good organs and just throw them in the fucking trash. I doubt that very much.
Agreed, yeah.
Have you ever seen have you ever been to timeline.google.com? It's pretty crazy. Get ready to get freaked out. Because I just looked at mine, and even though I have 1,000 Google accounts, it still accurately knows, where I've traveled to in the past, looks like 8 years. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Has anybody heard that they switched us to another internet? Because before it used to be HTT something, and now it's HTTS, something like that. Like they added
HTTPS, yeah.
Yeah, which is like an entire
yeah, it's more protected. But there's still websites for HTTP. I just want to go to those websites.
Yeah, but has anybody noticed the differences in the Google searches? Like, I feel like before we used to get more authentic information, like more variety, and now Google is just you get whatever you need from the first page, right? There is nothing else to look for because they give you the same bullshit in the same page.
Yeah, well, the only difference between the HTTP and HTTPS is there's a, like I said, the way they encrypt the information is different. It's more secured on the HTTPS.
Dude, they would not switch us to anything because it's more secure, right? And I think what they mean by secure means more secure for the hacker and less secure for us.
No, I mean the way in which the information is sent is actually encrypted, so you can send credit card information, for instance, and stuff like that without worrying about somebody intercepting the message and getting your information. Because they have to have a the receiver has to have the key in order to encrypt it correctly. But there's plenty of websites that still use HTTP. It's just they're not encrypted in the same way.
Dude, why don't you have 1,000 Google accounts?
There's reasons. It's convenient.
You got one for your personal life, one for when you're working, and the other one for the agency.
No, I don't use any of them for work.
So what is it? You get the call every time like conversations is going down, like when we're talking about heavy conspiracies, you get the call, hey man, go break that up type shit.
Yeah, something like that.
You guys get like together, like you and fucking the other shills get together on strategies on who to frame and stuff, like the Columbine kids and stuff. Like you guys just pick a random conspiracy, not just to frame for whatever hoax.
Yeah, you can say that.
You guys seen the fucking bullshit shooting going on, and why is it that every mass shooter guy has the time and that the sophistication to make like a manifesto? Something weird to me that every fucking mass murderer, they just have the same MO. It's almost like a certain agency just has I don't know. It just seems pretty weird, bro. They all have the same MO. They all leave like bro. If I'm gonna kill motherfuckers, why the fuck a manifesto, nigga? I'm just gonna go shoot motherfuckers.
Yeah, but you got to think about the motivation of a person doing that. A lot of times, a person who wants to kill a bunch of people, especially a young person, they probably don't feel heard, and they probably are trying to give one last expression before they end their lives. So they that's why manifesto makes sense in that context, because not only are they going to get everyone's attention by killing a bunch of people, but they're going to have a manuscript of.
Has anybody seen the manifesto of a suicide bomber? Anyone?
Yeah, Jeremy's obsessed with the Unabomber's manifesto.
No, I'm talking about with suicide bombers, right? These Habibi guys that go and boom and blow.
Oh, that's different though.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why is it they don't leave a manifesto? You know what I'm saying? It seems like it's giving the people what they want, right? They get the manifesto, so they get to look into quote unquote whatever this crazy person was. If I feel like they do it to give people closure.
Well, I mean, the people are doing it themselves because they're trying to get closure, but the suicide bombers aren't doing it for closure because they have other motivations.
No. When I say they, I don't think it's about. I don't think these are real people, bro. To tell you the truth, I don't think. I think these people are like heavily MK Ultra, or they're just plants. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think these are real.
Completely agree.
And well, in that case, their manifestos don't make much sense.
The thing is, it does make sense because it eases the mind of the people, right? It gives people like an inside look on the crazy person, right? And it gives you it gives the public like some sort of closure, like even though it doesn't make sense, he explained why he did it, right? So it's like It's like so people won't have to keep looking into it, kind of thing. So the masses, most of the people could just accept it and move on. Because if not, I think if they don't leave that manifesto, people will start looking into these people's lives, right? And what would they find? That they're probably not real people.
Hey, Jace, are you here right now? I was listening to the conversation you guys were having earlier about protons, the positive charge, and the how the electrostatic charge keeps the atomic structure from coming apart, or the nucleus from coming apart.
It keeps the atom from coming apart. The nucleus is held together by the strong interaction. Right.
Right. Well, it's weird because I knew that. I knew you knew that, and I was listening to interchange between you and Witsit, and then I was surprised that you lost the exchange. I was like, what?
I lost the exchange.
Yeah, I was really surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he did declare himself the winner multiple times.
I was just curious. I heard somebody else talking to him about it too, and I was surprised because, there's only one charge, positive charge in the nucleus. It doesn't matter if there's positive charges outside of the positive charges, closer to the center or whatever. It's still they're all positive charges, so that's not going to like balance each other out. They're all going to expand away from each other if there's nothing else holding them together.
Yeah, I didn't know if he was meaning to say negative charges, like the positive charge in the nucleus and then the negative charges around. I was like, what is he talking about? Other positive charges? It's like it's not going to have. They're just going to repel. I didn't get what he was trying to say there.
I think he was imagining like a confined volume so that there's no expanding. In which case, if you had, positive charge all throughout in that, volume, then sure, the outside, the charges on the outside of layer of it or whatever would be making a pressure, like putting a pressure inward because they can't escape. You know what I mean? However, that's sort of assuming that it can't expand for whatever reason. But since it can expand, they'll all just move away from each other.
Yeah. I mean, there's no solid surface keeping these things. It's not like a solid sphere around it that's going to hold the charges in. I don't know. I wasn't really following what he was trying to say there. I don't know.
It was an interesting conversation.
He was talking about like a pressure. I think, like you were saying that he thinks like it's gonna bounce off like a barrier and come back and apply a pressure to the protons in the center, and that's not it's not even close to how it works.
Yeah.
Listen, Kosho, you missed it. I had Zanuck all lined up. He was on my side with this lead pipe thing with Blue. He was like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna sort Blue out. I'm gonna take care of him." Fucking disappointment once again, just like Bob.
I heard that conversation too, and I had to be understanding it wrong because, I heard this thing about the straw or this pipe and this how the densities and the pressures are going to be the same as in the atmosphere and this and that. But somebody was claiming that if there's a vacuum at the top of it, then it should suck everything up it, basically. But we know that that's not true because people do this all the time where they get like a 35-foot straw and they try to, you can't suck the liquid up the straw. That's all. It won't go past like 30 feet. No matter how hard you suck.
Did you try sucking it? Because
No.
I heard you could suck peanut butter through a Capri Sun straw.
Yeah, well, my achievements are not necessary here because I understand the principle, and the principle is the same way the atmosphere works. So even if there was a vacuum at the top, if the straw was like 20 miles long, 20 miles high, and there was a near vacuum at the top, it's still not going to be capable to suck all the air up that straw, of the pressure up it, because it just doesn't behave like that. The pressure is.
On the straw. Did you hear what I said? Xanax said he was going to sort blue out. We had them all lined up. Elbow drops off the top rope. And what Xanax do? Nothing.
Not only nothing, he came up with 100,000-foot straw. Remember that one? He told me 100,000-foot straw.
Yeah, about 20 miles. That's what I'm saying. But what was Xanax? What was the thing that Xanax was supposed to crack blue on?
About the fucking iron pipe being in a container. Xanax like, yo, it's a container. I'm gonna sort blue out next time I see him. Don't worry. Just like he did with Bob. Same shit. He's a disappointment.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed.
You sound mad too, though.
He said you need 100,000-foot straw for it to contain the gas. Is that what he was saying? Some silly thing like that.
Okay. Well, you understand when you suck out of a straw, you're not sucking anything, right?
Yeah, but how does a gas pressure remain next to a vacuum, I believe was the story, and he came up with 100,000-foot straw.
Well, it wouldn't matter what the length of the straw is. The pressure is only going to be, it's only going to be capable of pulling up. You're only going to be capable of pulling up something in a straw if the pressure is greater outside of the straw from the same altitude.
You need to talk to Zanuck, bro. He was saying these crazy things. Jeremy's right. Wouldn't that be environmentally unfriendly, first of all? Such a huge waste of plastic.
Well, you can make it out of something that's not plastic, dude.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Just make a ceramic one.
So what do you envision would happen to
what? Say again?
The vacuum would not take that?
The vacuum would not take it. So you're talking about if you had a vacuum at the top of a straw?
Yeah. Like in Xanax thing, 100,000-foot straw.
Uh-huh.
Directly into, let's say we put it into space, let's say, right?
Okay.
Your theoretical space.
Sure.
You think that the air would remain in the straw?
Yeah, what would push the air out of the straw?
I'm asking.
I know you're asking, but I'm trying to show you that there's no sucking going on. There's only pushing, and the pushing is coming from the pressure at the bottom, and the pressure at the bottom, right, is balanced inside and outside the straw. The only time it's going to do any pushing is if it's not balanced.
How do you define sucking?
Me? Well, I mean, I'm saying anytime people are talking about sucking, they're talking about they think about it as a force coming from the thing that's sucking, but it's actually just you're just creating a vacuum that's allowing the pressure to fill that vacuum.
I think that's you imparting that meaning on the person saying suck. I think that's actually the meaning. If you Google suck definition without being too rude, draw into the mouth by contracting the muscles of the lips and mouth to make a partial vacuum. So suck is a necessary part of a vacuum, or a partial vacuum. So what's the difference?
Well, no, it's not even. That's just a mechanism to create the partial vacuum, which creates an imbalance, which allows the pressure at the bottom to be able to fill that. But that only works up until what is it? I think 32 feet. If you have a straw more than 32 feet, you're not going to be able to suck it up with a straw.
No, but I just gave the definition for suck, which says to create a partial vacuum, which is the thing. Like you're saying that the vacuum doesn't suck, but in the definition for suck is partial vacuum.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Is all that's doing is allowing for the imbalance that allows for the pressure to fill that void. But
so what's that problem with the word suck?
Just a low pressure. Yeah.
So what's but you have a problem with the word suck? I don't really understand what.
It's an increase in volume.
Word suck. It's not the word suck. It's the technicality of it. It's just like high pressure to low pressure. There's only push, not pull. Doesn't mean you can't use the word pull or describe something as a pull. It's just that technically there's only a push.
Again, the word pull is being put on the word suck when the word suck doesn't have pull in its definition.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As long as it's being understood that the force is coming from below, in that straw example, then this is perfectly fine. But I was just making it clear that, that's how you could understand why you wouldn't expect there to be anything pulled up there.
So you're saying that an open pipe in space with gas the gas would remain in the pipe.
It's balanced all the way. It's going to be balanced on the inside and outside all the way up. And yeah, like the same altitude and the same amount of pressure. Like if you make it go up all the way to where it's only 1 psi, it's probably something like I don't know, 8 miles or something. So yeah, if you make it go up that high, 8 miles, 1 psi, and it's 1 psi on the top of the straw, inside and outside of the straw, then nothing's going to happen.
I did say the vacuum. Maybe you weren't listening. Kosho, vacuum of space.
Make it any pressure you want. I was just using that for make it go higher until it's even closer to a vacuum.
So you're saying an open pipe with 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum, that the gas would remain in the open pipe.
That's right, yeah.
Seriously? You said yes to that?
Yes, of course.
Wow, you think you can demonstrate it here?
I've seen it demonstrated at 32 feet, but you can demonstrate. I mean, the demonstration works because the explanation works at any height.
I would like to see a demonstration of that, even in a lesser vacuum. Let's say 10 to the minus 6 or 7 torr.
I mean, it's the way that vacuum cleaner works. The vacuum cleaner, all they do is they create a lesser pressure inside of the cavity, and then that creates the pressure outside the vacuum to fill that void.
Surely you're not equating a vacuum to a container of 10 to the minus 6 torr in an open pipe. Surely you're not doing that.
Yeah, the principle is the same in a straw, a vacuum cleaner, the thing you're describing. The principle is the same.
So then you should be able to demonstrate it then.
I can demonstrate with a straw, sure.
You can demonstrate in a vacuum a container with gas open. No. You can demonstrate that? Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you can see this demonstrated with a straw at 32 feet.
So you can't.
In order to demonstrate the way you're describing it, you have to have a 20-mile straw, which nobody has.
But you just said you can do it with a pipe. Now you're changing it back to a 20-mile straw?
32 feet.
Come on, Kosho, man. You're clutching at straws here, bro.
Literally. I mean, if you understand how this works, then you're not going to need for it to be 20 miles.
Why would it have to be 20 miles? You just said a pipe.
Yeah, that's
in a vacuum.
Because you want the other end of the pipe to be a vacuum.
You what?
You want the other end of the pipe to be a vacuum.
I don't want that. Why would I want that?
You're asking.
I want you to demonstrate an open pipe with gas in a vacuum and the gas staying in the pipe.
That's what I'm saying to you. That's what you're asking for. And then in order to do that, the same principle, it would have to be a straw that's 20 miles high, because the air outside of it would have to be, the same pressure as the air at the top of it.
So you're coming up with an unattainable way to prove it.
No, I'm telling you straight up that it can be done with 32 feet. You're asking for it to see it in a vacuum. Okay.
With 32 feet of straw in a vacuum? Okay, I want to see you do it.
Jesus Christ.
What am I not getting here? Am I not understanding what you're saying? Did you just say you can do it? Go ahead. Did you just say you can do it with a 32-foot straw? 32-foot straw. I know it's difficult, man. I know. All right, I won't bug you anymore. I get it. You give up. Got it.
Hold on, I just got home. Hold on.
Are you connecting straws to make them 32 foot long, Kosho? You're gonna give us a live demo?
I'm gonna post something in a second. I gotta find the video. There's a video of someone doing this. They do it. They suck it. They suck it with their straw. And I think actually, I can't remember what kind of pump they used, but I think they used a vacuum pump. And I think they actually created a vacuum, and then had this at the top.
It's the Action Lab. I'll post the video.
Action Lab. Okay, because I thought it was.
Dude, they should.
I saw Veritasium.
They should have let my. They should have let my wife suck on the straw. She could suck the leather off a basketball.
Yeah, I know. I tried to promote that, but they weren't having it. I told them the exact same thing. Is this the one? Yeah, I think that. Yeah, what Jace just posted. Jace just posted one, and like I said, I remember him doing it with his mouth, but I think he also used a pump in that video. So.
How did he succeed? Did he succeed? What happened?
He did not succeed. I'm telling you, there's a limit.
Yeah, it's called cavitation, 33 feet.
It's called what? Say again? No, that's since there's 32. Okay, so I'm sorry. 10 psi.
33 feet is where water starts to cavitate.
No, like if you think about what is it, 760 millimeters of what is it, mercury. That's what 14 psi will do, and I think 14. I think if you have an inch area, pipe or whatever, like the straw, I think that's about how heavy the water is going to be for 14.7 feet.
Yeah, it can't go higher than that. Yeah.
Well, no, that's just that's how much the air is going to push it.
That has nothing to do with what I'm telling you. We're talking about an open pipe.
That's what I'm
in
telling
a
you.
vacuum. This is not an open pipe in a vacuum, Kosho. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You understand that the top part of the straw that in this video is a vacuum. He's pumped all the air out.
Good for him. Now let's see a 22-foot. What did you say? A 32-foot pipe.
33
Let's see
feet.
that. Let's see that in a vacuum. You can twirl it up, do whatever you want with it, and let's see the gas or the water remain in there. You know you can't do it.
No, I'm showing it to you right now, dude. If the entire thing was in a vacuum and there was a pool of water at the bottom and a straw, there's nothing at all about there being a vacuum at the top that is going to pull the water up. The water's going to stay at the bottom. There's no reason for it to go upwards at all. In this situation, it's in the atmosphere and the vacuum is at the top, and the vacuum is pulling the water some of the way up, but it's not pulling anything. It's just creating a vacuum, and what's happening is the pressure below is pushing the water up into the straw as high as it can.
First of all, if this was in a vacuum, the water would boil away.
That's what happens.
Yeah, it's boiling.
It happens. That happens in this video.
You're conflating two things, dude. I'm going to repeat again. 33 feet is the cavitation point of water. That's one thing. Take that, put it aside. We're not talking about that. We're talking about pipe, open pipe in a vacuum, and it not escaping, gas not escaping. Don't show me rooftop experiments with water. We're not talking about that, Kosho. Over.
Yeah, the pipe that you're talking about, is the entire pipe in a vacuum, or is it just the top of the pipe in a vacuum?
Yeah, the entire pipe in a vacuum. Yes, Kosho.
Okay, what reason at all would the top part of the pipe be releasing any gases? The only reason would be the energy of the
Don't ask
gases
me silly
themselves.
questions. Either say you got it, the experiment, or you don't got it. That's it, man. I don't want to argue
The
with
pressure
you.
inside and outside the pipe is going to be consistent with each other.
I don't care about the temp. I don't care about that. Can you demonstrate a 32-foot pipe in a vacuum? Yes or no, Kosho?
I don't have a vacuum, dude. I don't know
So
what you're
that's a
asking
no.
for at this point.
Okay, good.
I'm not even clear what the claim is anymore. I thought the claim was about the top part of the pipe being in the vacuum. The whole thing's
I was very clear from the beginning, Kosho. Don't play games.
It looks like the water would actually go into the vacuum.
Yeah. Absolutely. Or it would bubble. More accurately, it would bubble. It would outgas and disappear.
Gas up and go into the vacuum. Part went into this guy's vacuum already.
Yep.
And I mean, you're kind of saying the whole thing. You're saying, well, and then you got this pipe going into a vacuum. I can't explain it. You're like presupposing something.
Who's presupposing something?
We're not in an open system like that where you can put that into the. So they're saying it and going over it, and it's kind of nonsensical.
No, this all started with a gas pressure in a container next to a vacuum, blue thing, open pipe. Get it now? Has nothing to do with his tube over the roof, 33 foot of cavitation of water. Has nothing to do with that. He's just bringing it up, changing the story like they always do. That's what they do.
Okay.
Now, the reason why he's doing that is because he knows he can't show that.
I'm not sure what you're claiming, SC, as I've stated. I don't know what it is you're claiming at this point. I thought that they were claiming something totally different earlier. I don't know what you're claiming right now.
I think you're the only one in this room that doesn't know.
I don't know what you're claiming, SC. If you're claiming that if you put gases in a pipe in a vacuum chamber, if the gases are gonna get sucked out the ends of the pipe, they're gonna move. They're gonna move freely, just as they always were. There's gonna be no difference about being inside the pipe or outside the pipe. There's no reason to include the pipe at all.
What?
What's the point of having the pipe if both ends are in the vacuum chamber?
That's the whole point. That's Blue's thing. He says that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum. That's the whole thing here.
Where's the pressure in this vacuum chamber?
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
You're saying there's
Can you
gas
demonstrate this?
Where's
Yes
the
or no?
pressure
Don't
in this
ask me
vacuum
questions,
chamber?
man. Can you demonstrate this? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're claiming, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell to you. I don't even know what you're claiming. I don't know what to show to you.
I said it 100 times. I'm going to say it again. A pipe. Do you understand what a pipe is, Kosho? Open. Do you understand what open is on one end, Kosho? Filled with gas, Kosho. Do you understand what gas is, Kosho? In a vacuum. Do you understand what a vacuum chamber is, Kosho? Without the gases escaping. Did you understand that, Kosho?
Yeah, if the entire thing's in a vacuum chamber, and if the pipe had the gases in it alone before you put it in there and you open both ends of it, then yeah, they would dissipate away out of the pipe, of course.
I said one end. One end.
Wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if it was one end or two ends.
Okay, so go tell that to Blue, bro. That's what this whole argument is about. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum in a vacuum chamber without escaping. That's the whole issue here. Kosho?
Well, in the setup you described, yeah, it would escape.
Can you come up with a setup that it'll do that? What kind of setup do you envision?
One you just described. That's why that's the only one I have. Is the one you just described. Pipe in a vacuum chamber. You open up one end. There was pressure inside of it. Pressure now has room to escape. There's no pressure outside of it.
Okay, there you go. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're trying to explain to Blue. That's what Jeremy was trying to explain. So many other people, Witsit. I mean, how many people talked with Blue about it? I've been trying to tell him this for like 3 years now.
Is it possible Blue was talking about something different?
No. Everybody knows what Blue's experiment is, Kosho. Come on, man.
Then why would anybody bring up 20-mile straws?
That's Zanuck, bro. That's Zanuck for you. I don't know why he did it. Because Zanuck does stupid shit.
Well, no, in that example, it's completely different because it's not inside of a vacuum until you get up to the top of the straw.
Capillary go any higher?
Depends on the how narrow the tube is.
Not in the size of his tube, I don't think.
It's an interesting topic. I mean,
it's interesting, but physically it can't be done. There's no way around it. I mean, it's just simple physics. If you cannot demonstrate it, that means it's can't do it, can't be done.
the water goes up the vacuum anyway.
Well, actually, the water will boil in the vacuum.
So
I don't even think it would have time to travel. It would just outgas, no?
Right?
Everybody's seen those.
Yeah, and the gas just goes to the vacuum, like in the video.
Yeah. If it's water, it's going to boil off, turn to gas, whatever, and go into the vacuum. Yeah.
It's kind of showing that we're not having a vacuum above us.
I told you there's something special about 33 feet. It's called the cavitation point of water. Take water, put it in a tube, bring it up 33 feet, and it does a crazy thing. As a matter of fact, I bought a freaking tube, and I've been meaning to do it, and I don't have time to do it. I'm dying to do this thing. I want to see it for myself. You take water, you put it in a tube, you have a bucket of water on the bottom, you have a bottle of water on top, and you bring it up to, once it passes 33 feet, it's supposed to bubble, cavitate. I've seen it done, but I want to do it myself. It's another freaky thing about water.
Yeah, well, no, it's not freaky about water. It's the same freaky thing happens with mercury. It just happens at a lot lower height.
Yeah, it's pressure.
It's what you
can use a pump, and you can pump water really high.
It's the pressure, yeah. Now, why it does it, I have no clue. It also happens in the propeller of boats.
Must be the air pressure gets too low, boils the water.
Well, no, it's just
but it doesn't boil us. It does, like, you can go 33 feet up. You know what I'm saying? It's something to do with the tube, the confinement. I don't know. I have no clue.
The air. It's the same thing as if you had a scale or a pressure barometer. And you can measure the pressure at that same point. It would tell you it's 14 pounds per square inch. And if you got a tube that was a square inch, and it was a 40-foot tube, and you had one end of it in a lake or something, the air pressure, the same air pressure you just measured, the 14 pounds that's pushing all around everything is going to be pushing the water up that tube, and it can only push it up to where it measures about 14 pounds. That's why mercury barometers, they're thinner, of course, but they go up to about 766 millimeters. It's the same force pushing that up.
Yeah, I repeat, that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about something totally different.
Yeah, I'm talking about what we're talking about now, SC. What was just described, or why it pushes the water up.
Fair enough.
You just said you had all the tools to do exactly what I was just describing.
Yeah, I do. I got it too, but I want to try it for myself. Yes. Have you done it, Kosho? Have you tried it?
No, I've never done that.
Interesting, no? Amazing thing.
Yeah, it's what Torricelli used to prove to Galileo that the air has weight. That there's actually substance to the air, and it's there's actually weight. To use that exact demonstration.
33 feet. Mm-hmm. Nice number, huh?
Well, it's actually like 34 feet, but yeah, it's 10 meters.
Must have heard that number before somewhere.
Yeah, one atmosphere, right? In underwater, it's like 30 feet. In saltwater, I mean, in salt versus freshwater.
It's almost as if water was like the baseline, huh?
Yep.
If we didn't have 14, let's just play pretend we have 16 now. So would it go higher?
Yeah, I believe so.
So you see, Kosho, can't work the way you guys say. You can't have your magical sphere.
Why?
With an atmosphere next to a vacuum, for the reasons we just discussed.
What is the
and you can't say gravity.
The vacuum is nowhere near.
Gravity.
The vacuum is nowhere near the high pressure, dude.
You can go on believing, or you can just use logic and physics. It's up to you. I don't force anything on anybody.
Well, the boiling of the water demonstrates that, you can't have it.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, 33 feet is a special case in the confinement, right? But we're talking about a vacuum now. 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's a crazy number. It's a crazy number. Water boils instantly. Instantly. You're dead.
There's no water up there, whereas 10 to the negative 17 torr.
I wonder why.
Well, maybe you just explained why. The water's going to be down here.
Yeah.
No, the water's going to be fully dissipated and gassed off.
Yeah,
if there were water up there, that's what would happen to it, but you wouldn't expect there to find water up there because of what you just said.
But you would expect to find an atmosphere there?
Well, when you
which technically is part water?
Anywhere where there's 10 to the negative 17 torr, there's no high pressure next to that. That's the only thing next to that is going to be something slightly more. So 10 to the negative 16 torr, 10 to the negative 15.
Yeah, that magic. Yeah. Keep it up. The magic layer cake.
It would equalize. What do you mean?
Well, exactly. It equalizes at each. There's something called hydrostatic equilibrium, and that's the pressure which is acting outward, which would, it would completely equalize if that were the only thing acting on it. But the other thing acting on it is the downward, the weight of the atmosphere itself. So the thing that's giving it weight and the thing that's making it act outwards is pressure. Those two things balance out at every point. And so all you get is slight fluctuations at each level.
So what does that have to do with anything? You're saying that somehow the atmosphere magically layer cakes itself?
No, I'm saying
from minus 17 torr to 16, 15, 14, like a cake? Like, how does that work?
It's the same thing that happens in a swimming pool or the ocean.
Well, those things don't have a vacuum above them.
Yeah.
But they have more and more pressure as they go down. And the more and more pressure is being balanced out by the downward force of all the other water.
The analogy doesn't hold. I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's not an analogy. I mean, the hydrostatic equilibrium exists in water and in the air. It's the same principle.
It's not even close to the same thing, Kosho. I mean, nice try. I gotta hand it to you. You are giving it an all-out effort, but sorry, bro, you're just coming up short.
Well, what about water? Isn't that going to boil off if it's up there in those layers?
Well, when there's less, if it's somewhere where there's less pressure.
Well, we all seen it boil off here in a simple little vacuum pump that you can buy at any store. You plug it in, wait 5 minutes, the water's boiling.
That's right, where there's less pressure.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to tell you. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I just said to you. Yeah, when there's less pressure, it boils off.
Yeah, so if there's less pressure up there, how come we can have an atmosphere next to that? Hello, Kosho.
Because you're describing two different things, man. The thing that's next to the vacuum up there is not the high pressure atmosphere down here. There's a high pressure atmosphere down here, and next to that is a slightly less pressure atmosphere. It gradiates off.
That's delusional. You know you cannot demonstrate that. Once a higher pressure is next to a lower pressure, what happens, Kosho?
It has to equalize.
Instant, yeah.
There's no options like.
There's no exactly. There's no question.
How does
There's
it
no
go?
negotiations.
How does it go again?
Hydrostatic equilibrium.
I think he's describing like a density tower. Like everything is separated by their own density, so it would never go from high to low rapidly. It's always high, medium, low, medium, and high. There's always some density layers in between.
Yeah, it has a chocolate cake thing. They think happens. Yeah, which of course they cannot demonstrate ever.
I posted for you, SC, some basic hydrostatic equilibrium description. Look at it if you like or not.
Yeah. You can post that stuff, but still yet to explain what we're talking about here. You're talking about a high pressure system next to a vacuum, and you're saying somehow that high pressure system organizes itself in layers, less and less as it goes up somehow magically, and it comes to an equilibrium. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Well, you can't demonstrate that. As soon as that gate opens between the low pressure and the high pressure, you know what happens. There's no chocolate cake happening. It's instant. Wham. From high to low. You know that, Kosho.
There's a short description right there for you.
What's the matter? You can't use your own words?
I mean, I've said this to you just a second ago. I'm just letting you know I didn't make it up. It's a real thing.
So you think because somebody else wrote it down, I'm supposed to believe it now?
I'm telling you what the principle is because it's clear you don't agree with it, even though it's accepted by anyone who studies this stuff.
I know your story, bro. I know your layer cake. I explained it to you in detail. It just doesn't work. You can't show that anywhere. You can just say layers. But you can't show it. You just can't do it.
What if the wind brings up moisture too high? Then what happens?
That's what I'm saying. Those are the weather is the fluctuations in that equilibrium. When high pressures and low pressures aren't balanced, then that's when you get weather and stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. There's no extreme difference between the pressures, but there can be slight differences, in which case you'll get weather. But you're not going to get something like 14.7 psi next to 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's just not going to.
Why? Because there's an imaginary layer of atmos between you and that, right? Between those two
there's
extremes.
A lot of atmosphere.
You imagine there's. Sorry?
But yeah, there's a lot of atmosphere between those two pressures. So yeah.
What would happen if there was
down.
What would happen if there was like a high flow area, almost like a puncture between the two varying pressures? What?
Basically, you're describing an explosion, and that's what happens during like a nuclear bomb, for example, or any type of explosion. It creates a cavity, which the pressure will immediately rush in, and that's why you get those results from them, because that's an intense. There's an intense pressure next to near vacuum, and so that fills up, and you get a lot of chaos and all kind of shit.
That's where most people make their mistakes on explosions, like bombs. It's not the explosion; it's the pressure change.
So magical carpet, Kosho, from 10 to the minus 17 torr to atmos. Somehow the atmos layers itself, arranges itself, so it doesn't expose. So our atmos doesn't get exposed to the 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. Somehow it layers itself accordingly.
Well, the little demonstration with the pipe shows that that's not true.
It cannot be.
Wait, what does the pipe show that's not true?
That the water just boils off. You can't have air pressure next to a vacuum.
Yeah, but Mercury will do the same thing. Like Mercury it only goes up to a certain height.
What happens then? Does it boil off, or
Well,
the pieces come off?
There's not more pressure to push it up higher.
What does Mercury do when it's exposed to a vacuum?
I think some of it might evaporate, but most of it doesn't. Like whenever you're looking at a barometer, the top part, the empty cavity at the top, that's basically a vacuum. There's no air inside there.
So you have yet to demonstrate Atmos next to a vacuum. And in the shape of a sphere, may I add.
You're right about that.
You got that?
Oh yeah, I said yeah, you're right.
It looks like it does off-gas quite a bit. And I don't know, I guess it would boil away too.
Yeah, some of it boils away, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, your little thing is showing that you really cannot have a vacuum next to anything, at least liquid.
No, not all the mercury boils away, though.
Or gas, especially gas.
Yeah, I don't know about the mercury. That's what happens?
Well, I know some of it, like, is if you're saying that none of it would boil away, that's why I wouldn't say that, because there's some of it does boil, but for the most part it doesn't, and it's still existing there because that's as high as the pressure of the atmosphere can only push it up to a certain height in a flask or whatever barometer you have. But it's not because of the boiling away. It's because there's no force pushing it up higher.
The crazy stuff you got to come up with to believe in your model.
I
wouldn't want to do that.
I didn't come up with this. Like I told you, Torricelli used this principle to show to Galileo to prove that the air had weight to it.
Wonderful. Now show me gas pressure in the form of a sphere next to a vacuum, or in a vacuum, or next to a vacuum.
This little thing is interesting. I mean, you can tease a lot of stuff out of it, and it just doesn't, it shows that we're in,
It shows that we're in a realistic scenario that they brought up and they believe, and they refuse to question it.
Right. We do not have vacuum at heights. Look what happens if you have a vacuum at a height. It boils all your water and sucks all your water away.
Yeah. Demonstratable here, right here at 33 feet.
Well, two things is that there is the vacuum space or whatever is not 33 feet high, and there's no water. There's no water where the vacuum space is.
Oh, this is rich.
So that's not even a claim that's being made.
Wasn't I telling you that before when you brought it up, Kosho? Wasn't I telling you it's not the same thing?
Well, I'm just telling you that's what the vacuum is doing. Whenever you have the vacuum, whether it's 100 miles or 33 feet, the atmosphere is going to be what's pushing the water up the straw. So that wouldn't matter how long the straw was.
I gotta interrupt you. Once the water turns gaseous, I wonder how far it goes, or I wonder how far it can go.
That's a good question.
It's going to be in a vacuum. Hey, it might be able to travel a ways. It'll be in a vacuum.
Some of it might, but
it might reach the ends of space.
Well, the thing is, there would have to be pressure pushing it up there.
It might reach the great attractor one day if it's really, really lucky.
We got 14 psi sitting around right here. What do you mean?
Well, in the case of the straw, the 14 psi is already used to exert the water up that height. So there's not going to be, like at that point, their pressure is probably extremely low where the surface of the water is at the top of that straw. So I'm not sure how much further it's going to push the water vapor.
You ever see that big old pressure thing they have there with the big steel, the container there, the big steel door that NASA has, the vacuum chamber?
Yeah, I've seen that big one, yeah.
So they should be able to. It doesn't go near as 10 to the minus 17, but I think they can reach in that one 10 to the minus 6 or 10 to the minus 7, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure, yeah.
So they should be able to demonstrate some cool stuff in there.
Well, they show water boiling away at right on the ground.
Yeah. So they should be able to put, let's say, a man in a spacesuit, one of them spacesuits, and have him walk around, set up some stuff, set up an antenna, play some golf. No?
There'd be no reason to see him play golf, but they do have men in spacesuits in those things, yeah.
So you think before they'd go to the moon, they'd put him in there and have them practicing, like setting up the tools, see how nimble, how much dexterity that your hands have, being inflated in the pressure. And you'd think they'd have something like that, right? But they never did that, man. Never once did they think. Before they went to the moon, would you not think that they would test the spacesuit in a vacuum and see how nimble the hands are, if they were able to manipulate the equipment, turn the screws, set up the antennas and all the stuff there that they have to do, assemble the buggy? Wouldn't you think that you would test that in a vacuum?
You think they did not test that?
Absolutely. Not one shred of evidence. Yep. Show me.
I mean, I've seen plenty of tests of them testing it. You're talking about before the 70s, though. I haven't seen many videos of them testing it back then. But I don't see why they wouldn't if they've tested it since.
There's one video that exists, official. They show a guy in a chamber. They start the vacuum pump. Something goes wrong. One of the cables pops out under pressure. He falls down, and he says, just before he passed out, I felt that the sweat or the saliva in my tongue boil off.
Wow.
That's it. Yeah.
That's the only one you've seen?
Yep. And I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about actual testing, the equipment. See, like I said, I don't want to repeat myself, how nimble the gloves are if you're able to move them, maneuver them, build the equipment that you have to do on the moon. Not one test. Doesn't that strike you as odd?
What's going to make the spacesuit not be nimble, as you say?
That's not the question. Doesn't it strike you as odd they didn't do any tests?
Well, that would strike me as odd. But I think what you're saying is you've never seen them test this. I don't know why you were claiming that it hasn't happened, because other people have seen it.
Have you?
I've seen more videos than the one you've just mentioned.
Show me a video. Okay, and I'll stand corrected. Show me a video where they show them in a vacuum working on the Land Rover assembly, for example.
Why would they be doing that? Why would they be working on the Land Rover in a vacuum chamber?
Or anything. Show me an antenna. You mean you wouldn't want to test your suit? To see if you can bend down, if your knees bend, if there's dexterity in the gloves, you You don't think that you'd want to know that?
Yeah, but what?
How much
Why would
pressure to put
why
in
would
the
they need to
suit?
be doing that in a vacuum chamber?
You are joking now, right?
No.
You're kidding me now, right?
Why are you testing to see if you can move around the suit in a vacuum chamber?
They have pools.
It doesn't, though.
My God, man. Do you have a brain cell alive today or what?
The pressure comes from inside the suit, right? The pressure is only 4 psi inside the suit, 0 outside of it. If you wanted to test to see if you could move around in those conditions, all you'd have to do was increase the pressure inside the suit.
You're kidding, right? You are joking now.
No, dude.
You're going to send men to the freaking moon without testing them. You have the chamber, you have the facility, but you're not going to test under the conditions that you're going to go on the moon. You're telling me why. You're asking me why. You moron.
I just described the same conditions. You don't need to make a vacuum. You could just increase the pressure inside the suit by 4 psi.
Okay, I give up because I'm going to start calling him an idiot and a moron. Somebody else.
How are those two tests different?
Listen to me. You're about to send a man to the moon, right? Wouldn't you want to put a guy inside the suit, inside a vacuum, just to make sure?
Sure. Then to test to see if the suit worked. Sure. Make sure it was secure.
Did they do that?
Yeah, they did.
You got pre Apollo 11 moon landing footage of them in a spacesuit in a vacuum.
Yeah, I've never seen that pre Apollo 11, but
that's what you would need.
Well, no, yeah, that's what you would need for it to happen. But you're saying that because we haven't seen that footage, that means it doesn't exist.
I'm telling you that shit don't exist. Where's it at?
We have footage of the same thing since then, so.
Yeah, but you would need that. You would need to do that before you actually sent a man to the moon.
Yeah, but if we have footage of them doing it since, and they claim to have gone, why wouldn't that footage also exist from before that? Why would
I don't know. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Plenty of the training and stuff that doesn't. I mean, there's no footage of all that. It wasn't being fucking broadcast to everybody.
Dude, they record everything. They got the biggest film green screen in the friggin' world.
Okay.
Listen to me. They're obsessed with filming stuff. Right? I know they lose a lot of the tape. Nonetheless, though, they should have footage of this. Come on, man.
Oh, they lost that footage?
I mean, not to find this funny is just absolutely ludicrous. I just can't understand that.
Just
Kosher, like seriously, man. I mean, you're either on a payroll or
he's a troll,
you're not thinking
man.
clearly.
Every day here trolling.
Yeah.
Monotone voice. Wah, 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 wah. Why would they video it? Why would they put him in a vacuum?
Just I had this footage, and I don't know. I went out, and then I lost the footage. I just lost the footage.
We destroyed it, and it's painful to build it.
The thing that gets me with the Apollo 11 moon landing, though, was that you could literally see the hot spot around the area they were in from the closed studio lighting or whatever. But they fixed it on the next moon missions. But the Apollo 11 one, you could clearly see that it was the local sun because they were supposed to be in the middle of the moon when it was daylight. So there would be no reason for it to be dark anywhere near them. However, when you look off into the distance, it's very bright where they are, and then it fades out to darkness around them. Like it's clear cut studio lighting or whatever. It's not the sun.
To think that they're not going to practice such an important thing is like ridiculous. Like, let me give you an example. Even in military, right? When they want to bomb something or when they want to take over a country, like I give you an example. China wants to take over Taiwan. There's this port that they're going to start attacking. They built in the desert a complete replica of this port with the buildings exactly to specification. And they practice bombing the hell out of it with real ammo. Now, this is just one port. of one war. You're going to tell me the most important mission ever created by man, and they didn't practice it in a vacuum? The chamber that they have available, I call bull on that, man. I'll go all in on that.
Go all in? What do you mean?
I'll bet any amount of money that there's no way any responsible government did not do that, having the facilities available.
Well, I'd have to agree with you.
Okay, so where's the evidence that they did that?
In the chat?
In the chat?
That's right.
What you got there?
Just a video, what you're asking for.
Follow video.
Yeah, so I guess all your insults can be rendered validless, right?
Let me see what you got there.
Here's the footage of what you're saying doesn't existing.
Is that 30-second thing? Let me first see what you got. I'm not gonna judge it before I see it.
What do you got? A pre-Apollo 11 video of them testing the vacuum with a spacesuit in a vacuum?
It was June 1968, pre-Apollo 11.
Yeah. Wow, I can't believe they didn't lose that tape. Nice work. How do we know they're actually in a vacuum? What you would need to do is have like a bunny rabbit in a cage, or like a
Jeremy,
rat or
watch
something.
what he posted. Watch what he posted.
Come on, Kosho. Is this legit?
You're gonna blow
what?
your mind, bro.
Absolutely.
I can't watch it. Listen, is it legit or what?
You're gonna blow your mind, bro. I said it was that 50-second video. Well, it's 2 minutes. Yeah. 2-minute video. And it's not, just watch it and see, man. It speaks for itself.
Yeah, it certainly does.
I'm skimming through it. What does it show, Coach? A couple of guys in a little thing. I mean, what are they doing? What does it show?
Their suits in the vacuum chamber inside the capsule. The entire capsule and them inside the vacuum chamber.
It looks like fabric they have on.
Well, it's made of fabric. But I mean, I'm not sure what you're saying. But they tested this. They tested them in the suits. I think if you go to the very beginning of the video, you can see them wearing the full space suits.
Coach, so just in general, like I know that like you know the globe Earth and all that stuff, but why do you feel a need to like defend these guys? You know, because what if they are lying about what they're doing? You know, even if you do think the Earth is a globe and all that, I'm just wondering like why the default to just defend them at every stretch of the way.
I'm not defending anybody. Okay, somebody said that this footage doesn't exist for some reason. Not defending them by saying, you know, hey, these guys, they're okay, they're nice guys. I'm telling you, this footage does exist. I'm just telling him something that he's saying is not true. And
also, you didn't show me what I asked for.
Yeah, you
not even close, bro.
Yeah, I know. You want to see people playing golf in the gas chamber, dude. I know.
Not golf. I specifically said to work on the equipment that they were going to set up on the moon, and I specifically said the antenna and the moon buggy.
Yeah, there's no reason to expect that to exist. There's no reason for them to need to test them working on those things in the vacuum chamber.
You gotta be kidding, bro.
I've asked you why.
Like, you can't be seriously believing what you just said, bro.
Why.
The most important thing, you're putting men's lives in danger. You have the facility. You're not gonna test the suit if it works? Are you kidding me, bro? You're not gonna do that.
You don't need to do the exact thing that you're going to be doing to see if the suit works. You don't need to be working on an antenna in a vacuum chamber to see if it's going to be able to work on. You're going to be able to work on an antenna in the vacuum of space. You just need to make sure the suit works.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, you're just not thinking logically, bro. Or you're just arguing for argument's sake, but you have no logical leg to stand on? Zero.
You would want to do some dexterity tests inside the vacuum with the fingers to make sure you can manipulate tools and flaps and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think all of that. You would think all of that would be tested thoroughly. I mean, when they create like things like for submarines, every single item on a submarine is tested at multiple different ways, at different pressures and underwater and for waterproof, for all of that. They would test it. They're not just going to make new equipment and just sort of throw it on a submarine and see what happens.
That's what I'm saying. They did test them. They just didn't test them the way SE is suggesting. You don't need to test. You don't need to be inside of a vacuum chamber using the exact tools you're going to be using and the exact things you're using to see if the dexterity of the suit is up for it. The only thing that's going to determine the dexterity of the suit based on those conditions is going to be the pressure inside the suit. As long as you can test that you can add pressure inside of the suit that's greater than the outside pressure and you can still move just fine, then you'll be fine.
Well, Coach, that is a little bit like saying that you're testing a scuba diving suit without ever even putting it under pressure underwater.
No, that's what I'm saying. To test for the difference between 4 psi is not difficult to do. You don't need to be in a vacuum chamber to do it. You just need to introduce 4 psi inside the suit in the regular atmosphere.
Are those
do you agree that the footage and the testing of what they should have tested is kind of not available? You could still say you believe that they did it somewhere else, that they didn't release video, but it does seem kind of lacking, don't you say, compared to other things like aeronautics and marine equipment and so on, that this outer space stuff seems pretty limited in terms of at least what they give us in terms of testing and so on.
It's not limited. It exists. I'm telling you. That's why I was able to find that, because this footage exists. The stuff that's actually necessary to test for. The thing that SC is suggesting is not necessary to test for. But to test the dexterity of the gloves and this sort of stuff, and this stuff's available. It's just not in the context you described. That's not necessary to do it like that.
You can keep telling that to yourself, man. But there's not one piece of military equipment I can guarantee you that went in a submarine or up high altitude on a plane that hasn't been tested in a wind tunnel 100 million times. Well, let me not exaggerate, but you know what I mean. Tested thoroughly. So I don't know where you're coming up with these cockamamie ideas that the most important undertaking, arguably by man, was not tested. Sorry.
It was tested. There's plenty of footage.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So the footage so when you don't see footage, you call it fake, and when we do show footage, you say that's fake.
Okay. I didn't say it's fake. I said
everything for you is fake.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it sounds like everything that you think other people think is fake, but nobody said that.
All right, just saying that the moon landing footage, that's all fake, right?
Of course, but what's your point?
Yeah.
Why would you believe a bunch of fake garbage?
That is my point. You just call everything fake.
No, nobody said hold on. Nobody said everything was fake. That would be a straw man and a lie or a deception, whatever you're doing. Okay. There are things that are fake that people think are fake. That doesn't mean that somebody said everything is fake. And for you to try to apply that to everybody is some kind of a strange, slimy tactic that you're trying to use to categorize people because you seem to be behaving in a way that bigots behave.
No,
I just posted about 3 videos on YouTube of a vacuum chamber testing. There's plenty of testing out there.
You're better than that, Gio.
Actually, it's crazy that we're even considering any of this shit. When you really look at, I mean, we've scoured moon landing stuff for years now, and the fact that we're even taking the time to talk about it as if it could be real is giving a lot of fucking credit to it that we shouldn't. To be honest.
Yeah, that's why I got excited before. Yeah, it's ludicrous.
What's the official excuse that they came up with, or whatever, for the Van Allen belt thing? I forget. Was there ever a good excuse for that? How they went through
one
it
of the
without even
astronauts said, Alan Bean said, "Well, we didn't know about it, so it didn't affect us."
But is there something though that we were baited with that, and now we know how they got through it, and it was actually? I mean, I think the Van Allen belt could even be made up to begin with too. But I'm not assuming that. I'm not saying everything's fake. But if it is real, then how did they get through it? What's the official excuse? Anybody?
The official excuse, I heard 2 things. One is they shot straight up where it's weakest, they say, or the time that they traveled through wasn't enough to harm a body. I've heard those two excuses.
We
The
stopped
part they traveled
most
through?
radiation in the lab with paper, right? So
Which one? The alpha, beta, gamma? One of them stops. The paper can stop it, right?
yeah.
But not the other two.
Some of them you need water or fluid. You can use metals. There's all sorts of ways.
Like lead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the moon rocks that turned out to be petrified wood? Was that another baiting thing so that they could come up with something real, or was that? I mean, Russia pretty much declared it was petrified wood. The moon rocks.
The Netherlands, right? I think they gave it to. Yeah.
Netherlands. Okay. But that's never been really excused, right? Is there a good excuse for that one? What about the moon shadows? The shadows on the moon going in different directions. Do they have a good excuse for that one?
No, not really. No to neither of those. My favorite one is those pictures that they took. Oh, you want to talk about fantasy? Oh, they get triggered with that. Just mention the Hasselblad camera to them.
What about it?
Well, the Hasselblad camera didn't have very many modifications. What they did was they took the leather off of it. They painted it silver. They removed the viewer on top because obviously they couldn't see, right? It was on their chest. They couldn't look down. They enlarged the button to press because of the gloves. But what they didn't do was weather it for the vacuum. And like film, back then they used film, right? So the film had emulsion. Now that would have boiled off.
Hey guys.
Okay.
Gio, thanks a lot, man. I did come in hot, guys. Sorry about that. And Gio booted me and then unbooted, so I appreciate that. I did come in hot, and I apologize, guys. Thank you.
You deserve it.
No worries.
We posted several videos.
I didn't even know it was you. I thought you were fake.
We posted several videos though, exactly what was being described that doesn't exist. Exactly what I told you would exist instead of them testing it with a higher pressure and then testing the mobility. They did all those tests. All the tests and more than you can imagine. We posted all these videos, dude.
Don't make me look at the videos for nothing. Are any of them just showing what I said? Men in spacesuits working on the equipment that they would have to deploy on the moon. Yes or no? Don't make me look at them.
Yes, there is. I said that already. You're asking for
which one?
And I'm telling you, all they would require is that they have a higher pressure inside the suits than.
No, then. No.
And that's what they did.
So no, then. Just higher pressure inside the suits.
That's the same thing, SE.
Oh, man. I knew it. I knew it.
That's the same thing. That's the difference.
I ain't
between
watching your stupid videos.
The difference between inside the suit and outside the suit in space is 4 psi. And all they would need to do is add pressure inside the suit on Earth without going to a vacuum chamber to test the same thing.
So you didn't provide what I asked. That's what I thought. Thank you for saving me the time to watch the videos.
No problem.
What about the shadows on the moon, guys? What's the official explanation for the different angles of shadows on the moon with only one light?
The topography of the moon.
I'm telling you guys right now, the biggest thing with the Apollo 11, the biggest thing with the Apollo 11 footage was that all around them was super bright, and then you could see it fade out to darkness as the landscape went on. If they were really on the moon, the shit would have been lit up like a Christmas tree. There wouldn't have been no fading out to black or nothing. The whole shit would have been lit up.
It was the curve of the moon.
No, it fades, dude. You can see it fading out, bro. The curve of the moon doesn't make the sunlight fade out. That doesn't even make sense.
You couldn't have pictures in the first place. I just told you guys the film would not work on the moon.
I've seen. It's been a while since I looked at the moon hoax thing. The moon. I tell you, chaps, the moon hoax thing. I don't want to say conspiracy theory, but you know what I mean. That's a. I like that one. That's a good one because that's the one we can sink our teeth into. You know, I like it. I don't agree, but I'll still like it.
See the one where they do the Hasselblad camera?
Yeah, like I said, I've forgotten. I don't want to honestly. I don't know.
It's very damning. That one is very, very damning. That one alone, you know, they lied. Those crystal clear pictures in film technology, Kodak, not possible. Physically, not possible under those conditions.
Right. Well, it's a case of what you have to do then is you have to accept. Well, never mind. That's fine.
You have to explain the heat on the film. You have to explain the pressure, maybe radiation, you know, but it's questionable whether the metal may have deflected some of it. I'm not even going to go with
Dude,
that.
at one point, at one point, they changed a roll outside of the fucking capsule, outside of the LEM.
Yeah,
that's the only thing is that being a photographer, I'd have to look at all of those claims and see, you know, really study.
Bro, if you're a photographer,
yeah,
there's no way you're going to believe
photographer.
this if you look into it. I swear to you.
Yeah.
Look at the film. Look at the film they developed,
it would
and
be
you'll see.
It would be a well-known in the photography community. That would be a well-known thing. In our circles, it would be a well-known kind of meme, if you will. Oh yeah, that was possible because of etc. etc. You know, that would be something that would be going on for years and years and years.
Yeah, you're familiar with
possible.
You're familiar with Hasselblad cameras?
I am.
How perfect they are, how precise they are, how expensive they are.
They're expensive. They're handmade. The reason they're expensive is because they're made in limited quantities and they're handmade. Unlike they don't do Hasselblad doesn't operate factories.
Exactly.
Unlike most cameras, all cameras, pretty much.
Okay, I challenge you then, since you're into this, try to find blueprints or any modifications done if they pressurized somehow the film canister.
I'll tell you what,
and you will see they did not. It doesn't exist.
What I'll do is I'll look at the overall conspiracy again. You know, again, I'm sorry to call it conspiracy, but you know what I mean. It's just a quick way of saying it. The idea that they couldn't have used on the moon for whatever factor, I'll look into.
Yeah, check it out. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Is Gio in the room still?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
All right, I want to say thank you.
Yeah, it's all good.
Thanks, man.
Another thing you have to look into, since you're into cameras, I don't usually say this, but in order now, the cameras that we have now, right, point and shoot, the adjustments are done automatically when you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. The exposure, the triangle, the exposure, shutter speed. So the shutter speed, aperture, and ISO. Yeah, they're all done.
Exactly. So you know your stuff. Now, you know all that had to be done manually on the moon, right? With those cameras?
That would have been all done manually. I mean, that's what I used to do. I mean, before you had screens, and the camera would have basically a needle that would indicate the light level through the. That's what we had. Or you have a light meter. That's two ways. The camera would have a built-in light meter, and it'll just have a little needle in the viewfinder. Or you'd have a light meter external, so you could get the exposure. And I remember this when I first started in photography. I just look back at it now and think, how on earth did I do? I couldn't look at the pictures as I shot them. How on earth did I ever do it? I had to look at them. I'd look at them like 2 weeks later. How the
Exactly.
heck? So that would be
And you have to
interesting.
go in a dark room, take out the film, put it under in the chemicals, and then take that, put it in the enlarger. I've done all that. Then the chemical baths. Yeah.
I refuse to do the darkroom thing. I literally refuse to. I'm not doing that. So I refused. So most photographers
That's the only
say, "Oh,
thing I
dark
like,
rooms."
bro. That's the only thing I liked doing in high
Oh,
school.
really? Yeah. See,
Yeah.
people got into it. I'm like, it's a dark, smelly room, and if you make a mistake, you screw everything up. I couldn't
Yeah.
like the pressure. It was just I couldn't deal with it.
The
So I never.
liquids, right?
There's smelly chemicals. Oh, I
You
remember
gotta
the
go
smell.
from
I can smell
one
it
to
now.
the other to the other.
Yep. One little bath and the next little bath. It was just,
Yeah.
it was so caveman like. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. So I had other people. I've set foot in a dark room like twice and I've said no.
Okay, now that we're familiar with the chemicals and the chemical processes, right?
Yeah.
You know that how sensitive the film is, right? In the canister?
Yeah. I used, I'll tell you what I used. I used 70mm long roll on a camera that was the size of a bread machine. So I'm very, very familiar with the sensitivity film. And what you have to do is, because it was long roll, so instead of just like a roll of film, it was a long roll of film. 70mm, think about that. That's twice the size of a 35mm negative. And you had to put it in a little bag, open the can, take the back off the film canister, cut the film, da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, well, the film that they did for the Hasselblad, I believe, was double the size because they developed special film for more, like longer, for more exposure, for more pictures.
Right,
Yeah, they
so
made
they wouldn't have to change film. Yep, so they would do
as often. Yeah.
It's because it was used. Remember this, guys? Anyone's older than will remember. It was used to be 24 shots or 36 shots. Remember that?
Yeah. I told you I've done it in the darkroom from A to B, like from A to Z. I mean, yeah.
Right. I still have one of those little film cans. It's just made of plastic. It's black with a grey lid. Light can't get through it. Yeah. As soon as digital cameras came along that were any good, I jumped on it immediately. I bought the first 10D Canon 10D. That was 6 megapixels.
Yeah, so most people don't understand that now. It's digital. Click, you go, you plug it in your computer. But back then on the moon, it's all chemicals, and they would not survive on the surface of the moon. I think it's 10 to the minus 12 torr. No chance in hell.
Isn't there also like video footage?
But
yes,
film itself can basically, a camera can survive in a vacuum. There's nothing typical about it that needs pressure, because it's entirely mechanical. So the mechanism, like a watch, if you put a watch in a vacuum, it should still work. So I'm going to look into it essay. So
Yeah, check the film. The roll film. There wasn't digital then. It was chemical and plastic, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's all I ask, bro. Just look into it. You're a photographer, then you should be able to examine it even better than me, deeper than me. So yeah.
Yeah, I've like I said, I've been shooting since 1989, so way before digital, and then I got the first digital camera when it came out that was good. I haven't looked back. Here we go. Apollo Image Atlas, 70mm Hasselblad. There you go. They use 70mm film.
Told you.
Does anybody know whether fire can melt steel?
Oh no, please. Oh, God. Hey, what about them?
Feel a tower coming up.
What about them Red Sox? Squirrel.
Your mic's not working, yo.
It's honestly a really simple question. I'm not trying to lead anywhere, but I'm just wondering if
Yes,
anybody
you
knows whether
are.
fire can melt steel.
No, man, it is working.
No, I'm not. Don't assume my gender, please. So I'm assuming you guys would agree, right?
I disagree. I think
So if fire cannot melt steel, then how does steel get shaped into different shapes?
it can. It can weaken.
Like how do you?
It can weaken steel.
Yeah.
Can it?
Yeah, but we didn't take a blob of just iron, or steel. How do you shape that or elongate it or anything?
It has to do with
I
the
wouldn't say
temperature,
fire.
not just
I would
if
say
fire.
heat.
I mean, the only
Yeah.
reason I'm asking you guys is because you know more about science than the average person. So I need to because I don't understand how like the Tesla car or whatever that's steel made. How did they do that?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Tesla cars, that's molded.
Is it
pressed?
Did they use like yeah.
Giga press,
But
mate.
how does the
Giga
metal
press.
become so?
Wait, are you asking why
How
the
does the-
Tesla
how does
car
the
didn't
metal-
melt when it? Are you asking why the Tesla
I'm
car
trying to
didn't
ask a
melt when it
question
went to space?
as a follow-up to the press.
Oh, I thought
But are
you
you
were
asking
How do you get
why
a
it
metal
didn't melt
soft
when it
enough?
went to space?
I thought he was
Are you
going to
asking
refer
why
to the
it
Twin
wasn't
Towers.
melted when it went to space? Or are you asking how they melted the steel to make it?
I'm asking. The guy said you use a press to shape the metal. I'm just wondering, but how does the metal become soft enough to be able to be deformed? Like what do you use other than?
What's
a
about
press,
temperature?
obviously?
It's not about
Yeah.
fire
How do
not
you
being able to melt
increase?
steel
How do you
in
increase?
general. It's
How
about
do
the
you increase
temperature of the fire.
How do you increase temperature? You
Well,
start a fire or something?
What are you asking? Why are you asking this? Are you having 9/11
Why are you
argument
being
with somebody
daft?
else?
Yeah, that was going to head to
It's
the
pressure.
9/11 towers.
It's pressed in a press.
Just get to the point. Are you,
Yeah,
you
but
talking about like the
press
Twin
metal,
Towers?
it
How
just
did
becomes flat,
how did they collapse?
No, I'm just asking. Can fire melt steel?
Yes, it can. There's a incendiary device known as nanothermite. Nanothermite that cuts through steel within it reaches 4,000. Hang on, it reaches 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds. 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit in 2 seconds. That's
It's a
thermite.
pyrotechnic composition.
Yeah.
But
So
isn't
what if we-
pyrotechnic a fire?
And
That
thermate
creates
too.
a really hot fire.
Well, I mean, maybe thermite can do that. Thermite can make fire. Yeah, thermite. Or
No, I'm asking: is thermite used to create a fire, a small piece of fire?
No. It's used to bring down buildings. It's a proper.
Wikipedia is wrong, but anybody can change Wikipedia. So.
Yeah, that's right. No. Yeah, anybody can change it. See, thermite is an incendiary device which is used in bringing down buildings.
Let me ask you something.
The angles on the beams. The angles on the beams were cut at 45-degree angle.
Yeah, the shape
At least that's
charges
what
there.
they
No,
showed us. I don't know.
shape charges.
Sure.
Charges.
Sure.
There's that thermate too,
I
a
mean, that's not
stronger
what I'm
version.
arguing. I'm not arguing about.
Well, let me ask you guys a
I'm just
question.
wondering-
Can jet fuel with a fire applied to steel beams for a prolonged period of time weaken them?
That's
Okay.
tough.
Probably.
Weaken it to the point where if there's pressure, it'll just collapse and it'll cause like.
Yes, it's definitely possible because I've seen that done, but it wasn't with the heavy duty steel that was used in the Twin Towers. This was like a brittle twig stick of a steel thing, very thin,
And the fire weakened it, right?
Do that. To the grade that was used in the Twin Towers and building number 7, no jet fuel, no matter how long you do it, it wouldn't reach the temperatures to begin to buckle it or anything.
But you got an impact. You also have an explosion from the impact, right? You could argue that that's also a part of what weakened the beams too.
Well, there's a wing. There's a wing that disappears on the plane before it goes into the building. So it doesn't seem like the planes were even real planes, to be honest. That wasn't a real. That was news footage.
Yeah. The planes really didn't hit the
But
building.
then there's people that saw. There's footage, right? There's
no, they
footage.
didn't see a plane. They didn't see
You
a plane.
put one person, if you put one person in a crowd of 20 and you see the effect that the plane supposedly had, and he says he saw a plane, everyone else says they saw it too because they think they saw it because whatever reason. That could be the reason. That could be how they did it. It seemed like there was a lot of stills planted for that effect.
Another thing you need to hang on. Another thing you need to remember is that no plane parts were found from said United Airline planes and the American airline planes, Boeing 757 and 767. No plane parts were found from said planes anywhere.
New York has about 8 million
they found
people.
a plane.
You don't think
They
somebody
found
would
an
have?
engine from a different type of plane, right?
Yes,
and a tire.
I still stand by my words. No plane parts from those planes were found, like I said.
Yeah.
but
No,
they
not
did-
from those planes, right? They found
Yeah, but
they
they
found
did
an
find
engine that was
parts that the
placed, but see, all
CIA
that was planted. The whole conspiracy, I think
Yeah,
it was
but
all
he-
planted for us. The mistakes were made on purpose to troll us.
Absolutely correct. I agree with you 100%. New perspective, because you said that. You've always said that, and that's correct. It's not the first time you said that.
I found something
You
interesting
said that
here.
5 years
something.
ago.
I found
Go
something
ahead.
interesting here. Is something about related to strength retention factor, and at about 800 Fahrenheit or 400 degrees Celsius, the structure will start to weaken.
The steel, right?
And
not
going down.
not the Twin Towers. Not the Twin Towers.
Hold
Look,
on, just let him finish. Because steel
I'm talking about.
will get weakened. It doesn't matter.
I wasn't even done. I wasn't even close to done. And at 1,200 Celsius or 2,000 Fahrenheit, it will have no longer. It will be completely melted. So
Oh, yeah, of
about
course it will,
1,500 is roughly at the point where it's.
What does
close to
fire
being
with like jet fuel burn at? What temperatures?
750.
That is what I'm relating to here. It does at 1,500.
1,500.
Well, I don't know about that.
So
I think you'll
right
find
under
it's a lot less
like
than that.
0 is when it's completely melted. So at 1,500, it should be at 1 if the scale is, or I mean 0.1 when the scale is completely structural sound. Is,
The thing
1,
about
so
the thing about the jet fuel. The thing about the jet fuel is hang on a second, please.
1/10 the strength. Yeah, I wasn't done,
there
but
was
okay. But you
there
guys
was
can just
no plane
interject whenever you want.
Okay, when you fucking
Did you let him
there was
finish?
no plane. There was no plane anyway.
No, you
And
can't
if someone
say
makes-
that with 100% certainty because we don't know.
I
right?
can,
We gotta
I
be open
can,
to all
I
possibilities
can, and
here.
I
Are
do.
you sure to a
I
conclusion
can,
like
and
that?
I do. I will
You're not
say again.
open-minded.
I can. You keep talking, but I'm going to keep talking as well. I can, and I do because, as I
but
said
that will-
earlier, which
that will
you're
make
talking
you-
whilst I'm talking now. You're talking whilst I'm talking, and I haven't finished what I'm saying. So hear what I got to say, and then shut up and pay attention. Pay attention, will you? Like I said, no parts were found from said planes. No parts were found. That's why I can say what I say. Do you understand that? Have you processed that? Process it.
This guy can't.
Sake. No parts were found. So if there's no parts were found,
Well,
there are
a lot of people. There are a lot of people witnessed a plane flying into the building, though.
They thought they saw a plane.
And there's
It could
people
have been
that died in those
it
planes
could have been a
too.
drone. The fact
Okay,
is,
so you know what they actually saw.
I can't say what they saw. I can say what they didn't see.
Somebody
I
seeing
can say
it.
what they did not see. I can say what they did not see because no plane parts were found from said aeroplanes at the Pentagon, at Shanksville, and at the Twin Towers. And remember, building number 7 went down.
Are you sure
building
about
number 7 went down without being hit by a plane. By the way.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Building 7 though. But
Well, I am, though.
here it
I am.
says there's an article. Here's an article that says parts of planes were found all over.
Not from the Boeing 757 or
Okay, another plane
767. Those parts were not from the Boeing, not from those planes, and those were the said planes that were hijacked. Not only that, you need to remember this here. None of the hijackers, no one remembers checking them in. Hijackers, no one.
Well, there's footage of them, right? There's footage of them.
Yeah, well,
No,
if you're
that was not from
checking
the-
in thousands
Hello,
of people, then
Okay, if I may be able to speak, because you're just jumping in again. The images that you saw were not from the airport on that day. That's what you're going to learn.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But since you're an expert on recognizing plane
parts,
yes,
I am.
You can tell me which you can tell me which plane it is from, then, right?
I'm not an expert on planes. You know, I know some models, but I know that. Hang on, I know that when I listen to the experts who tell me that that is not from a 747 or 757 or 767, I'm going to be listening to them attentively to learn. So I learned from the experts.
Right.
And they told me that the parts
but are you that expert? Are you able to verify whether
why
they're...
are you still talking whilst I'm talking?
Are you able to verify whether they were telling the truth?
Talking? Well, I'll finish what I've got to say first.
Yes, you did too. You did too earlier, dude. You did too.
I will finish what you've got to say when I'm finished. Okay, now I'm
going to finish what I got to say.
The parts that were found were not from a 757 or 767. Carry on, please.
Oh, okay. So they just stranded some rare, random pieces of planes that are not the right type of plane, right?
They were placed there by the FBI and the CIA personnel were the ones who placed those parts there. The documentary that I watched said that. Back in 2004, 2005, yeah.
You know, anybody can make a documentary, right?
Well, you know, with the professional people in there, with their credentials, I'm going to trust them every day.
You can lie about their credentials.
Scumbag government that did it. That was an inside job. Look, residue of thermite and nanothermite was found at the World Trade Center sites. Okay, now how did the terrorists place those materials in the building number 7 and in the Twin Towers? How did they manage to do that?
How did the CIA do it? How did the CIA do it?
I didn't say that the CIA did the nanothermite.
No. But
not the nanothermite.
You talking about CIA?
I didn't say they did that.
CIA did the plane parts. Hang on. I can't even respond to you, man.
Yeah,
I can't even respond. So CIA planted the plane parts, but not the thermite. Am I correct?
That's correct. Well, you know what? Okay. Hang on. The CIA could have well done that. That's something I'm not aware of. But I can say this. Let me say this. The people who were in charge of the security company was Bush's brother and Bush's cousin, head of Securicom. They were the head men of Securicom who were in charge of. Hang on a second. Who were in charge of securing the Twin Towers and building number 7. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So there you go.
But
they had the access.
Just to clarify, you think CIA planted the plane parts, but not the thermite?
No. I'm saying that it's possible that they could have planted the thermite and stuff, bearing in mind who was in charge of the security of the World Trade Center site. Okay, the Bush.
But what I'm wondering is, if they're planting the plane parts, why wouldn't they just plant some from a 747? You know, they could just get a broken one and you can just take the parts from that. Why would they get a different plane?
You'd have to take that up with them. Don't take it up with me. The fact is, the professionals. Okay. Hang on. The professionals have said.
I'm not saying anything.
And we've seen it. Look, we've seen it with our own eyes. No plane parts were found from said planes. Okay, that's a fact.
Okay, it was a different plane, right?
There were 2 types of planes used: United Airlines, Boeing 757, I believe, and American Airlines, Boeing 767s. A pair, okay? None of those parts from those planes were ever found. No wings, no wheels, no engines. And the engines are indestructible, they said. You could not destroy them, so they should have been found, but they were not found.
Yeah, if just like the Titanic was also indestructible. I mean, how could a ship just sink like that?
Well, you know that the poor quality. Basically, the Titanic wasn't ready. The Titanic, it was substituted by a sister ship. That's the true story of that.
You know, there's a conspiracy theory about the Titanic too, right? That it didn't.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
I've seen.
There's actually multiple.
It's really.
There's also like a twin.
Yeah. That's correct. Now let me just go back to the thermite
and Britannic.
Yeah, let me go back to the thermite thing. The most powerful of the group is. Let me just go back and pay attention so you learn.
Hold on, real quick, Jim. Quick question: do you believe the planes were hologrammed? or they actually
I
printed
believe
them?
that they were hologrammed when we were looking at the film, the news footage. The news footage that we're watching, yes. Please pay attention.
You think they had that technology, though?
Why can't you just pay attention for a second? Pay attention, don't speak. Now, the
Ben,
most powerful...
if you can interrupt us, then we can interrupt you.
well, you're just interrupting again now. Look, the most powerful group of the thermite is the nanothermite. That goes off very quickly. Then you have thermate and then thermite in that order. Okay? And all three were found on the World Trade Center sites. All three. Thermite, thermate, and nanothermite. All found. Okay? Residues. In 90 tons of dust, they were found.
So what would be the point of bringing down the towers?
The thermite.
Okay, I can give you the reason the towers were brought down. I can give you the reason the towers were brought down. Larry Silverstein.
I want to respond to what you were talking about first.
Okay, go ahead.
So I can get a chance to speak. Yeah, the site that was talking about thermite, it says not secured. So you could potentially get a virus if you use that website. I was saying one of the websites that I was talking about thermites being found is a non-secured website, so you could get viruses if you use it.
Yeah, I'm not
just a warning. So don't.
I don't need to do. Yeah, thanks very much.
If it has any links, you should not click on them.
Yeah, I have my own.
You mean okay
anyway,
with an iPhone or a Mac?
Yeah, let me just finish this point off with the thermite thing that he was talking about just now. What was your question again?
Hey, huge Janus, are you in family with a big ass Janus?
It's Janus.
Oh, is it really your name? It's not, right? I mean, it's huge Janus. Come on, it's not. That's a fake name. Fuck you.
Huge Janus.
Love it.
That is his real name, by the way. He showed me his ID, and I can confirm that is his real name.
I gotta see his driver's license. I gotta see your driver's license. I don't believe that.
Janus.
Now, the NIST model that they showed how the building came down, the NIST computer model, for building number 7, they said that girder number 79, due to this new phenomenon known as thermal expansion, expanded off of its mounting and then initiated this progressive collapse, okay? A progressive collapse of the building. And you see the model where the left side of the building starts to crumble first, and then slowly but surely the rest of the building follows suit. But what we actually see, reality now, is we see what's known as a global collapse, where the length and breadth of that building came down at free fall symmetrically into its own footprint. Okay? So the NIST report is faulty, and they're being sued for that. Because they're being asked to release the programs and the method that they used to make that program, that model. And they've been really reluctant at the moment. But that's where we are at the moment with NIST. The FBI is being sued because they didn't look into the thermate, and nanothermite request. They said they would, but they didn't. So the FBI are being sued. Okay? FEMA is being sued because they support the narrative and they haven't produced their scientific evidence. So they're being asked. So there's a lot of lawsuits going on as we speak. Not only that, some of the people who lost their loved ones are asking for the case to be reopened because the explanation as to why their loved ones died didn't match how the body parts that was left behind. They were blown to pieces. And they want to know how that can be. If it was flames, fuel, jet fuel and that, how comes my loved one was blown to pieces? All I have is bone fragments. There you go. Cyril Waite, who is a forensic pathologist, said that they had a very good case. The man that was asked to look at the Kennedy assassination and the magic bullet theory and everything else. And he said that the loved ones have a case to answer for. So great. There's lots going on. Lots of professionals in this, by the way. If you're really interested in the truth.
Yeah, a lawyer said that they have a case. Now we should sue them.
No, he said, yeah, if you've got a
Sue the
case, then you've got a
government.
case to sue. Then you've got a case to sue, of course. Sue the government. Yeah. That's what he said. If you've got a case, that means you've got a case to sue. Well, why else would you have a case? You have a case for reopening the case, and then getting the truth to come out. That's the whole point. And then you sue the relevant people once they find out.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention if you were talking, Jin. I was reading the comments there.
Well, that's okay. I was just saying that they've got a case to sue because that's why they have a case in the first place. That's why you're pursuing it.
Then why haven't they sued?
Yeah, they are. They're in the process of having the case reopened in the UK and in the US. It's just that the government, all the authorities in charge are deliberately and willfully dragging their feet and throwing in legal obstacles which are being dismissed and dispatched as time goes on. Yeah, that's why. Just been a legal.
So Jen, when the people filmed the plane crashing with their mobile phones and video cameras and whatnots, how did the government fake those?
Well, we don't know.
Did they have like 1,000
hang on a
different
second, you
people
see.
filming?
We don't know if indeed that what we saw was that individual's camera, because again, CGI could be used. That's what you've got to remember. CGI. Remember, plane parts were found.
Yeah, but the person
There's
owning the
multiple
original
people
video would be like, hey,
submitting
someone
videos.
took
No
my video and
plane
edited it.
parts were found. I don't
People are
know
submitting
that
videos,
person.
yes.
I don't know that person. Very conventionally placed to be
But
filmed.
still, you're very confident that their videos were CGI'd.
I'm very confident in that. I'm very confident in that. Yeah, definitely. Very confident in that. Knowing what can be achieved with CGI, I'm very confident. Yeah.
You sure had a lot of questions, but I'd like to ask you something now. You say there's personal videos. So if someone was to pull this off, right? Don't you think they would make those videos? I mean, you don't seem very smart to me. You can't figure that out.
You don't think 8 million people would have said, wait a second, we didn't see a plane out of 8 million people that live in that city?
You don't think after two planes
Yeah, but not 8 million people
you don't hang on,
Hmm.
hang on, Jen.
There's
I mean, I
multiple
haven't talked at
accounts
all.
of people
Yeah,
fucking
y'all are-
seeing it.
Yeah. You don't think after two planes hit buildings and everybody wouldn't have their cell phones out and would have filmed the plane running into the Pentagon?
Also, it's a nonsense point in the first place.
No,
like, how
it's a
big do you
different
think?
place.
How
It's a
okay?
different place in
I was
America.
talking. How big do you think New York City is? Like, do you think everyone in New York City would see the same thing?
Are you talking to me?
Oh, whoever said 8 million people didn't see planes?
I said
I mean,
there's 8 million people in New York. Somebody would have been like, oh, wait a second, we didn't see anything.
Yeah, loads of people in New York are saying that.
But then there's multiple people saying that they saw something. So
then
you
your
call those
point's
people
moot.
crazy?
Your point's moot, then, isn't it? Because it's not all 8 million people. Which would be ridiculous anyway. I live in London, right? And if something happened in South London, okay, cool. So I'll halfway through the sentence again.
What I meant is,
Let him talk. Let him talk.
You may or
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, London.
yeah.
Sorry.
All I was saying, yeah, is I live in London, and if something happened in like South London, nobody in North London would see it. Most people in South West London wouldn't see it. Most people in South East London wouldn't see it, and the majority of South London wouldn't see it. And there's only about 9 million people in London. I don't really know what your point is.
But the other point is, if they were pulling this off, right, all this would have been accounted for. They would have plants. They would have people saying certain things and drumming people up in crowds and having videos. I mean,
oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
of
course. They would have thought this through, right? If this was the biggest orchestration of, building collab, they would have already thought that through.
It was executed with military precision. Okay, It was executed with military precision, is what they say.
Okay, I don't. Jin, your declarative, whatever. It's awesome. Never mind.
Declaratory.
Declarative, yes. The confidence I like. So it's not out of the sea. That's the thing with that. Again, second one, or Kennedy. Those aren't out of the question. Those aren't unreasonable conspiracies that are completely implausible. I have to agree. I wouldn't.
You think the plane was CGI? You think the plane was CGI? Hugh Janus?
No.
Okay. That's what some of them are saying here. There was no plane. Nobody saw. There was just plants that saw the plane.
Just various theories.
Like if you told me, okay, planes didn't hit the building, but they took it down with thermite because planes were not enough. But there was actually planes that hit the building. That would be more reasonable, guys. But saying straight up there's CGI, come on now.
Different plane.
Come on now. Like that makes you a little bit.
Like the fact there's no consensus means there is a lot of unclarified quote unquote evidence here.
There shouldn't be a consensus. It should be going by the facts. The facts should donate.
Exactly, Jim. But people have
truth.
different facts. There are people who agree with you, who still disagree with
people
you.
Don't
some
have,
people are saying there are no planes. Some
people have
different
opinions, not facts. The facts are what they are. No plane parts were found from said airplane. Okay, that's fact.
Yes, the facts are what they are.
Huh? Okay, but hold on. I thought you said it was military precision.
On the facts.
Wait, but Jin, I thought you said it was done. Yeah. It was that hoax was perpetuated or was carried out with military precision, but they didn't put any plane parts there.
And I'm referring to the missile they used at the Pentagon. Whatever they used at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where they
that must have been a really big missile because that hole was huge.
It wasn't that very big. Don't worry about that. But it was definitely
who said they didn't find any plane parts?
It was not a Boeing 757. That was for sure. It wasn't a Boeing 757. But anyway, and then the precision.
Potentially used the same parts in the same planes because that never happens.
Jin, who said they found no parts?
No one said that. Jin said that they didn't find the parts from the plane that was supposedly flying on the ground zero. That's what he said. He didn't say that there were no parts at all.
At any of the sites. Any of the sites. Yeah, that's correct. It's been well said. If you watch the documentary, The New Pearl Harbor, it's 4.5 hours long. Beautiful. I've watched it 3 times because I love it. Watch it. Learn. You want to know the truth, you'll invest the time. I'm confident.
I know. I don't.
I'm one of those guys. I look after my health, and then I do the research. I attend to my family.
Yeah, but you're jumping into conclusions.
I do all this, and I speak to the people on the streets.
Jin,
you're not open-minded though. You're just jumping to your conclusions. And that can be misleading.
I don't make conclusions, sir. No, I don't.
Yeah, when you jump like the way you do, that could lead you to.
No, I do not. I do not
operate to mistakes many times.
That is a baseless claim you make, sir.
Jen, you're interrupting him. Jen, stop.
I don't have to hear it here. I don't have to. That's my choice.
You have to hear
my
other people
choice.
talk too. You cannot be the only one talking.
I do let people talk.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You've interrupted everybody who's been talking to you.
Shut your mouth, mate. Shut up. I listen.
Look at you, man. That's not an argument.
Jin,
listen to you lot. I listen, and I dismiss your gunk and junk very quickly.
You're not listening. You're dismissing it before they're even done talking.
I'm listening.
You have to be able to.
And I am dismissing immediately.
Deep breaths, Jin.
In one ear,
deep breaths.
This is
You're getting.
Breathe.
This is how.
Just breathe.
This is how Jin does it.
In one ear, I do that. I do the. I do my.
I know.
Breathing exercises. I love it.
This is Jin's thing.
Remember, I can still do the pike. I can still hold myself up with one arm and bring my legs up to my waist. One arm pike, okay, on a bar.
Well, I've got a nephew in the Navy.
In the Navy.
That's Jin will recognize that one. What I heard that today. to American audiences,
Yeah,
Jim, I've adapted. I've got a brother in the army. To I've got a nephew in the navy. Because I have.
I've got a
But I haven't
sister
got
in
a
the Air
brother in the
Force
army.
now.
There you go. So in the UK, if someone says I could do something or I've got something, you say, well, I've got a brother in the army, which is meant to sort of.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, you've got that. Oh, great.
Rebuttal
Yeah.
instantly.
But Americans don't have one of those things.
People are saying, but what it is that you're not privileged. I interrupted there. I was just going to say that I do listen to what people are saying, but then again, you know, some of you guys haven't seen the material that I've seen. It's clearly obvious. That's what it is. It's
I've seen all of it, dude. That's why I'm able to debunk it.
You haven't
I
seen
was
the
fooled by it when I was
4.5
like
video
14,
that I
dude.
mentioned.
When I was
4.5 hour
14, I
video.
watched all that shit and I fell for it, dude. And then I got older and I realized the argument didn't make sense. That fire can melt steel. The thermite is creating fire. Fire melts steel, dude.
You were 14
It just sounds
as well,
like
and he was 14.
when you're saying, sorry, when you're saying I debunked it. You haven't. You've just said nuh-uh a lot, and I'm not even a guy who's necessarily like a 9/11 truther or whatever. Like, it's not an argument that really I care about. But so I feel like I can look at this a little bit more objectively because I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't give a shit. But just saying nuh-uh isn't debunking anything.
Where in the UK are you, Crypto?
I said about 5 minutes ago I'm in London.
Oh, that's right, you did. I'm sorry, you did say that. Sorry.
What specifically are we
London quite
debating about 9/11? Just the buildings falling apart?
Well,
so does Jim.
No, I started
Well, there's
conversation
people
asking if
We
fire
both know
can
the
melt
city
steel,
like
and I
the
didn't
back
get
of
an
our
answer
hands.
from no one.
Well, Jin says there's no planes that hit the buildings, so I was, and somebody else said that too. It was like that it's CGI.
You guys saw the original newscast that's been pulled from the helicopter that shows the glitch with the plane? The nose of the plane comes out on the other side.
Yeah, comes the other side of the building. CGI, yeah.
I'm not going to say that there was no planes definitively or anything like that, but yeah, one of the original newscasts from the helicopter definitely shows the nose of the plane go through the building.
Yeah.
What's that? Is anyone talking?
The way those buildings were constructed, the planes could never have gone into it. Would have hit the building and then collapsed and then dropped down to the ground. Gone through and entered.
Wait, other people?
And also we have it from the air controllers and who know about speeds of aircrafts. They couldn't fly 500 miles an hour at that altitude. The turbulence would be too much. It would rip the wings off. Apparently.
If it plummet toward Earth, you can do it quite quickly. But Rakia,
Low
you're saying
altitude like that would be
40,000
dangerous for those
gallons
planes.
burn up really quickly?
Flash explosion, yeah, but like I said, no
I'm
planes
talking
hit.
to Rakia. I'm talking to Rakia here. He posted at 40,000, jet fuel burn up quickly. But we're talking about over 40,000 gallons of fucking jet fuel here. It's not like it just immediately evaporates.
Well, wait, doesn't jet fuel doesn't it burn around like the top degrees that jet fuel reaches like 1,500 and still takes like 28 or 3,000?
Yeah, but that amount of heat can definitely weaken steel, plus a huge impact.
I can pull up the sources here. Steel is structurally sound at 1, right? Jet fuel burns about, let's say, 1,500, right? The chart would say that the structural integrity of steel will drop down to 0.1. So that is 1/10 of the strength. Would make it easily collapse if it has tons of concrete on top of it.
No, that's wrong. That's not the grade of steel.
You don't like the argument.
And not the grade of steel that was used in the
It's
Twin
true,
Towers.
but it wouldn't cut like butter.
That's the problem.
What? Can we all calm down? Can we calm down, man?
Yeah, I'm calm.
Well, some people are just like, let's all just stay chill. Man.
Yeah, all I'm trying to say is that not with the grade of steel that was used in the building number 7 and the Twin Towers and the way they were constructed. Listen to what this.
Hey, bro, stop interrupting. Man. It makes the whole conversation
Jin keeps
get way.
interrupting too, man.
Okay, well, I'm not.
Let everyone have their turn.
Right. Let's just all stay calm. Wait, can I jump this? Let me throw this out here as the moderator, okay? So the best way to do it is everyone tries to keep their point concise, and everyone tries to respect each other enough to not interrupt and calmly respond. I know sometimes we get clips because I just like to address this because it helps. Sometimes everyone wants to sometimes everyone wants to be the person that responds next, and so it kind of results in interruptions. But just all try to be respectful and concise. Thanks.
Right, I'll carry on where I left off, and that is the architects themselves said that you could first of all, the NIST report stated that in the building, in particular building number 7, the fires did not last no more than 20 to 30 minutes in each room because the combustibles would have all been burnt up. Okay, that's in their report. Okay, so these steel girders and beams respectively could withstand 2 hours before they start to weaken and 3 hours for the girders. But the fires did not last 20 to 30 minutes. So there wasn't enough temperature within the fire to start to weaken the steel anyway. And by the time, my last point here is by the time the building 7 collapsed, the fires were out 3 hours before. Carry on.
Talking about number 9 maybe here? Here, look here. A standard house fire can reach temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees.
Okay.
That is the same as jet fuel, pretty much.
Yeah. But wait, everyone here agrees the official story isn't true, right?
Even if the jet fuel disappeared immediately, which Rakia would say, the fire would still be going at the same temperature.
The fires.
Hey, Jen, this guy is talking.
We're not talking about building 7. We're talking about the ones that were hit by the planes.
Yeah, I'm lagging. Sorry.
It's all good, but it just makes everything escalate, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
Go ahead, man. Finish your point.
Your mic is really low.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're coming in kind of low, too.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I can't hear him at all.
Yeah, you might have to
the
leave.
official story sounds pretty good, right?
Nothing.
Okay, so I'll just so just as a macro, there are some people in the room that believe the official 9/11 story from the government.
Yeah, of course they do.
Wait, I just want to hear. I want to let someone else answer it.
Not necessarily saying I do. I'm just trying to argue. Sorry.
Do you have headphones or anything?
To advocate for the being.
Yeah, you're lagging, brother.
Yeah, you're lagging and really low. Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason I'm interested, so many innocent people died. It triggered an illegal war in Iraq. Hundreds of children died, uncles and aunties and whatever. People died unnecessarily, and now they've been contaminated with depleted uranium, and that is a concern for me. I'm concerned about that.
Well, let's see if we can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see if we can get some common ground, right? So we all agree that they originally said there were weapons of mass destruction, and that turned out to not be true. And so the main selling point to go over there was actually false. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Yeah. And then some of the said 19 hijackers were still alive in Saudi Arabia. They were not even on the scene.
You're talking about the plane? I disagree with that.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of things that are really crazy that, you guys realize that they said that on the same day, at the same time, the military was coincidentally running a drill to simulate what would happen if terrorists hijacked a plane. And so the radar assumed the planes off route were actually part of the drill. Did you guys know that?
Okay.
That's the official story.
Yeah, that they were simulating big planes attacking the Twin Towers buildings. Exactly that. That event, they were practicing it up in Canada.
No, well, in the United States was running a drill not specific to the World Trade Centers, but so we would all have to say that if that was true, that's a pretty inconvenient coincidence, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what they said.
Yeah, their explanation as to why they weren't able to intercept the planes faster was the people working the radars assumed it was part of the drill going on that same day.
For oil too.
They kept asking, is this real world or real time?
So that's a pretty crazy coincidence, right? I mean, another one is that
The
of course,
military's always doing drills, but
yeah, but not that specific drill. But
we
okay.
don't know. We don't know like if they were doing that specific drill or not.
Well, they said they were.
Who said?
The military, the government's official story.
The Pentagon. That's what they said. They
Was
were
the
asked.
biggest
They were doing a drill that day.
They were asked in Congress. They were asked why didn't they respond, and they said they were running a drill at the time. I've forgotten the name of it. I've forgotten the name of the drill. But the radar operators kept asking.
So let me ask you something. If it was staged, wouldn't them saying that be kind of dumb?
Whilst I was talking, you were asking something. I was saying that the radar operators were asking whether it was real time or exercise. They kept asking that.
Yeah, the radar operators wouldn't have been in on it, so it wouldn't be dumb for them to tell the truth, right? But I mean, anyway, just I don't think the argument, but there's no way anyone here can prove one way or the other. So it's kind of you choose. Like, do you think that is a coincidence or not? And
I think planes hit the building for sure.
Oh, we're just talking about the official story overall. That's part of the official story.
No plane
Also,
parts were damaged, I think.
the September 10th, 2001, Donald Rumsfeld came out and informed the American public that just over $2 trillion was mysteriously missing that had not been accounted for.
$2.3 trillion. $2.3 trillion.
Have you heard the full or seen the full transcript of Donald Rumsfeld's bit on that?
No, I know he said $2 trillion was missing.
Yeah, but like the sentences,
2.3 trillion.
The 2 or 3 sentences leading up to that, what he's actually talking about is bureaucracy and mismanagement. Or bureaucracy and mismanagement by the Democrats. He's saying that we've got these really bloated and ineffective government institutions that don't receipt properly and they don't have a good account of their cash. And then he finishes up with there's up to $12 billion unaccounted for. He's not saying suddenly $12 billion has gone missing.
$2 trillion.
That's the thing. People read like the last thing and then they make conclusions.
Well, I bet if I had got to actually say my full point, then you maybe would have saved some time. So, anyway, it was actually $2 trillion, and the point that makes it a coincidence is that the area that documented that money was the very area of the Pentagon that got hit the next day. I'm sure about that.
You know where they have the records of the money that they've lost and don't have records for, and it's in a particular room.
That's the official story.
That's what they said, and in building number 7 as well.
That's the official story. Building number 7 had CIA, NSA, and FBI information in it. Yeah.
Yeah, when the Enron.
Yeah, it's not like they could just use a giant shredder. So instead, let's fucking light a building on fire, costing us more money than we could have lost. You know?
Power scam.
I mean, if there were really secret documents there, if there really, please, if there were really secret documents there, they could have just get a fucking trailer and drove them out to the desert and light them on fire.
Well, that's illegal.
You understand what I mean? I mean, blowing up a building to get rid of some documents sounds like
to go to war with Afghanistan, not even Iraq. Afghanistan. No. It was Afghanistan.
Why are you guys invoking such emotional, random? I mean, okay. It's just yes, you think it. Either you think it's a coincidence.
Why do you interrupt every sentence?
Either you think it's a coincidence or you don't, right? That's really all there. It's not a big deal. We don't have to get all worked up. We don't have to get all worked up about it, man.
It's only a coincidence. The time when I was a truther, that was a very big claim, and I was never ever able to find an official source for it suggesting that particular quote of the 2.3 trillion or whatever it is, and the office that was in the building had anything to do with one another. All I'd ever seen was just by inference. Oh, he said that 2.3 trillion went missing, and there is some, listing there that's a front for the CIA or something like that. It was never. This is where those documents are hidden.
Well, that area was the accounting area of the Pentagon, dude. What?
But it's not Pentagon funds that are missing. It is government.
The funny thing is,
undocumented funds, like they've spent on Christmas party balloons and haven't accounted for it, and they've just done, billions and billions of those little interactions.
It was military black ops. It was military funds that was missing, over $2 trillion, and the record keeping where it was done, the accounting office was where the explosion happened. That's the coincidence that we're talking about.
Right. So either it's a coincidence or it's not. So.
All I'm saying is the thing that would make it a coincidence is some evidence that last statement is true, that was where they were doing the accounting on that missing money.
That's what they told us. The government official story is that's where the accounting offices were. You think we're just making this up?
Yeah, the government said this.
I looked for it, and I've been unable to find anything that supports
Okay, well, never mind.
Whatever.
I'm
well,
gonna
see,
give
you see how
I'm gonna
hard it
give
is
you
to
a-
even get through the list of the official story. I mean, it's crazy, bro. I'm just saying, the best way to have this conversation is to figure out where everyone is and make sure that make sure everyone actually knows what the official story was before we debate whether or not it's true.
Yeah.
Right. But that's the thing that made me stop being a truther, and that was when I started digging into things like this. I never really got to the bottom of the 2.3 trillion missing, but when I started digging into
Does that mean you're a liar?
Or the melting steel beams, every time it turned out to be more complex and less coincidental than it seemed when I was a truther.
Okay, well, I would suggest never stop being a truther, as in, like, you should always just pursue the truth. But I understand how you're using. I understand how you're using the term, man. Like, if you don't just impulsively assume I'm going to try to say something bad about you, then this conversation will go better, man. Like, I understand what you're saying. I'm saying you should still always be open to seeking truth, even if it's not popular or was someone we were deceived about. Right?
Anyway, that's why.
What did you think you know the truth, and you're following a lie?
Hang on. That's why Loose Change chose that title, because they lost $2.3 trillion. Okay, somehow, and Donald Rumsfeld's response was rather flippant and blasé. That's why Loose Change chose that title. It was like Loose Change; they just lost it, no problem. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, let's just all stay chill. So
I'm chilled.
I know. I'm just saying, everyone, if we'll just stay chill, man, it's not a big deal. So, like, another one. Does everyone know about the dancing Israelis?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, and their little van.
What's that, Mister?
So there were a group of Mossad agents from Israel. That's like their CIA, basically. There were Mossad agents that were dressed up in disguise in like a mover's van, and they were parked on the roof across from the World Trade Centers, and they actually have pictures of all of them holding lighters up above in front of the building, smiling, and pictures before it happened. And then someone called them in. If you want to hear it, then I have to be able to say it, So then, yeah, you can actually. It was released via the Freedom of Information Act. So anyway, then someone called in on the van and reported suspicious activity. They got pulled over, and they were found to be Mossad agents. They all had large sums of cash on them with plane tickets to go to different places around the world. Each person had a ticket to go to a different place. They refused to take polygraph tests. Their stories didn't match. And then I'm almost done. Then they contacted Israel, and they just sent them back over to Israel. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So much to go on there. First of all, do you have a source for the picture? First of all, and second of all, how do you know that just because it did that they have anything to do with the buildings? And
I didn't say that. You're being very dishonest.
The picture on the side of the van.
Yeah, so anyway, the picture was released via the Freedom of Information Act. Have you ever researched that? Have you looked for the picture, or are you just assuming the picture's not real?
This guy's just trolling. He's been doing the same thing for an hour. He started with Jim. He came in real hot going, does fire melt steel? And he's been doing the same thing ever since. He's being dishonest with everyone.
Rock. Yeah, I'm not fucking talking to you, bro.
Yeah, I know who you're talking to. I heard what you just said did to Witsit.
Come on, don't be kids.
Yeah, just
we can
keep
have
it
a conversation, but yeah, just
do you have a source? Yes or no? Just say no if you don't have it.
I said I'd have to go find it. It's been many years. It was released via the Freedom of Information Act. I have, in fact, seen the pictures myself. Yes.
This one I have seen. It absolutely is the case. The only thing I remember differently, and this is going from like memory from 10 years ago or something, more than that, is that I don't remember any mention of them being there before the attack, that they pulled up in the van as the first plane hit, and then they were dancing and cheering as the second plane. Their only explanation of that is the bit that you need to add to this story. That they've been working in the US, trying to alert the US to the threat of Islamic terrorism, and it's been falling on deaf ears. And they know that in that moment, because it was so clear that it was a terrorist attack, they were like, this is pretty much definitely Islamists, and that means we're going to now have a giant, powerful military superpower on our side in this war.
Gotcha. But of course, the pictures were taken before the towers collapsed. So, of course, they were there beforehand. And one of the ways, they don't know exactly how long they were. There was pictures taken where they're flicking a lighter in front of the trade centers while they're still intact.
Why would they do that? Like, why would they ask to be caught?
What?
Dude, you gotta ask yourself, why the fuck would they do that? Why the fuck would they stand in front of the building they're about to explode and have a fucking lighter in? Is it the American government or Israel who has done this? I don't understand.
Well, see, you're jumping ahead and you're trying to act like we're making claims we're not making.
I'm asking you the questions. I'm not jumping ahead, dude. I'm asking you if you know it or not.
I'm not claiming who did it,
claims,
okay? I'm not making claims, I'm stating facts. I'm stating
but you can't
facts.
back those facts up with fucking sites.
Okay, I can. I'll go grab them for you in a second. The fact that you think I have to sprint to get you 9/11 information. No. So
here we go. I've got a link on it. Chill, guys.
Okay, thank you. So, and the last final part that's interesting is Israel was the country that gave the United States the intel that there were supposedly weapons of mass destruction. That war greatly benefited Israel. Now, you can take with it what you want. I'm making no claims. I'm stating facts.
Well, I think that the latter could be true. I certainly think that they fudged or straight up lied about the weapons of mass destruction. But I don't think, like, if the reason I don't hold with this 9/11 inside job thing anymore is, if you wanted to do what they did, Patriot Act, war against terror, a never-ending war against terror overseas, you don't need to fake an attack. Just let one get through. They're being attacked every other day by nutters. To do this thing where you're involving Mossad, and newsreaders, pilots, and stuff like that is just a logistical nightmare from the get-go. Plus, you need to keep everybody silent.
That would make sense if they... Go ahead.
What if you want to take down buildings that are full of asbestos, fixing to cost you billions of dollars, and collect on the insurance money that you just took out?
Boom.
Would this be a good way to do it?
That's right.
In order to make a profit, risk getting caught for mass murder? No.
Risk getting called by who? You're the investigator. You're the government. You're the ones doing it. They're all connected.
So
what are you talking about?
And they're in charge of
the evidence.
That. Why do they care about asbestos? I would have thought a private individual who owned a share in the buildings might care about a cost to their profits as a business. But if they're in control of so much that they would be in control of any investigation against them, they seem like they're powerful enough that asbestos is not a big issue.
No, he said they took out an insurance. He drastically increased the insurance of World Trade Center right before it happened.
Okay, let me restate it. Let me restate it because maybe I wasn't clear. The buildings that he just acquired were going to cost him billions to redo. Millions, let's say, because I really don't know the exact fact. But we're going to cost him money. Then takes out insurance money for terrorist attacks. A terrorist attack happens on both his buildings, actually all three, right? And instead of costing him money, he makes money. Now, you don't see any coincidence. We're just talking about coincidences here, right?
It's not a coincidence.
That's not a coincidence. You asked for a reason. People are asking for a reason. Why would they do it? Or why wouldn't they just shred the pit? Come on, man. Whatever. Go right ahead. If you can't see this, then I can't. I mean, what's the point?
Well, to be fair, your question, he did answer. He is answering your question. Your question was why don't people but I'm trying to wrap it. Like your question was, why don't they just let people come in and attack anyway? Because they're getting attacked all the time. He answered you by saying, well, if you are to control the attacks, you can get something out of it. He gave you the insurance. There was gold in the bottom of it. There was all kinds of incriminating, evidence from the CIA in that Building 7. So the answer would be speculatively, because you're asking a speculative question, would be, well, you can actually fake one and get personal gain out of it. If someone actually gets through organically, I mean, they're not going to come give you money or something, So that's the answer. I would say it's a good answer.
Not to mention the put options that were options that were placed on all the airline stocks right before it happened.
Yep.
As far as I can see,
Who placed those
would have had to
puts?
do, as far as I can see, all they would have had to do was plant weapons of mass destruction.
Who placed those puts? The hedge funds that constantly buy puts every day and calls. And they're hedging.
That's the thing. What I think you end up with on a really
Come on, man.
chaotic day is a lot of stuff. Like if you can just imagine like casting dice, like millions of dice, and you're always casting dice every day, but then on one day you photograph all of the dice. Like, how weird is it on this day that 40 of these all ended up in sixes over here? You'll pick out anomalies and make them make sense. The thing that would make these coincidences make sense is if they coincide with something else. But each time I try to press for the evidence on it, for example, the evidence that this accounting, the evidence of this fraud or the money itself was in this part of the building, I'm not able to find it, and nobody has yet presented it. So
Can I respond to the guy that addressed the put options?
Provide evidence for claims?
Can I respond to the guy that addressed the put options?
A single hole was made in the building by a plane at the Pentagon. I've been asking for that evidence for about an hour now. You mean like that? And the evidence that the evidence, hang on one second. The evidence that, oh my God. The evidence that we're talking about, that the financial department was in the very position where the explosion happened, is not under any kind of scrutiny here. That's a fact.
So you guys think it's a coincidence? Please. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't have any evidence that there is.
The guy just said.
What are you trying to say, Jeremy?
Jeremy, go ahead.
So the guy that just said about the put options, there was an abnormally high put options placed on airline stocks. That means they placed a bet that the stock was going to go down.
It's going to go down. That's
beautiful.
So there's constant every day.
An abnormally high amount.
Okay, if it was abnormal, I mean, as soon as you have a plane hitting a building, if you're a hedge fund manager or a trader, you can already buy puts right away, and
that's not the way it
happened before.
Yeah, that's not how it went down.
It was 2 weeks before.
Yeah, you're speculating.
Days before, weeks before, there was
been
an
other
abnormal
reasons,
amount
travel
of
slowing down. Who knows?
There was
Like,
an abnormal amount.
Why? But it doesn't mean
Just another coincidence,
that it's you guys are finding coincidences that might not be necessarily coincidences.
Okay, but don't you think the best thing we can all just have
and you're attaching a bigger meaning to it, right? Without knowing further.
Well, you agree we can all have like a real chill, honest conversation. Like if someone is uninformed on something or they haven't heard something yet, the honest thing to do is not to just immediately defend it speculatively, right? Like let's just hear the info. If we don't know it, it's okay to not know everything. I didn't even know that part. So it's like it's good for us all to hear things, and we don't have to defend. We're not defense attorneys for the government, right? So
no one's arguing that there's no reasons why these conversations aren't allowed in the pub.
Yeah.
Am I not being heard? I don't get it. No one's arguing that there's not options put on things, right? We're not talking about that. There's put options put on things every day. Okay, yeah, that was his point. But Jeremy's point is very valid, that it's a coincidence, and that's what we're talking about here, that a high level, an extremely high level, was put on the exact airlines that were used in the terrorist attack days before the actual attack.
American Airlines is one of the most popular
It doesn't
airlines,
matter,
right?
dude.
So there's usually
there's usually
a lot of option volume with American Airlines.
Cool. All right, cool. Are they still the most popular airline?
They're one of the bigger ones, yeah.
Okay, go look at how many Go look at the extraordinary amount of put options that were put on American Airlines today or
That
last
means
week or the month
nothing.
before.
Travel could have been
Yeah,
slowing down. Like there's many
whatever,
many
dude.
other
You're trying to
factors.
justify it.
Okay,
We're
but
not
awaken,
talking about
awaken,
all that. We're
awaken.
talking about
You're
the
just
coincidence.
again. You're just speculating. You just said, well, air travel could have been down, and it's just a dishonest tactic.
Right.
Like his actual argument is that his actual argument is that an abnormally high amount
And
of put
that
options.
means nothing
Why is it
for
that
the
I get
trading.
3?
That's what I'm trying to
Hold
tell
on, you guys. Hold
That
on.
means
Awaken, I'm just muting you for a second. I think everyone really wants to hear what's being said. So if you get temporarily muted, it's just so everyone can hear. So please try not to interrupt. But Awaken, you can go next. But the thing is, if 2 people interrupt, we can't hear what anyone's saying. So if you want to be heard, it's best not to interrupt and then one person at a time. So I think, Austin, I think you were speaking.
Okay, so it's that the argument is actually that there was an abnormally high amount of put options placed on the very airline before the attacks.
So can I think it's important to this is the same as the dancing Israelis, but noticeably different from the money in the building. Let's accept all 3 as true. Money in the building is, if it's true, a coincidence, because there is nothing that the official Saudi story can gain from America having an accounting error unable to be resolved. But when it comes to the put options, same as when it comes to the dancing Israelis, what everybody needs to do, I think, is, or what I prefer to do, is go, would this still make sense if the other side were right? Would it still make sense that these people who've invested a significant amount of time and money, i.e. the Saudis or the Americans, seek to profit from an attack they know is coming? Sure. We won't get anywhere determining who did it unless we can trace the origin of the put options. If they're coming from Saudi Arabia, then maybe the Saudi story is right. If they're coming from within the United States power infrastructure, maybe it's an inside job. But
yeah, this is from Snopes.
This is not meaningful.
This is from Snopes, right? Snopes.com. But it was during the final few trading days, the market closed on the weekends, that the most unusual variances in activity occurred. Bloomberg data showed that on September 6, 2001, the Thursday before that Black Tuesday, put option volumes in UAL, that's United Airlines, stock was nearly 100 times higher than normal.
Wow.
I had a quick question, Jeremy. Who it's basically what Eggshells just said. Since we're speculating about all this stuff that's based on real put options that were super high. Can you tell me what people, what corporations, who were the ones placing these put options? Can you give me that answer?
That's a good question.
I'm sure that data's out there. I don't have it offhand.
So since you can't, there's no definitive conclusion you can make. That's what Eggshells is saying.
Chronic. Just to clarify, the way we were having the conversation was that all of these things allow for plausible deniability. So we're limited to speculation, and it just comes down to a determination of whether or not you think, yeah, that's probably just a coincidence, or you think this is getting to be too many coincidences. It's up to each individual person. I do think you should be able to find who put the put options. I think that's a good question. But regardless of who it was, the coincidence brought up is that 100 times more than usual happened the week before on the very airline. That's the argument. I don't think anyone's claimed who did it. It's an interesting question, but it's a non sequitur.
It's important though, Witsit, because
extremely important.
In all possible examples, we are all accepting that this is intentional and premeditated. The only debate we have here is, was this 18 Saudis, disorganized Saudis, funded from America, organized from Afghanistan, or was this an inside job? In both cases, if it's premeditated, then it makes sense that premeditation occurs. So if we're finding anonymous evidence of premeditation, that doesn't help us a jot, because it's not really a coincidence if it can stack up on both sides. Saudi put a lot of money into it. They wanted to make their money back. Or America knew that it was going to be costly, wanted to make money back.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I can see that's a good point.
Don't lose sight.
It could be
of
Saudi
purpose.
Arabia. It could be whoever did it, and it doesn't mean it's America.
I'm agreeing with what you said, Witsit. But remember, don't lose sight of the point of the debate, though. If it is in a debate format, the point of the debate is exactly what me and Eggshells are saying: is that the resolution comes from gaining the knowledge of who and what corporations put the put options on.
Also, we gotta look up perhaps travel was slowing down. I don't remember 2001. That
Oh
period,
my
travel was
goodness.
slowing down.
That's
So
not even
100
what we're
times,
talking about here.
100
So,
times higher, dude. 100
and,
times.
and also the put options, there were groups that were never, like, you can't trace it back to them. And there were put options that were never collected by some of these groups, which also added to the conspiracy. Now, I don't know if
Oh,
it's
that's
true or
crazy.
not, but I'm just saying, yeah.
Okay, so let's move on to another one, right? We're limited here. We don't know then. If we can't track it, then we don't know. So we can move on to another one. The only passport found, allegedly, at Ground Zero, out of the exploding plane, the paper passport, was one of the terrorists that helped them identify them. Coincidence, right? I mean, if that really happened, that's a pretty lucky coincidence.
Yeah, and so you've got 180 passengers on the plane. All of their passports get destroyed. Well, is it the case? Is that the suggestion that every other single passport was totally destroyed and there was only one single passport that was available, or they managed to find a single available passport, but there was actually 20 or 30 recovered?
I've never heard anything about any other ones recovered, so I can't fully answer that question. I just never have heard of any other ones.
Why are we moving on to that, though? We're talking about the coincidence of a single passport being reported as I'm talking, as I'm trying to make my point,
Hold on. I temporarily muted you, Riding. Go ahead, Rakia.
Jesus, man. I mean, every time he does it.
And Jin, your mic's still echoing, so you'll have to remain on mute until you can fix it. Go ahead, Rakia.
The whole point is we're talking about coincidences. One passport out of an exploding plane in the 17th floor of a building is found by someone, and it just so happens it's one of the. I mean, that's a coincidence. I don't care what you say.
That one, yeah, I think that's definitely more of a coincidence than like the other one, like the put options, for example. For sure, yeah.
It is a coincidence. It absolutely is a coincidence, but it's a coincidence to look at the clock and notice that it's an even time, but we wouldn't go, oh, wow, it's an even time, because we know.
Dude, we're not talking. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Please, don't interrupt
He
me
said
twice.
sorry, man. He said sorry. Go ahead.
All right, but I get muted when he interrupts. If what we find, you need to do a Bayesian analysis, right? If you go out of all air crashes, never has a passport been recovered, then it's an enormous coincidence. If you say, actually, from this particular one, and generally from most of them, we actually recovered 20 to 30 passports this time, and that's fairly standard, then suddenly we can see, this being a coincidence isn't that great a coincidence. So we need to know how many other passports were recovered.
You're missing the point.
How many other planes go into a building that dissolves?
Seven terrorists on that plane, or 5, or whatever it is, and the passport that's found is one of those terrorists. That's the coincidence. I don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to delude the actual point we're making here.
So it's one in what? How many passengers were there? 100.
A Bayesian analysis is where you go, I'm trying to work out the probability of this thing happening. I think Chronic tried to teach me the other day. I'm probably going to get bits of it wrong. What's the probability of this thing happening? And what I need to feed into that is other good information. If we don't have the
other like other planes hitting buildings.
But if we don't have other
surely,
information, like how many other passports were recovered on this day, then we don't have any useful information to plug in. And then we go, okay, it does seem strange, but maybe there were 30 passports, then it's not that strange.
Maybe. So you're talking about a hypothetical. We're talking about fact. The one that was reported. We're talking about the point that were made, the coincidence that was brought up was that the passport that was found was from a terrorist. You're trying to bring in all this other theoretical, maybe this and if that. No, we're talking about the coincidence at hand.
Is the coincidence impressive because the odds are long or short? The only impressive coincidence is if the odds are long, right? If you don't have the information that gives you what the odds are, then it's like going, oh, what are the odds? I met 4 people in China whose surname started with an X. What are the odds of that? And then when you go to China, you go, oh, every second motherfucker is a Xing or a Zhang.
Okay, does anybody know how many terrorists?
Unbelievable.
Let's get the stats though for him. Let's get the stats. Does anyone know how many terrorists there were on that plane, supposedly? I don't remember.
5.
What?
I think 5.
Okay, and there were 81 passengers. Okay, now if there was only one found out of the 81, That's
Yeah,
pretty crazy odds. I know they
But you got
reported
a
the
plane
one.
hitting a building, which is a different factor. So the chances of a big explosion and hitting a building like that, what's the chances of finding even one passport? So
Yeah, of course. That's true.
They
You have to
couldn't
factor
find
that in.
the engine. They couldn't find the engine to the plane, but they found a passport to a terrorist.
Yeah,
And
you gotta
we're
factor
going to
that in.
talk about how it's not a coincidence.
I thought they
No.
couldn't find the black box either.
You just want to know the odds. You just want to know the odds, right? It's like you're doing a bet. You go, what is the chance I come in on this bet? I want to know the odds. How many horses are in the race?
Okay.
Anything else?
So how do we determine the odds of paper popping out of an exploding plane? How do we determine those odds?
Okay, 4 of the hijackers' passports have survived in whole or in part. 2 were recovered from the crash site at 93. These were the passports of Ziad Jarrah and Sayed Al-Khamadi. 1 belonged to a hijacker on flight 11.
Which is the one. Flight 11 is the one that hit the trade centers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so only one.
There was 2 that hit a building.
No, but I mean, only 1 passport was found from the World Trade Center plane of the hijackers.
How many passports total were found?
Yeah, that's the question.
I'm still looking for that information. I've got trinkets, I've got badges, I've got photos have survived. It seems
That's a coincidence, right there.
Okay, well, okay. At least he's being honest enough to actually look. So I don't think we should like. It's not like he didn't hit the tower.
I get his point.
This is similar. An ID card from somebody who was it? Did back then you need a passport to fly? That's an important one because I would have thought maybe if you're
no, actually,
only international.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Only international.
Yeah, so that automatically eliminates the possibility of finding really any of them unless they're from another country, and particularly had just flown from another country,
or are transiting to do international, which is a good 20 or so % of your passengers, I guess, are doing domestic flights to connect with an international or vice versa.
Yeah, I guess so you would have to do some real digging. What parts of those people were on a connection and stuff like that. But I would say, I mean, that does drastically change the odds. I didn't even think of that. You know, none of those American passengers have anything but their ID.
Did they ever find the black box?
No.
So they didn't find the black box, but the black box supposedly resists everything, right? Everything and anything.
Yeah.
But they were able to find paper. Okay.
So this seal like Witsit, a Bible was found. The Bible was open to a page with fragments of legible text reading, "An eye for an eye, and resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also." Wow.
You know what that actually means in the Hebrew context is back in the day, if you were going to basically challenge someone, you would actually extend your face out and turn your cheek to them as a sign that you would fight them. But anyway, yeah,
like a
yeah,
Bible being open on a particular page.
Sounds a little sketchy, but it sounds like the one verse in the Bible you can misrepresent to justify going and killing innocent people.
And I mean that you won't be able to tell whether it came from the plane or came from the rebel or people being inside the thing. So that's the thing though. Like, how is it? I mean, there's plenty of people there, right? That in that building. So how is it that their shit survived, but not most of the other people's stuff? I mean, you would find a lot more.
I think it's just randomness, right? If you just, I mean, randomness is a simple answer. I'm sure there's far more complex ones, but I think if you set off a bomb made of a plane in an office building, you'll find that a lot of stuff gets destroyed, but not all of it. And what is and isn't destroyed is probably going to be fairly random.
Yeah, of course, but the plane itself would have the highest probability of destruction, right? Because that's the source of the explosion.
Yes,
right.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect to see much plane. Maybe jet turbines and stuff that made, parts that are made out of, landing gear or something, stuff that's made out of super strong, thick metal. But yeah, most of the skin of that thing is going to be shredded.
And then
definitely need paper.
And then the story of how it was found, it was kind of sketchy as well, right? Wasn't it like the police was just walking around and all of a sudden,
an FBI agent?
Yeah.
Yeah. an FBI agent found. To recap, an FBI agent found the terrorist passport.
Do you know how much paper was on the ground? Like, you know what I'm saying? They showed film of just it's paper. There was litter everywhere from all the office buildings. And he
Okay,
finds
so
a passport on the ground.
So it's the Federal Bureau of Investigation's version of Sherlock Holmes goes to ground zero and spots out this freaking passport. It survived the plane explosion, floated down, and it was the bad guy, and it showed us to go get him. That's the official story. Pretty wild.
Yeah, like
Okay.
I said, for me, I just wanted to check, like, how many of these am I that could be A or could be B, or like we found with some of the others, seem like they're a coincidence because we haven't crunched the numbers. We haven't gone, actually, it's possible, and I'm not saying this is the case, but if you take the passports, it's possible that there aren't many passports on that plane, and quite a bit of junk did survive.
How much
And
paper
only
survived from the
raising it
plane?
to assume- Go on, sorry.
How much paper survived from the plane, though, right? I mean, first of all, how would you even verify that that paper was on the plane? But there probably isn't a ton of paper on the plane. But I mean, you know, the fact that paper would survive the explosion is really the craziest part of it.
Yeah, I mean that would have had to like the plane hit that explosion, and that one passport would have had to fly out of the airplane through that fire and land on the ground.
And not only out of the airplane, don't forget that guy either had it in his back pocket or front pocket. Let's say front pocket or in his bag.
Yeah,
but
don't forget about the 40,000 pounds of jet fuel that the plane went into the building, inside the building with, created this huge fireball and explosion that took down a building, but passports survived. I mean, it starts to get kind of weird.
I mean, I don't think planes even hit the buildings, but nonetheless, just even if we were to believe that they did, the idea that that passport would have survived and it happened to be, I mean, I remember when they were actually putting that on the news, like running that story, it almost seemed like we were watching like a cartoon or like a Saturday Night Live clip or something. They're like, we found the passports, and they were like showing them, and that the concept that the actual hijackers' passports just happened to fly out and be picked up by a CIA agent. Like, it seemed like I was watching like a comedy skit.
Yeah, that's pretty
Is
crazy.
that improbable, though? Like, if we're talking about coincidence, I think a more improbable thing would be there's been this explosion and not a single jot of evidence do we have that these guys were Saudis. We weren't able to find a single passport. We weren't able to find a black box recorder, photographs, anything. Like, for there to be an explosion of that size and absolutely everything destroyed, that doesn't make sense to me.
Let me ask you this: does the U.S. ever plan what is it called, a white flag, or what's that term called?
False flag.
False flag?
Oh,
A false flag?
I'm sure they talk about them all the time. Whether they actually do them, I don't know. Like, there's certainly.
What do you mean?
One
They've
that was
admitted to the Gulf of Tonkin.
There's a bunch of them. Like, didn't they give also syphilis to black people?
Yes, and Gulf of Tonkin was a white flag that they've since admitted to.
The false flag, you mean?
False flag. Yeah, you got me saying white flag.
Government ain't surrendering, bro.
So I mean, they were going to do Cubans attacking the U.S. to invade Cuba. So I mean, I don't put it past them, right, to say, okay, yeah, this will definitely start a war.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. They've shown they'll do that.
What's
so I
wrong
guess
with
we've kind of
syphilis?
Possibility at all.
we pretty thoroughly covered the paper passport popped out of a fire explosion with 40 gallons of jet fuel, or however many it was, way more than that, and then it floated down to ground zero, and the CIA agent happened to find it. All right, another coincidence is that George Bush was reading to children on the morning of 9/11, and that's actually where he was told that the planes hit the buildings. And we've all seen the infamous video of the guy coming and whispering in George Bush's ear, telling him that the planes have been hit, and then him kind of sitting there looking like shocked, or sort of.
But the story that she was writing.
This is the crazy part. The words, so what they were doing is they were going through words, pointing on the board. The teacher was pointing on the board, and the class would read with and after her, right? And then she would have them say it real slow and drawn out, like, still, like she would have them pronounce the words. And out of the words they said, plane must hit still.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yeah.
We checked that up. We checked that up the other day, and somebody came back, and I forget what they said it was, but it was.
I thought it was a
notably
paper plane or
It was
something.
plain. I remember
Dude, I've
it was
shown
like
it on my YouTube.
Oh, it was a kite.
I've shown it in a stream.
Yeah, kite maybe.
Can
I've
I
shown
just
it in a
add
stream.
that I don't want to breeze over this point, but if we're on the Bush thing, Bush had so many stocks in Lockheed Martin, which is a company that provides defense, provides defense to America in a time of war. Bush had so many fucking stocks, he was on the board of that company.
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
Huge
there's a
conflict of
disgusting
interest.
revolving door there. I mean, that they wanted to go to war, that there were people inside the infrastructure that were sort of hoping for some catastrophic event like a new Pearl Harbor, all of that stuff, no doubt. That they then set up to do something so risky with so many moving parts and do it themselves is the bit I question. Like
It's just a military. It's just a military operation with a propaganda media arm to it. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's pretty complicated what they did. I'm not saying it was a simple thing. It was a pretty complicated criminal activity, but they have the different arms, and so when you have the military part of it with missiles and the actual strikes, then you have that actual part, which is targeted, and then you've got the media. They had the media side to it. And that documentary, September Clues, was really, really excellent, I thought, at going through all of the footage and the actual media. So to me, it absolutely is clear that it was a completely orchestrated media rollout, PSYOP event, and then they had just the military arm of it. And it's all compartmentalized into its different parts. So I think that's...
As far as the military, they just happened to be doing war games that day, and we were totally fucking defenseless.
Yeah, we covered that.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, on the very same day, they ran a drill for the same thing. What's up?
By the way, I posted the video, and it does say plane must hit steel.
Oh, I know. I showed it live on the stream. I know it says that.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Literally, they chant plane must hit steel. I think they read like 7 total words. 4 of them is plane must hit steel.
You put one of these things out there, right, and it's kind of okay, you can dismiss it. But you put all these things together in a timeline as we're talking about them, and you're going to deny or kind of try and dilute it, then you're part of the problem.
But let's not jump ahead. Let's talk about each one hyper specifically to break the cogdice, right? So this guy is reading to children on 9/11. On 9/11, right? And so he's sitting there reading, and not only is he does it on 9/11, the very moment the planes hit, he's in that room. When the guy comes and tells him, he's in that room. Okay? And that very reading to the children, they say plane must hit still. As the president of the United States is being informed that a plane just hit the still buildings known as the World Trade Centers. Now, coincidence or not?
What are the fucking chances?
I posted the page in the chat, and it says kite, kit, steel with an A, playing, PLAYING.
Yeah, it's not plain.
So it says
it's playing.
Steel playing must.
No, you just listen to the words that they say, dude. Listen to the words
Look
that
at
they
the
say.
book she's reading off.
I posted a picture from that day in the chat, and it clearly, if you zoom in on it, says kite, kit, steel playing must.
Okay, I'm about to watch the video.
There's more than those words, though. Can you find the picture that has the rest of them? Because there's more than just those.
That's correct.
Is there? Oh, I mean,
videos in the chat, though, right? The videos in the chat.
Playing and plane sound similar. Not gonna lie. Like when you say it, you think you hear that, right? But when you look further into it, you realize what they're saying.
So they have the children saying plane must hit still.
And what's funny is that say these words the fastest. So
Steel, kite,
plane. When you say
must.
plane, when you say plane fast, it sounds like plane.
Yeah.
And they have them drag it out. So try to pronounce playing dragged out. Try and say playing.
Sure. For me, these things, like if you're talking about money in buildings or something like that, that makes sense. It's a necessary part of the plan. These bits don't. Even if I were to believe them, even if they did say plane must hit steel, which it.
I would be like, what the fuck? That's fucking weird.
No, it's better that they do it this way, that they make them sound similar, so it creates division. That's the whole point, man. What are y'all talking about?
Talk me through that plan, Rick. Here I am, this
Just
massive,
deniability. That's all.
deviously evil super villain who goes.
Yeah, this is how they do it.
Hang on, let me finish, mate. This is the world's biggest insurance job we're going to do, and we're going to, in the process of doing this insurance job, kill 3,000 people. Right.
Not only that,
what's your job?
not only.
The guy who goes in and gets a school full of kids to say these special lines.
I mean, there wasn't there's treat.
What exactly is that helping us do here, Bob? Well, sowing discord, because then in 15, 20 years' time, people argue about what they were really talking about. And that's the goal of this.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. That's the spiritual war you're in. That's why you're full of hate, right? Or trying to not hate, but coming up with the opposite. I took it back. Like, not full of hate.
We even have. Sorry, we even have the head of CIA at 1980 something saying that we were going to have them not believing, like they're not knowing what to believe, right? I mean, that they were. Is their plan to actually?
Our job will be complete when every human on Earth believes what we tell them to believe, or something like that.
Believes that everything is.
Yeah, go on. You know the quote.
Well, you might. Well, I was actually looking for it because I think I have it saved.
So it's kind of weird that you know the quote, Eggshells, but then you're going to argue against that they're actually doing it.
No, I mean, yeah, I was 9/11 truther and going through all these videos and sending them to my family.
No, but we're talking about we're talking about the CIA.
Right, and so you do know about the trillions of dollars that was missing, right?
Yeah, but like I said,
Sorry.
when I went through that, like I first saw the dancing Israelis. I was deep inside the 9/11 thing, constantly talking to people about it. And I saw the dancing Israelis, and I was like, that's just too weird. That's too obvious. That's too silly. And that was the first one I properly dug into and was like, what are the other side saying about this? And then the more I dig into so many of them, the more I'm like, oh, the missing 2.3 trillion is just a Republican bashing Democrats about inefficiency. He's not saying there is a pot of gold hidden in a room somewhere. He's saying these people are so inefficient, they've wasted 2.3 trillion of your money.
Hold on a second.
There's no evidence that it was in that room. It's commonly touted amongst 9/11 truthers. But I mean, an important part of that we've moved on from is, where's the evidence that it was there? There's still, I posted evidence. There's still
the money being there, or the information.
The money was actually kept there.
No.
No one takes the money.
The auditing of the records. The records were in that room and they were destroyed. Ah, man, you are so deluded. You sure you looked into this?
What I'm saying is, I've heard that many, many, many times. What I was saying is, initially what I heard from somebody is that it was being kept there in like bullion or government bonds. And then what I heard was the second story that you said, which is, no, the teams who are auditing all of the data about this.
I also heard about gold bars. Did you guys hear about the gold bars? Did you guys hear about the gold bars? Because I remember hearing a theory about the gold bars getting
a bunch
moved.
of banks in the World Trade Centers. That wouldn't be so obnoxious, but it going missing would be.
So, but where's the evidence that the accounting team was there in it? Because I posted a link showing
they told us
there's still a team investigating it.
Where I heard it was
2018. There was.
Where I heard it was on the news. Now, if it's misinformation, I don't know. I don't know why they would tell the American public that the auditing was being done here, and it's just a coincidence. The day before he announces it, the Pentagon gets hit also, along with the World Trade Centers. There's no plane footage there, and you show one hole and say that the fuselage made this perfect hole. That's bullshit.
Yeah, that does seem sus. But the question I'm asking is, where does this claim come from that the audit team or the crucial information was destroyed by this attack?
The government. The treasurer.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know. It's how many years ago? I mean, I don't know if I can find it, dude, but I mean, that's who it came from.
This is the same.
I can't even.
I was trying to say earlier. Writing. I've posted the documentary a few minutes ago. It's called "The New Pearl Harbor" in the buildings and where they got hit.
I'm not watching a 2-hour doco. Sorry, Jim.
Sorry.
Well,
That's
okay,
but
you
know how fast
the source. That's all. It's 4.5.
fast you.
A robot, Jeremy. So you've looked in
Yeah,
this thoroughly, eggshells, but you haven't seen this documentary?
So
I don't even know what documentary it is, but Jin always comes in and demands that I watch 2-hour things, and the situation remains.
I'm not
If you've
demanding. I'm
looked
just
into
saying
it
if you want
thoroughly,
to.
you would have already seen it.
Yeah, also Riding, I don't think he was necessarily targeting that.
Everybody's roboting.
Last time we had this discussion, Rakia, I said, we were talking about watching other people's long videos that they demanded they post. I said, would you watch a video if I posted it? And you said yes. And then I posted a 2-hour video about celestial navigation. You said, I've already seen ones like that. I'm not watching it. We don't have to watch other people's videos.
No, I said I've already
Not to
seen
mention,
that
you know
one.
how,
2 hours of watching in the middle of a conversation. Packing up my house. I'm
not to mention,
that.
you
All right,
know,
let's just chill and
Rakia,
get back on track, man. Jeez
did
Louise.
you ever, not Rakia, but did you ever, right now it shows, did you ever watch the professional pilots that try to recreate the path that supposedly the plane took to hit the Pentagon?
Yes, I did hear about that one. It was an extraordinarily tight turn, I heard.
Right. I mean, they couldn't do it.
So not really experienced veteran pilots could do it, but some random hijackers could jump on the American airline for the first time and pull it off 100% accurate. Like,
No, they had
simulation.
They had classes. They had classes beforehand in Florida.
They flew American Airlines.
Supposedly, that's not.
Wait, time out.
Hold on. For your, it's two responses. You saying first time? That's not true. They had.
Okay,
it was
so
first
let me
time.
ask my follow up then. So
They had flight training. It's not the first time on a plane.
Wow. So
They were
that's a straw man.
evaluated as bad pilots.
That's a straw man.
They
So
couldn't fly.
yeah.
That's
So
what
anyway,
the
I'm sure at one point I'll say it. Okay. So are you saying that they had experience flying United Airlines commercial plane?
I don't know about commercial plane, but they had experience flying planes.
Okay, do you agree
to say
that making the maneuver in a commercial plane would be drastically different than a smaller plane?
They couldn't do it.
Probably, but it's still doable.
No, it ain't. I can fly a Cessna right now. I can go teach you how to fly in 5 minutes, and no way could we control a jet. No way.
The pilot school instructor said that those two candidates that supposedly flew those planes could not fly a Cessna. They couldn't even land it, they said. One of them just couldn't even blow out on his own. So they were not capable of flying a Boeing 757 or a Boeing 767. It would have been impossible. They could not do it.
Well, landing wasn't a problem. But
they couldn't
That's
land
what I
it,
was
mate,
going to
or
say.
even
They couldn't
take
land
off
it.
and go off on their own. They couldn't fly on their own, they said.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah, there you
maneuver.
go.
It's not as easy as what pilots make it look.
They deliberately didn't take the classes on how to land because they never intended.
Yeah, but they couldn't land anyway. They couldn't
They
even
didn't
land
take
the
it.
plane. They couldn't even fly on their own.
They
Wait, why are
Couldn't
you
do the
guys
test, but
skating?
They had to fly by themselves.
Why are you guys skating past the fact that you're trying to talk about how they were trained to fly Cessnas and then they jumped in a freaking commercial plane? It's not the same, bro. Are you guys tripping?
They didn't.
Well, I mean, I agree with that, but I mean that they are a vastly different beast. But all of the controls are pretty much the same.
No, that's bullshit.
Well, they're not. Actually,
That
they're
is
not.
total
Actually,
bullshit.
they're not.
They're
And
not.
they highlight that in the documentary.
No.
Yes.
What's the
they're
primary
not.
difference?
Well, I can tell you.
Watch the
Guys,
documentary.
you guys are forgetting the fact that the pilot took off, right? Then they hijacked it when they were already flying.
Hold on, I think a lot of people got over. Hold on,
The plane was already on. It was already flying. It's not like rocket science. Just fucking kill the pilot, get the plane. And
The
just
owner of the
avoid
server
building.
was talking, man.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's cool, man. I think a couple of people got cut off. I think Rakia did, and if we could just try as best we can to let one go at a time, like we don't really have to rush or like talk over each other. We can all have time, like everyone can get their 20, 30 seconds, whatever is needed. So, but go ahead, Rakia. I want to hear what you're saying. And you got kind of bowled over by a couple people.
Yeah, no big deal. I mean, I love the subject, right? Everybody's passionate. That's cool. But I can take any one of you out tomorrow, and although I don't have my pilot's license, I can let you take off a single engine and land probably if you have any kind of hand-eye coordination. But when you get into a twin-engine jet, which I have before, My friends have them, and it's a total beast. Like, just to give you an example, my nephew was a helicopter pilot and a single engine jet pilot for the Navy for years, right? Now he wants to get into the twin engine jets so he can, fly commercial or do private, flying for people. He has to have like total amount, like 1,500 hours of flight time, all types of training just to be able to control a twin engine plane. It's totally different. Now, this is a Navy jet pilot and a helicopter pilot. He needs extensive training to get into a twin engine, much less a multi-engine, huge passenger jet. I mean, it's night and day, man. If you're saying anything different, you don't know what you're talking about.
The difference.
Well, I think the difference is that I've been given the control. I'm not rated to fly any aircraft, but I have been given the controls of them.
Right.
Because my basic understanding of it is, and this is evidenced in the crash records, this air safety records, 95 or something % of your risk is at takeoff and landing. Once a plane's at a fairly reasonable speed, they're pretty good. Like you, as a kid, my dad used to just like let me take the controls, and sure, when I was very small, he'd have his hands hovering over them. But once I was a teenager, he could just ignore it. He just knew that I would not drive the thing into the ground, and aside from that, you're pretty much fine.
Okay, so just a
So
coincidence
this is what
that
happens. They kill the pilot, hit the disengage button on the autopilot, and boom, go towards the building. Not that hard.
The go towards the building part is very difficult. It's not boom, go towards the building.
Navigating hundreds and hundreds of miles while flying a commercial jet, and you make it sound so simple. It's obnoxious, actually.
Most of the people that fly them,
sound weird.
most of them that fly them for a living, they don't fly the
really
plane
not that
for
hard,
hundreds.
man.
Hey, man, most of the people that fly actual planes, okay, they don't like commercial planes. They don't fly them for hundreds of miles. It's on autopilot. Now, if you're gonna, when you take over the plane and then you're going to make a new destination, you're gonna have to manually fly it the entire time. And the main argument here is that the very maneuver to get down so low so quickly to then hit the plane is almost an impossible flight task. It's very, very difficult. The maneuver itself has very low probability amongst veteran pilots. That's the actual argument. So if we can not strawman stuff, it'd be cool. And all you have to do is absorb the coincidence. It's either a coincidence or not. And then we can keep running through them. There's like probably 20 more, right? We've covered like 8 of the big ones, but they don't ever end.
To just hit the building, to just run into the building would be a feat for a person that doesn't, has very limited flying ability. That building is very small from 500 miles away or 100 miles away or 50 miles away.
They didn't expect to live.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. We heard.
So they had no experience.
What about
with a commercial plane.
Shanksville, Pennsylvania?
But wait, before we move on.
Wait, Jen, let's not jump there first.
Before we move on. So the argument is very simple, right? It's like they never had flown a commercial plane, but they were able to pull it off really clutch and fly it manually for hundreds of miles. And then they were able to pull off the maneuver at the end, which is very difficult. And they just pulled it off even though having no commercial plane experience. And so it was lucky.
It's that they didn't expect to live. They were willing to take risks that no pilot would take.
They were able to crash. Not a big.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
You gotta be real good at crashing, guys. You gotta be a professional pilot to crash.
No, it's not that. It's to get the plane down that. You're not listening. It's to get the plane down that low so fast to just hit that building alone. Do you not understand?
It's kind of weird how y'all are
landing a plane and crashing at the same time.
It is really weird how y'all are like. Man, I don't even know how to explain it.
Yeah, because we're just chilling. Like this isn't like the Earth. This is old news. Like we don't care if you believe it or not. We're just trying to see if name the coincidences.
Because you think planes can't crash.
No, that's
they didn't just crash. They crashed into a specific place.
No, it's not.
Man. They crashed into
they couldn't do what they did because they crashed.
No, they crashed into a, which means they had to be flown there.
Couldn't go
That's what we're talking about.
Altitude.
The planes were already in the air when they
didn't even have to take off. They didn't even have to take off. Let that
Hold on, a bunch
that's fine, guys. Come on.
Yeah, a bunch of people talking at once. Steel City, go ahead. I think you were saying something.
They were already in the air when the hijackers took control.
Yeah, but did you hear my point about that though? Because actual very experienced commercial pilots that fly all the time, they don't fly the plane for vast majority of the flight. Autopilot does, but these inexperienced pilots would have had to jump in and manually fly a commercial flight for hundreds of miles on their own trajectory to their own new destination, and then pull off.
On a clear day, on a clear day, they managed to hit the 2 tallest buildings in the largest city in the United States.
Whatever, dude.
Right.
It's not like they just crashed in the middle of a
And they had
city like they used
experience
to.
too. They had experience in flying. It's not like they're just
Yes.
jumping to a plane
They were
without
trained.
fucking knowledge.
They were not trained on
No, they didn't
commercial
have any
planes.
experience. To
My
fly those
dude, there's
planes.
flight
They said it couldn't
simulators too,
No,
dude.
they were
Where you can jump and
No, they
simulate a
wouldn't- they
Why are
Boeing
you so
737.
why are you so
747.
emotional about it though, man?
Because you guys say no, they don't have no experience, and that's not true. There's flight
None of us are
simulators.
even.
No,
there's
yeah, they
actual
didn't have any
training.
experience. Honestly,
Because
they
you
didn't
guys,
have any
you guys
experience.
say they had no
They
training.
couldn't
That's not
fly a
true.
I'm sorry we're telling you you're wrong,
Can I
but
leave in for
you're
a
wrong.
sec?
Can we all calm down?
Look,
Yeah, go ahead,
they could
Crypto.
not fly a
Can
single
I leave in
engine
for a sec?
Cessna. They couldn't fly it.
That's
They
not
could
true.
not fly a
Bro.
single
That's not
Hey
true
man,
because
Crypto,
I'll say
stop
that's
the
a no.
talk, man.
It's
Stop,
true.
stop. You're not just gonna run in here and start talking a million miles per hour over everyone, okay? Crypto's trying to get in. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what.
just I do have a question for Awaken, because Awaken does seem to be particularly like I don't use the word emotional because it sounds like an attack, but Awaken does seem to be particularly interested in this topic. I just want to get like a better idea of what your psychology is and why you feel so heated about questioning this topic.
Passionate.
Yeah, passionate's probably better.
I'm not heated at all. I'm just trying to get my word in.
Well, yeah, dude, you are being quite loud and a little bit shouty. Most other people are just talking.
I mean, you're passionate about it, I guess.
Oh,
huh?
come on. That's the only way to get your word in when you're dealing with somebody like Jin.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I just
Don't
know what I'm
blame
saying.
me.
Can I get
Don't
in until I
blame
got
me,
in,
mate.
right? So.
Shut your mouth.
Okay,
No,
so
but
we
I
can
mean-
all
Blame me.
agree to be chill then, maybe from now on.
In all seriousness, though, Awaken,
I'm
like, you
chilled.
do seem to be very passionate about this. Is there like any particular reason? Like, did you lose a close family member or something? Like
Yeah.
actually,
No.
or are you just
No.
No.
okay. Then I don't know why you're. It's like I think Rakia said it quite well earlier. He said, like, you're not the defense attorney for the government. I don't know why people get so passionate defending the government. Like they don't care about you, bro. They
Yeah,
don't
at
give
least
a shit about you.
At least make them pay you to retain you. You know. I use that analogy a lot because it's so beautiful. I mean, it's like, bro, chill. We don't think you did it. We're not mad at you. We're not mad if you're right about the official story or anything like that. It's not like we have to try to fight each other, bro. We're just all people that lived through it or know about it. You know.
I actually
If
called
anybody for a
Barry
second
Seinfeld.
believes in the 9/11 story, right there should be a red warning flag. You should no longer discuss anything with that person.
Okay, I see, but
Agreed.
that's not beneficial though because we decided to
Yeah,
do it
really.
because it's kind of even nostalgic for some of us because most of us researched this in depth many years ago, and so it's cool to
It's
kind of
20
hear.
years now, isn't it?
It's cool to hear other people. Like I didn't know some information I've already heard said today. I didn't know that tons of bets were placed on the airlines right before 100 times.
Put option.
Put
He's
option.
talking
Put
about
option.
puts on airlines.
Options.
That is a bet.
But we were.
So
It's not
Not,
even.
it's not a bet.
it's just a colloquial use. You guys are just being contrarians right now, man.
Hell, it's called a put option. Call it what it is.
Okay, so they place
Right,
100
they were-
times higher than the normal amount of put options on the very airline that crashed on 9/11 and tanked 1 week before 9/11.
It was a $3 million
Put
financial
option is when
win.
you bet.
Big deal.
Put option is when you bet that the stock's going to go
Yeah,
down.
but every
Yeah, it's
day.
like-
Yeah.
It's like
guys,
shorting
hedge funds are every day placing puts and calls.
Yeah, but
on
there were
record
100
stocks.
times more than their
It's
usual
100
amount.
exactly
It was
100
not
times more
It
than
could have been
usual.
100 times more in the specific put option.
Awaken, have you ever traded before? One second. Awaken, have you ever traded before?
Yes.
What have you traded?
Everything.
It's gambling.
Crypto.
You haven't traded everything. Come on, what have you actually traded?
I've traded forex, stocks, crypto, options, futures.
How old are you?
And your home address, please.
No, I don't
What
care
is
about
this
your phone
about?
address. How old are you?
And net
No,
worth.
because I don't know many people to claim to have traded all 5 of those things.
What does it matter?
Well, because I don't think you're being very serious or very honest.
I've traded all 5 of those.
Crypto actually does.
Anyway, back to the story.
Crypto actually trades, though, right? That's why is that crypto
Yeah,
actually
that's why I'm
trades.
asking, because I've traded
Yes.
Forex and crypto.
All right.
Like,
What
they're the only
pairs?
two
What
things I can
pairs
tell
in
you about.
forex have you traded?
Sorry?
What pairs do you like to trade in forex?
Well, I mean, there's a bunch of different pairs. It depends on what looks good.
Is there particular ones that you like to?
Do you want me
I'm
to
in a
just
Forex.
name random currencies?
Forex trade right now.
Well, the bottom
Okay.
line with what the thing, a put option is also called like a sell order, or like a short. Those are all similar to where essentially it's a type of order that implies that the price is going to reduce, and the more it reduces, every percentage, they make profit. So the fact that there was now, I haven't seen the actual data for this. It'd be interesting to see, like, I mean, is this publicly known in terms of like what orders were actually put on, Jeremy?
Yes.
You know further about it.
It was
but-
investigated by the FBI, and there's like a $37 million gain. It wasn't a huge windfall.
It wasn't even. I thought
It
someone
was-
said
it
it
was a
wasn't even.
huge
It wasn't even
windfall.
accepted. I heard it wasn't even cashed out.
Well,
No, it
also
was
I
cashed
don't know
out.
about that.
No one claimed it. No one claimed it. No one.
Can I make my point I was going to make before I was interrupted as well at some point?
Sorry, yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's
Go ahead.
wanting to get in.
Crypto, then I wouldn't mind.
Well, just like if I was trading something and I saw that something had a trading volume of 100 times the previous like week, I would be very suspicious and I wouldn't go anywhere near that because there's obvious fraud in the market. So I think for you to just dismiss that is actually quite it either shows inexperience of trading or you've got some other ulterior motive.
Or it wasn't 100 times.
The point that I made before, we need to come
So
back to.
I don't know if you were.
Hold on, writing.
My bad.
Hold on. Crypto was talking with Awaken. So can we? Sorry, just let them complete that because I think Awaken was going to respond.
Yeah, I was going to respond, but
Didn't realize it was for Awaken. Sorry.
so again, I don't know. Somebody said there was a put options, and that. Hold on, somebody. Can you mute? Actually, no. I'll just. So somebody said there was 100. 100.
Yeah, Snopes.
Yeah,
Snopes
100
said it.
Okay, Snopes said that there was 100 times, or there was just a normal amount of put options on an airline on like that hit the building. And I said, well, I don't know if exactly. Perhaps travel was starting to slow down during that time. We don't exactly know.
Yeah, I mean that's very, very speculative. Like so again, if someone was to, sorry, can I just like this is very, very speculative kind of.
Because it makes the whole thing.
Dude, crypto was talking, man. We're not going to normalize talking over people, man. Show some mutual respect, please.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just think that Awaken's response is really, really weak. Like, oh, they might have been speculating on the market. Like, to see a 100-fold increase in trading volume is extremely abnormal, and you would know that if you traded.
I didn't. Well, he did.
It was a $5 million
Yes.
trade, guys. That's it. $5 million.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. The amount doesn't matter.
It really does matter.
Yeah,
No,
I
it
trade.
really
I
doesn't.
disagree with that. All this shows is that the event was premeditated. It doesn't show who it was premeditated by. In both accounts, it was a premeditated attack. So all you get from this is maybe the Saudis made money or maybe some Americans made money. It doesn't actually tell you.
It could have just been a lucky bet, man. Too. It could have just been like a lucky somebody just fucking speculating, or a hedge fund speculating. We don't know.
Again, it just shows that you don't understand trading, dude.
I posted in the chat. It was 20. My bad.
Hugely high put options on a particular airline that are abnormal right before something bad happens to it. That is exactly my understanding is that is exactly how you look for corruption, insider trading in the market. Unusually successful, weird activity. But as I keep saying, it doesn't matter. In either case, this could have been done by Saudis or it could have been done by Americans. So it's not evidence of an inside job.
But by the way, there was just to mention, the
It
only
wasn't done
reason
by
this even
Saudi
came-
Arabia. How did they do it?
The only reason this even came back up was because I was trying to make a point that if we can all keep it cool and not personally attack or get like real emotional about it, we can have a productive conversation. Because even I, who researched this in depth back in the day, have learned something I had never heard about and I just mentioned the thing I had not heard about. I wasn't trying to reopen the debate. I'm just saying, look, we can all learn stuff here.
I posted it in chat. The Snopes. Well, I mean, I could post the whole article, I guess. Hold on. I just took a picture of it, but.
Could I just respond to writing as well at some point?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and just a quick one, really. I mean, I'm not trying to say that any particular person's responsible or whatever, because 9/11 is something I'm not hugely familiar with the arguments on either side. Obviously, I've heard arguments in here and stuff, but I think we've had a conversation about this before. All I'm saying is that in my personal experience of trading Forex and crypto, if something had a trading volume that was abnormally high, I wouldn't go near it, because you know that there's some sort of fiddling going on. That's all I'm saying. And you agree with that, right? Yeah. You agree with that. So that's fine, then we can move on.
It does look like dodgy trading. And yeah, I can absolutely see that point. I'm not a very experienced trader myself, but if I know something, I thought, oh, that looks corrupt, or like I got really interested in silver, and then talked to my girlfriend about it, and she's like, oh, explain to me a bunch of things with silver markets that explain why that's so sharp. Like, yeah, I wouldn't go near them.
Well,
I mean, the government
how many other
definitely knows.
times? I was just gonna say, for example, how many other times did that happen in that year? Did those number of short options go all put onto that airline? Because yeah, that's one.
Right.
How many? I would imagine it was that was the only time it happened that year, right?
Definitely knows who made these trades. This isn't hello. The government definitely knows who made these trades. It's not unidentified.
It was investigated by the FBI.
Yeah, so we should know who made the trades or not, right?
Well, no.
I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Is you can just have a nameless corporation buy stocks on behalf of somebody else on a wink and handshake deal, and I thought trying to trace who's bought stuff is extraordinarily hard.
Well, the thing about that, the way that I see it, though, to me, it wouldn't really be about somebody just trying to make money. If it's a very rare occasion like that happened, I don't think it's ever about money for them. It's not like they print the money. They're not trying to get money. What they're trying to do is in my opinion, is to sag the economy. They're trying to give a hit economically to the economic systems that they want to infiltrate and change. They did this like the sinking of the Titanic, which I know it's a totally different event, but J.P. Morgan was the one who financed the building of the Titanic and the other two ships along with it. So he literally was the financier, J.P. Morgan. He did not go on the Titanic. The morning of, he decided to not take the trip, so he was not on the boat. That's very suspicious in and of itself. But the only reason I bring it up is to say that it was another huge insurance scam. And so I don't think they do that because they're trying to get rich necessarily. Like I said, they print the money. They don't really need the money. They're doing it because it affects the economic systems. It affects the insurance systems, which then makes everybody's premiums change, and it hits that system. And in the case of the airlines, clearly that was a part of the whole 9/11 situation, because they then employed all of the new security measures and everything around flying. So it would make sense that they would also want to kind of hit the economic system of the airlines to then make the changes that they were wanting to roll out. So in my point, that's part of why they actually do it.
I'll give you guys the specific numbers. So like the Snopes article is pretty informative because it's fact checking the claim that people with foreknowledge of an inside job did it, and it says false, and then explains what happened, And so a month before, so in August of 2001, there was an option volume in the parent of United Airlines, UAL, that was 36 times higher than usual. And then, the market closes for the weekend. So the last few days before the market closes were the most unusual variances. Dude, whose mic's going crazy, bro?
Somebody keeps. I think it's Jim.
Is it me?
I don't hear anything bad. What does it say?
No,
it is you, Jim.
Yeah, it's not me.
It's like
not me.
Riding on eggshells.
Is it? Okay.
Not me.
Okay.
It's all good. It's just like, okay, I'm just trying to look at this and paraphrase. But it was during the final few trading days, the market closes on weekends, that the most unusual variances in activity occurred. Bloomberg data showed that on September 6, 2001, the Thursday before that Black Tuesday, put option volume in UAL stock was nearly 100 times higher than normal, 2,000 options versus 27 on the previous day.
It's so obvious. I mean, come on. There's so many things. Free fall, just a free fall. One word, free fall.
What building was in free fall?
Dispels the whole thing.
Which building was in free fall, Essie?
All buildings were in near free fall.
Near free fall. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the
They
more
were not
numbers.
in pure free fall.
On September 6th and 7th, September 2001, the Chicago Board Options Exchange handled 4,744 put options for United Airlines stock, translating into 470,000 shares, compared with just 396 call options or 39,000 shares on before that. So 6th and 7th, right? So on a day that the put to call ratio would normally have been expected to be roughly 1-to-1 because no negative news stories about United had broken, it was instead 12-to-1. I mean, that's pretty crazy, right? I mean, let's be real.
What's even crazier is a building falling free fall with alleged debris from another building.
But what we're doing instead of that is we're going through all the official story coincidences. That's kind of what we would, and then just determining, like, okay, you know, you can think it's
Okay, yeah.
that way we can
What's even
learn.
crazy is the building didn't fall free fall.
We don't want to just talk about that, though, right? Because that's the same boiled down single point argument that's always talked about. And then people just go back and forth. And the argument comes down to, oh, well, fuel burns up to 1,500 degrees. It takes like 2,800 degrees for steel to burn. But 1,500 will weaken the steel enough to where all the weight of the concrete will make it fall. And then you go back and forth and back and forth. And who cares? So, right. I mean, like, you take it or leave it. You can think it worked or you think it wouldn't work. It's like, we shouldn't talk about just that point for 2 hours. I mean,
No,
I think we can.
And I think
agreed,
all I would add to that with it is add in also a position of, I'm not a structural engineer, I've got no idea. So maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't, maybe I don't know.
Fair enough. Yeah. Some engineers did come out in the commission report. Didn't really reflect the honest opinion. So, but anyway, I mean, that's a whole other thing. So, I mean, does anyone else have any questions that pop? I brought up like a lot of them, but is anyone? I'm probably sure I'm missing some.
It's less about the money they made off the stock options, because like somebody said, that wasn't even a lot of money in the scheme of things. It was more about them crashing the stock market and being able to buy up these stocks for pennies on the dollar. Because if you're these elite motherfuckers and you got all this money just sitting around, what do you want to do? You want to put that shit to work, get on the boards of companies, get more control. So what do? The stock market crashes, you buy up all these companies for pennies on the dollar, right?
Yeah, but it's much more than that. Look what happened in the Middle East after this. Are you forgetting the 20 years of war? And how many countries got destroyed because of this? This was
That too.
all
There's
planned.
a lot of money in government contracts. Like I said, Bush was under Lockheed Martin. They got a lot of contracts for rebuilding. Tons of money from the war. Absolutely.
Oh, I got another
military industrial complex.
I got another one. So you guys remember there was a newscast on the day of 9/11, and the lady said, I think it was the BBC.
This one is good, actually.
Yeah, the lady says that World Trade Center 7 has also collapsed, but behind her in the background, World Trade Center 7 is still standing up. It had not collapsed yet.
Yeah, you know what? I saw that live. I saw that. How is something going to collapse? They tell you it's collapsed, and yet it's still there.
When Reagan was shot, the news also reported that Brady had been killed. They came back on 10 minutes later and said, "Oh, our bad. Brady wasn't killed. He was just wounded." The news gets shit wrong.
A non sequitur. So
yeah, it's absolutely.
You know what's funny? I saw that
because your point is somebody in the news got a story wrong.
Yeah, and funny enough, because I was actually watching
of another story.
Actually watching that live. I was actually watching that live when it was happening, and for some reason, the whole thing started like getting like fuzzing out, and they took it offline, and then when they came back, it started falling.
All right, what's your rebuttal to that?
Rebuttal to what?
What he just said.
I couldn't hear him.
That right after she said that, the entire transmission started being fuzzy and going out.
Right after who said that?
The news
reporter.
anchor.
I've never seen. I've never seen what happened after she said that. I can't comment on it.
So if what he just said was true, what do you think?
I'd have to see it for myself.
But what if what he said was true? What would you think?
I would have to see it for myself.
So we're not having intellectually honest conversation. We're just like
having an intellectually honest a conversation, but I'm not going to take your word and speculate on something. If
no
you
one's
show me
asking
the
you to.
evidence of this happening,
No one's asking.
you're answering me to speculate. What would I say if it was true? I don't think it is true until you show me that evidence. I'm not going to speculate on it.
Okay, fair enough. So, does anyone else want to talk about it instead of just trying to shut it down? Like without you admitted that you had never seen what happened after she said it, but yet
post video that shows what it is, and like SE, I'll watch it.
Okay, so
I've posted a good video earlier on. It's called The New Pearl Harbor. The New Pearl Harbor. It is 4.5 hours long, but it's very, very good. It goes into depth. That's why it's so long. Anyway, what about the phone calls that could never have happened from said altitudes? Okay, that's another point there, yeah? That
Wait,
certain
what?
phone calls were made, but it was impossible to make those phone calls.
Wait, Jen, I love you, man. We'll go right to that right after this. Can we just kind of just to recap
I can't get
at
one
least?
point out today.
Yeah, of course. I
Carry
want you
on.
to I want you to have it all.
Well, I
to
was
make
shut out for quite a while.
I want you
Carry
to
on anyway.
do 100%. I want you to make your point next. I think it's awesome, but I'm just saying I don't want to just run past it. So this is what actually happened for those who don't know. There was I believe the BBC had an anchor on the news talking about 9/11 and how the World Trade Centers have been hit and collapsed, and then she says, "We're now getting word that World Trade Center 7 has also collapsed, yet it had not collapsed yet." Like the timing of the broadcast, it doesn't matter what was behind her. The timing of the broadcast was before the building actually collapsed, and then behind her in the background, the building was still intact, and then the feed was cut.
That would be Jane Stanley. That would be Jane Stanley
And the
of the
important part of
BBC
that is,
talking about the Solomon Building. That was Jane
and the
Stanley
important part of
from the
that is the
BBC.
FDNY, the fire department in New York evaluated Building 7, determined that it was going to collapse, and announced it to the media. And what happened? Somebody in the media got it wrong. FDNY said it's going to collapse soon, and she went on and said, yeah, it collapsed.
So specifically, she tried to get out ahead of the news, and she
It's
said it
a
too
war with
early.
it. People make mistakes. People make mistakes.
I'm going to disengage from you because you're not letting me respond to you fairly. So whoever else wants to, all right, we covered it.
Yeah, and Jane Stanley said, BBC reporter Jane Stanley said that the Solomon Building had collapsed, but it was standing there bold as brass behind her. So that was just, why would she say that? She said it had collapsed, and it hadn't collapsed at all.
So can I hear then? I want to ask this question. What's the suggestion of how that went down? Like if we're sort of speculating, let's speculate about how that went down, how she came to do that.
The media is
I don't
run
know.
by the CIA.
All the media was involved, basically.
The media is run by the
media
CIA.
has been briefed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Operation Mockingbird says that the CIA has anchors in news stations, admittedly, since the 70s. And so in the theory, speculatively, that the government was in the know about this, that woman was just reading a script. She doesn't in any more the know than that. And that was it. She just read it too early before it got out. So
does that not seem like it massively increases the risk that you have these scripts about events that haven't happened yet that say something virtually identical?
Well, that's how we know they cocked it up. That was good. That worked to our advantage because that's how they planned it.
But the question I'm asking is, does that really make sense? That you're going to give people a script about what's going to happen, hoping that it happens that way?
No, they're involved. They were involved in it. They were involved in it. That's how that was.
You're not understanding the question.
Say the question again. I thought I understood it.
How's it working? What's the plan here? You've got a guy from the CIA and he comes in with a script for what's about to happen, and this is somehow more efficient or effective than just letting her report it as it happens and her remaining unaware that she's part of a mass murdering plot.
Well, of course she is. Why would she have to know? She doesn't have to know, does she? She's just going to read the script that she's been given. That's how it was.
About events that haven't happened.
That's look.
Don't think anybody had noticed that they're giving us news about stuff.
There were people who had foreknowledge. Look, the emergency services were saying, "What's that building now? It's about to come down now. Okay. It's going to come down. Yes. Can you clear the area, please? That building is going to come down now." Okay, even the police officer was saying it, firefighters were saying it. This is building number 7. It only had a couple of fires. That's all it had, and the fire got out before the building came down. There you
I
go.
mentioned that. I mentioned that documentary earlier. It's called September Clues, and they actually address this as well. They show the exact timing of when she announced that. And that documentary is so good because it basically goes through and empirically breaks down in vivid detail every single footage stream of the news that was run that day. So, from everything I've seen, researched, that documentary, many other things that I've looked into as well, it looks like the whole thing was coordinated to where they rolled out the scripts that they were reading. Of course, a lot of those news anchors are CIA agents and all the rest of it anyways. So, but anyways, they were given scripts and the timing, they used all kinds of back layers. They were reversing images. Like, it's unbelievable, like, to see all of what they did. And it makes sense because they had to coordinate something with the media that was a little bit different than anything they'd ever done before in terms of that level of orchestration to roll out, because they knew that pretty much almost everyone in the world would be looking at it, within that 24 to 48 hours. Like, everybody would probably be looking at least at some part of it. So they had to roll something out that was going to be exactly what they wanted to in terms of the coordination of it. And so I say all that just to say that there were several mistakes that were made because of this. They did editing on the fly, and there's mistakes that were clear because of that, because they had to have it out quickly. And they did all kinds of other masking and layering. A lot of the news reporters were saying things out of sync and out of time. There was also that thing where they repeat a lot of the same things, like many of the news anchors, said the exact same sentence or series of sentences. So there was clearly like similar scripts, and they'd made mistakes because it was they had to have a level of coordination that they don't quite have the technical skill to be able to pull off without mistakes.
I just dropped the video for You Still City. I think it was you. You can actually see it go out and everything. You hear the male anchor say, unfortunately, I think we lost her. So he talks about it before they go to her, how it had collapsed. Then she talks about it, then looks back and sees it's not down yet. And then it cuts out and goes back to the news anchor. And he says, unfortunately, we lost her. So if you want to check it out, it's just like 3.5 minutes. Not to just like stomp all over everything Gio just said. I just remember you said you hadn't seen it, so there you go.
I'll watch it.
Pretty crazy, though. I mean, why would the feed also coincidentally cut? So, I mean, it's just a few coincidences stacked up on each other. You got to be real. Okay, Jen, did you ever bring your next one up? Dang, I did kill VC. My goodness.
I was just going to say to you that to cover the phone calls, that's all. That was also a problem. Passengers on the plane, especially.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Let's
go to those.
Yeah,
let's go to those. About, because there's some strange things about that. The phone calls that were claimed, because they had to build this story that it was real and that they had to. It's like the passport thing and the phone calls. Like, this is the only way that they could try to trick people into making them feel like it was real. That there was some kind of footage or something going on within the plane. So yeah, what do you think about the calls?
Well, Jen, you want to break it down?
The calls, guys. I was going to say that according to the experts, right, in telecommunications, they said at the altitudes of 10,000, 20,000, and 35,000 feet, no mobile phones could have made any connections to any cell phones. So it was impossible. And Japan actually simulated it here in Japan. They flew planes up and tested the telephones to see if they would work, and they couldn't have worked. Impossible. So, and then you need to watch the documentary that I posted, because you actually listen to the people speaking and you can see there's a panic in their voices.
Were all of the calls made from mobile GSM, i.e. digital cell
Yeah, they give you the telephone numbers. You actually see the telephone numbers of the cell phones. I think the hostess. Yeah.
The question is, Jen, are they mobile phones or are they air phones?
Didn't you hear me say that they got mobile phones and their telephone numbers? Did you not hear me say that?
I heard you say
Then I
they've got their
said,
telephone
then I
numbers.
said, hang on. Then I said, this information is in the documentary that I posted. Okay,
Sure,
so
I'm
I
not
say
watching the
again,
documentary.
mobile
If you
phones,
want to
telephone numbers.
Well, how many feet do they claim they were at? I mean,
Okay.
Riding, you would agree that cell phones don't work at 30,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't. But
Right.
I did read into this one a bit. The first thing is every time I've heard this presented, it's said quickly, and so I'm not really able to investigate what people are saying, which is why I want to understand that. Are you saying these come from mobile phones? Because my understanding.
Yes, yes,
a
cellular
large
phones.
number of
Yeah.
a large-
You
my
hear the people
understand-
speak.
Jin,
Yeah.
a large number of them were actually made from airphones, the ones installed in the back of your person in front's headrest. There
Yeah,
were
we're
some
talking
made
about cell
digitally,
phones.
but to suggest that they were all of the calls were made at 30,000 feet from mobile phones is, to my understanding, incorrect. The official narrative does not.
I didn't say that, did I? I gave you a list of altitudes: 10,000, 20,000, 35,000 feet. In that particular area, no phone calls could have been connected. Okay, and they tell you the time. They link up the time of the phone call to where the plane would have been, the altitude, all
Right.
linked up in the documentary.
But
hang on a
those from
second.
airphones, any
I'm
of
not.
them?
Let me finish. Right now, a plane hostess or the stewardesses, the cabin crew, they use the aeroplane phone. Okay, that was a separate phone call. But we're talking about the cell phones not being able to work at said altitude. I now yield to the impatient man.
The point's still the same. If you've got evidence that this is coming from cell phones,
I've posted it.
30,000 I'm not watching the video, Jen. You can share
Well,
evidence.
I posted it.
I
posted it.
I'm not watching.
I've posted it for you. It's all there. It's all there. If you want to learn, that's how I learn. How did I learn?
Please shut the fuck up.
That's how I learn.
You just watch YouTube videos and assume they're true.
But that's how I learned.
Learning.
That's how I
That's
learned.
not learning. That's not learning.
It is
That's
learning
just
because they
believing
show
what
you.
find on
No, now
YouTube as if
you're
it's
being silly now. You're saying you
Well, you
can't
want
learn
to
anything off of
investigate.
YouTube now. So
You
we
gotta be
can't learn
open to all
anything off of
possibilities, Jin.
All right, hold on. You guys are just talking over each other, so
There's gotta be. Can I just add like a note to this? Like, you gotta be open to all possibilities. Can't just jump to a conclusion and that's 100% how it went down because perhaps there's another, reasoning.
Well, I think what Jen is saying, and is my understanding of it as well, at least the story, we have limited ways to be able to validate it, but that there were several phone calls that did come from actual cellular numbers that were claimed to be recorded, and the altitude, like Jen is saying, that the plane we're at does seem to be an inconsistency. Now, whether that data is correct, whether those records are correct, I mean, that's all difficult to verify, but
right.
Yeah,
It's
they
still
link you.
Can I add something?
They link you to the telephone numbers. That's the thing. They link you to the telephone numbers, the time, and the altitude. That's what I'm saying.
If I gave you a video, if I said the 9/11 Commission report condensed this all into a video, just watch that. I think you would be well within your rights, or it would be quite reasonable to say, I don't want to watch a video, I want the actual data. That's all I'm asking you for. In this, I think it is entirely the case that people at 30,000 feet were able to make phone calls on airphones because they use, my understanding is they use, they sort of section off a bit of ordinary radio for that call and charge them through the nose for it. My understanding of the mobile phones is that there is no evidence that any of those were used at 30,000 feet. I thought those were used while traveling relatively slowly at 10,000.
Well, you have.
That's why it's important
You
to know
have.
which
You
number
have.
is which.
Okay, you have. They actually link you all that. The data is right there in this documentary. Not only that, I think in 2005 or 6, maybe even 2004, 2005, sorry, United Airlines makes an announcement that they have now made it possible that people can actually make phone calls on their planes. Then the question that was asked was, but I thought this was already possible back in 2001. So United Airlines makes an announcement that you can now make phone calls at said altitudes from our planes. Special advertising and that.
This is a question
go ahead.
about the altitude. It's a question
That's
of
correct,
altitude. So if what they're saying is we now allow flights, phone calls on our flights, regardless of speed or altitude, then that still holds with the official narrative. But if they're saying you've never ever been able to make calls, but now you can make them at 10,000 feet, then that would disrupt the official narrative.
That's a fair
You need to
point.
check what calls are made at what heights.
Well, that's right. That's what we're saying. That's what I'm saying.
He has created plausible deniability.
Yeah, but
just check which numbers were used at what heights.
well, that's why I said if you look in the documentary, you'd see the numbers. They show you,
So
and they link you to the person
so
who
what was it
received the
said? Or
calls. Speak. The actual people who received the phone calls tell you that they did, but obviously it wasn't from those altitudes. That's a fact.
I'm just
Because
trying to
they're
give them
telling you,
some.
If it wasn't from that
concept.
altitude, then that fits the official narrative, because the official narrative is that they used airplane phones, at least to my memory, is that they used airplane phones up high.
yeah,
And
but
only the only people who
bloody
get
hell.
mobile reception were down low.
So how do you explain the actual individual with mobile phones receiving phone calls?
Give me an example. Don't ask me to watch a 5-hour video. Just pick
Well,
one
that's
example of somebody
what's
using a
said
mobile
to have
phone at
happened.
30,000 feet at cruising
This is
altitude.
what they say, though. This is what they say. They tell
You don't
us
have evidence
that
for this.
phone
You've just got a
calls
video that I've
from
got to
those altitudes could never happen, okay, and that a few years later it was then possible.
well, you got to
Okay, so
hop
I mean it's
from
their story,
like
not mine.
tower to tower, right? It would be like you need to transfer to the next tower.
It was
Transfer to
definitely an
the, you know what I
inside
mean?
job,
handshake,
and it was controlled demolition. Even
We don't, Jin. We can't just
yeah.
jump to the conclusion for 100%.
It's not
It's
not jumping to conclusion because
No, I meant
we have somebody who works
bell
for
tower.
for controlled demolition explaining it. An individual who works for controlled demolition.
But wait.
explains
We're not
that
going to
what
do
he
that,
witnessed
Jim.
was a controlled demolition.
Jim, we kind of all agreed though that that's like the boiled down part that everyone argues and it's kind of played
I
out.
know, but
Yeah.
that's the man who said it. He works for the company, doesn't he? So he would know, would he not?
Yeah, sure. Valid point.
And
but
Jesse Ventura, who's an explosives expert, he said that was controlled demolition. Jesse Ventura, you know who he is.
Jesse Ventura is not a controlled demolition
Navy
guy.
SEAL.
Yeah, Navy SEALs don't blow up 110-story buildings.
Well, if you listen to what he did, his particular part and
that could be an opinion. That
That
could just be
would be
his.
the Corps of
yeah, but he's an
Engineers.
expert. The man who would know what a controlled demolition looks like.
Jen, trust me,
building
this one, bro. You're not going to
busted.
get them to admit the fundamental thing that everyone's argued a million times.
Of course not. Of course not.
Well, what's
I know
interesting is we are kind of backing them into some corners with the repetitive coincidences, and that's more the move, is just to let them think about it, and we all get to learn, and maybe we'll come to a different conclusion than we enter this conversation.
I'm just adding some pepper
what it
on
certainly
that.
makes me
of course.
is if we find those, if you, Jin, rather than demanding everybody else watch a 4-hour video, if you just scrub through that 4-hour video and then show us.
I'm not going to do that for you. I posted it. You do it for yourself.
Okay.
I already know.
Then let's move on to a new topic.
Okay, I got a new coincidence for us.
Well, if you don't watch the 4-hour video, then you concede.
All right, I got a new coincidence for us.
I've done it myself.
I'm sorry, you're right, Grim. I've got to learn this strategy. Hey, Jin, I've got a 40,000 hour video that you need to watch, otherwise you're always wrong.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next coincidence. Okay, so the next one is.
So
Hold on one second. What's it? I'm gonna post a link. It has all the flights from Flight 93, including which were cell phones and which were seatbacks.
Right. So it was 37 calls.
Go ahead.
Actually, that was exactly what I was reading, and there was 2 of them that were not from the phone call, from the wall, from the thing behind the seats, and so
that's right.
Were cell phones able to call from that height at that time? What was it?
No, it wasn't possible to use it. That's the point.
As somebody else mentioned, it's not so much the height, I think, as much as the speed and the handoff.
The speed.
What I was told was that the handoff, the handshake, when you go from cell tower to cell tower when driving, takes a couple of seconds, and it does this sort of buffering of the phone call so that you don't notice it in the air. But at 30,000 feet at cruising altitude, my understanding is you're going so fast that you haven't finished one handshake from the last cell tower before you're getting to the next cell tower, and I need to start the next one. So it causes incredibly unstable calls.
All right. So I got another one. So apparently there were 81 cameras at the Pentagon, and we only got one shot of the plane.
Oh, I know. That's just knuckleheadery. That's crazy.
I could have sworn. Yeah.
Hold on, just let him finish, guys. Don't interrupt. Just let him finish it, and then we can discuss it.
So that part's crazy, right? 81 cameras, but none of them caught it. And then the one that supposedly saw part of it, they confiscated. They also confiscated the gas station surveillance footage from across the street. When they released the one video they did release, they had cut frame 20 from the tape which is the very moment that you would see the impact. So there you go.
Right. It's like, why? You know what I mean? Like, let us see the fucking frame 20, and where the fucking rest of the, you know what I mean? To me, just all of that. If you were just like a normal lame streamer and you believed all that kind of shit, and then even that should at least be like, well, why are you erasing data? You know what I mean? Like, if we're all up on our game,
what data was erased?
I can't think of a reason why, unless it was a
If you had
Scud
it
missile or a
intelligent,
Patriot
would
missile.
that change your view?
Yeah,
Data was
absolutely.
erased. I missed
Okay.
But how do we know if it was erased?
Well,
Oh,
no,
no, it
from what
was.
he's saying.
Well, to
Yeah.
repeat,
You can say
what
it
happened was frame 20 was objectively missing. So you can speculate whatever you want to about it, but so I think we should hear the other, like whoever's trying to defend whatever official story defense attorney we have. We should also give them the respect to hear their full story.
This is just my speculation because I'm no longer a my hop, I'm a bit of a lie hop. But this would fit both being a lie hop and the official story still. And I've stolen this from South Park. Essentially, what you've done is you've said, hey, these people are in charge of our defense. And on this particular day, they made the most egregious error ever. And then we tasked them getting all the footage and showing us all how it happened. Right? So is there the possibility that they go, we don't actually want to look weak to our enemies. We don't want to look incompetent to our own taxpayers. We want to look strong and scary. So why don't we deliberately get all this footage and keep it? Because we don't want to show how easy we are to attack, so it emboldens other people. And maybe also, in some part, because we want them to think it was an inside job. We want them, rather than all of the Afghans, like almost all Afghans and people in the Middle East, they rate really highly on polls about whether they think America, all of this was an inside job. Something like 80%. Could it be intentional?
It's definitely an inside job. There's no doubt about that.
So
the Afghans got no hatred for America. They don't.
So what
they don't
you're
want to
saying
come.
is
America created the terrorists themselves. Sake, let me
my
bring some people.
my rebuttal to that is that
Never mind.
the okay, go ahead. Sorry, everyone talked at once.
It's bullshit.
Go ahead.
I thought Witsit was speaking first.
Well, this guy thinks he was, so he can go ahead.
I was just saying that the Afghans have no hatred for the Americans. They don't want to
Not
come to
you,
America
Jen.
and blow up innocent American people. They've never carried that hatred.
Okay.
Neither did the Iraqis.
Next guy. Who's the other guy?
The Iraqi people. They didn't. They don't carry that kind of hatred.
Okay.
America up.
Okay.
I think it was just more like a sigh that you weren't agreeing with him with it, I think, and he was like, never mind. Like, I don't think he was going to continue.
Well,
I was going to say
one
something.
guy. I've never heard an argument. It's interesting to at least hear the best you can come up with. And so my rebuttal is, well, it doesn't really jive with me because the thing that showed our vulnerability is that people could get on our planes, which we know they drastically changed that after 9/11. And then, of course, they passed the Patriot Act. We already looked weak to the whole world because that happened to us in numerous areas around the entire U.S., including the world's supposedly strongest military defense building in the world. So it was already known. I don't really see how transparency would be damaging to the government at that point, because the incompetence was kind of already seen around the world. If anything, if they could show the actual plane hitting the Pentagon, they would have really got people more riled up to go to war, maybe, right? But I don't know.
Yeah, and not only that, wasn't it before?
problem.
Hold on, as I said,
Let
it wasn't before the 9/11, before the like a day or a few days before or a week, I don't know how long ago, but it was changed that who could give an order to shoot down a plane, a U.S. plane, and then it went to like president
I had
order.
heard something like that.
It was months in advance.
Yeah,
It was months in advance. It
still nobody wanted to do it.
wasn't days, but it was months.
That's still crazy, though. I never heard this. What's going on?
Oh yeah.
They changed the rules of engagement that only the Secretary of Defense could have the fighters engage.
What was it before that?
I think it was
Down civilians.
regional commanders had the abilities.
Wait, what?
Previously, I think the regional NORAD commanders had authority, but they changed it so that only the Secretary of Defense or the President could authorize shoot downs.
And this happened a few months before.
Yeah, or maybe a year before, but it was during Bush's administration.
It was like months before it happened. Well, I thought it was like weeks or months before it happened. So
that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was.
I've heard that it changed, but I didn't know that it was soon before it.
But
I do remember hearing stories about there being a lot of talk about now we can shoot down this thing. Do we?
And is that because there's civilians on board? Is that why?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, no one had ever, shot down their own passenger jet before.
Yeah.
I mean, how
yeah, no, I
helpful
can
is
see
it
how.
gonna be?
Yeah, no, I can see how that is like a.
I mean, like shooting down a plane over Manhattan. If you don't know where the plane's going to crash, for instance, you might do more harm. Yeah, you could do more harm than good.
Yeah, it seems like they could just redirect it in the air, though, in various ways. But
yeah, well,
which ways could that? How would they redirect it?
Yeah, especially if it's taken down by hijackers.
Yeah, because those pilots are planning on dying. I'm not sure what you could do to make them change course.
Well, maybe
with
today's technology of drones, they would be able to push it from underneath and redirect it, but they may not have had that at that time.
Yeah.
Wait, like redirect a plane with drones?
They didn't have those kind of drones, I'm sure.
I don't. I'm doubtful of their existence even now.
It's actually a really good idea. They should probably implement something like that.
That'd be cool.
You know, if something was to happen, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to quickly say Spitfires did something similar with the V2 or whatever it was, one of those German flying bombs where they would go and tap it with their wing so that it would fly off and blow up in a paddock rather than in London.
Yeah, but it will have to control somehow attach itself to the aileron, so it won't. So we'll have control of the plane because they could just force itself.
Pit maneuver.
Yeah, they could remove. If something like that was to happen, they could just disable the plane remotely, and then someone else can take control of it remotely from somewhere. Like if something was to happen to the pilot,
Yeah, but that brings a lot of other issues, which would probably be like they did the drones back in the day. So wasn't they supposedly
I'm saying they could
drones were
do
being
something like that
controlled?
now, like as a safety precaution.
They do have that now. Yes, they do. This whole thing of like, do we have a pilot on board is a thing of the past. Where now, because most planes, almost all commercial airliners you'll go on have auto landers, and they can be piloted from the ground. With Jetstar pilots have to do 1 in 20 landings, has to be the auto lander.
You know what is sad, regardless of what you think of all this, is how hard it is to find the information now. Because when I started looking that one up, I've Googled a few things, but then I have to go to DuckDuckGo, and even DuckDuckGo recently updated to basically be like Google. And dude, you cannot find this stuff, man. Like you cannot find the info about 9/11 anymore. I mean, at the least we can say that's sad that we live in a world where, come on, we should be able to look at it and decide if it's real or not.
Yeah, I get the reasoning behind it, but I think that suppression of alternate narratives is going to bite us in the ass.
I just looked at a whole bunch of videos. What are you talking about? There's a whole bunch of videos you can find on 9/11.
No, I'm talking about video. I'm talking about trying to Google actual data.
Yeah, like details.
Yeah.
It's definitely.
The thing is that you don't know what's missing now. Because they've suppressed so much stuff, you literally don't know what you can't find.
Unless you have it saved, yeah.
Yeah, they definitely changed the information.
Yeah, but I'm sure if you look hard enough, you could find it. There's been books published on, just explaining both sides of the argument.
Look, like I can't literally find the video where the professional pilots was trying to use simulation, actually try to crash into the Pentagon simulation. You just watched it? You said
Pentagon,
you just watched it?
Oh yeah, the Pentagon's the one that's so crazy that they were able to get the plane that low in parallel.
Yeah. So the like the videos of the actual the pro that they were trying to use the flight simulator to recreate that was hard.
The video I posted it.
Guys, that to me is not that surprising, man. To be
I
honest,
posted that
because
video.
there's flight simulator. You could try, like, they could have practiced, like, you know what I'm saying, beforehand with flight
Well, that's still
sims.
pretty
And
difficult.
video-
That's still pretty difficult, man. To
The
like,
excerpt he's looking for
can
is
we?
in the video that I posted.
Can we?
The new Pearl Harbor.
Can we at least
The new
agree?
Pearl Harbor. It's in there.
Sorry. Yeah. Can we at least agree that, like, even no matter what, like, that's still just a very impressive maneuver, because the Pentagon, I've been there recently, and I don't know how much it's changed though, but anyway, there was a bunch of stuff around the Pentagon. They wouldn't been able to drop down parallel to the ground that low to the Pentagon until last minute. So they would have to swoop down and then level out pretty quickly. At the least, it was an impressive, piloting feat.
And professional pilots.
Definitely harder than hitting the building.
If you're
sure.
looking for that, it's an excerpt. I'm going to post it again.
I appreciate it,
If you're
Jen.
looking for the simulator excerpt, it's in the new Pearl Harbor. It's a great documentary. It goes forensic style of investigation. Really, really good.
There was another
ahead.
documentary you guys mentioned. What was the name of it? It was like
September Clues, Loose Change, and Jin's one.
Yeah, September Clues is the one.
Yeah, Loose Change Directors. That's a good.
Remember, guys, if you're gonna look at this, you have to look at both sides. You don't just look at one side.
2005.
Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to look at both sides. It appears that one side is just kind of speculative appeal to potential other reasons, and then that's really all. But I mean, whatever. I think the way you do it is look at the data.
Sure, some of what I've been saying is just speculative appeal to like possible other reasons for the same thing, but also pointing out that some of these stack up on both sides, which is crucially the put options and the Israelis. That stacks up on either. That stacks up
side
legit
only.
on both narratives.
I see your argument on both of that. It's just that
both
either
sides of the story.
But either way, like the party that had foreknowledge, it appears. I mean, had come on. So there's some more though. I definitely have a few more coincidences, right? I'm not tripping. I mean, this never ends. So
never ends. Absolutely.
Dang, what was the one I had? Sorry.
But the documentaries that I've been posting presents both sides of the story. Both arguments are presented every time. So whatever I post, it's going to show you both sides. It's not one-sided. That wouldn't be a documentary, really.
Well, yeah, it says
Positive.
the official story. It says the official story.
New Pearl Harbor is completely one-sided.
Yeah. So that is the official story, isn't it?
All right, I got another one. So World Trade Center 7 wasn't hit by a plane, but it also collapsed at effectively free fall speed. So Building 7 had housed CIA, NSA, and FBI documents. So could just be a coincidence. But what I do find very interesting is my boy Dave Weiss lives right down the street from New York City, and he says if he walks around and asks people in New York City if they know about World Trade Center 7, that 90% of people in New York City don't even know a third building collapsed. How insane is that?
Oh yeah, I agree. I've talked to so many people about
How many people died in World Trade Center 7?
In fact, just to add to that, sorry, we're speaking.
How many people died in Building 7?
Oh, not many, but a few.
That's why it's not remembered.
No. Building number 7 at the lobby where the explosion happened, and we have that word for word verbatim from Barry Jennings. I can post that video right now.
Barry Jennings was telling a story.
No, he was there. He wasn't telling a story. He was telling exactly what
happened. Who were there that rescued him from the building said there were no bodies. No one had died in the building.
He said he was walking over bodies. He's got it.
He said it was like walking over bodies.
No, he said
it was like walking over bodies.
Not to look down, and because he was stepping over bodies. And he said, I know I was stepping over dead bodies because I had to step over them. Okay? That's what he said, his own words.
No, he was telling stories by...
No, he wasn't telling stories.
Jen,
shut up.
There were no other
Can you
accounts.
post that video?
Disrespecting the man.
There were no
No,
other counts at all. Or
because
no
we're
other counts
in the building.
You're
Right, okay.
disrespecting the man who's telling you what he said and saw.
And regardless of how many people died, the point is most people don't even know there was a third building, and that third building was not hit by a plane, and supposedly office fires caused the collapse. That building happened to house CIA, FBI, and NSA documents. So it's just a coincidence, or maybe it's not. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, if
Well,
I can
we
just
were
add that now to what
flaming
Wismith just said
debris.
there. Hang on, if I can just add to what Wismith said. If you're really interested to find out, there is a site called buildingwhat.com. Okay, and this is from Mr. I've forgotten his name now, but his son died at the lobby. Okay, and because when he asked people about building number 7, their reaction is building what? Building what? Because they're surprised that to hear that another building went down. Okay, and he created a site to explain exactly what happened to his son and the building and everything else. Okay, there you go.
Building 7 also housed a daycare. Isn't it just as likely that they were attempting to erase the records of the daycare center?
No.
Not really.
Why not? Think about it.
I guess
Why would they
who
need?
that
Why would they
baby
need
could
to
be.
do that?
Wait, okay, I assumed that you were being someone that was facetious. It sounds like you maybe are like an actual truther. Then yeah, I will say that sounds pretty crazy in a way if you know about their obsession with pedophilia. But I mean, that's a lot of speculation.
Yeah, see, they
I
just
knew
want you to think it was the
you were gonna go
FBI
there.
and CIA. What they really wanted to do is they wanted to get rid of the records of the babies because those babies actually knew the Earth was flat.
Wow, you are a troll.
I think you might be onto something.
So anyway,
you're just disrespecting people who died really at the end of the day.
So
but then what do you expect from
I was
a
still
Wally?
just trying to be nice to him though. But like the part is that we're talking about, it's like, we can't prove anything. We're not about to like go handcuff the guy that did it or whatever. It's just about we're laying out the coincidences and you get to choose. So the coincidence
It's a group
summed up,
of individuals.
the most recent coincidence that we've discussed summed up is that a third building fell in New York. Most people don't even know it. That same building, the news anchors reported collapsed before it actually did. Then their feed cut, and inside that building, there was CIA, FBI, NSA information. It was not hit by a plane, but office fires apparently made it free fall. So that's just a coincidence.
It was not hit by a plane. It was hit by a 110-story building that caught it on fire. So
cool.
I would like to see an angle from the side of the of the building 7. If you could get an angle between 1, 2, and 7 to watch to see if it touches.
Posted a video where it shows you such an angle. I posted a video for you, but you don't want to watch anything that I
don't want to
post.
watch 4-hour
It's
videos.
giving you all the angles that
That's
you
me.
asked for. It's
Don't want to watch 4-hour videos in the middle of a discussion.
No, this one is
Show
an
me
hour and
a
50
clip,
minutes.
the clip on
1 hour
the clip I'm
50
talking
video,
about, Jim.
and it shows you the angle you're talking about.
Right. How long did it take the building to
But
collapse? Did it
well,
collapse
I'm
at free
passing you
fall
the
speed, or
material.
did it
Take the
4
time to
hours
look.
collapse?
All you got to do is speed watch it. Just
Well,
speed, just watch
Jen.
the thing, you know.
Seconds to collapse.
Jen, you could
Yeah.
now. YouTube has a clip thing, so can you go to whoever it is and just?
Yeah, I'm
clip
not
that
going to be
part?
doing that for anybody.
Have you guys also
Okay, well,
I'm not going to do that.
then chill out trying to expect
gonna
everyone
do
to
that.
go look through right now in the middle of a conversation, right? Like kind of be reasonable.
No, not
Yeah,
now.
that's-
In your leisure, cup of tea and a scone. Not now. Later on. If you
Yeah,
want to
I
learn
like
the truth,
tea.
take your time.
Another thing I've heard about Building 7 as well is that not only like the documents in the offices for the CIA, FBI, NSA that were there, but have you guys also heard the idea that perhaps they actually ran the operation from that building? So there would have had to been a lot of coordination for what they did that day. So there's an idea.
You cut off.
Yeah, they call it Giuliani's bunker. Giuliani's bunker, that was. Correct. Gio is correct, because that's where it was. Giuliani's bunker. Cost over $1 million to reinforce it and make it bomb-proof, apparently. Bulletproof windows and that.
Okay, have you guys ever heard about the gold that was supposedly moved from underneath the trade centers?
The gold is the one I was thought they were talking about before.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Many people
Yeah.
conflated the two back in when I was used to it.
I think my connection might have dropped out. I think
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying the idea that Building 7, that they actually, I mean, this is obviously very hard to prove or verify, but just the idea that they perhaps actually coordinated and actually ran the event from that building. And so once it was kind of completed, they wanted the entire building just instantly demolished, and that they actually coordinated it and actually ran it from that building, at least the first parts of it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I never
Makes a bit
heard
of
that.
sense.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
then
little
Jen
bit like
said,
Pharaoh burying
Sorry.
workers with him.
yeah, my bad. I guess Jen called it something. Julian's bunker. Is that what you said?
Yeah, Giuliani's bunker. That's what it was called.
Giuliani. Oh, the
Yeah.
New York mayor. I gotcha.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, interesting. What about how the plane? Oh, what was the other one I had just brought up? I forgot.
The what about
the
this
gold?
one?
The gold.
The flight recordings. The flight
I
recordings.
still hear you guys only talking about one side of the argument.
No, we're bringing up the official story coincidences, and then we're letting
No, you guys
everyone.
are bringing. No, it sounds like you're only talking about those coincidences. You're not saying, okay, this is what the official story says. This is what the conspiracy side says. Now here's what the other side says.
We literally have been doing that for like an hour.
No,
and a
you
half.
haven't. No, you
Yes, we have.
That's actually exactly what we've been doing. We've been talking about the official story, the coincidences, and then also some additional ideas on it.
Yeah, but you haven't heard the like. Okay, so you say Building 7 went down because, but no one's saying, okay, this is why we say Building 7 went down.
Well, I
I've
guess
said that already. I've said that so many times. Unreal.
What about the? Okay.
Well, B-Ball, you're free to share your viewpoint if you want to say.
Yeah,
what you
I was doing that too earlier. I was like adding counters to what they were saying.
Yeah, we've been like super fair.
As where we were going.
I've actually jumped in and said, to be fair, if anyone wants to kind of play defense attorney, we should be respectful enough to fully hear them out as well. We've had a pretty good conversation, to be honest.
All right, maybe I missed most of it. Sorry.
Yeah, pay attention, man. Throwing accusations out there.
But they are mostly going over the coincidences, though. They are mostly going over the coincidences, not like.
I posted a quote from the FDNY fire chief who was in charge of the firefighting at World Trade Center 7.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And that's his testimony. What's it in? He was deposed in a lawsuit.
Here, I got one. I got a good one. What about the thermite claim of all the thermite?
What was he saying in his deposition? What did he say?
It's pretty short. You can just enlarge it.
He said that his firemen went into the building. They determined that they had no water in the standpipes to fight the fire. And given what had already happened that day, that they were going to evacuate the building and wait for it to collapse.
I don't think anyone disputes that.
No, yeah, but then there were dead bodies there as well, though. That's the thing.
I don't think
Not
anyone here
according to
even disputes that.
only according to one witness who was saying it half-heartedly.
Well, okay. What about
he wasn't a witness. Barry Jennings works there. He was part of the.
It's called a witness. Yeah, it's called a witness.
He's a witness, but he's a very credible and reliable.
Yeah,
witness. He works there.
He's a witness. Yes,
why would he
and
have to
other
lie?
witnesses, the people that escorted him out of the building said no, there were no bodies in the building.
Yeah, but he worked there, and he told us what he saw. So,
and the people that guided him out of the building and told him not to look down.
Yeah, we have
that's what he said. Look down because you're going to be stepping over human beings dead. That's what he said.
The guy that said that did not say that. That was a word he's on video saying I didn't say that.
Barry Jennings said that. He said, "I was told to not look down."
Yeah,
right?
and the person who actually saved his life,
hold on. So you guys,
they never said that.
all right, hold on. I'm gonna have to mute you for a second, just because you're talking over each other. Just go one at a time. Steel City, tell your piece. See, when two people talk at the same time, no one can hear anything. So if you want to be heard, then try not to interrupt. Maybe just step back if someone else speaks, and then you'll have your chance. That way, everyone actually gets heard. Because otherwise, it's just audio chaos, and we can't hear anything.
Barry Jennings was trapped in World Trade Center 7. He had to break a window and call for help. The FDNY went into the building, found him, pulled him out of the building. As they're pulling him out of the building and walking to the lobby, they said, "Don't look down," because it was just a wreck. And they guided him out of the building. And somehow Barry Jennings, when he tells his story, he says, "Don't look down." And I thought I was stepping over dead bodies.
I'm actually going to post what he actually said in a few minutes' time because I've got it to hand
That's
anyway.
fine.
And what he
I don't think there's
actually
debate about what he said. I think there's debate about whether other people's testimony
so someone else talking.
correlates
What
with
he
that.
actually said was that he saw the lobby. And it was, oh well, I wasn't I? By me. So basically, he said the lobby totally wrecked, and prior to him going in there earlier, it was plush. He said so when he couldn't believe how the lobby was destroyed. Okay, he said that, and he was asked to he had to crawl out on his hands and knees because this building might blow up. Is what he was told. He says I can't walk out because my knees are in pain. He goes, you'll have to crawl out then. So he got on his hands and knees and crawled out. And then when he got to the lobby, he was told not to look down, but he looked down, he saw some dead bodies. I'm going to post it anyway right now.
Okay. So we apparently have two contradictory testimonies. Both people are posting their stuff, and everyone can make up their own mind. Do you guys remember whenever there was supposedly an interview with a firefighter afterwards, and he said that right before the collapse, he heard all kinds of bombs going off?
Yeah, I did hear banging. Something about that, booms or bangs that he thought were explosions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
You know, it was like they planned to take the building down floor by floor. Pa 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 pa. You know?
Yeah, we know that's certainly one of the sides claiming.
And I was running, he said.
And I know it would be a slight diversion, so I'm happy for people to say no, but I would love to hear what the different views on how, if it was explosives or controlled demolition, what the operation to put them in there would look like.
There was an unexpected electric crew that visited the World Trade Centers 2 weeks beforehand, and on every floor they worked on basically every floor. So I think that if you were going to speculate, they would have rigged the building for demolition then.
This is another story that comes from only one witness, Scott Forbes. And when asked about this, he admitted, "Well, I thought it was half the building, but all I know for certain it was the floors I was on, which were 2 floors.
Well,
so all he knows for certain is 2 floors, and it's just one witness."
Yeah, but the point is that
that's a good put half the building being down.
That's a good start, though, isn't it?
Well, the point is that he asked me to speculate, and so it's like you're making it hard to have honest conversation as if 9/11 was your house or something. You know, like
I'm sorry, I have a point that counter every one of your points with it, but
no,
it was a bad point.
Buddy, he asked me. It wasn't my point. Okay, he literally asked for speculation.
No, you don't. You don't have anything.
I did
You have
invite
nothing. Nada.
to speculate on that.
Yeah, and I was just saying, if I was going to speculate, it would be the unexpected, electric crew that went there 2 weeks before. That's just a speculation. No one denies that they were there. It's just like, were they really rigging the building? I have no evidence of it. So.
Yeah, the thing that
yeah, that's right. But there was also a refurbishment going on in the lift areas, and they're removing some of this asbestos as well. That was going on for a while.
Weren't there some very prominent people that typically go to World Trade Center that didn't go to work that day?
Sure, I mean, I'm sure prominent
That's
people
right.
would not turn up regularly.
I just didn't want to misspeak. Go ahead.
It was the building. Sorry, it was the building owner, Silverstein.
Yeah, exactly.
The suggestion that they snuck in, they did it on the weekend because as a result of my interest in 9/11, I started looking for other buildings collapsing. Indeed, they do go down looking very, very similar to the World Trade Center buildings. But then what I started to notice was all these buildings are gutted. They almost always have the floor, the walls, and everything knocked out of at very least the floors they're blowing out. And they usually have cut with like a sort of circular saw or something into all of the supporting columns, and they're putting the thermite inside those supporting columns. And then they have these giant thick ropes of cable that come out of the building to set off the explosions.
That's right.
Right, I don't.
It can all be done by computer now, though. Yeah, setting off can be done by computer now. Apparently,
right,
if you listen to the experts
central columns, right?
From
and you still need to get rid of the walls, I would think.
Yeah, I mean,
from controlled demolition.
It would certainly help with demolition, and yeah, typically planned demolitions definitely weaken the infrastructure before they pull it. What about that? Reminds me. What about the video where the dude, you can hear him say, "Pull it"?
Yeah.
What does pull it
Yeah,
mean?
that was
What's it?
Larry
Pull it.
Silverstein. It means to pull the building down. That is the technical terminology that they use when they're bringing a building down. That's exactly what
To
they
me,
use.
it
It's
sounds
well
like
known all over the
saying
world.
Give me
pull.
definition.
It's a
To me, it
specific
sounds
Oh,
like
come on! It's
pulling
an
down a
inside. It's an
building.
inside terminology. Inside in-house trade terminology. It
to
doesn't
me,
have to
it
have an
sounds
official
like pull
citation.
all the
What it
rescuers out of the
means,
building.
and what it means is you've got a building that you're destroying that is abutting and attached to another building that you are not destroying. So you destroy all of the leeward side of the building that's away from it, and then you use
pull it
cranes
down.
or something to pull it away from the face that it's attached to.
Well,
None of which happened on 9/11.
From my
It's an
understanding,
inside job.
the official story is actually that it's Larry Silverstein, the guy that magically knew not to go there, I
Yes.
guess, and he said, "Pull it," right? And the official story is that he was supposedly saying, "Pull the firefighters back."
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the official
Makes
story.
more sense.
That's what he
Makes more
says.
sense
That's
than
what
him
he said.
using
Yeah.
a demolitions term that doesn't even relate to, if this was a controlled demolition, isn't even the correct term.
This is what he said. We've had so much loss of life. I think the best thing is to pull the building, pull it down, right? So
He says pull it down.
He says
he said
pull
pull
it.
it,
Did you
not
add
down,
that?
but pull it.
Pull it.
He said pull it, not down, but pull it. And then we got out of the building and whatever and watched the building collapse. He said.
Well, he did make a huge profit. So to get the full context of the coincidence, he said, "Pull it," a demolition term. It's the same guy that didn't go there on that day when he's normally there, and it's the same guy who had recently purchased and got an additional insurance policy to cover terrorist attacks. So in theory, if he was saying "pull it," like make it collapse, he was calling the very moment he would insure large amounts of insurance money, right? I mean, that's the argument. Yeah.
He would have got no money if it was intentionally destroyed.
Exactly.
Say again.
It
Say
was.
again.
He would have no money if it was intentionally destroyed.
Well,
he wouldn't say pull
He
it.
wouldn't got a payout for destroying his own building.
Obviously, he didn't think he could be heard saying "pull it," did he? I mean, let's be real here.
He says it to a
He said it in an interview.
Oh, okay, I don't remember that.
Yeah, but his building was so destroyed, you couldn't run an office, so it had to come down anyway.
Right. So if it has to come down anyway, why is he pulling it? And you would call
That's
an
the word he
insurance
used.
assessor.
We decided to
$10
put it,
million
and
riding
we
on
watched it collapse.
Surely
So
you're going to call an insurance assessor.
that clip.
This is one of the ones I
got that
think
clip
that I can honestly say I see the viability in the counter argument. Like I can see there being some
but it's very slim. Very
I can
slim
definitely see.
indeed
Well,
when you hear him speak.
just to show intellectual honesty, because I harp on it so much, I don't want to be a hypocrite. I can see plausible deniability, although I obviously do not think it's a coincidence he used a demolition term and then made millions. But I can see the plausible deniability argument. Like I can actually.
Yeah, but very slim at best, though. That's what I'm saying. Very
Well, dude, I
slim
mean,
at
cool,
best.
of course, dude. If someone put a gun to my head and asked if the 9/11 official story was true, and I had 5 seconds to get the answer right, and if I'm wrong, I'd die, and I knew they knew the answer, I would immediately say that it wasn't true. So, but I'm trying to just have an intellectually honest conversation where we kind of bridge the gaps here, and we can talk back and forth. It's
It
good.
is what
It's
it
good.
is, man.
I think
It
this
is
is
what it
good.
is.
I think this is somewhere where we're not we're not.
I'm intellectually honest. It is what it is. He said that, and
to
it came
accept when
down, and
somebody
he made
else
his money.
makes solid points is an important skill, I think. So
Well,
going
I've
to
made so
join
many
in,
solid
Jin.
points. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable
That's
solid
not
points.
intellectual honesty.
Couldn't get
Jin.
any
That's
more
what everybody
solid.
thinks. The
I
intellectual
couldn't get any
honesty
more
comes when
solid
you
than I
accept
am at
that
the
other
moment.
people
Solid
make solid
rock
points.
solid.
But Jan, don't you agree it's refreshing to have a conversation where we're not so down each other's throats about everything?
Well, I mean, it's nice, but it still could be a lot better. There's still room for a lot of improvement, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, this is a
further.
conversation where people disagree, man. I mean, this is the point is if we can have conversations and we can learn things, we can hear other people out. That's when it's
We haven't
productive.
learned anything from anything. What have you learned today?
I have learned a few things. I said that earlier. Like I didn't know some of the stuff that we've talked about. So it's like even for me,
You
it's
didn't
been.
know?
No, that's what I'm saying. Even I didn't know a couple of things. Like I didn't know. I forgot what. Oh yeah, I didn't know about the 100 times more. What's it called? Put options. Put options. Yeah, I didn't know about that. So I learned that today. I mean, for me, that's a success. You know.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
Andrew,
a
what
smoking
about
gun.
The thermite that they found. The thermite argument.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thermite,
sphericalized
thermate,
steel,
and
I was
nanothermite.
obsessed with sphericalized steel for a bit. The idea that they were finding in the dust these little balls of steel, which they were saying, right, you don't have to get hot enough to melt steel beams, but something was hot enough to melt this steel into a liquid such that it formed a sphere. Back to the sphere, boys.
Yeah, that.
And they found that in dust
Yeah.
everywhere, which
So,
implies that
hey,
there might be
eggshells.
some.
I
Well,
sent
can we
you a
talk
really good
about that?
video
Because I
about that.
never. Sorry.
Oh,
go ahead.
cool. Okay, cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah, that was by James, what's his
Nick
name?
West.
Bingham.
I've heard that.
Bingham
I
Young
remember watching that.
University.
That's in Loose Change. I remember watching that when I was like, when did that come out? Does anyone know? Because I feel like I watched that when I was
2000. The original one came out in 2005. Then it had an update 2006, second edition. Then there was a third edition, and then there's a director's cut.
Okay, so I'm 30, and I remember I was like 13 when I first heard about 9/11.
So that would have been, you would have seen the very first one. You would have seen then. That would have been the very first one, the best one.
Well, it would have
in
been a
my
couple years,
opinion.
yeah, but I would have saw it a couple years after it came out. But that makes sense because I remember I was 13, and dude, I remember I told my dad about this, and since he was in the army, he was not happy. We were coming home from like a travel baseball, and then like he had his brother, my uncle, in the front seat, and I brought it up because I watched Loose Change, and dude, he was not happy. He hit me with the whole emotional like. People died.
Why?
My friends died. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you dare. Like, my friends died. And then we got terrorists. And then we got people going over there to go sacrifice their life for the freedom that people like you just kind of take for granted. And blah, blah. He hit me with an emotional argument. He couldn't even let me get through it. Yeah, it was crazy.
Those two videos I just posted there. If anyone wants to check them out, I just posted them.
Dude, I don't want to open up too much to you guys or whatever, but that really changed the paradigm between me and my dad. Like, he always just labeled me a crazy conspiracy theorist from that point forward. So I was very adamant.
Yeah. And you were telling him the truth. And I'm sure he realizes it now.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm sure he realizes it now. Well, you should, if you ever get the chance, have a good look.
Yeah.
Again.
Does anyone have in-depth information about the gold specific? I remember that there was gold, and I guess it was moved from under.
It was in the basement anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know
Willie
any
Rodriguez
really
was
detail.
telling
I don't
us,
remember
yeah.
the details. Does anyone
It was
remember any of
something
the?
like, it was vague. I'm going on like 10, 15-year-old memory.
It was
something
owned
like
by the
that
Saudi Arabians.
that some of the reserve is kept there in bullion, and that it was moved right before or was never found in the wreckage or some sort of story like that.
Yeah,
it was moved.
It was moved before.
It was actually moved.
Yeah.
And Willie Rodriguez remembered that.
And there is also an official story about that too. Like, there's an official story as to why it was moved. I just don't remember what it was because, like, I like to try to give the whole conversation's context is. Do you believe the official story? It doesn't mean you have to say someone else did it or who else did it. Or it's just like, do you think that we were told the truth about what happened? Is kind of the context, you know. So I don't know. I mean, like, a coincidence is that they did get the most invasive legislation ever passed through America at the time, right afterwards. So. I mean, it's still the worst. It's still the worst thing on the books. I mean, it's like on the time of national security, you do not have rights in America anymore.
Let's not forget there was that soldier who was an American footballer. His name was Pat Tillman. He gets killed by friendly fire after he reported to his parents that the Iraqi war was an illegal war. He'd come to that conclusion after getting there.
Dude,
Afghanistan.
The Patriot Act says that if you're suspected of domestic terror, what?
Wait, you want to talk about Roberts?
Pat Tillman didn't get killed by.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
Pat Tillman.
Austin was right in the middle of speaking.
Yeah, I didn't know they were going to respond to him. Y'all can go ahead. I already forgot.
Sorry, Wits. It didn't mean to overtalk you there.
Go ahead.
Wow. What did you think? What did you say Pat Tillman died from?
He died from what was called friendly fire.
Yeah.
His own people shot him. He was shot in the head.
No, he wasn't.
No, he
yes,
wasn't.
He was. Don't let me post it. He was shot in the head. Pat Tillman
By who?
was shot in the head. His brother you it. Okay? He was shot in the head. Pat Tillman, killed by American bullets. Yes.
I don't think I don't think that's right.
You don't argue with me about that, man, because I've been watching
No,
it
I'm gonna
for
go.
years.
I'm gonna
Watch
stick
lots of
with
very
the.
long videos.
I'm gonna stick with the story that I learned about it in second
Yep,
bat.
that's
You're
how I know
wrong.
what I know.
Oh, I
Right.
remember. I
So
remember
what's
now.
the other story that you've heard?
Yeah,
He
go
was
ahead.
He was
killed by
shot in.
friendly
I'm not
fire.
wrong at all, mate. I'm not
I'm
wrong. I
sorry.
stake my life on
I'm
it.
getting
He
overtalked
was
to you.
shot in the head
Jen,
by friendly
Jen,
fire.
shut up, mate.
Yeah.
Jen, let
You
him.
shut up. Don't tell me to shut
Well,
up.
Jen, he
You
was.
shut up, you
Clear about
cunt.
your opinion.
Jen,
Yeah,
everyone,
don't tell me. I don't
everyone,
give a shit
keep the.
about you, you cunt.
Hey, whoa! I was about to say, everyone, keep the personal
Well, don't
attacks
tell
to
me to shut up.
minimum. Okay, fair
Fuck off, you
enough.
cunt.
Try not to tell people to shut up, but try not to talk over
Yeah, silly
people. And
cunt.
let's,
Fucking Aussie bastard.
dude, Jen, you can't do that, man. That's going to add fuel
I can,
to.
and I will if they tell me to shut up again.
Okay, just
Not is
don't,
the answer to that, really.
don't call people names. Is the other guy was going to say something? Okay, then
There was
anyway. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there was some operational hazards and some miscommunication. A few radios didn't work, and the spotters didn't know where an element was. They had moved out of the bounds of the actual operation when the engagement occurred. It was
That's
during.
not the official. That's not the story that's come from his mother, his
Jen,
mother, his
Yo, would
father.
you mute that fucker?
I thought he had finished.
Oh, man.
Okay, what's the problem here?
No, it's not okay. That's what I'm letting you
I
know.
thought
It's
he
not
had
okay.
finished. Okay, shut your mouth.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I think there might be some truth behind what Jen is saying. That's what I'm looking at right now. It says friendly fire while serving in Afghanistan.
Right, but that sounds
He
like
was
the same thing.
mistakenly gunned down by fellow Rangers.
All right, I've got another
Right.
one. I've got another one. If we're ready to move on.
Yeah.
All right. How about that? There was a hurricane right off the coast of New York City on 9/11. Right at the moment that the towers were hit, this hurricane was coming up the coast. It literally paused there while the two towers were hit, and then continued on its way up the coast. And this hurricane was not reported on in any of the major news, and it was virtually not on the radar in any of the news stories. How about that one?
What? I've never heard such a thing.
Yeah.
What's the relevance there on a big news day? A hurricane that isn't threatening humans doesn't get much news time during the biggest terrorist attack in over a century.
I just posted. That's actually just one little overhead of it.
I guess I just don't get the.
So it was called. The name of it was Hurricane Aaron, and yep, it was a hurricane that is on record as of happening. So like it is publicly known. It's in like the NOAA and all of that recorded it. It was 500 miles off the shore of New York City, and it literally came up and paused right like in that position of that one I just posted. That was its position when. So it was timed, meaning that when the towers were hit, it was at its closest, apex to New York City. And then after the event, the hurricane just continued on its way and dissipated up off the coast.
Yeah, I mean, definitely intriguing at least, right?
This actually taps into the whole directed energy weapon discussion because they apparently they can use the hurricane's energy for the actual electromagnetic and electrostatic effects of these and microwave and it gets into like the Hutchinson effect. But so that link taps into that, which is something we haven't really talked about fully. But so one idea with it is that they actually needed the field effects of the hurricane in order for the directed energy weapon to be effective.
That's pretty wild. I'm very intrigued. Because the Hutchinson effect is mind-blowing, dude. Like, looking into that. Wow. I mean, I find it interesting. I know some people in this room, to be fair, right, Gio? Some people in this room aren't going to find that. Like, that's going to be too much speculation for them. But I personally think that's pretty. Because, like, I would have to see it. Like, you can see it pause. Is there some way that I can, like, watch it where it's, like, it kind of chills by New York?
Like an animated one?
Or just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, or just a data, I don't know. I'll look into it though. I'll look into it. I'm not asking you to go get 9/11 info because I will say it's not very easy.
Yeah, it would be good. I don't have one on hand of a video of it. I mean, the thing about it, like, it is all registered. Like, it's in the books in terms of the timing and the positioning of it in terms of like the historical records, like the NOAA and the weather, the national weather and all of that. So it's called Hurricane Aaron. So, I mean, it is known about in that way. It's just that it wasn't in the news, like at all. Now, granted, if it wasn't close enough to cause any effects, one could, to give the kind of mainstream story, or side, their position, if it wasn't a threat, because there are a lot of hurricanes that come up that coast and they just end up going up, they just fade up north. So it is fair to say that if it didn't get close enough or if it was sort of under control, that it wouldn't have been something too much reported on. However, it is strange that it was virtually non-existent in any of the news, around that time, but it was a hurricane that was there. And the fact that its positioning seemed to be correlated with the exact timing, like that morning is when the hurricane was, paused off the shore, is definitely, just in terms of coincidences, is pretty interesting to say the least.
Right. So coincidence, and to fully wrap their point, it's, say it wasn't so close that it actually posed immediate danger. Obviously, the news that took precedent that day was the terrorist attack. And so now you've heard both sides, then you choose yourself. In a world. Okay, I got another one. So whenever the other plane landed, what was it, in Pennsylvania? What's up with the lack of debris when it just hit the ground? When normally when planes crash, there's all kinds of plane debris.
Yeah, is that the Shanksville one?
Yeah.
That one is wild. Yeah, like the footage that they give from it, we've looked into that somewhat recently, maybe in the past 3 or 4 months. We were looking into that because we were pulling up all the pictures. Yeah, that one is wild. Like the actual footage, it's like, where is the plane? Where is everything?
Dude, there's nothing. And if you look at every other time a plane crashed out of the sky and hits the ground, you definitely see the plane,
Yeah, it's a huge indentation in the ground. There's tons of because everything is there. I mean, there's seats and wings and parts, and I mean, everything would be there. Like other airplane crashes, like that band Leonard Skinner, Sweet Home Alabama and all that. Like they actually died in a plane crash. So I don't know why I brought that up. I had just looked into that because I didn't know that much about it, but I researched it a bit. Yeah, it's crazy. A lot of those guys died in a plane crash, but when there's something like that happens, I mean, there's debris everywhere. It's a huge scene. So
I think there was debris though. I mean, I think I did see some footage of some debris.
There was one thing, right? There was one thing they supposedly found or something. I don't remember. But to represent the official story, it was officially reported that there was an anomalous lack of plane debris and all the bodies were destroyed, right?
You got to remember that was I think it was almost like a nosedive straight down at full speed.
Okay, yeah, but so the official story is that there was an anomalous lack of plane debris and that all the bodies were destroyed. Isn't that right?
Yeah, they kind of the mainstream story for this. They kind of say that literally that it was vaporized, is what they. I mean, maybe not that exact word, but yeah, they say that it was disintegrated.
Yeah, because I mean, there was a person that went and reported it at the time, and they were talking about how there was an astonishing lack of debris. At the time, kind of how you can't cover everything, right? If this was set up, you can't cover everything. The firefighter saying right before it collapsed, I heard boom, 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 boom. You can't plan for that. You can't plan for a reporter going over there and actually reporting and saying, there's no debris here. But so it's just interesting. So none of the bodies and all the debris, basically, so the official story, to give them their best representation, is since the plane nosedived basically straight down to the ground super fast, it destroyed almost all of the plane, and it destroyed all the bodies, and basically left no debris.
Upon impact, yeah.
So the picture I'm about to post, you can actually see the tail. Give me a second.
Yeah, and it kind of looks like it's just placed there.
Well, I'm gonna go find the reporter. Okay, I don't even remember seeing this. I don't remember seeing that picture. That's still pretty crazy. Most of it just completely disintegrated, but the the wings fully intact. That would be the part that was left most intact. I will admit that, but obviously, if someone was to lie about this, they're not that incompetent. That does seem very difficult to just drag a freaking plane wing out there unnoticed, though, right? Then again, this is the middle of nowhere, so who would even be? I don't know.
Yeah, it would have to be quite a setup, meaning that, I mean, they would have to get there early and have whatever CIA and FBI crews there. Well, probably more of the CIA for that, but
I mean, why couldn't they just like crash a plane anyway? I mean, like technically speaking, they could just crash a plane. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that I'm not convinced there were planes that hit to towers. I'm not convinced there was a plane at the Pentagon, and up till now, I'm certainly haven't been convinced that there's a plane that left like no debris. But I'll have to look more into this. I want to find the report because I will say this picture probably pops right up on Google right now, and I guarantee you I'm about to have to dig really deep to find the original report. When if there's nothing to hide, all that should come up at the very top as soon as I type it in my opinion. But yeah, that's an interesting one. So, okay. And so we've already covered that there were 81 cameras at the Pentagon and none of them captured it. And then when they finally did then they went to the gas station and also took their gas station surveillance, didn't ever release it. And then the little bit in the Marriott, and then the little bit that they showed, they actually took out frame 20, which showed the very moment of impact. And so that's just a coincidence.
that one's strange too, though. Like the hole in the Pentagon, that doesn't look like an airplane hit it at all. I mean, it looks, if anything, looks like a missile hole.
Yeah.
Doesn't even make sense. Like the wings should have hit the sides. I mean, it just doesn't even look like an airplane impact.
Yeah, that's another good point. It's like amazingly low amount of debris at the Pentagon as well, and 747 couldn't even fit in the hole that was in the Pentagon. Any official comebacks for that? I've never really heard an official comeback for that.
To be honest, when I've heard them try to sort of legitimize that one, actually, it's just not really ever sure I've heard of any. They kind of just say, like, I don't know. It's almost like a shrug your shoulders on that one.
Yeah, like any of the people here that believe the official story, can they even speculate like how that plane fit in that hole?
No idea. No idea.
Crazy, because then if you combine that with the fact that the very frame that would have showed the impact is missing, that's pretty crazy coincidence.
Isn't there something else that the part of the Pentagon that it hit had particular offices in it as well that were connected in terms of like
yeah, like the account.
Yeah,
the accounting office, because the day before Don Rumsfeld said like $2 trillion were missing, and that was the part of the Pentagon that accounted. So it was just another coincidence.
It's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I thought a big crazy one was that like the dancing Israelis were there beforehand taking pictures with lighters and then got caught. They had tons of cash on them and they all had plane tickets to different places. They all refused to take polygraph tests. They all told contradictory stories, and then we just sent them back over to Israel. And Israel is the very country that gave us the intel for weapons of mass destruction, which were later admitted to not actually exist. And Israel clearly benefited the most from that war of any other country. I mean, that's pretty crazy coincidence.
Were they there beforehand? I tried to find that before. I could find evidence that they were there watching it happen, but not that they turned up for there and were taking photos of it happening.
Let me find
the
out.
original account of the first eyewitness was saying that they got a call from their friend that the Twin Tower had been hit, and she went outside to look at the first tower burning, and that was the first or only account I've heard of somebody describing the dancing Israelis.
Yeah, I'll have to go find it because I do remember what happened. They didn't just show everyone. This guy went through like hell with a Freedom of Information Act request, and then he got the pictures, and then upload them to the internet. So, and he's even got the documentation of the FOIA request as well. So hopefully that hasn't been scrubbed. I mean, Wow, I know I didn't just make it up, but I'll check. This is sad, man. It's really this stuff like this makes me sad. Like that one of the most infamous events ever. Like you can't even find information about it. Like it's very difficult to find anything other than basically articles debunking the conspiracy, quote unquote. It's very similar to Flat Earth. Well, this is way bigger than that. This is like, I understand why people were like Flat Earth is too much for them, certainly at first, but like this is a little different. I mean, this is the biggest domestic attack ever. So except for Pearl Harbor, which there's a whole conspiracy about that. Like, yeah, Japan came and attacked ships that were no longer used. Very smart.
This is one of those things that can. I mean, it could go either way, though. I mean, there could be plausible information about them actually covering up, or there can be other stuff that it could actually be true. So this it can actually go either way.
All right, so B-Ball, is that your position on it? Oh, sorry, B-Ball, is that your position on it? Like, you would say you're actually open to the potential that this was a coordinated effort?
I mean, I used to think like that. Like when I first heard about it, and I started, around what 07, 08, I was looking into it, and I was like, oh shit, this is fucking inside job, and building 7, all that stuff, and then I started looking at the debunking videos, and I was like, oh, okay, that's why that looked like that. That's why the building looked like that. That's why this happened. Okay, so it kind of made sense to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was for me. And the dancing Israelis was what did it, because I was like, oh, this is such a absolute grand slam, like perfect, like slam dunk, sorry, perfect demonstration that there was foreknowledge from intelligence infrastructure. And they've got their names, and they know that they're Mossad agents, and they've got a photo of this van that's a known Mossad front. But then the official story matches with them doing that. And that's why I think it doesn't stack up on either side, which is if they were what they were claiming they were doing in America, and what they'd been working on for years was trying to get America to fight Islamic terrorism. And America had been assiduously anti-conflict since Vietnam, and didn't want to get in somebody else's war. And they all saw this attack, and they knew that America would get into this war with them.
Have any
So
of
they were
you
happy.
ever heard?
Lying scumbag. That's lies, man.
I found them, man. I found them. So what in the FOIA request, they blocked out all their faces. But it has a copy of the FOIA request and everything. I'm about to link
You
it.
can find a talk show. You can find a talk show where they're talking about the attack. When they get back to Israel, because they've had their cover blown, they're pretty much done with Mossad. So they all go on a talk show and explain what was happening on that day.
Have any of you ever heard of Rainbow Farm?
No, it sounds utterly terrifying. It sounds like a place where kids go to get their kidneys cut out.
No, yeah, okay. No, it was actually a really, really nice place, a really positive, friendly place. They had lots of festivals and stuff there. September 10th, the FBI raided and killed the armed and defensive inhabitants with no provocation.
Wow. They obviously wanted the adrenochrome.
Right. Nobody's ever heard of it because it was the day before September 11th.
Yeah. That's what what you'd wish for, isn't it? As a politician, you wish for the day that you do your massive fuck up, something else bigger, some other bigger fuck up happens on that day.
Need to correct a couple things that I think I misspoke. So it says the images of them holding the lighters are actually while the tower's burning. It's really hard to tell with the pictures. They're black and white, and the government blocked out their faces. Another detail, which is kind of minor, I said that they were all caught with large sums of cash. Again, this is me recollecting from like over a decade, but I think actually one of them was caught with lots of cash, and they did all have plane tickets to different places. And then the actual Freedom of Information request is in that link as well, and then the response. So yeah, I mean, worth looking into if you're interested, I guess. But I guess overall, the point I misspoke was pretty important, right? Where I say that I remembered that they had the pictures of them with the lighters before it burned. This just shows that they were happy. And then the narrative, like he said, for anyone that didn't hear, the narrative is that Israel was trying to warn everyone of incoming radical Islamic terrorism attacks, and no, it fell on deaf ears. And so basically, like, okay, stupid Americans are going to get what they deserve because they won't listen to us. And they kind of celebrated once it was done, with the idea being that now America would back them against the Islamic terrorists. That's the official story. Or the second story is, dancing Israeli Mossad agents were there because they knew about the attack, and they were undercover in a moving van, and they celebrated once it was attacked because they knew about the attack beforehand and it was successful, and they knew that that would get America to back them in the war. So they both end with pretty much the same overall sentiment.
Yeah, this is they went on an Israeli TV interview after, and they said the fact of the matter is we're coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document that event.
Yeah, but I mean, they're Mossad agents, so they're Mossad, right? So that doesn't help either way. I don't. Yeah, right.
They'll say whatever, but what I mean is, them being happy about it, their explanation does stack up, I think, better with their explanation. Although, yeah, we can't trust what they're saying because they're intelligence operatives. Because the alternate explanation is they knew the attack was happening. These super secret squirrel Mossad agents knew the attack's happening, and rather than already being out of the country or operating under a secret identity or something, they get caught in a known front van by civilians on video dancing and cheering at the success of this criminal mass murder they've pulled off.
To try to give you as fair
of
a rep as I could, I think that to counter your point, you would have to come up with some type of reason why it would be beneficial to Israel to have their intel agents on that roof. Like, what would they gain from that if they set it up like that? Like, I can't really think of it.
I don't think my impression from again, the same as you from years ago, isn't that they were like, hey guys, go here, get on the roof and do that. It's that they were driving around doing some other secret squirrel shit, and then they heard as it cracked over the radio and everywhere, and they went, oh my God, let's get to a lookout. And then they get to a lookout and they see the building burning.
Or maybe they were.
But they were
okay,
cheering.
I got one. So maybe beforehand they were actually setting stuff up covertly that were involved with how the attacks would be planned and carried out. And then once they did their job, they went to watch the finish, basically, and it was a mission success.
They were definitely cheering.
Yeah, well, both narratives acknowledge that they were cheering. There's my response, and I think that's very good, actually, if you think about it. So if Mossad was there because it was a Mossad attack in theory, or if they were working with our government or parts of it or whatever, had infiltrated parts of it, say that they were supposed to go and make sure certain things were in place for how the aftermath, the effect of the attacks would happen or whatever. And then once they did their job,
condensing's not happening today. I see condensing. I'd like to say something, but you guys go on.
Go ahead, man.
Try and condense. Yeah. Now, just wanted to say, when you speak about Pearl Harbor, be sure to mention that Roosevelt knew the Japanese were coming. 3,000 sailors, including 65 civilians, died that day. Okay, so regardless of whether the ships were used or not, your country knew, right? Well, maybe not their citizens, but those in the military. Roosevelt himself knew the Japanese were coming, and they let that happen. That was a layup. That's why the latest one, the new Pearl Harbor, is 9/11. So please speak correctly. That's all I've got to say there.
What I actually said was that the official story just doesn't make sense because allegedly Japan attacked America, but just attacked ships that didn't even work or were in use anymore. I don't even think that Japan did it. I don't even think Japan...
People were in those ships, though, yeah? People were in those ships, 3,000 sailors. So obviously they were in the ships, and those ships were working. Because that's what they said when I was there. Hang on. The reason why I'm griping on that, because when I was actually at Pearl Harbor, both times, the guides were saying that. So I had to pull them up on that story. Regardless of whether the ships were used or not, 3,000 sailors died. 3,000 people died that day, and they were in those ships.
Jen, that's not my point,
they were not being
bro.
used.
No, Jen, that's not. No, they weren't.
They
weren't being used.
I just think it's inaccurate.
Okay, so my point was just that Japan would gain no military advantage by attacking a fleet that was no longer in use.
Of course.
That was my
Of course. I mean, that's obvious. Yeah. I wish you had said that in the first place.
Of the Israelis, 4,700 cash, hidden foreign passports, and a box cutter which aroused suspicion. The men were held in detention for more than 2 months, during which time they were subjected to interrogation and polygraph tests before being deported back to Israel. One of the men, Paul Kurzberg, refused to take the test for 10 weeks and then failed it.
Okay, so you see, part of it I kind of misremembered. I remembered that they all refused, but I guess one refused, and that their stories didn't really match up. I need to read this article.
But I would
myself.
expect them to lie. Like, I wouldn't. I think you have failed as your job as a Mossad agent if like Constable Plink arrests you and you crack and tell him your plots. Because I mean, I would be astounded if they were doing stuff there that they want America to know about. I wouldn't be surprised if they're making money, if they're fomenting dissent, if they're doing things in the interests of Israel and not in America while they're there. And the other part of this article from Wikipedia says that Mossad had just informed the FBI about 200 terrorists that had come in, and they were already, it sounded from the writing of this like they were really frustrated that America wasn't doing anything.
But if you were an intel agency that was going to write a cover story, if you were behind the terrorists, that sounds pretty perfect.
I've got another question. Got a question.
Whitsitt was speaking, though.
Bennett.
Did you hear Whitsitt speaking, or do you have a delay again?
I'm
Didn't
good.
hear him at
I'm
all.
good. I'm
Didn't
done.
hear him at all.
Jen, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. I've got a question for you anyway, so you can keep on speaking. And any American in the house. Did you, prior to 9/11, did you have any fear from any Islamic person or so-called Islamic fundamentalist terrorist to attack your country?
No.
Right. So there you go. So if you never had it before, so it's clearly obvious that it wasn't the Islamics, Islamic people do not, maybe they hate them now, but prior to that, there was no hatred for the Americans. Okay? Just want you to get that correct. All you and the Australians as well, whilst you're at it, yeah? No Muslim had any hatred for America. In fact,
when you think about the reality of it, yeah, everybody is like their own unique person, so there's going to be people that probably have various hate or whatever it may be, but the fact that they made that such a mainstream kind of concept is just classic. It's like the shadows on the wall. Like they can basically just tell people whatever, and most people are not even verifying that information, so they can create these entire psyop emotion patterns that they put through the ether and try to get entire like flux reactions from entire groups of people.
I think it's important to get that out. That it's created. It was created. This so-called boogeyman Islamic fundamentalist that hates America. There might be some, but not to the point where they're going to come and blow you up. And I'm sure if you go into their house, you probably find Mickey Mouse or something Disneyland in that house from America.
All the boogeymen on 9/11, it seems, were created. They had the fingers pointing everywhere. Who knows if those guys were even detained or any of that is true, I mean,
that reminds me of another one, bro. Like I'm supposedly
it was a world
sorry.
plan. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry, bro. Like
no, you're excited. I want to hear it.
Like I think there was a news anchor that said the country that did it before they actually even supposedly found the passports.
Yeah, that's always been fishy.
Oh, right. That's another one. Yeah. They already were, like, the minute it happened, they already had news stories running about who did it, like within seconds.
Yeah.
If you think about it, if airplanes really were hijacked, that would be such an investigation that the CIA, all these groups would have, the military, it would be a multi-level. They would not just instantly be on the news like, we know who did it. I mean, that's so unrealistic.
And irresponsible.
Yeah,
and all the stories
completely irresponsible. Yeah, you never know who's going to pop off or what would happen. Yeah.
Think of all the things we were told that they would probably never tell us if they weren't gaslighting us with the whole thing. Like, supposedly Bush Sr. was having dinner with Osama's dad down the street when the buildings fell.
What?
You guys remember that?
No.
Yeah. What? Yeah. At dinner. I don't know why dinner would be that time, but he was at night or something. I don't know. Look up Bush Sr. with, Bin Laden's dad on 9/11.
Dude, that checks out.
They were in a building together. I don't know if they were having dinner, but they're in a building together down the street was the story.
Yo, if that checks out, you cannot say that's. I mean, I guess you can say it's a coincidence. We're kind of past that.
Who knows if it's just a story they add to raise suspicion about everybody. They were pointing look at Fahrenheit 9/11 that pretty much just like pointed the finger right at George Bush, and it was like a block semi blockbuster movie. I
Yeah.
remember like standing up in the theater and applauding that. But
Right.
then
That's
they
an
just
interesting
rolled out
theory.
little bit by little bit.
So you're saying basically
Actually,
like they're gaslighting us.
yeah, the whole thing, all the mistakes made on purpose because it was a world plan by the elite that control the whole world, that fake space and everything else, it seems. But you want to play something for us, writing? We got to watch this clip I'm putting in the chat right now.
Oh, we
It's
talked
crazy.
about this earlier.
We were going over that earlier. Yeah.
You did this already?
It didn't say
Crazy?
those words.
Coincidence or what? No way.
No, so it says kite, kit, steal with an A, playing, and must.
Yeah. So that's
either way.
Still,
no
I
way
mean,
that
even the kite in there, like the fact that when you fly a kite, it's sort of like a little airplane, that is, so even the fact that the kite
and must.
No,
And
man. I think steal. The steal.
Who does reading? Who learns to read that way?
Kite
Like
hit,
what?
steal, plane, must.
They're like hit.
That's
So let's be
hit.
clear.
Now the fast way.
Kit,
Steal.
as in a kit, kit car, K-I-T.
No, it's hit. Is it
Steal
kit?
with
Not hit.
Let me say it.
Okay, so this is more subterfuge.
Kit, steal with an A, playing the verb, and must.
Okay.
So
So
the ones that
this is
are
how they do
meaningful don't match, and the ones that match aren't meaningful. It's an
Right.
important thing
Right.
to note.
Right. Okay. So that's another thing. That's interesting because that sometimes it's so deep that they'll do those kind of things. Maybe that is coincidence if that's the case, but the reading lesson like that is weird, especially with Bush right there. And then they knew they could make it sound the other way and troll people with it.
exactly
He could
make
even do that.
conspiracy theorists look stupid. But
Or they just didn't have a primary school class and teacher in on their giant thing. Like, come on, this isn't good evidence for foreknowledge because this requires that they're now telling school teachers about it. How giant, unnecessary a risk is that?
well, it would be like
No
yeah.
matter
But
what
see
you've got
what
planned to teach today, we've got you need to read out these words. That's weird. That's not the way I normally talk. No, you got to repeatedly read out these words about the thing that's about to happen. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to say that bit. Just read out the words. And the words sound similar to.
Did you see that they came in and whispered in his ear as soon as that lesson was done?
But yeah, an easy
these
rebuttal.
words are not hard to read. Why would they be having a lesson with these words?
Easy rebuttal. The teacher doesn't have to be in on it. It's not like, hey, come say these words that are about what's about to happen. That actually adds credence to why technically it just audibly sounds like it, but it's not technically. It allows for plausible deniability because the way she made them read playing. It's like chanty. It's like if you were casting a spell, if you think those are real. Yeah, like they were chanting. And he said, and they were fast reading and then chanting like really slow. And they said, so read play.
Bro, it's kids, man, in a kindergarten.
Well, dude, you're
how are they supposed to like?
You completely walked past my.
The kids have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
The kids are just doing
but I'm just saying, like they're just repeating. Of course, that's how you learn words.
Yeah. Okay, you don't get it. Look at the other.
I get what you're saying.
I'll say this about it. One thing I'll say about
the 10. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say the Bills. We looked at this before, though, Gio. Go ahead.
Look at the chat.
Well, I was just going to say about the children doing that. I definitely think that that's not just a coincidence in my viewpoint of it. I absolutely think that was part of this. And the reason what it is, in my thoughts, is that it's not necessarily because it was meant to affect that many of the mainstream, as it were. Like most people would not have even picked up on it or been aware. But it's part of like their black magic, and it's part of their way. Like they basically try to like torque the ether. Essentially, they try to torque the entire consciousness field, and it's part of their like dark magic rituals. So by having children of all things doing that, like chanting, it has to do with like harnessing energy is why they do it. And so it's more of like it's like a ritual and part of their kind of black magic or dark magic and how they influence groups of people. Now you would think on one level, just some kids chanting that, you would think on one level it wouldn't make that big of a difference. However, I think they know how genetics work and they know how like these larger systems work. And so it's kind of plays into the overall energy of it and plays into whatever the ritual that they think they're playing out. I'm not even saying the ritual actually even has power, but they think it does, and they do it for that reason.
And that's
But
a good point.
you
It's
don't
like they
remember
do
when
it
you were
for,
a kid?
hold on, wait. They do it for like the each other, I think, too. Like they show their power to the the incoming people that are becoming a part of their group or whatever, or just amongst each other. It's a perversity, but it's also look how much power we have. Look how coordinated this thing really is, because we tell the lie, but we lie about the lie. That's crazy. And Bush walking into the classroom, by the way, saying he saw the first plane hit was not a mistake. It's not just because he's stupid and he thinks that he saw the plane being hit as he's walking into the classroom. Like they had an AV set up there in the hallway for him to see the first plane being hit, which nobody saw, by the way. So he claims to have seen the first plane. Did you know that? Everyone knows that? Bush says he saw the first plane being hit in the hallway as he's walking into the classroom. He's
I
so
didn't know
good at
that.
playing dumb.
No, I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
Are you sure that's correct?
I gotta find that clip.
You're saying
But
walk into a room before
the other
reading.
thing about it is the bills. The bills is another way of showing their power to each other. Those bills were printed 10 years before the event. Think about the power you could show just by, and it's perfect too, because people that don't think it was an inside job will think you're crazy for showing that to them.
Wait, so that's a whole other topic. Well, hold on. That is a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic. If you want to bring that one up, Dave, we should give it, because you kind of just tagged it on the end of what you're saying. But yeah, the bills and whether they're folded.
I put it in the live stream.
I don't know if there's going to respond to the chanting, but
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead on that. Yeah,
well, I was going to say, when you're a kid and you're in school, you guys don't remember when they're reading off words and you're repeating them back and
yeah.
But those kind of words like hit.
No, different words, but I'm just saying that's not nothing new, repeating words.
No,
in,
it's not like we're saying that it's
chanting
out of
manner.
the ordinary necessarily, as much as it was a coincidence beyond what you might think would happen. That's all.
It also would make sense. I'll just say this too. It also would make sense that whatever, Secret Service agent, government agents that were involved, because if you have the president with children, obviously there's going to be his security. It's on TV. So obviously they're not just going to let some teacher do something wild. They're going to have something that is made for TV, that is going to be controlled. So I'd be interested to know, was that teacher woman, was she brought in as part of the kind of government, television setup they had, or was she actually the teacher at that school? That part I would like to know more. And then also what, obviously the deeper thing, was she given what to say? Because even if she was the real teacher, they also could say to her, hey, this is going to be on national television. This is with the president. So here's the what you're going to read, and have the kids read these words. And if it's that point, then boom, it would be so easy for them just to have that be part of the production, that those are the words the kids are going to say.
Yeah, I think that's the most logical, is that she's not in on it or a government plant. She actually worked at that school, but they were like, look, this is a big deal. This is the president. Here are the words. They're simple. We can't really mess up. We're going to show the whole United States on national television. And it's just a crazy coincidence that of the 5 words, 4 of them audibly sound like plane must hit still when you listen to the thing. So, I mean, it's a crazy coincidence, bro. And the way she says playing, they say playing. And when you say it in a big group saying playing, it sounds like playing, bro. So, I mean, Gio just crushed it. Gio just crushed the whole narrative about how the teacher would have to be in on it.
And as soon as they got done is when the guy comes in and whispers in Bush's ear. Did you see that when they pan out? It's so crazy.
Like seconds later.
I mean, they didn't keep reading out words while the president was talking to his Secret Service.
Well, there was nothing to keep reading. It was over.
Yeah, it's over.
Well, I mean, rote learning is done through repetition. They would have, if they're doing anything close to a normal lesson, they'll do those words quite a few times.
The other thing we got to realize is that even Dylan Avery's loose change was subterfuge. That was shown to us on purpose, made supposedly by this amateur guy that just happened to make this video about his suspicions on 9/11, have all this information compiled, have the backstory that he was planning on doing a documentary about it. He happens to notice these things. I don't buy any of that. I think it was all professionally put together, and they misdirected everything about the weapons being we are all looking at the plane, and it looked like they had a harness where they could have shot a missile at the building before it entered, because that would excuse how the plane was able to just melt into the building without a wing falling off, or even so much as a bolt falling off on the outside and giving that the Roadrunner cartoon outline, that is just, there's just no way. You know, that whole thing was shown to us on purpose, in my opinion, and that's what started it off. And now we know there was no planes, because if you look at the actual footage of the news footage, any of those, I'll show it to you if you got one. Anytime you want that second plane, the wing disappears. Total graphic image in real time, and the nose comes out the other
It just
side of the
melts into exactly. The wings just
What
melt.
about that guy who said he saw
The wing does, the full wing
Rolls
disappears,
Royce?
Gene. The
Yeah,
wing
the wing
disappears
just,
as it's flying.
it's clearly on a different graphic layer.
Before
Yeah,
it even goes into
absolutely.
the building. Yeah.
Yep. And the nose goes through the building. Yeah.
Yep. That's because they say it's because the panning of the helicopter that was doing the live feed at the time was because the helicopter was drifting. The timing on the graphic image came off the other side of the building, but it would have been timed better if it was if he wasn't drifting with the helicopter.
Yeah,
that's why the nose came out. And supposedly all the stations went blank or black for like 30 seconds when they
Yeah, that got
realized that.
pulled. That got pulled from the TV immediately.
Nope, the nose goes out the other side. Okay, now we're in trouble. Fuck.
Imagine
Or
being
they
the
did-
person that
or
makes
even
the
that was on
decision.
purpose.
Yeah, maybe
Who
so.
knows?
That seems more logical, because for them to be able to pull it that fast, noticing the mistake, I mean, I guess we would have eyes looking at every detail, and they would know their job. But that would require some intel in on it. I mean, to think the military wouldn't be able to keep people quiet with NDAs. Well, not actually
NDAs
NDAs.
don't work that way.
They're not. I was about to say, not actually NDAs. The military, you don't need an NDA.
So what you guys are
go to
trying to
prison
say?
for life for
There
treason.
must have been a lot of people in it, right? So
No,
just a very few amount.
Why would there have to be a lot of people? I mean, maybe 100.
What if the government, especially like the U.S., are just trying to, and they may have been trying to for years, I mean, these shadow governments, to show that the government is so crooked that we want to, ask for like a UN babysitter or something. So maybe they've been doing it like intentionally so that but we've been just such a fucking group of sheep that, I mean, we just won't fucking riot against some of this shit. I mean, they pulled COVID on us, guys.
Well, they're still fighting
Come on.
9/11.
Like they ever give us what we want, right? Go ahead.
On the anniversary of 9/11, every single year they come out with all kinds of mainstream articles, quote unquote, debunking 9/11 conspiracies. They're still going down swinging, and the only part of it
You
that
see
I
what
can't
my
agree
name
with
is
that
right now, right? I mean, I feel like their huge failure, just kind of like is disappearing. Nobody's paying attention to it. It's a fucking huge failure with a lot of messed up stuff that came along with it.
Oh, you're robotic. Wait, what do you mean failure? The whole thing was a success. What they wanted from it was divide and conquer. They got us all fighting each other about what the truth is about it. That's what
he's
they
talking
wanted.
about something different. His name is talking about
Right,
something.
that part, yeah. But I'm saying the actual thing that was supposed to, I don't know where we're talking about anymore. It's the kind of shit I'm talking about, right? I mean, as far as that's a success, because it's shut us all up, so that we're all scared to talk about particular things.
But wait, so they clearly wanted to pull it off though, because they passed the Patriot Act, and the Patriot Act is the most invasive legislation ever. It says that if you're suspected of terrorism, you do not get due process in America.
Yep.
Right.
Obama signed
That's a big deal.
What's the big deal?
No, I said, and that's the big deal.
Oh, that's what's the
that's a very big deal.
They basically just said, yeah, anyone can be detained without
by decree.
Indefinitely.
Exactly. Well, who's the fucking decree?
Indefinite detainment without due process, which means they can just say Austin Whitsitt is a terrorist. They just have to say it.
Yeah, but we could turn around. Why can't we turn around and say the same thing? It looks like you're terrorizing your own government.
Because they're not going to listen to you.
Yeah, duh. The judge is going to issue the order, what the military tribunal is going to rule on your behalf against the military. Like, come on.
Yeah. Well, that's my point. I mean, we have so many passive people who are willing to say, duh, that's not going to happen. We can't do that. That it isn't. Because nobody's going to just be like, you know what? I see that motherfucker at the grocery store.
That's really crazy to think about. Like, the fact that people still aren't aware
are
of
fucking way too safe.
People still aren't aware of what the Patriot Act says in 2022.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, the whole thing is that they don't. I mean, this was like such a show of power because anyone that figures it out realizes, that they did this. They got away with it, and then you look even deeper, and eventually you realize not only did they get away with it, they showed us their mistakes on purpose, made mistakes on purpose, just to get us fighting each other. They don't care what we
So
know.
who's they? Is President Bush and company?
Oh no, dude! There's people way above Bush. Come on.
Yeah, we don't know.
So Bush had nothing to do with it.
No, we know he didn't say
Bush
that.
is just a player. He's just a player, a pawn, right?
Yeah, like I think that would be part of the gaslighting because they threw him under the bus,
I don't
dude.
know, you guys just mentioned a bunch of coincidences, like the secret guard guy coming up to Bush and whispering in the ear. So
yeah, he looks like he may have
So
been
then-
in on knowing about it. Doesn't mean he orchestrated it himself.
No.
Have we watched like other, you know what I mean, events where, like the president is doing some meeting and whatever, and is it common to have the guard just kind of lean over in his ear and talk every once in a while?
when there's a national emergency, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
You'd hope so. You imagine getting to the end of reading out to the kids, and then they're like, "Oh, by the way,
I'm trying to
this
figure
terrorist attack happened 20 minutes ago, but I didn't want to stop you in the middle of reading about kites and kits."
And planes and hitting still. Come on, hey, or kitten still. So to the awakened guy, is there any of the coincidences that we've talked about that kind of raise your eyebrows?
Yeah, some of them, and I always knew like 9/11 was kind of sketchy, but it doesn't mean like it was orchestrated by the government and to jump into conclusions. Like I've always had the open to all possibilities, but there's also the evidence that's provided that planes hit and it's it burned and it actually collapsed how they say it is, and perhaps that might be true.
Let me just ask you this, Awaken. If you were to study the original footage, like you knew it was the original footage we were shown on TV that day, and you see in midair, before the plane even goes into the building, you see that the whole wing of the plane disappears.
No,
what would that make?
I personally think planes hit the building, no matter what. I don't think that was CGI or nothing.
Well, you can't say no matter what, but then you're not being open-minded about it.
No, because there's just too much evidence and accounts.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you if you were to see the original
was
footage.
the people that died on those planes, their families calling in.
I'm giving you a what if. I'm giving you what if. If you saw the original footage and you were very sure that it was the original footage that you saw, that you had it in your VCR, you recorded it, you saw the plane midair before it hits the building, and then you very clearly see that the whole wing disappears in midair before it even hits the building.
Just be
The whole wing of the
film
plane
anomaly, like 2001.
Well, that's a digital camera anomaly in my.
Disappear.
Like, listen, man, you let two planes hit,
sometimes.
and you can let planes hit and still
Let me see
take
this.
down the
I see a
building
dichotomy.
another way. It doesn't matter. Like the fact
Right, I
that people
see a
say, "Oh, there's
dichotomy in
CGI
writing.
with the plane," that to me just is absurd. Or
It is
perhaps,
absurd.
or perhaps they knew, or perhaps they knew. Hold on, let me finish.
Whoa! Everyone has to talk one at a time. Everyone has to listen.
I was talking.
Okay,
University's trying to
listen.
say something.
Hey, everyone has to talk one at a time, man. The last 20 seconds, no one heard anything that you were saying. Anybody. So everyone just try to be respectful of the other person and let them talk, please. Try to be concise and then respect each other. Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful.
Grim, you're next, but I think Awaken, was finishing. Go ahead, Awaken.
So yeah, and I was going to add to that. Perhaps they knew there was going to be a terrorist attack, and they said, "Fuck it, let's just let it happen, and fucking see how it plays out. Perhaps we can go to a war and just let it happen." And they could have prevented it. Who knows?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would.
Go ahead, Graham.
But to just jump into a conclusion, and be like 100% inside job, like you're. It's kind of like when you have a case, a court case, and you immediately make you're really like kind of like what do you call sentence the person that, and you're not even done. Like you jump.
But no one here did that. No one here did that, Awaken. We all looked into it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, looking at all.
You guys mind if I say something for a second?
Graham's next. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like there's a dichotomy rising in all of this where one person thinks that no planes hit and that it's an inside job, and another person thinks the other person thinking that there's no planes hitting is ridiculous, therefore it's not an inside job. And that's a dichotomy where you don't need to it could still be that planes hit and it's also an inside job.
Right.
Like I think Awaken was kind of like kind of pointing at in a way by saying just let it happen or something. But
I would say
it could even be more than that. Go ahead.
But Graham, don't you think the physics of it don't make any sense? How an aluminum plane could just disappear into a steel building like that so easily?
Well, that same shit happened to me when I was filming my kid sliding down the slide, and something about the color of his shorts and the slide made his shorts and the slide blend together in a way where it looked like he was on the other side of the slide.
Yeah. Have you seen
And so
photos?
that's when I realized that sometimes that shit can happen.
No, I'm talking about the whole plane able to actually physically go through a steel building.
Yeah, but
Does that
I've
make
seen a
sense?
pine straw.
Not a
I've seen a
wing-
piece of
not a
pine
wing
straw go
snapping
through
up.
a telephone pole in a tornado. Not go
There's
through
a
it,
whole
but
thing about
taking me out of
the
it.
altitude. Like they could not fly fast enough at that altitude. Plus, they had no air traffic control. If they were
You're just
inexperienced pilots,
discounting now.
for them to hit the middle of the building without any flight experience. I mean, anybody without any directing, you're just like aiming and flying across a state and finding the building and hitting it dead center. Two different pilots doing that. I mean, it's beyond
I
believable.
mean, according to the news, they had training, right? And who knows if they also, that dedication, they probably were fucking hitting the flight sims too.
But probably simulators too that they could utilize in other places that
Yeah,
you weren't
plane,
aware of.
the
Because I
difficulty
know
of the
at Daytona Beach they had simulators for helicopters and shit
the
like that.
difficult
And
the difficulty of the plane, I think, is the best argument is the Pentagon, like trying to get it that low and parallel. But
Yeah,
just
that's
to
harder for
respond to Awaken real fast, like I think that the part that we're trying to change is with this conversation, we're not taking the bait term. So we're not taking the term inside job. We're just saying, like we started the conversation with the question, do you believe the official story? And how far you speculate beyond a replacement story is one thing, but we're just trying to lay out the coincidences of the official story, and that's kind of the vibe,
It's
That
funny
reminds
though
me of
because if it go ahead, brother.
I say
No, I was
official
gonna say
story
something
about
funny.
60%, maybe 70%.
My friend said to me that, like about a month ago, he goes, 9/11 was an outside job. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, those buildings, they were outside.
Well, the reason I've called it that as a joke sometimes is because these people who did it are outside of the rest of us, So it is an outside job. It's outside to the rest of us.
Right, I'm sure it's far outside if the government was used at all to do this, which they seem to have been, like the orders came from outside the government anyway, from above it would seem, right? I mean, yeah,
definitely. And if they did, if there's missiles involved and strikes in terms of that, if like the idea of there being no planes and there being a missile or anything like that, that would involve a level of the military that would be definitely considered probably one of the highest levels in terms of the kind of clandestine secret society driven part of the military. You'd have to have those missiles. Like you couldn't just have regular civilians that would be, or not civilians, but regular military personnel is what I meant, that would be actually involved. Like it would have to be all sort of top secret, and you'd have to launch those missiles from a particular area that would be off record and not on the sort of mainstream military structures.
Yeah, true that.
Right.
But that brings it back to, have you ever heard a sufficient rebuttal from the question, how did the plane fit in that hole at the Pentagon? Like I've never even heard an official answer.
I've never heard
That's what I was going to touch on earlier. There was someone was saying, I can't remember the man's name, but he recognized an engine that was outside, and it was a Rolls Royce, which was not part of the plane. It was had maybe a Patriot missile or something like that. The rocket engine made by Rolls Royce, I think it was. That thing was that stuck with my memory for some reason.
Check it out in the live stream right now. I just posted what they might have used. Guided missile looking just like a airliner.
I think this is the one to really slam dunk.
You mean for the plane and the buildings?
Anyone they haven't come up with an official story in like 21 years is the one to really drive home, And it's like there are 81 cameras at the Pentagon. All the footage is missing. None of it caught it.
Yeah.
They went and took the Marriott and the gas station across the street. Never released it. They then released one video and they removed frame 20, which is the one that showed the actual moment of impact, and the hole that the plane supposedly hit, a commercial 747, literally wouldn't allow a plane to fit in it. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Check out
where
what
the engines go. It'd be different holes.
That could make that hole right there, and that could also
What's
be
the-
what
what's-
they flew into the buildings.
Yeah, for
What's
sure.
then the conspiracy theory on this side? Like what?
Uh,
Because surely they know that if they're going to
Official narrative sounds like, yeah, I mean, like he said, when
He
you
was
say the
talking.
official
Let
narrative,
him finish.
I'm asking what's the conspiracy narrative? Because the official narrative is. Sorry, the conspiracy narrative sounds like it is they could have used cruise missiles or something. But if they know they're using cruise missiles, is it that they planned on only punching a small hole? Is that like part of this intentionally faking it poorly thing?
well,
Well,
let me-
Well, they don't want to kill everybody in there, do
well,
they?
the money that was lost in the $21 trillion, what was it, $2.1 trillion that was lost?
$2.3 trillion.
Right. Well, you
we
know,
already went
what
through
about
that.
my share? But wasn't that exactly where the
So,
paper to that,
is there-
Yes.
all the
the-
receipts and shit was like designated exactly?
Is
It's
there
a little
any-
more nuanced than that. It's just
That's been claimed repeatedly, but there's never been evidence provided. And the 2.3 trillion is Donald Rumsfeld bashing the Democrats for being inefficient with their spending. It is not saying a large packet just went missing yesterday. It's saying over the previous administration, this is how much has gone unaccounted for.
That's right.
It sounds to me more like a money laundering scheme where, you know, Dick Cheney through Halliburton was washing money for Osama bin Laden, and the U.S. government was taking chunks of it as their, you know, as a protection fees and all the other stuff, so that they could continue funding, militarizing their police forces here in civilian land. Oh,
Well,
but I'm just a crazy retard.
I just
Don't worry
remembered
about that.
another.
Never mind what I just said.
I remembered another coincidence. Apparently, the area of the Pentagon that got hit, it was an accounting area. That's the conspiracy part of it. When it comes to the money, it was just an area of accounting, right? But what's interesting is the people that worked in that area, they all were out of the office that day. They had like something out of the office, so there were no actual people in that portion of the Pentagon at work that day.
Right, you
Yeah, I'd
don't
like
just
to
get
add something to that
money
as well,
go
if I
down
could.
with the ship. You got to use them somewhere else. Sorry, go ahead.
That's intense, because for that they would have to do that, because there could be like secretaries or, you know, people cleaning the building or whatever that would have seen what happened. So they would have had to have all of that blocked off essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to that as well, to the Pentagon. Major General Albert Stubblebine, U.S. Army, on the day, he said, I don't know what made that hole, but it wasn't a plane. That's what he said. I'll post you the image of this guy. He was there on the day he was interviewed. He said it was not a plane. What it was, I don't know, but it was not a plane, he said. This is
Well, there's no
Major General
Is he a
Albert
man of impeccable
Stubblebine.
integrity?
Yeah, well, he's an army general, major general. Okay, you know.
Is that the same army that uses Coriolis?
Well, he's confirming my bias, so I like him.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
Yes.
I did not see that one coming, man.
You won't know what's coming from
any
Jin.
source that Jin brings is a person of impeccable integrity who sometimes acts
You got
Jin's
it.
saying.
Always says what Jin is saying. What are you talking about? Not all, sometimes.
No, I think we've got
Impeccable.
you enough times to know that that's not.
You haven't caught me in anything. Be silly now.
Well, what's interesting about that is that if you have, you know, the actual, let's just say sort of secret society part of the deeper kind of clandestine military and so on that would be involved in it, and what would have to happen kind of the ranks down the line within the different organizations that would, you know, sort of be involved. But then you have more like what would be like the civilian level of the military. So somebody like a general like that, he may not be in on anything. He may just be a whatever it may be. I don't know exactly who he is and, you know, his exact, I mean, he could be in on it as well, but I'm just saying that a response like that, where he actually, you know, made a statement like, yeah, that was not an airplane. I don't know what that hole was, but, you know, because he clearly saw enough that it seemed from that, you know, statement that, so it's like
I've
that
posted the guy. You can see him. He's in the live stream now. Look at the live stream. That's the gentleman.
Like just in
That's
general,
the man.
from what you're
And
saying,
he was interviewed on the day. He was there on the day with all the smoke going on, fire hosing going down. And he...
I think this chat's cut out.
I think you cut out, Jim. But yeah, no, I was just also going to say that like it makes sense that if that's the case, that he would be actually telling the truth, and it, you know, in that way.
Yeah,
I see that all of these examples go both ways. So when they support your case, they support your case. When they don't support your case, they still support your case. And what
sounds like the
I don't know
global.
what you mean.
it's at this stage, what we have is a school teacher who is for some reason being forced to do something to support this narrative, who is in some way being brought in on it, and then a general who isn't.
What school teacher is that?
Well, you're talking about the one reading the stuff? Well, we
What
were
school
just
teacher are you
speculating
talking about?
possibilities about that. I mean, she would have been given the words to say to the kids because it was national television.
Why wasn't he given the words to say about this thing on national television?
Well, hang on. But the thing is, the general is saying that it
Arguably
wasn't.
far more important.
Well, hold on. It sounds like this general is saying that it wasn't an airplane. So that's totally against
Exactly.
the mainstream narrative.
Exactly. So why, of the two people you're going to give lines to say, here's what you need to say on national TV, when you're trying to cover up mass murder, who are you going to get to and force
one you
to
were in
sing
control
the
of?
right line? The one
The one
person
you were
who
in
can
control
tell
of at
them
the
what to
time.
say, yeah, or the other
The
person
answer.
who isn't actually part of the intelligence infrastructure, has no reason to agree with you, and also yields no benefit from saying it. Do you see what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but it is possible that he didn't know what was going on. He wasn't part of the loop because he's
Sure it is.
retired now, right? So he may not have known, you know what I mean, that what was going on. He may not have been privy to that knowledge, and he just spoke the truth. He's an expert. He's an analyst as well.
Right.
So he can analyze and analytically actually look at what's going on and come to some coherent conclusions. No plane parts, for example, wings, engines, wheels, seats, blood, people. Come on.
Yeah, maybe he suspects the communist agenda and just wanted to say something.
We understand his point, though. He's making a decent. He's saying you can't have a bias. I think that's more nuanced than you're phrasing it, but I understand what you're saying. I think that my response would be that honestly, you would let a lot of the people just be in the play, not knowing it. The more people you told some script, to say, would increase your odds of getting your cover blown.
Exactly.
Loose
So
lips
to me,
sink
it's far
ships,
more-
as they used to say back
Exactly.
in the 50s.
So if you want your plan to succeed and it's got lots of moving parts, one of the main things you do is try to reduce complexity, to have as few people in on it as necessary. So yeah, sure. But then you can have an army general saying that wasn't my claim because you go, we didn't want to include every single army general. Many of them have friends and family in the area. We didn't want to do that. But then what you need to
Nah,
do
you're just
in my
reading into it
opinion,
wrong, man.
Let him finish.
You're reading into it wrong.
finish, mate. Then if you want to say that, I think to be consistent, you need to say, therefore, it is probably improbable that we had this school teacher read out special phrases. And it just happens that some of these phrases sound a little bit like other phrases that if you listen to them weirdly might relate to this event.
It's a bit of a straw man, though, because what Gio said was the idea that the teacher's not in on it at all. So it doesn't increase your chances of, because she's not in on it at all. It's just, she's just excited she's going to be on national television with the president. She must be like the best teacher that's excelling in that school. They chose her. She's like, yay. She's all excited about it. They come and say, look, we're going to keep the words simple so we know everyone in your class can read them off. Here's what we're going to read off to the children with the president here. That girl would have no idea why she would never even have thought twice about the words, you know? Even today, she's going to read them and they're not the same. So.
The probability of her thinking, yeah, this is an inside job is low, but the point I'm making is you want to reduce complexity of overall parts. Even as little as, sure, she doesn't know, but somebody's got to choose those words, and then somebody's got to get her to say those words. So you still have complexity there, even if she's separated out from her. The simplest possibility is these words that sound somewhat similar to the event that happened that day aren't actually that big a deal.
All right, here's another coincidence.
And then you can have your army general.
Here's another coincidence that also has inconsistent reports about it. But first is, okay, anybody that was paying attention to this or looked into it afterwards remembers the gold bars that were taken out with the trucks underneath.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, what do you remember about that, Jen? What's the story roughly that you remember?
What I remember was that the gold bars belonged to Saudi Arabia, and they were moved out, probably taken to building number 6 or some other building. That's where they were transported to. That's what I remember. I finished.
And they look, okay, who else? What's it?
No, I was asking this earlier. I can't remember much more other than the goal was pulled out underneath beforehand. That's all I could remember.
Anybody else want to try?
Wasn't it Hans Gruber's brother who was stealing all that gold?
This is Ocean's 9/11. If the gold was stolen, pretty much, right? The whole thing was pretty much Ocean's 9/11. I remember it was 3 trucks. 2 of them made it out, and one of them got collapsed in on, and all the gold was returned later. That's what I remember. But I put
I remember that vaguely as well now.
2 conflicting stories
trucks
here.
were
I'll post.
moving out as the building got hit.
Yep.
I remember hearing that the
They're in
trucks
the
got
southern
rolled
basement,
out
by the way, that's
before
why.
the buildings, like 2-3 weeks before the attack. That's the story I remember hearing about. Like,
Just the fact that there was gold in trucks underneath at the time it was hit was crazy coincidence to begin with.
That is. That's wild.
What's that? Explain to me that. So what's that coincidence of?
Just that there happened to be it could look like a heist if you interpret it that way, or it could be reported that way, which it seems to have been reported. I thought it was a real news story saying that there was gold stolen, and then that it was returned later. But it seems like what was happening, they were transferring the gold. They just happened to be transferring the gold to Building 4 for whatever reason when the whole thing went down.
Well, what sucks is they scrubbed all these original news broadcasts from the internet.
Yeah.
Some people still have them, but they scrubbed them. And when they talked about flat Earth in court, they used 9/11 as their premier example of misinformation that should be censored. So it's I don't know.
Wow.
You know what's really hard to find? That guy that they report that they get an interview with right after the buildings fell, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it was totally structural damage due to the fire," because he had the whole.
Yeah, I've got that video
memorized.
That one definitely. Yeah, that guy seems like a crisis actor. He's one of. Yeah.
Wait. Say
He
again.
showed up again. He showed up again in another crisis. I think it was the airport in LA.
Yeah, he's been on other ones. Yeah, he is a repeat actor as well.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
Well, he reports that the buildings came in and exploded, and then they collapsed due to the heat. That's why the buildings collapsed.
He had the whole structural damage line memorized. And,
he was basically one of the first. That's when they kicked off the fires due to structural damage, because he repeated that multiple times, and it was in such a fake way. He wasn't even a good actor. It was clear that he had to say that. That he was probably told, make sure you say that 3 times. Make sure those words, because he kind of said it once, and then he said it the way he said it a second and a third time. Because of the fires. Remember the tone in his voice. Oh man!
Yeah, I remember. And do you remember the way he used his hand as it careened into the building? So he demonstrated how the planes went into the building, and then he went on to say they collapsed due to the structural damage that they received from the impact.
Yeah, as if he would have known that, right? He's supposed to be just a random guy on the street who might have seen an explosion, heard people yelling, and had building comes down or saw buildings come down, and somehow he knows the actual engineering. Forensics analysis of what happened.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy. I do remember that now that you talk about it. It was very scripted. He kept saying the same phrase over and over.
In the documentary, that particular guy they said he was the guy that started that narrative about jet fires. That's what they said in the documentaries. He was the guy who started that and perpetuated that. That particular guy.
Right, because what happens in that news like that? They interview someone to make it all seem real, and then they start using that phrase. So it seems like the phrase came from the people. Is the kind of psyop I think that they're doing there. It seems like, oh yeah, this was a real person, real news reporting. This is a real person on the streets. So they plant a guy like that, like a crisis actor, to make people think that that's a real person, and then they just run with that, whatever he said, and then they start building on that, and it's.
Wait, didn't the government wasn't the government supposed to create some type of report? Additional or respond to there was tons of engineers that challenged the report or something, and the government just never responded.
I think it's architects, 3,000 odd architects went against the
commission report.
Yeah, and then NIST didn't even report,
and also pilots for engineers and pilots and engineers for 9/11 Truth. 2 groups.
Okay.
And
sorry, go ahead.
And NIST didn't even report on Building 7, right? They just refused to even try to give a summary of that, how that would happen.
Yeah, they didn't even acknowledge Building 7. Yeah.
But what they did do though was that they offered a model computer model of how the building collapsed, and they termed it as a progressive collapse due to girder number 79 through thermal expansion popped off of its position and initiated this progressive collapse. But then the architect said, well, no, that's not what we see. When we look at your model and they put it side by side, and you see the Solomon building coming down in what they called a global collapse symmetrically into its own footprint. So the model doesn't make sense. And they're suing NIST on that to give a proper account of how that model can be, because it's not what we see. And that's what this is all going on next, ongoing as we speak.
It'll be ongoing forever, bro.
Yeah, but at least they're trying, you know. This is why I'm interested, because I do want
But
to
don't you
get
see
some
how like
closure.
it pretty much like initiated the truth movement in anticipation for the internet becoming what it is, and the generator of the internet pretty much being conspiracy theory in general.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
possible. It's
I think it
convenient,
was. If you really think about it, though, like think about it from the perspective of they just were going to try to pull it off. It requires a lot of ballsy moments. Like you gotta let the general talk. You gotta let the people you gotta let the firefighter talk. You gotta let like all these things the chips kind of fall where they may. You gotta let the reporter report on the random plane debris in the field the way he really does. And it's like, I don't know. It looks like if it was orchestrated, which I would almost guarantee from my perspective it was in some type of way, and the official story's wrong. It's like, dude, they wanted to pull it off. I don't know. I think that if you think it can be argued both ways.
Pearl Harbor and Kennedy. That's all you got to remember. Pearl Harbor, Kennedy, moon landings. I mean, come on, man. They've got MO. They got MO, man. They know.
Well, we know that they would do this because they admittedly thought about doing it to Cuba, like faking an attack from Cuba to justify invading Cuba. So we know it's not past the government morally to do this. I mean, they did this also in
Operation
Vietnam.
Northwoods. Remember? Operation Northwoods.
Yeah, they did this in Vietnam.
But they're, and also if they're
a
going to
good
orchestrate
example.
it.
I think that like Gulf of Tonkin and other things are, but I don't think Northwoods is a good example because that's an example of them weighing up and considering it. Or you could say that they do consider these things, but what it really is evidence that when given the choice to consider it, they decided not to.
Well, just my point is just that it's not past them morally to consider such an egregious idea.
Yeah, that I'd agree with.
I mean, the fact that George Bush's brother Marvin Bush was put in in charge of security like right beforehand. Silverstein took out insurance policies on all the buildings right beforehand. There was 600% raise in put options on American and United Airlines by several different companies right beforehand. Documented, you can look it up. Like like all these companies invested in put options. They knew the airline stock was going to go down. People made a killing, dude. It was Ocean's 9/11.
Yeah, we covered that 100 times more than before. And the day before it was 27, and then on the September 6th it was 27. On September 7th it was like 2,700, and it was 100. Yeah, it was like 100 times more. And this was right before the weekend because that's when the market closes. And so it was like 3 business days before the attack, and it was unprecedented. But no one actually claimed the money. And yeah, we covered that's pretty crazy.
It's one thing that says to me non-state actor too, not collecting the money. Because if you're Silverstein or you're Bush or somebody like that, you're in charge of the investigation. You know that you'll be able to send the investigation and say, oh look, we failed to investigate it, or we caught somebody and used some patsy. If somebody's not collecting it, that to me implies they're scared of getting caught.
Well, I can debate this all day. That maybe they had some slip-ups, which we've named a lot of them, where they're like, "Oh, it's not even worth going and grabbing $5 million. Don't even just leave it alone." Like we've already gotten too sloppy with this, you know. Like, what would be the motivation? Why didn't if it's just some random person, why wouldn't they take the money? You know? I think the best argument you presented it, which is that Saudi Arabia, the people that supposedly did it, could have known it was going to happen and then bet against the airplane, knowing that.
Yeah, that to me is case either way. That amount of activity is very improbable that it is just by chance. It is quite probable somebody has some form of insider knowledge. I mean, it could even be somebody in Mossad, right? Because they were passing on, going, we've got credible intel that these guys are trying to fly planes. It could have been somebody within the CIA who was like, oh, well, if I can't stop it, at least I can make money out of it. And then couldn't, handle collecting the money later. There's just a million different options. It's just somebody with foreknowledge made those bets. Until we don't know who made those bets, it doesn't.
Or it was a hedge, or it was some type of hedge that just ended up being a coincidence.
No, that's
they had
the
company-
most unrealistic one. That's the fact that they were like, oh, it looks like plane travel's slowing down. Let me bet 100 times more than normal. Like less than a week before.
It's not uncommon if you have a lot of shares on a particular stock to hedge against it with some put options, especially when they're cheap, because there's no volume in them, or they're very
I do think.
So it could have just been a lucky hedge. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, it's not an anomaly.
I do think you've got to still include that as a possibility, Austin.
Yeah, I'm saying I think it's the least probable, like hands down. Because the reason I think it's the least probable, it's like there was no negative news about United Airlines. Like they're like, why?
A hedge won't necessarily be for that. A hedge will be because you suddenly bet really heavy on cars or new homes, and you go, right, when new homes go up, planes go down. I think houses are going to go up. But as a hedge, I bet against that position so that when I lose, I don't lose as much. Isn't that the idea of a hedge?
Right.
Yeah.
You're kind of
But
like,
we must
covering.
remember this, yeah. The money wasn't claimed, by the way. Nobody picked that money up.
See, that to me, I don't know. I gotta see the story, like, because that's all
because it would have
where
linked
it cleared
them
through and everything,
them to foreknowledge.
where it
So
cleared
that's why they
through
never picked up the money. That's what was said.
I thought
don't know.
there was several different major companies listed as making those investments.
But they didn't claim the money.
They didn't claim the money.
Then to
Guys,
that kind of
to me,
damages
that story right there sounds really silly.
That damages the whole
I'm gonna call bullshit on that.
Okay, but I'm just saying if that's true, then that damages the whole like random got lucky. And in addition to that, you'd have a good argument if they did it like 3 months before or a month before. They did it the final business day, the weekend before the Tuesday that it happened. So it's like they did it last minute right before it. So I mean, it was great luck. If it was random, it was incredible luck.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't collect the money. Sorry, the fact that they didn't collect the money means that they escaped being interviewed because they were going on about who had foreknowledge, and they were aiming at these people in particular who did that put options bet.
Oh yeah, you could never go claim that money.
It does look very much like your standard heist film thing where the poor bank robbers aren't able to go back and collect their money for years because
what about this?
What about but they know the FBI is watching them.
Exactly, that's a good analogy.
What about if they were given? What about if they were given the tip to invest in put options on those airlines, but they didn't know why?
Can't collect it, but it's automatic.
Then when they saw that what happened, it was like they could see it as like an entrapment. Like, oh
what
shit.
What do you guys mean by didn't collect it?
We're going to look guilty if we pick up the money, so now we're not going to pick it up, but we didn't have any idea, so now fuck.
Yeah, I'd love to see something on this. They didn't collect it. I think.
Yeah, I've never.
What? It was in a shell corporation with a shell bank account, and once with bank.
More like a shill corporation.
Wait. I mean, which ones are they? I mean, are you saying that the companies? They're not shell companies, and you know who owned them, and they did claim
We're just speculating at this point. We don't know.
Yeah, to me, just the fact that it happened like the Friday and the weekend closes the market the Friday beforehand, and it was 2,700 times.
That's more probable too on a Friday
compared to 27 on Thursday, and then 2,700 on Friday. You got to admit. That dude, whoever did that is incredibly lucky. And if it's multiple companies, that even makes it more sketchy that multiple companies just got lucky,
And again, I don't remember. I was really young during that time, and I don't know if perhaps travel was slowing down, so it could have been some type of hedge. I don't understand. Maybe there was some bad news with United Airlines before. I don't know.
If the case is that that's not, it does look.
Sometimes when you have particular news, you bet against you bet with the news, with some type of news or
Yeah, you have to admit it looks sus though.
yeah, it's anything can be sus, but
I mean, that's just pretty damn sus on its face, man. I mean, like, you have to admit, at least it's definitely kind of weird. It's like if nothing was up, someone was incredibly lucky, and if it was multiple businesses, they were obviously doing insider trading where they were talking to each other, and they had inside info, and they were dropping tips up to each other, but they didn't know why they got the tips. I mean, I don't know. It just the more probable.
I mean,
one
that's all
is
traced though. That those put options are traced to an account, so it would be kind of obvious.
Imagine how sus you'd be about that person. Like you're handing around these insider tips left and right all the time, I imagine. And then like you get one where they're like, yeah, put options on United Airlines. You're like, oh, okay, thanks, mate. And then this happens, and you're like,
but this is
advice from who is that guy?
No, but
imagine,
imagine, think about it. Isn't that just regular insider? This is insider on an attack. Like, think about it. This is just next level insider information. I'm not like it's just I really don't I don't know. I don't think that person knew that was gonna happen.
But do we not live in a world where like all kinds of people pull their money out of the market right before it crashes? I mean, they do that all the time. I mean, think they
there's
don't.
certain indicators you can start seeing like things, and you can kind of like.
But you've got to admit, I think. Well, you don't have to admit, but I think it's worth admitting that irregular trading is regularly a good way to find insider knowledge. Like one of the things that I don't think Americans have talked about enough that they should be absolutely going bonkers over is that these politicians in America got a briefing about the big C word, and the very first thing they did was went and go and talk to their stockbrokers, which is illegal, not just illegal, but like their first consideration when they found out about this public health emergency was, oh, I could make a quick buck here. That's just unconscionable. Like it is absolutely terrible. And going, hey, who bought and sold different shares on this day, and does it align with that briefing they just got? And is it abnormal trading patterns? I think is a good indication of who's should be hung from a gibbet, basically.
Yeah, no, and there's definitely insider trading going on, probably, like at all time, like probably very common, I assume.
Dang, I think we covered all the major coincidences. So I guess, did anyone here like become any more skeptical of the official story? Damn, nobody.
So
I think you guys might be a little more skeptical, but it's okay. I'll let you slide. Keeping it to yourself, it's all good.
Most of what I don't want to be obstructive, but like most of these bits, I'm trying to think which ones I haven't heard. I haven't heard about there were bodies everywhere testimony, but it sounds like I've asked for that one and for the debunk and seen neither. So moving on.
Well, I would love verification about like the George Bush Sr. dinner or whatever. I've never heard that. That's kind of crazy.
It doesn't compel me either way. Like, why would you be doing that? If this was an inside job, why are you going to be with the guy's brother who you're about to pin this whole thing on?
Oh, they're very arrogant. I mean, they do whatever they want to do.
Dad, supposedly.
Well, think about this. Think about this. If they did it, did they get caught? Did that blow their cover? Nope. I've never even heard of it, and I'm a truther, and it's been 20 years.
Oh yeah. Sure.
I don't know. I mean, we do know one thing. They definitely gained. Okay, America definitely. The government of America definitely gained a lot of federal power.
Absolutely.
After 9/11. I mean, either way.
But it made America look like really bad too.
They don't care about
after Iraq and all that, like the whole world how it's perceived, and you could probably argue that there was probably more damage done than even fucking with these wars.
Actually, writing, you had it right. It was the brother. Okay, I just posted the unanswered questions from 9/11, and one of them is, why was Bush Sr. meeting with Bin Laden's brother on 9/11?
The two families. I'd always thought they were quite tight, and they had
Yeah, they
different
were.
connections because of oil and
the oil trading. Yeah, totally.
Well, the Bin Laden
also
family,
because of
yeah.
Soviet stuff in Afghanistan. They'd gotten close with the ruling parties in Afghanistan to fight the Russians in previous Afghan war.
They're a very rich family with oil ties. Both, right? Both families. I think the Bushes have oil too, right? Like, if I'm not mistaken, they were
Oily Bush.
I always thought that the
They might
oil was
have-
kind of like a cover story gaslight narrative. Like the lithium made more sense to me. I mean, I'm not they made money on oil, but like lithium is super important, and like I don't even think it's either one of those two. I just
When
think
I was into it, it was heroin. The
The pop.
Taliban had come in, and if you look at because I mean I like this story because it neatly wrapped up with previous stories like Air America. But if you look at somebody pull up a graph of opium production in Afghanistan, and you can see that like leading up to 2000, it is like chugging up and up and up slowly. Then the Taliban take control, and it drops so severely because they are just straight up killing anybody who produces poppies. They will just turn up and murder you. Then, and that's long suspected to have been a significant way the CIA makes its black ops budgets is by trafficking drugs. So the theory goes that once they lost this vital lifeline, they had to manufacture a war against the Afghans, because if you look at it directly after we invade Afghanistan, they're now like, I think they in the early 2000s produced like 80% of the world's heroin.
It shot back up, huh?
Down and then goes way back up.
Yeah, I always heard 90% to like 2%. It went from 90% to 2%, which is crazy.
From like middling to nothing to like biggest world producer.
And like I think the U.S. military definitely, was present in Afghanistan, and they actually guarded the opium fields, like admittedly, like mainstream articles will talk about it.
Crazy. You're fighting a war on drugs over here and a war on terror over there, and a couple of flamethrowers would fix both problems, because the Taliban will go back to being hapless goat herds if they don't have billions from drug money, and then you won't have drugs on your street. But they clearly don't really want to stop drugs.
Yeah, they occupied the opium fields, but like the CIA, I mean, it's declassified that the CIA has trafficked tons of drugs at this point. It's declassified. But I mean, many speculate that's what Vietnam was about, all of the drugs in the Himalayan foothills.
Now it's getting too dark and I'm dropping bolts. Oh, God.
Dang, I think we pretty much buried 9/11. I mean, wherever you stand, you stand. The chips have fallen.
Why not just let it happen?
Yeah, that's what I think is the simplest. Lie hop. Let
You
it
don't
happen on
need to
purpose.
lie. You don't need to. Well, you don't need as many people to lie. You don't need to. You already have it.
Yeah, 3 lies still get you the same attack, still get you your incursion on people's privacy, still get you all of the things you want, but is far, far, far cheaper, far, far, far safer, and you can sleep with yourself at night.
I would say that they still would have had to
Really
make
let it happen.
additional.
I just kind of cut budgets.
I would say they still had to make additional plans, like the fact that Trade Center 7 went down with CIA, NSA, and FBI information, like the goal being moved, the insurance policy being pulled out just a few weeks before that for terrorist attacks specifically. Like there's a bunch of things that if they did know and they just let it happen, they didn't just let it happen. They like planned to benefit from it.
Yeah, it had to be orchestrated, because I mean, just letting it happen means you're dependent on everything going off without a hitch. With these terrorists just like guiding the planes and hitting the buildings just right, and the buildings falling just right, and I mean everything had to be.
No, when you talk about planning, that involves more people.
It doesn't have to happen on. It doesn't. If you're not planning it, it doesn't have to happen on purpose. The whole attack can fail. It can go better. It can
Right.
go worse. You can get one building go down. You can.
It doesn't matter. There'll still be a war.
Yeah, you're still going to get what you wanted.
You have to admit, three steel buildings falling at free fall speed when no steel building has ever fallen from fire ever. One burned in Pittsburgh for like I think forever and didn't ever fall. I mean, there's the fact that they all fell.
Yeah, first 3 times in history all happened
Yeah,
on the same day.
exactly.
Yes, that one I quite like. I would like to know more about the gold thing. If somebody can show me a link for this gold getting moved right before.
Oh, there's a couple I put in the chat already. There's
I
2
think they
different
said-
stories, but
That's the one story I knew about, and that to me always has been like, huh, that's fucking odd. That's weird.
They said it all was recovered.
I'd also want to know how often are they moving gold? Like you'll need to
Right.
check the null condition, right? Where if you go, oh, actually, this is the base of Armor Guard, and because there is huge amounts of security there, it's actually kind of somewhat normal to ship a ton of gold in and out of here every 2 months or something. Then you go, oh, okay. But if that's not the case, if it's like never there's gold there, and then suddenly there's gold in a thing, that does sound a bit.
Well, they I think from what I remember, I could be wrong. They stored in the World Trade Center. There was always gold there.
Yeah, partial of the part of the reserve was stored there, but still, like just getting it out right then would be like the timing of it would be sketchy. I guess you asked the right question. How often is it moved? From my understanding, not often. It was just stored there. But I don't know. And if they were to say, "Hey, we returned the gold, we got the gold back," it's like, well, how do you know how much was actually there first? You know, I mean,
So maybe they would store and then like move and store. Like just like a storing center, but constant motion, like in and out.
Yeah, like because I imagine that the many of these deals done with like dodgy oil barons and stuff, I imagine many of them just go, I don't trust any aren't many contracts written this way, will not be paid in currency. This must be paid out in
gold bars.
or something of the person's choosing.
well, yeah. And Silverstein just decided not to go into the office that day.
I
They
don't
all
know.
got a
I
call.
need to know how many
he
days
could
he's
never
in
tell
his
us.
desk at 9 a.m.
That's a whole
Yeah,
other
yeah.
interesting
Seinfeld.
topic. Yeah, how many people like didn't show up to work that day? It was that's another interesting one, and all the stories around that.
They
They had a
claimed
bunch of
got a
people
call.
not show up on purpose. They told them not to show up.
By the way, the Pentagon. I remember you guys were saying there was nobody in the Pentagon that got hit.
No,
There's
no,
actually
no.
multiple.
184
died.
people. No, some people died in the Pentagon, according to the story. But the area that got hit, that department had like they were all at work, quote
Refurbishing or
unquote.
something.
But they were like they had something off site they had to do. So everyone in that area, it wasn't that they were off work or out of work. It's just that they weren't working in office that day.
Was it just the whole Pentagon or just that specific area?
Just that section.
I remember hearing that specific area was underpopulated because they were doing renovations at the time. Is that story? Was I wrong about that, or is that no longer a thing?
I don't know. Oh, do you guys remember whenever they zoom in on the picture of the hole, you can see like desks intact and like a book opened up intact and stuff on the right outside the hole inside? You guys ever seen that?
No.
Yeah, you can see a bunch of like burnable objects like still intact right around the outside. As if it wasn't like I don't know, it's still kind of crazy with the missile, but I don't know. It's really weird.
If they were renovating, it puts new meaning to Extreme Makeover.
Have you guys ever been to the Pentagon?
It says, yeah, it was undergoing renovation at that time.
Of course it was. The Pentagon's a pretty crazy place, like in modern times. Like they pounced on me when I wasn't even on a mic or anything. I was just talking to employees. I'm like, hey, are you guys ever going to tell us where that $2 trillion went? And none of the employees answered me. Some of them laughed though. And then I said, "Oh, you guys are talking about this alien disclosure. Can we figure out where the $2 trillion went first? Because it was the day that they first talked about alien disclosure. But then they came and pounced on me and told me, "You're not allowed to record here." And I'm like, "What?" But I did anyway. I talked to the supervisors and they let me.
How's it, new perspective?
What's up, beer man? How are you, bro? Can you hear me? Oops.
Just a hello. No follow-up.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
My headphone went off. What's up, beer man?
No, we heard you. Yeah, we heard you.
Right on. I've got one more. I'm going to put a. This is one I brought up before, but it is a weird one. I'm downloading some pictures to show y'all. Beer man, we're talking 9/11, obviously.
Yeah, that's sort of why I hopped in. Remember, I asked you for some more information on the Titanic.
Yes.
Yeah. So now that you guys are bringing up the World Trade Center, because I've been looking into the Titanic and Malaysian Airlines that possibly left our realm, I was thinking that if there were planes involved with the World Trade Center, I think that they might have also left our realm and then used them as a cover-up that they crashed into the buildings. So I'm trying to find more information on that.
What do you mean, like teleported or the?
No. For instance, I'm not going to say model, but the idea of the Antarctica around us, that everything's south, that they left out that side beyond the actual.
Gotcha. This is a new one.
It's not new. It's just not. I would say it's not mainstream because it sounds ridiculous in mainstream, but it's not ridiculous if you just look at the way everything works and how everyone lies. Not everyone, but I'm just generalizing how we've been lied to on a lot of things. So yeah, it's just some stuff.
What's the best way of finding the truth? How do you find the truth?
Malaysia Airlines is pretty crazy, though. I mean, we can all agree on that, right? And even the CIA Mockingbird media said that they can't explain it. I mean,
It's an unexplained disappearance, isn't it? I mean, I don't think anybody got an explanation for it till you get the black box.
which is another good part of 9/11, right? You found the paper passport, but the indestructible black box. Well, I mean, I guess you could say it just got mixed up with the rest of the debris. I don't know.
You've heard of the phone call that Seinfeld and others got to avoid flying on 9/11?
No, I have
Seinfeld
not.
got a call saying don't fly, did he?
Yeah, along with many other prominent actors and Jewish politicians, Jewish actors, yeah.
Wow. Should they say this in an interview?
I know 2 actors who didn't fly, but they weren't Jewish.
Seinfeld. Oh, okay. Sure, many weren't Jewish, right? But definitely a call went out to many people to avoid flying that day.
Wow.
There's random people?
Seinfeld definitely said it during an interview, which I can't find right now.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah. But prominent figures,
Seinfeld
not just
on an
random.
interview, so Seinfeld on an interview said he got a call. Does he say from who?
Yeah. He doesn't say from who. It's just the call. Like they say, you got the call, right? And then he's like, yeah, I got the call. Like they're clearly talking about it. Yeah. I'll try to look and shit's scrubbed.
Dude, I was about to say, you know what's so crazy, bro? They're like, how could they lie about? People always, how could they lie about history? Dude, we're literally watching them hide history from just 2 decades ago. Where we're not going to be. This conversation we're having is just because there's OGs in here who did lots of research back when it was accessible. Imagine children growing up now trying to research 9/11 in a decade.
Yeah, that's why I asked New Perspective for information, because it's so difficult to find and it's something I never ever looked into. But because I started
You saw what I typed it, right?
Sorry, say that again?
You saw what I responded with, right?
Let me just have a look here. I don't remember actually. No, you didn't send anything to me yet.
I didn't send the link, but I just said I just asked if you had heard about the idea that it was actually the sister ship. It wasn't the Titanic.
Oh yes,
yeah, of course.
And that
main players that were killed.
You've heard about the book called The Titan that like basically predicts the crash that came out before the Titanic?
To be honest, no.
Yeah, there's a book about the Titan, and it's about the biggest ship in the world hits an iceberg and sinks, and it came out the year before.
That's insane.
It's so crazy. And then, of course, this gets where it gets real crazy. Conspiracy keeps going deeper. All of the major wealthy bankers that were opposed to the Federal Reserve, the major names, were all on that boat, including Jacob Astor, who was one of the primary funders for Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower. The other primary investor was J.P. Morgan, who owned the Titanic and was supposed to go on the Titanic that day, but canceled last minute. And then the Federal Reserve started right after that.
Yeah, so that sort of thing is too fishy for me. It's almost like they make as if that passenger's going on, and then they use that excuse at the last minute to say, oh, he decided to pull out, and yeah, now it sank, and that's why he's still alive. I think that ship fucking left our world. It doesn't make sense with the evidence, especially if I looked at when I look at the image of the ship under the ocean and they compare it to what the Titanic looked like. There's too many anomalies.
I believe I actually saw a supposed old article that says that everyone in the Titanic survived. Have you guys ever seen that? I saw like 3 days ago.
Many people definitely died. I mean, I'm not saying you didn't read an article like that, but
yeah,
I'm gonna post it.
So, what do you guys think they did? Did they plant explosives in the hull to sink it?
Well, from my understanding, there was a sister ship that already had damage, and they swapped the names because they're like we're identical, and they just used the insurance claim because that one was already damaged. And I don't know as to how they actually sank it or anything like that.
I actually saw like it was a somewhat mainstream, like it wasn't even necessarily conspiracy based, but it was basically this report on these group of people that were on the Titanic. These like they were men, but they basically were like part of the crew. They were part of the crew, so they were kind of like more knowledgeable about the ship, and they survived it, and they actually reported that they heard explosions. They specifically heard explosions, and then that's when everything started, meaning that even they were saying that they didn't think it was hit by an iceberg and that there were some explosions that seemed to be connected.
Wow, that's crazy.
What about the Lusitania, guys? What about the Lusitania?
So, I mean, the two possibilities I've thought is that they had explosives planted in the hull and then purposefully sunk it. And then, of course, whoever would have been involved in like triggering it, would have gotten on one of the lifeboats kind of thing. And then another idea is that they actually shot like a torpedo of some sort at it, from under the water. Because if they wanted to make sure it sunk, they probably wouldn't depend on having to actually hit an iceberg. Although they could have also hit one, but that would have been a big thing to try to make, hit on purpose. So if they really wanted it sunk, it seems like they would have had a way to make sure it was done.
Yeah, submarine makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that sounds feasible. What about the Lusitania, guys? The Lusitania, yeah, the ship that was it was a luxury passenger liner, but it had weapons, bombs and stuff for Britain from America. Do you remember? And the Germans blew it up. Do you remember that? Lusitania?
Yeah, the Germans
it brought
had
America
intel,
into the First World War. Sorry?
Yeah, didn't the Germans America? Did it? I thought it was Britain. Anyway, I thought it was they had intel that the weapons were there. They knew this ship.
That's right. They had. That's right. Yeah, that's right. And it was in the newspapers that if Britain, America decide to use that, because Americans were actually on that ship as well, and they warned the Americans that if you do find yourself on that ship, they were going to blow it up. They said if it's got munitions on there, and it did. It had munitions on it.
Mm.
So that was a strange one as well, wasn't it? These ships that are sinking and being sunk.
Well, the Titanic
all
one
over
was
the
big.
place.
The Titanic one was big because there were several people that were on it who were opposing the establishment of the Federal Reserve. So, and it was shortly after that the Federal Reserve was established. So that's a huge event, and the implications of that, because basically that was after World War I. So whatever the heck happened in World War I, and then coming right out of that, and then well, not right out of it, but in those years afterwards. And then that same power structure, whatever was going on in World War I, whatever kind of leg up, for lack of a better term, that they got, whatever power position they got from after World War I, they then needed to control the money. So
yeah, and then dude, Jacob Astor was actually said to be like the wealthiest man in the world at the time. And again, him and J.P. Morgan were funding Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower, innovation, and of course that was to give everyone free energy in the whole world, right? And then anyway, so Jacob Astor dies. J.P. Morgan decides not to go, and right afterwards, J.P. Morgan pulls all the remaining funding. So pretty crazy. So the Wardenclyffe Tower just ceased to be produced, and then the third coincidence is that the science fiction book The Titan came out like the year before. It's called The Titan, and it's literally about this the biggest ship in the world getting hit by an iceberg and sinking.
Yeah, because like an unsinkable ship.
That's crazy.
There's that whole like story that they ran, like unsinkable ship, and then they didn't have enough lifeboats on it. I mean, what is up with that too? Like that is like, why would they not have enough lifeboats on it? I mean, why was it advertised as the unsinkable ship with such, like they must have been pushing that because that's what we see, and that was in all of the writings and everything at that time, and then they don't have enough lifeboats, and then the thing sinks. Like, that's a crazy psyop.
Doesn't that seem like it makes sense? They're so confident the ship's not going to sink, and my understanding is also at the time there was no legislation to require they have lifeboats for everybody, so they think we don't need them, we're not going to sink.
Dude, they wrote a science fiction
book. Why
book.
would you have any lifeboats then? Why not have no lifeboat, Harry?
They wrote a science fiction book.
I mean, I still think you need them for a ship that runs out of fuel or something. A stranded ship that's not necessarily sinking.
Boat, mate. You don't need lifeboats from a floating ship.
There's something about this.
Leave it.
No, you don't, because there's plenty of food and music on board. You just wait till another boat comes along and gets you. You don't have to abandon ship just because you run out of fuel.
I don't know. My understanding was ships weren't back in that day required to have that many, and I can see why, therefore, a quote-unquote unsinkable ship didn't have the full complement. Were they required to have any back in there? Because I knew they just weren't required to have full complement.
Look at that! I just posted the page for the book, The Wreck of the Titan. I mean, the boat even looks like the Titanic with the smokestacks.
Yeah, so crazy, dude. And there's a different cover of it too. And 1912, and then this happened in 1913, Titanic, and that's the same year the Federal Reserve was founded.
Oh, funny about that.
And the people that opposed the Federal Reserve were on the ship. I mean, you got to get out of here, man. This is just ridiculous. So the science fiction books don't land with some people. I don't get it. It's like Elon being predicted in Project Mars in the 50s, being the first person to found a civilization on Mars. The moon landing, written by Jules Verne in the late 1800s, predicting where it shoots off from, the mechanism used to go around the moon, and everything about it. It's like they clearly write books, and then when they're captivating stories, they kind of propagandize the people with the story. So, I mean, come on, man. The year before Titanic, they wrote a book about the same thing, bro.
How many crazy coincidences before it's statistically impossible?
I actually think that the Titanic sunk on my birthday. I think it sunk on April 14th. I mean, just that obviously is not relevant, but...
Oh, the coincidences keep stacking up.
Yeah, that's how we know it's a conspiracy, dude.
Yeah. Good point, actually. Good point.
I mean, guys, you got to admit that we just laid it out. That there was something fishy about the Titanic. I mean, come on. They just made a movie about it. No one will look into it. We're just going to make a movie about love. Hit him with the emotion. Dude's going to die, even though he can fit on the door at the end. Everyone's going to just get triggered, and then we'll move on.
Well, eggshells, I don't like when you said you don't know about lifeboats back then and regulations, and buddy, I don't expect you to, but I am getting more and more intrigued about you feeling the constant need to have excuses for all of these things. Like it's just happenstance. That just happened. Maybe this. Why do you feel internally? Do you feel a need to explain everything away? I'm not suggesting you're paid by the government.
I'm not explaining.
I'm just curious.
I don't mean to explain things away. What I do have is like naturally like contrarian or like to point out the counterpoint. If I think that people are sort of going too far on one side, I'll be like, you know, like I'll talk to my parents. I remember the other time I was at the farm, they were scoffing at the idea of UBI. I don't think UBI is a great idea, but they were being like, just make everybody lazy. I'm like, well, you got to hear their side of it. That's all I do.
Well, but so
I
to be
think that
fair,
doubt is the best thing.
to be fair, he didn't even he didn't even rebut our other Titanic arguments. I mean, you know, he didn't try to say it's not a crazy coincidence that the year before they wrote a book about the same thing with basically the exact same name of the ship. So I mean, he's been decently fair. Like he kind of just doesn't. He just kind of doesn't argue things he doesn't really know. I mean, so, I got no problem with how he's been today.
Harry knows I love him.
Yeah, I mean, it's to each their own, you know. To each their own, man. To each their own. You can be a pro bono defense attorney for the government if you want to.
Maybe they'll pay me. Maybe they'll look at all the work I've put in for free and be like, "Hey, mate, we better pay you a check."
For real.
Heard you're heading off on a trip. You might find out the world's flat. We need to make sure you've got you on our payroll with these NDAs before you leave.
Yeah, I mean, you've come up with better cover stories than we have, dude. We need to get you on the payroll ASAP. No joke. I swear. I know that the people that think the Earth's a globe and stuff are gonna think this is crazy, but I swear, I think that the government has people like listen to flat earthers, like globebusters will make a point. Like, dude, Jaren will literally expose some claim about the ISS, and then like a week later, they'll have a freaking cover story for the same thing, and it's just some random thing. It happens so much; it's really weird.
Yeah, if the Earth's flat and there is an organized conspiracy to cover it up, they would be absolutely loopy to not be constantly listening to all these conversations. They would have to be.
Yeah, for sure. Especially like the big like podcasts and stuff.
Especially Jaren. I mean, they have been watching and tracking like Jaren's pretty much every move. There's definitely somebody watching pretty much all of his videos because, especially back in the day as well, and with it, what you're mentioning, yeah, I mean, there's been so many things where, especially back in the early days, like 16, 17, he would do a new video. It would like hit the scene. A lot of people would watch it. A lot of people would be talking about it. And literally within days, they would either change the thing that he was talking about, or they would like remove it from a website, or they would have some article around it that would be trying to like say the opposite point. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, like one time he covered
my skeptic role. Go on, sorry.
Oh, I was like one time he covered the like supposed like the northern lights of Jupiter or whatever, and they supposed took a picture of it, and they took another picture the next year, but they used the same exact picture, but they just presented it like it was a new one. And so he exposes them, and he shows the Wayback Machine after they change it. So like he shows that it's just the same thing, it's the same exact picture. And then they change the caption on the picture, and it goes from like four lines to like 2 lines, completely shortens, and they claim it's to be the old one. They admit it's the old one after he called them out. And you can go, he went back in the Wayback Machine to prove they changed it. And they did that days after he exposed it's like picture of Jupiter, supposed like their version of Northern Lights. So that's pretty crazy. Like, they're responding to my boy Jaren, bro. I mean, it's provable.
Yeah, check this video. I was watching it last night. This chick is busy doing The Matrix is Falling Apart, and before she uploaded the video, or I think it's a live video or something, she already had viewers where that shouldn't happen. So someone's monitoring her channel. It's very interesting, and she never gets like the comment section is on 0, even though people are commenting. It's very interesting. The video I just posted in the live stream.
Well, I have people do that all the time though, so I don't know. Like when I'm about to go live, if I set a time, I have like dozens of people waiting. It says like so, yeah.
Yeah, but it's different.
And also the I've gotten sus about that in the past too, but digging around on my channel, people will comment and they won't see their comment immediately, and they'll watch, and the watch count won't go up, or the subscriber count won't go up properly. But YouTube admits that they do that because they have shadow ban bot accounts, and they don't want the shadow ban only works if it can stay shadowed, right? So they don't want people to know what bot accounts are working, so they won't always give you realistic information live. They admit that. They'll say, we'll give you correct information a few days later, but what you'll get live will be estimates.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I've seen like 2,000 subs add to my channel one time because someone shouted me out, and like I did a stream, and my sub count never changed. And then
Wow.
my sub count never changed. And then when I looked at the analytics the next day, those subs were gone. Like the analytics didn't even show the subs. Yeah.
I also had a like a exorcism or something, like exodus. A few weeks back where like we were going up, like really surprisingly up. Small channel, so it was small gains. But then suddenly, we just lost like 100-something subscribers in a couple of days.
Yeah. That's crazy, bro. I mean, they definitely
They
messed
claim
with
that's
our
they're
channels.
purging fake accounts.
Well, then that narrative would mean that 2,000 fake accounts all subbed to me the same day that another flat earther shouted me out.
No, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah.
That's why I think the narrative of like Austin just does this for attention and wants to be someone special on the internet. I'm like, dude, if I just wanted to do stuff on the internet, I wouldn't be talking about flat Earth, bro. Like, this is the opposite of how you get any success on the internet, bro. And the government has a cover story, right? I mean, even if you say the Earth's a globe, it's dangerous misinformation.
So why don't, Whitson, I'll put this to you, man. Why don't NASA, right? We all know they've got $60 million a day to play with. They could solve this in one day by just hire an aircraft for $500,000, get a bunch of famous flat earthers, a bunch of famous globers, map out a course from Perth to somewhere in South America, straight across the top of Antarctica in one 12-hour flight. The whole thing's put to bed. But instead, across the world, we've got this ongoing 6 or 7 year war happening between globeheads and flatheads, and government psyops and people watching YouTube channels, spying on people. Why, if there's nothing to it, why don't they just put it to bed in one 12-hour flight?
What I think you're doing there, Effie, is taking some of the globe narrative and then still keeping this massive psyop part of the narrative. If globe, what you would need to entertain is maybe there isn't. Maybe NASA doesn't know. Maybe we're not in the employ of NASA, and we're just skeptics and argumentative types that turn up here. And as such, it barely pops up on their radar.
Well,
So
yes and
could
no,
they do
but
it?
you've also got like Barack Obama made reference to people in the Flat Earth Society. So I mean, the President of the United States has mentioned it. So it's not an insignificant topic. You know, it's made to make fools of people. So,
right. But I mean, it's free to mock Flat Earth in a quip. It is a few $1 million bucks to do what you're talking about.
I don't know. It wouldn't be that much, but regardless, in a $20 billion budget, if you couldn't solve one of the world's great mysteries in one day for $1 million, mate, they'd spend $1 million on the Christmas party.
But do you reckon? Sorry, I'm just gurneying the inside of my airbox. Somebody's going to tell me I shouldn't be doing. But do you really think it'd put it to bed? Like, there are prominent flat earthers who've gone globe.
It depends. Is your airbox on the bike, eggshells?
I mean, yeah. I'm now just doing
Wow.
a case of it. But I mean, I've taken this thing through rivers. It should be fine.
Yeah. Just fill that cylinder full of fucking water. Go for it,
No,
man.
I'm not gonna
Just let it sit there too. No, let it sit there overnight too. Let it bake in. All right.
Couple of weeks.
I just have to add that Ranty does not count as a prominent flat earther that went globe, even though that's what he said.
Is he not? Which bit of those criteria?
I don't know. You can count it if you want, but we all know better.
Right, but I mean, the point being, which is why I made that point, because I was hoping somebody might say that, is if you did that, if you got Jaren and Geo and Witsit and a bunch of these people, took them up in a plane, I think that you're going to get a variety between these three results. One possible result is yours, Fe. They all go, holy shit, it's correct, it's a globe. Another result is some say that, some still stick to the position of, I don't know if I was fed hallucinogenic drugs. I'm not sure what I saw. I wasn't able to triple check and validate X, Y, and Z. I'm still a flat earther. And there might be some people who flip, but wouldn't many flat earthers just say what New Perspective and many people's view is of people like Ranty, oh, they're just lying, this is a psyop, this is all part of it, it's so convenient. Oh, sure, suddenly NASA found the budget to do a thing, it just seems so convenient, I can't believe it. This in fact strengthens my belief in the flat earth.
No, if
They
you
couldn't disprove it unless there was something to disprove.
dude, if you
answered it
could,
all
if you
wrong.
could
We're talking about what happened to how are y'all's frame of thought gonna change? Like when y'all see that you can't fly from McMurdo to Ross just in 8 hours and cross paths, you know, we're wondering how y'all are gonna react when y'all find out it ain't possible and what excuses
what
y'all
you're
are gonna make.
asking,
Like, the flat earthers are lying. You know, it's still a globe. You know, it's
Is that
I
what
don't
you're
know. They'll make
asking,
excuses.
I thought you were asking if
Y'all are professional excuse makers. I mean, you got to admit you're pretty damn good all night. I've been
But wait,
listening.
yeah, but
I'm currently observing
making
underlit clouds at the
under
moment. The
government.
sun has gone down and the clouds are underlit. How's that?
Ooh.
proof that Rig
Yeah, I thought you had parallel light rays.
Big off.
I thought you had parallel light rays. So if the horizon's 0 degrees, okay, how is the bottom of clouds being lit with the sun above the horizon? I got about
Because
10 pictures on a
the
video
ground's not
with
lit up,
the
my
sun
guy.
sitting on top of the horizon. Hold on, let me
The
finish,
ground
man.
is not lit up, my guy. The clouds are, yeah?
Let me finish, bud. Wouldn't kill you to listen. Okay, I got about 10 pictures with the sun well above the horizon, like freaking 2 sun widths above the horizon, and the bottom of clouds lit up. So how is that happening? As if the light rays are coming in parallel, then the sun's pretty much, you know, the shadow's the wrong direction, or the light's being cast. That kills your parallel light rays right there.
No, it doesn't. That's silly.
Bro, you don't understand parallel light. If the horizon is 0 degrees and the sun is above the horizon, we could go up to the moon almost, or no, we could go actually past the moon and still get the same shadow we would on the ground. Right?
Yeah, divergent rays make perfect sense. If you have divergent rays going down underneath the clouds in any way, like you would see the bottom of the clouds lit up. So that's not a good argument.
Right. That don't work on a globe. It works. Look, at first I was like, damn, that's a tough one. That's like a good globe proof. But then I looked into it and started collecting pictures and all that, and I was like, wait a minute. Wait just a damn minute. I'm seeing the clouds lit up. The examples they're showing me, the sun's above the horizon. And now they got 10 other arguments with their parallel sun rays, and that kills their parallel light rays. Man, I did a little diagram in a short video. I'll post it. But I wound up doing like 2 or 3 videos, and they act like they don't understand it. But if you think about it, if you have a shadow, say I have a board behind me, a piece of plywood.
You're saying with the sun above the horizon. The sun's above the horizon at the moment for me, yeah? It's not completely set. It's down below the buildings. The ground is not lit up, but the clouds are.
So if it's 1 degree above the horizon, then the light should be coming out. A shadow representing 1 degree downward sunlight. Sorry, can you hear me?
I couldn't a second ago. You were breaking up. I don't know if it was you or me, mate.
Well, I'll just make a quick point. If the sun is above the horizon 1 degree, then your light, then the sun's coming from a 1 degree angle, so the shadow would reflect a 1 degree downward pointing sun. So how could the light be shining upward?
Well, I think he was talking about light shining on the underside of clouds, right? That's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I mean. I'm just using a shadow to reference.
That can happen on both general models. That would happen on a globe, and it would also happen on a planar stationary Earth.
Yeah, I was trying to follow you.
And you could. Hey, I agree, Gio.
How it doesn't
have parallel light rays.
my
Hold on,
bias.
man. You guys talked at the same time. Rig, go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, never mind. I'm driving. It's all good, Gio.
No, just
okay. It could work on both models, man. Gio, it could work on both models, but not if the light is coming in. Not if the sun rays are coming in parallel. Okay, that's my point.
The whole cloud could be lit up, but not just the bottom. It's not possible if their sun rays are parallel. If the rays are coming in parallel, because they consider the horizon 0 degrees, and so you wouldn't have light. It would hit the whole cloud, right? Not
Yeah,
just the
but
bottom.
to be fair, it's a bit of a. They asked how would it be possible on flat Earth, and it's very simple. So the divergent rays would illuminate the bottom of the clouds because they would come in at the right angle just underneath the clouds, and they would, since the light's that close to the clouds, it would light
On a
up the
flat
bottom.
Earth, the sun wouldn't go beneath the clouds. What are you fucking talking about? You wouldn't get that angle of light to begin with, man. It's just no.
You're not
It doesn't
listening
work
correctly.
like that, man.
We'll try and listen a little carefully. Okay, so
Well,
the dive.
Did you hear what I said at least? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying. You're saying that the sun never would go down below the clouds on a flat Earth, okay? But my point is that the divergent rays coming from the sun, right? That means that they're coming in all angles diverging from the sun, like every single little line you could draw. One of those lines is going to go right underneath the clouds, and the light is going to illuminate what's next to it, which would be the bottom of the clouds.
Not from a central
Exactly.
point of light.
But they use this as a proof, man. They use the build. They use two things as a proof that it kills their model, and they don't realize it. Devil's always in the details. They said that if you're watching, you can watch the sun set, right? And then if you watch the sunset and then you stand up, you can watch a part of it set again. But here's a problem with that. Okay, for the horizon to change 1 degree, you have to go up 3,600 feet. Okay, to get the horizon to drop 1 degree. So then they use the angle, the shadow in a building, like on the 5th floor of a building. They have the light shining, leaving a shadow coming in upwards. But the sun's on the horizon. If the sun's on the horizon, it can't be shining from bottom up. Now that argument's great if the sun's underneath the horizon, at least a little bit past halfway. Then it doesn't violate their parallel sun rays. But with the sun even halfway or any more than halfway, especially if it's sitting on the horizon, you can't have it shining upwards through building windows, because that means the light's coming in freaking, like I said, you could go up to the moon. If you don't change orientation, if you have a piece of plywood behind you for casting the shadow of your body on the plywood behind you, then you could go all the way up to the moon, and that shadow is not going to change in their model. It's going to be the same angle shadow. You have to go like almost 1 million miles for the not quite, but about a little over 500,000 miles, like 750,000 miles to get the sun angle to change 1 degree. So you could go all the way up to the moon, and the fucking angle of light or the angle of your shadow wouldn't change. So that kills their parallel sun rays.
Okay. Rig, are you still there? He said he was driving, but he's probably listening. I'm
still here, but like I did say, I am driving.
The way I would explain it, and what you brought up is like, I agree. The sun would always be above the clouds for sure. Like in altitude, the sun would be above the clouds at all times on a planar stationary Earth like that. But you would have, like, when the sun sets, due to perspective, you know how it lowers in your sky, like it looks like it's lowering. So it's obviously not actually lowering in altitude. It would be just moving away from you. And due to perspective, it's going to continue to fall. But the light, the angle at which the light is hitting you, essentially there's a triangle between your feet, the ground, essentially the GP of the sun, the subsolar point, and then the sun to your eyes. That's a triangle. So your feet to the subsolar point, and then up to the sun, and then from the sun to your eyes. That's a triangle. Of course, if it's right above you, then it's not even going to be a triangle. It's just a straight line. But then as it starts moving away from you, it creates a triangle. And then as it keeps moving away, the angles of that triangle are continually changing. So at the point, let's say around sunset, or when the sun is very far away, that actual triangle is going to be very, very low. Like that angle of incidence is going to be very low. So the light, that's why when it's a sunset, it looks like the light's hitting your eyes, like it's literally coming right into your eyes. So that light, if you imagine coming from the sun when it's setting, is not only coming to your eyes, but it's lighting up the entire local environment that you're in. So whatever your local clouds are, like your local clouds are different than whatever's way over where the sun is. So when you have local clouds and then you have a sun that's setting far away, the sun is going to light up those local clouds, and it can look like it's lighting from underneath because of that angle of the sun. And like Witsit was saying, the light rays are all diverging from the sun, so they're going to light up. It's kind of like shining a flashlight. They're going in all, so it's going to light up that whole local area that you're in, and can appear to be lighting the bottom of the clouds like that.
Not to mention upward light refraction. I mean,
The only issue,
in my opinion, for the sun to set, there's got to be some long distance upward light refraction going on, and so upward light refraction could easily explain the bottom of clouds being lit. But yeah, you're right though. The perspective geometry, just from an observer's point of view, Gio, that's correct. So if the sun is way far away and it's a smaller degree than the cloud is closer to you and above you, so it's like a observer dependent point of view, and they got to admit the sun is different, than all the other shit we see. They try and compare it to terrestrial objects, but it just doesn't behave like that.
So Rig, what do you think, man? What do you think of that?
I don't believe it, Gio. I understand what you were saying, but it doesn't make sense to me, mate.
It sounds, I don't know if this is similar to your thoughts, Rig. It sounds to me like they are, like, rather than here's what we see, and like rather than we've built this model based on observations, it's like we've tried to make the observations fit the model.
So I'm going to post. I'm posting.
With the...
Let me just finish, just because I'm posting to say this real quick. I actually made this. I made it on MS Paint, and it's absolutely the most simplistic thing ever. It's not even to scale. It's not. I'm not even saying it's exactly accurate, but it just shows the basic idea. Like the green line would be the Earth, and then these, like the observer would be over on the left, and then those lines would kind of represent that triangle I was talking about. So even though the sun is not lowering in altitude, but due to perspective, it will. So even though the sun would actually just be moving parallel to the ground, but it would appear to be lowering. So when the sun is all the way low like that, imagine that sun is now emitting light rays. So it's light emitting them, like the corpuscular rays, in that divergent pattern, all from the sun, as it were, whatever that the sun is. And if you then have local clouds in your region, like imagine some clouds right above the observer, it absolutely can light them. Just like it's lighting your eyes coming straight at, it absolutely can light the entire environment from and clouds from the underneath like that. And that would work on a globe too. And I can understand why people would think that correlates with the globe, because it would be similar, except the sun would be going below the curvature and it would be angling upwards. So I mean, I can see why it seems strong for a globe in that sense as well.
Yeah, let me back that up real quick. Because he's saying that we kind of use.
Brian, other guys want to jump in too. I know I've been talking a lot too, but because you do go on really long, and no one else can.
I can wait. I'll wait.
Well, if you want to just keep it concise, that way I think it's more fair.
Okay, I'll keep it concise. It's observer dependent, man. We see a cloud lit up, and just to make it real quick, if the sun was that far away, all the clouds should be lit up. But for the observer, just the cloud right in front of the sun is lit up, and for nobody else, just the people right there in that area. So that that describes what you're saying perfectly, Gio.
I got a quick question.
Do we have any?
Sorry, man. It's just slightly off topic. I have to get going in like 5 minutes. Witsit and Man of Consciousness, I think you guys had an experiment about 2 weeks ago that you guys were going to do regarding the gravity and the electromagnetic force that Witsit actually recently, I'm not going to say discovered, but is working on and has got very good evidence for that. And you guys proposed the experiment for each other. How far has that gotten? Because that was very interesting. I was here listening to that on YouTube. I want to know how far that's gotten. And then I have to get going as well.
We haven't done anything. Talking about the idea of looking at the gamma rays, blue shift and red shift, and a vacuum up and down.
Yeah. Has anything come from that yet?
No, I literally forgot about it, so you mentioned it.
Okay, cool.
Awesome.
Anyways,
Didn't they do this test already?
What's up?
I think this is they did a famous test doing this exact thing in a tower.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. But I was explaining to him that if there's a electric bias downward, then you would expect to see blue shift down, red shift up. And he's asking me to formulate some type of test to demonstrate that more in depth.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, basically, I don't have, I would say, a belief system. I used to always believe things. I used to believe it was a ball, then I believed that it was flat, and I changed my perspective of I don't know what it is. I'm still learning, so I just follow the evidence. And I thought that was a brilliant experiment to I don't know, open up some eyes.
Yeah, I mean, if I can find a financially feasible way to do it, that would be cool. But he just gets to invoke someone else that said they did it, and I have to go challenge the entire.
Austin, man, I'm in Florida, bro,
That's
and I got a
Wizard,
set
I
up.
literally told you you could go and Google and find any experiment done online. I never said
No,
you
I
had to
know,
do
I
it
know
yourself.
that, I know that. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is, no one's done that. No one's tested what I said. I would have to go do it myself. I mean,
Austin, I got a Cavendish set up, man. If you're ever by Jacksonville, Florida, look me up, man. I got a Cavendish set up. I haven't really put it all together, except for just to see if what would attract it. But I got some big ass fucking lead balls and 2 smaller lead balls, and they're heavy as fuck. And I got some ideas, man. I could use some help. If you're ever in this area, man, you want to make a video or something, I think we could easily prove it's more than what they're claiming. Mass attracting mass. It's making shit repel and attract, man. So keep that in mind.
cool. Yeah, I'll hit you up when I'm in Florida. I'm in Maryland right now.
Hey, Witsit, speaking of gravity, since you mentioned it, I've repeated what you said twice, even though I don't fully understand exactly how it works. But you were arguing with Zanuck, and you said that the reason that it makes sense that they don't call gravity a force is because if it really were a force, it would have to follow the laws of forces, and if it was bending space-time, it would straighten out, right?
Correct. It'd be equal and opposite reaction. Yeah.
Equal and opposite reaction, right? So could you reiterate how that works, or is that's pretty much just it?
But yeah, I mean, yeah. So there would just be an equal and opposite reaction. So space curvature would straighten out. You know, I'm not going to take credit for that. I think I read Tesla a long time ago saying that. But so that's why they say it's not actually a force. It's just it behaves like a force and can be thought of like a force. Because if it was a literal physical force, it would have to adhere to the equal and opposite reaction physical law, which would straighten out curvature and then nullify the effect of the gravity well.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to ask about, because I think, I don't know if Kosha was in here, but he was saying something about that. It couldn't have been the reason they did it, even though you were right about that. It couldn't be the reason they did it because of the timing on it. Like they already weren't calling it a force before that, or something like that.
That's not what I said.
So
I said the reason why they don't. No, I didn't say that at all. I said the reason why they don't call it a force is because of he explains it as the it says curvature of space-time, right? So the reason he thought of it as the curvature of space-time was, you know, the thought experiment about the equivalence principle. So, or about being in an accelerated frame versus, you know, being in a gravitational field, you know, falling because of gravity. That the two observations would be, you know, indistinguishable. And so, yeah, and it makes sense that the idea is that it came from the idea and then not the other way around. Like they didn't originally want to make it not a force and then try to think of a way to not make it a force.
So it can't be a force, man. It'd kill relativity and special relativity because you know they basically just found a fucking chicken shit mathematical way to make it happen instantaneously over long distances. So like, what would happen if the sun exploded? You know, because they're saying the gravity pretty much acts pretty much instantly, and it can't be a force. It's just the curving of space time so the planets can orbit pretty much, you know, and feel the effects instantaneously, but it's not a force. It's just a consequence. So they just found a way to take a shit on fucking Newton's laws, basically.
But more
common sense.
specifically to rebut what Kosha just said, though, you know, like my rebuttal to you, Kosha, when you mentioned that type of idea was like, yeah, I said, yeah, well, he obviously knew about this law when he was formulating relativity. And so he accounted for it, and needing the mechanism of curvature, he could not claim it was a force. So it would have factored into his decision making as even being viable, in my opinion. So
that's crazy that it's not a force when you were talking about the bending of space-time, because that's like literally responsible for everything, and it's not a force. Like, with Newtonian gravity, it's just worked into the mass of something. So what is it worked into with space
But
time?
I mean, I don't see why this is so controversial when no one claims that general relativity is a force. You know, within the Einsteinian paradigm, gravity isn't seen as a force. It's just an interaction between mass, energy, and space-time. No one
Well, it's not.
says general relativity explains gravity as a force. So it's
We
not
just said
that
that. No one here said that
controversial.
it. No one here said that it does, though. We're saying that they say it's not a force, but it acts like a force and can be thought of like a force. It has the same effects of a force, but it's not technically a force. And the reason it cannot technically be a force is because there would be an equal and opposite reaction. When you go more into the weeds, you'd be like, oh, well, these are the laws of motion. Well, yeah, bending and warping and curving is a motion. You have to go in motion to bend. So it just has to simply cannot be a force to even be postulated. So that's the point.
All right. So what we call gravity it's a pseudo force. It's a fictitious force. It's like the Coriolis force or like buoyancy. You know, these are forces that don't satisfy all of Newton's laws of motion, especially the third law, which is each action needs an opposite and equal reaction. Because Newton's laws speak to contact forces. If I push on something, it pushes back on me because we've made contact. But with these pseudo fictitious forces, there is no contact, even though we still see the motion of matter meet up with Newton's first two laws, right? F equals ma, and a force a matter will carry on in a certain direction unless unequal forces act on it, which accelerate, decelerate it, or change its direction. But no one, says that gravity or this interaction between, matter bending space-time is an actual force. What we see happen, though, is that when matter bends space-time deflects the path along which matter is traveling. So because we see this deflection, we are seeing F equals ma, matter being accelerated by a force, and we are seeing unequal forces act on matter. But we aren't seeing contact forces in action. So there's no action having an opposite and equal reaction. So we have to create these pseudo forces, and what pseudo forces say that is different from normal forces is that with a normal force, it is matter being moved within a reference frame. So it's an inertial frame of reference. But with the pseudo force, the idea is matter isn't moving, it's the reference frame itself that's moving, which creates this apparent deflection of matter. And those we call inertial frames of reference. That's all that's happening here.
Well, it has all the
non-inertial
byproducts
frames of reference. Sorry.
It has all the effects of a force, though. I mean, fictitious force. I mean, that's a
see
cool
them as
story.
Yeah, but that explains everything. You can see it as a force, but no one says it's a real force. We have a special name for these kind of phenomena, pseudo-fictitious forces.
Yeah, no one said that it claims it's a force, though. No one said that.
Here's the reason they say
But
that.
then what is
I'm
the
telling
issue?
you.
Like what's wrong with all of
No,
this?
the
gravity?
point is.
Wait, let me restate the reason I was saying that real quick. The reason I was asking that is if the Earth is actually stationary, then they've effectively robbed the buoyancy and density to hide this gravity and mass and just put it in the equation so it cancels itself out or whatever. But what's it hiding in space-time then, if that's the case? Like,
Whoa! You need to explain. All right, Dave.
It's very simple.
Yeah, but Dave, you're making claims now, which you need
I'm making claims. I'm saying if it's a flat Earth.
You claimed that buoyancy is being hidden in gravity and being canceled out. Explain that.
F equals WA on Earth.
Dude, you've been in this discussion for a while. I said if it's a flat Earth, right, then they're claiming that the density and buoyancy is gravity, right? They're using gravity in place of what we observe with density and buoyancy, right? It's hidden in the mass because mass
we still say
has
that
in the equation.
We still say density and
has
buoyancy
a little
are a thing, though.
You can't interrupt me.
Yeah, but Dave, we still say buoyancy and density are a thing. We still believe in a
attributed to gravity, bro.
Yeah, but buoyancy, the principle
gravity plays a part. Buoyancy is also seen as a pseudo.
I'm not saying you don't acknowledge that. I'm just saying if it's flat, it works still the same. And the equation is man of concessions, I think, right? Or did he change it? Anyway,
I changed it
but
because
no,
everyone calls me man of consciousness. So
yeah, might as well just go with that. No,
yeah. So
all I was asking is like, if we could, do they have a way of like using it in the bending of space time in the same way a flat earther might say it's hidden in the equation for mass?
Yeah.
I don't understand the question. Could you like reformulate it all the way from the beginning? Because it
I think
sounded like
Winston
you were making
understands.
this claim.
Go ahead
He's
and answer it,
asking
Winston.
what it would be hiding. So yeah. So because what he's saying is the principle of buoyancy predates the equation that has little g in it. And so in the theory, in the idea, if the Earth is flat, then basically gravity has hijacked the principle of buoyancy. What would it be hijacking or hiding, if you will, if it was space-time? And the answer is that, just like Tesla said, that any attempt to explain the movement of the celestial bodies without the acknowledgement of a field of energy is a futile pursuit destined to oblivion. So to have a field of energy, you must have a medium that carries that field of energy. So there would be a substantive etheric background that carries the field of energy. And so that would effectively be what is being hijacked. The
I
mechanism
don't understand
within,
what Witsit just said, but I do understand your question now, Dave. And there's nothing being, space time and Newtonian gravity isn't being used to hide anything. It's just that
I didn't say that.
I forgot who. Yeah,
Well, let
but
me
that's what
butt in
people
real
ask.
quick.
Is space time being used to hide something?
Well, they
And
use
no,
with Newton. They try to use gravity as one of the four fundamental forces, man. And they call it a force, describe it as a force, but really on Earth you could equally say that instead of F equals ma, it doesn't matter. You could say F equals wa, weight times acceleration. And pretty much the formula for weight is the acceleration of gravity times, it's pretty much using the acceleration of gravity. So I say that the acceleration of gravity,
acceleration of gravity.
I call that specific
What
density,
does that
man.
mean?
I mean,
What-
9.8
what is
meters
it?
per second per second. 9.8 meters per second due to gravity. I left out a word. Due to gravity. So I say it's due to
Yeah,
disequilibrium.
weight
So I come
is
up with
just mass times gravity. Yeah, that's all weight is.
right, but it's mass times gravity. But the way y'all define gravity in that is little g. So what I say is I use, instead of specific gravity, I use specific density. And say that in air, in the medium of air, or let's say a vacuum, in the medium of a vacuum, a solid will fall at 9.8 meters per second due to disequilibrium. Okay,
Yeah.
and the math all works out perfect.
All right.
It's just a different
Brian, you are literally doing nothing different from what we're doing. All you doing is
Right.
giving it a different name. You're literally doing the same thing we're doing, but you're calling it a different thing. Like,
Well,
like
look,
this is silly.
little g goes in the basket
This is
that
silly,
works
bro.
on both flat Earth and globe Earth. So it's like you have two baskets. You have three baskets. One's globe Earth. One's
Gravity
flat Earth.
is yeah.
You have
it
you have three
works.
baskets.
I mean, if you guys are going to take the rate at which things fall, and your number is the same as ours, but you just want to call it something different, like, are we even having an argument here? This is a bit
How do you
silly.
think gravity came about?
I mean,
Y'all, it was initially
Gravity
different.
came about because it was measured. It was measured. We measured the
Right,
rate at which
it's
things
measured.
fall towards the ground, and
That's
then we
not
call
gravity.
that gravity. It's just
No,
it's
they
just a
didn't
name.
call gravity. Gravity is new. Okay, relatively speaking, they already had freaking. They had already Archimedean principle and shit. They already had freaking the buoyancy and the density disequilibrium and all that shit. Okay, gravity came along and and all these observable speeds and rates. Yeah, so everything you're saying we're doing, that's what y'all did with gravity. Y'all came up with this new concept, and then it's been changing ever since. It's still changing, to
Yes,
this day.
because we add on to concepts. So first we had Archimedes' principle, which spoke about gravitas and
buoyancy.
levitas. So gravity
All
and
you did is
levitation,
pick
which is the
something.
ideas of having weight and not having weight. And he put this into a package called, his principle of buoyancy. Now, buoyancy only explains how things with weight and without weight act within the medium. What Newton did is he came up with his law of gravity, which describes how things not only work within mediums, but within the absence of mediums as well. How would things float or not float within a vacuum, within space?
But
And then
that's
what
a force,
Einstein
though.
did is he added on to this by saying this is how things would act if they were extremely big or moving extremely fast. We
He
just
came
add
up with a way
on
to eliminate
to
the
the
force,
original
bro. What
idea
Einstein did,
when
they
we
realized they.
I'm not
Go
done
ahead, bro.
talking, Brian. Come on.
Sorry,
We,
man.
we,
Sorry,
we,
sorry.
we just add on to an idea when we have more observations. So we have buoyancy that works here, but now we look out into the sky and we see the planets, and Archimedes' principle doesn't work with the planets. So Newton added on to that to
Yeah,
say
you're
this is
right.
how
Hold on.
mass would
He's
attract
right.
mass within a vacuum and how planets orbit each other. That's all.
Bro, you're making 1,000 points. Let me just quickly
Sorry.
respond and sum it all up. No, that's cool. But look, so Newtonian gravity is a force. It's a force, okay? And they can't be a force. There's too many ways to shove it. If it's a force, so Einstein came up with a way to make it act like a force, but not literally be a force, okay? But all the things I just described earlier work perfect, okay? All the equations are the same, but instead of F equals ma, it's F equals wa. The only way it wouldn't work, like you're saying, is like on the moon or on a different planet and all that. So once you go to the moon and show me that my shit's wrong, until then, I can sit tight with my empirical observations and the math that goes with it.
Yeah, but Brian, we don't even need to go to the moon. All you got to do is create a near perfect vacuum on Earth, and you will see Archimedes' principle doesn't work there anymore. Buoyancy doesn't
What are
work
you
in a near
talking
perfect
about?
vacuum.
What are you
When
talking
you
about?
remove the medium, if you have a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum, and you put a helium balloon in there, the balloon doesn't float. So Archimedes' principle goes out the
Wait,
door.
what do you mean what do you mean the balloon doesn't float? How can you have a balloon in a vacuum? Let me tell you one thing, okay? And I made a video out of this. He
What do you
tried
mean?
to
How
put
can you have a
helium
balloon in a
balloons in a
vacuum?
hold on, bro. He tried to put helium balloons in a vacuum, and they kept just blowing up, filling the entire vacuum or popping. So he finally found a balloon tough enough. He got one of them tight little water balloons that could withstand the pressure of the vacuum, but it blew up still a little bit bigger, and it eventually got so tight that it was, if you compress helium, it's going to weigh something. So I could argue that, but when it finally dropped, it barely dropped. Now in the Einsteinian model or Newtonian, it's supposed to fall the same speed as a lead ball, but they were able to get it to barely drop down. That's just because the helium couldn't support the weight of the balloon itself. It barely dropped, man. And I could argue that it was
So
pretty much
Brian, are
condensed
you
by the
saying
vacuum, right?
helium balloons don't fall in vacuum chambers? Is that what you're saying? You saying helium
I'm telling
would
you,
still
not
rise in the
until you
vacuum?
compress the gas. Not until you got to find a balloon tough enough to be compressed to hold in the compression and not expand too much. Okay, because every other balloon expanded, so it never sank. Right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. That when they finally found a balloon strong enough to quit expanding, but the vacuum pump kept running, and it was just compressing the gas basically relatively to the vacuum around it. But then when they did get it to drop, barely, I could argue that, like I said, that it's supposed to fall at the same speed as a lead ball, and it barely drops, and that's just because it can't support the weight of the balloon itself anymore, man. And even having said that, the vacuum is the lowest dense thing, period. That's why it's more buoyant than any gas. When he tried to submerge his vacuum chamber, dude, he was having a hard time doing it. He was like, wow, man, this thing is buoyant. This thing's floating. He was having to force it under, dude. That vacuum did not want to go underwater, man. And so where's the math?
Underwater? That's a medium, Brian. That's a medium. What do you underwater? Come on, man.
Just saying, dude. Just saying, it's buoyant as
That
shit.
is not a vacuum if there's water and they're trying to put it underwater. That
Oh, I
that
said a
is, you were
vacuum
talking about
chamber.
something very different.
Yeah, I'm just
But
throwing
you
that
just
in there,
said they
though.
were trying to put it underwater. Did you not
He
just say
did.
they're trying to put it underwater?
He put a vacuum
So how's
chamber.
that a
His
vacuum
vacuum chamber, because it's still sealed. He put it underwater. Then he filled it up with water, and it was bubbling vigorously, man. I'm gonna post a video. It was bubbling vigorously, but when it finally filled up, there was like a bubble the size of a dime at the top, so that couldn't have been air. That had to be etherical or something, man. I want you to watch this this short video. It's interesting, if nothing else, whether you agree with it all or not.
Brian, are you hearing Nate's point though, that if there's something in there, like what he's talking about is testing a balloon in a vacuum chamber, i.e. an actual vacuum, i.e. absence of matter. If there's a water tank in there and you're trying to test whether it goes underwater, definitionally you're not dealing with a vacuum.
Right. The same thing with a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, right? Same thing, right? So if you have helium gas.
No, not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Very different.
Very different.
Well, no, what I said though is he took his,
very different.
So that's why you.
No, this is cool though. He took his vacuum chamber and he put it underwater. I didn't say he put a vacuum underwater. I said he put his vacuum chamber underwater, bro.
A vacuum chamber.
Why did he put the vacuum chamber underwater?
What did you think I meant? You think I meant he was pushing on a fucking vacuum underwater and it was buoyant?
No, I thought you meant inside the vacuum chamber.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
No. He took a sealed vacuum chamber and submerged it. A sealed
ask a
vacuum
question?
chamber.
Yeah, go for it, Hugh. We need a little breakup in the.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Who did that?
something else.
Who did that, Brian? Would
I'm
you
gonna back
consider
off, man. I'm getting on Gio's nerves. I ain't trying to, man.
Brian, who did that experiment?
No, you're good, Brian. I think he was asking you a question.
Yeah, who did that experiment, Brian?
Action Lab.
Okay.
Action Lab. I'll post a video, and it shows the balloon. And like I said, I didn't show all the failed attempts, but the balloon just expands to fill the vacuum chamber. It never sinks ever, unless you get one tight enough. So, would you at least agree with me that if you have a balloon, let's say a balloon half a liter in, let me finish.
We got the point.
For fuck's sake, dude, I just want to ask a question, bro.
We got the point about
Okay,
it.
I'm asking a question. It's not going to take long at all, bro. If you have a balloon, it's a question. If you have a balloon, a half a liter in size with a half a liter of helium in it, okay, and you have it in a vacuum chamber. As the vacuum chamber as the air in the vacuum chamber gets lower and lower, would you agree that if that balloon doesn't expand, that the pressure is gonna go up in it? Correct?
Yeah. Now the question was, would you consider that a really good debunk of gravity?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
what you're saying.
F equals W. F equals.
Is there anyone else that
WA.
agrees with your formula?
George Numchucks. Yeah, F equals WA. Yeah, here on Earth. Yeah.
I thought it's funny that you call him nunchucks. Well, of all the other other ways people.
George does have a weird last name though.
He had to agree with that though, because that's here on Earth. He said, yeah, but it wouldn't work on the moon. You know, who cares? You know, if you go to the moon and prove me wrong.
What I'm looking for is something.
Yeah, but Brian,
that's what we're looking
at the end of the day, what you were saying isn't debunking gravity at all. If you had a balloon in a vacuum chamber, it wouldn't float. Another thing you could do is, I'm sure you've seen those experiments where they have a balloon in a fallen elevator, and as the elevator's falling, the balloon is on the floor. It's a helium balloon, but it's sitting on the floor of the elevator as it's falling because, for all intents and purposes, this balloon, even though it's within a vacuum, it's not experiencing the force of gravity. And when the force of, even though it's within a medium, not a vacuum. And when the force of gravity is absent, medium or no medium, you will not have buoyancy. This balloon will just sit on the floor. As long as you negate gravity and keep the balloon in 0G. It's the same thing that happens in vomit comets. You know, that proves that buoyancy doesn't work in all situations. So because we have these phenomena we observe where Archimedes' principle doesn't apply, we need to add on to that. And the addition to that is Newton's law of gravity. And a further addition to that is Einstein's general relativity.
That's 2 points, bro. Just stop at 2. I'll let you talk out right after, but so we should be able to equalize this gravity, right? So we should be able to put a balloon in water, right? And where it just barely sinks, and we should be able to drop that tank of water, and the balloon is with the helium, is gonna naturally want to go down because it's falling, right? But the buoyancy is going to want to push it up, so we should be able to equalize that, right? That
There will
gravity.
be no buoyancy.
Okay? The
Bro.
fact of the matter is,
Once buoyancy's gone, once gravity's gone, there's no more buoyancy. Like that's the first thing you need to understand.
okay, really? Okay, but if you're dropping
Yes.
the water tank, okay, if you're dropping a tank filled with water 100%,
At
with a balloon in
9.8
it, okay?
meters per second square, there
Out
will
of
be
an
no more
airplane.
gravity. Yeah, there'll be no more
So what's the
gravity.
balloon going to do then? What's the helium balloon going to do? And if it's in a vacuum
It will
chamber,
sit on the floor.
Could I?
It'll sit on the floor, bro.
Rest in
Go for it, Hugh.
What I'm hoping, what I'm trying to get to in a lot of these conversations is trying to work out a way where someone can do an experiment that's definitive. Because how long we've been discussing this and saying this should happen and that should happen instead of
well,
doing
I did
some
an
science
experiment.
and-
Thought you'd never
and
ask.
doing something definitive that we can all agree on. And one of those
I did
things
two
we-
experiments.
one of the things we talked about earlier was I just sort of, why not send up a balloon up into the atmosphere and measure the amount of air, because it is claimed there is no such thing as space. There's no such thing as a gravity of a vacuum up there. So why not send up a balloon if that doesn't go up high enough? I mean, well, of course it does, because the balloon will pop eventually, but you could say that pops for any reason. So why not send a rocket and send it up much higher than a balloon can go and measure the amount of air up there and measure if
Dude,
there's
that
a barrier
doesn't.
of some
There's
kind, or if there's
all
a
that.
medium
Yeah,
of
that's
some
all
kind.
that proves, bro.
That sort of
That's
thing.
all that proves.
That's what I'm
There's
looking
a
for.
barrier, right?
At some
All
point,
that
'cause
proves
this
that there's got to be a
conversation's been going on
barrier.
so long now. At some point,
Also,
someone
So
should
what
be
I
doing some
did,
science.
what I
Yeah,
did is I took a milk jug, right?
Hold on, Hugh. You included a straw man in that. We don't believe there's no such thing as space. So whatever you claim it is would be there if your claim is right.
Honestly,
I'm not saying that.
Space, what? There's
honestly,
many
every
flat
every
earthers
time
who
I
think
talk
of
to one flat earther and I say one thing about what flat earthers say, I get a flat earther saying, "No, we don't say that."
Well,
Yes, you do
I
say
can't
that
speak
space
for
doesn't
everyone.
exist.
Well, there is no group think thing that it's individual
does space
people.
exist or not?
There's all individual people that have
Definitive yes or
their
no.
own viewpoints.
I would say we don't know what space is.
Okay, so why not
I'd say
send up
there
a
is no
rocket
such
and
thing.
find out?
Okay, on the flat Earth model.
I mean,
on my
they
flat
all
Earth
they all
model,
flat earthers
vacuum-
that agree with what space is. Like Ali B, he thinks space is exactly what we say it is.
Yeah.
He believes we've been to the moon. So, I mean,
That
That's
is
fine,
unusual.
man.
That is one out of a billion.
Okay, but it amounts to
Yeah, I
it
know
still amounts to
one like that
beliefs.
too.
It still amounts
I know
to
one like
beliefs,
that too, man. But let me say this: in our model, the vacuum fits in perfectly with the disequilibrium because the vacuum is less dense than hydrogen or helium. Okay, so that's why it was so buoyant. That vacuum, that
So you
sealed
have to
vacuum
have a
chamber,
force to
they
make
tried
the
to
buoyancy
submerge.
happen.
Dude, I could never finish a sentence with eggshells around, dude. Then he complains and tries to make me.
That was cute.
That was me.
That was you this time.
That was me.
Wait, who is that? Wait, who is that? Kool-Aid?
And you were interrupting Hugh while he was talking. Now I've copped some bloody
Sorry, man.
random.
Sorry, eggshells, man. I thought I
Yeah,
meant Kool-Aid. Man.
bastard.
that's hilarious.
Yeah, it's kind of
You
ridiculous.
wanted to, hey, eggshells, you wanted to interrupt, man. Don't even try it. No, I'm just kidding.
They're taking turns.
I posted a demonstration of what you guys were talking about. So I've seen it before, with the balloons
But
in the water and all that kind of stuff, the free fall.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Y'all say that helium balloons sink in a vacuum chamber. The only way to do that is to compress the helium. Okay, but any other time, it just fills up the balloon fills up the entire chamber. It doesn't sink. Okay? Y'all get that out of y'all's mind. But I will say helium can't support extra matter if you compress it in a vacuum chamber. So if you get a balloon strong enough to quit expanding, then it's just pressurizing the helium inside of it to where it eventually can't even support the balloon itself. So it barely trickles down. It barely drops. It never falls like it's supposed to, like the same speed as a lead ball. So I did 2 experiments, but I'll let somebody else talk. I don't want to get too long-winded and then bitch
Well,
about that a minute later.
I'll give you guys that. I think that when flat earthers say with a blanket statement that space doesn't exist or you know, space is fake as like a overall thing. Like, well, no, just like
is the one exception.
what they're calling space, we think they're misrepresenting. But to make it seem like we're like someone saying there's no such thing as if there's not a black sky above us or something, like denying that would be crazy because there's something up there. We don't know what.
Right. So
but
stage in this,
Dave also.
what stage in this is that something like that going to be found out or investigated? At what point?
Well, can we even go there? Right.
With that, we'll ask. That's another question. So how? I don't understand. If that is key to the flat Earth argument, that the space is not what it is purported to be, then how would you know that definitively if you've never done any kind of experiment to find out what it actually is?
No, we just don't believe
we can see, bro.
Telling us. What they're telling us
but
about
anyone
space,
can do
we
that.
don't believe.
Yeah, but new perspective. Anyone can do that. Anyone can just say, "I don't believe." But what about finding out?
Right,
what it
you could
definitively
minimalize
is?
it. You could make it seem like it's just like, you know, a hand wave. But the sad thing is, we're discussing it because we're supposed to have gone there many, many times. And if that was believable enough, we shouldn't even be arguing about it. And obviously, it's not believable enough.
It's not.
And in fact, the opposite.
It's just a
That
belief,
doesn't make
though,
sense
that it doesn't
based on what
exist or that it's not what's purported to be. That's the thing.
You know,
well, look at a balloon up high, man.
You agreed with me
atmosphere
about them cutting straight to a CGI. You and I agreed about this. The fact that they cut straight to a CGI after they show the rocket go up, and then all of a sudden you get this little cartoon image, and they don't even put CGI imagery. They make it seem like it's continuous, even though they're showing you a graphic. You agreed with me about that.
Okay, it depends on the space agency. Not all of them do that.
I didn't say that.
If you talk about Ariane Space, their rocket launches, oh, absolutely. If you're talking about a Falcon 9,
what's the need to do that? Is the question. I don't care about the details. I'm saying, what's the need to do that at all? If they're really going, it would be obvious we're going.
Okay,
he's letting somebody think for him, dude. Answer some thoughts of what you think it might be. You know, don't just give us what they tell you it is. Tell us some ideas you think it might be. That's why we all have different ideas, man. Because we see when a balloon goes up to 130,000 feet, we see that the blue stops and the black void starts, and you can't see shit hardly except the moon and a crazy looking sun, right?
I think it might be fake. What are you asking, you or?
Do you remember the Go Fast?
I'm asking them because I'm trying to get him to think for himself. He's just gonna tell you what he's been taught.
Here's the problem with saying that I'm not thinking for myself. Okay, you are going to then require me to send up a rocket, and otherwise I'm not thinking.
No, I'm just asking for some ideas, man. Just ideas. Well, I'm not going to hold you to them. Just speculate on what could be that they're bullshitting about. You know, just possibility.
There's no way for me to know. I have to.
There's no way for anybody to know.
Presented data. Okay, so Go Fast rocket. Remember the Go Fast rocket?
Yeah, the one that seen the moon that was over Australia from New Mexico. Yeah.
Okay. So that could be reproducible. I'm just looking for something after, you know, so many years now of talking about this. You know, I would broaden your horizons a little bit and start looking for ways to definitively prove something about flat Earth.
But don't you get my point that if it was really happening, this argument probably wouldn't be?
No, absolutely not, because you're just saying that you're not.
So that's your original idea?
You're not looking at any definitive evidence or data. You're just saying, I don't think that's true.
I'm asking for an idea from you. It don't even got to be about space. Just give me a pure thought from your mind, so just your idea of any fucking thing, dude. Show me that you are an actual human being and you can think for yourself and not
that's
just.
That's your problem. Is you're accusing people of not being actual human beings or not thinking for themselves merely because they.
I mean, I'm being a little sarcastic, bro, but listen.
His name.
Don't get mad at me. Just tell me a unique thought. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to come off aggressive, bro.
Brian,
but his name, unique thought.
But it's kind of insulting.
Brian, I'm glad you're on our side. Brian, look at his name. That's an original thought right there.
Yeah, I apologize, man. I shouldn't have said, you know, you're not a human being. That was a bit over the edge, man.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying on principle, I'm not really annoyed or anything, but on principle, unless I were to do a rocket, pay for my own rocket and send it up there and find out for myself, then how would I know?
It don't even got to be about space, bro.
There's
Listen,
no
it
way
don't
for me to
even
know.
got to be
What I
about
have to do
space.
is I have to
I'm genuinely
accept.
curious.
Yeah,
I just want to
that's
hear
why
a
I've
unique thought from your mind. A unique thought,
You
something
have
you
to
wasn't
get a
taught.
unique
years and
thought from
years.
somebody, Brian.
It's okay. It's all right.
No, the point is that when somebody like us says, "Look, we've looked at all this stuff over and over again. We were looking at the moon footage earlier and all that, going over the same old arguments." When none of us have any confidence in it at all, for a lot of good reasons, I would say. And if it was really happening, and there was satellites out there with ability to zoom in on the Earth and take pictures, we would have all kinds of evidence that would be so undeniable it wouldn't even be funny. And it's not just our incredulity. I mean, we would have all
Hold on,
kinds of
man.
stuff.
Hold on.
That would be really
I'm trying to find
That's the
something out
case.
though, man. Does it bother you that you? I mean, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Does it bother you? You can't give me a unique thought, like an idea from your own
Define
mind,
what
like
you
a
mean by a
serious
unique
idea.
thought.
That
Just
was quite a
something that
backhanded
we weren't
question.
taught. Something you weren't taught. Something you're not parroting. Something that.
Does it bother you? You have no unique thoughts.
Yeah, see that whole. I know Brian's trying not to be insulting, and
Yeah,
it
but I
is.
mean,
But that's really insulting, Brian.
Bro,
It really is.
listen.
yeah,
Give me a thought.
listen. There's a
And
benefit to having unique thoughts, but you also got to have those thoughts in moderation. You know, you can't have a thought of your own and then go around professing that this thought you have is actual fact.
I
The way
told him I
Dave
wasn't
does,
going to hold him to
hang
it.
on, the way Dave does with his unique ideas, such as Justin Bieber and The Weeknd being the same person, you know, that's a very
That wasn't
unique
my idea.
idea.
I'm not claiming that. It's not my
But to
idea.
go
It's
around
not my idea.
championing that idea,
I like that one.
it's a very weird thing to do, you know.
I'm just saying, you say moderation, but I'm
Okay,
still waiting
Brian.
on
I've got
one.
a unique thought. I've
So,
got a
like
unique
as far as
thought.
the universe goes, just give me a unique thought, man. I just
Okay,
want
I've
to
got it.
just.
I've got my unique thought. Okay, and I said this a couple of weeks or a week ago in the chat, and it just went crazy. People on the science side will say that science doesn't prove things, but I believe that science does prove things. So some things are settled
all right.
science.
All right. So what's the unique thought? No, it's not. Come
That's
on,
my
man.
unique
Give me an
thought.
idea.
There is.
Give me an
there is
idea,
settled-
man, about
there
anything
is-
at all.
I'm just doing that. There is.
Dude, that's not an idea, man. That's agreeing with a certain.
Wait a minute.
Then
I'll
your
tell you something.
definition of what's a unique thought. Wow.
Brian, let me give you something you can use against. You can use against Hugh with discrepancy, but he doesn't believe any of the shit they've been putting through. They've been putting us through the last couple of years. He thinks it's all a farce. So he's
That's
on our
fine.
side there.
I'm glad. I'm good with that. I'm trying to open up his mind a little bit. And listen, he said that.
Why don't you guys
hold
give
on.
us-
Almost done. He said that we all have different ideas and shit. He's all like, every flat Earth you ask gives you a different fucking version of what space is. Yes, I'm just trying to see. I mean, that should tell him that hey, we're all thinking for ourselves. We all got our own ideas. We like when y'all guys aren't around, we talk about it and we try and put our ideas together and we try and throw out the what backs that idea up. So I'm just trying to get him to expand his mind and show him, trying to get him to give me an idea, like a unique idea. He still hasn't gave me an idea yet, and that should bother him.
That doesn't bother me. It bothers me that you think that I don't think for myself because I can't come up with a unique
Here, I
idea
got one.
that you find that you find acceptable.
Aliens.
I told you I don't care what I think of it. I told you I'm not going to hold you to it. That's the first thing I said, bro.
Psychological treatment.
The first thing I said is I'm not going to hold you to it, bro.
You just
did. Hey, Brian, lay off, please, leave. I'm glad you're on our side. Hey, Hugh, the thing that bothers me most about you is I know you have lots of unique thoughts, but you just are a space fan and won't give up anything on that
because
side
it's
of it.
reality. That's the problem. You have to compete
what
with
you think.
reality.
That's
why don't
you haven't
why
given
don't Dave and
anybody any
Brian
reason
give us
to assume that what is
examples
presented
of
as
you?
real is not real. That's
Yeah,
the problem.
but why don't Dave and Brian give us
Oh, no
each
ideas, bro.
example
No ideas at all.
of
You
a
can't give me
unique
one
or a
idea.
unique thought?
That's
Brian,
go
wait,
ahead. You
wait.
keep insulting
Nate's
your
trying
audience.
to talk. Nate's trying to say something about us here. What are you saying, Nate?
Yeah. Yeah, I was asking, why don't you and Brian give us an example of what a unique idea or a unique thought is?
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that necessarily as a requirement when we're talking about what is or what isn't. But I agree, I understand what he's saying. Like we have to come up with other
My
ideas
idea.
if we're being lied to, right?
Right. And then
Well, give
My idea is
us an
backed by
idea.
experiment. My
Give us an
idea is backed
idea
by
you have
experiment. Okay.
come up with
Let me give you an
that
idea,
is
man. I come
uniquely
up with an
yours.
idea. Okay, let me give you an idea.
Spaces,
Okay, I come up with an idea for an experiment. Okay, and I was like, man, it seems like there would have to be a container, but yeah, this gradient, that is a good comeback for the argument. So what I did is I made a container that was sealed on both ends with a balloon, a loose balloon on each end. I said, let's see if we can create a gradient inside containment, and I had no trouble with just temperature alone making a gradient inside containment. And so that tells me that up, probably about 60 miles, maybe 70, 80, 100 even, there's some type of container, man. And so, I can back it up experimentally. The gradient is easy to prove inside containment with temperature alone.
But Brian, that is not a unique idea, because the idea that you can have a gradient within a container is not an idea you came up with. It's an idea that's been around for a very long time. It's not yours. It's not.
The idea for the experiment, bro. Thanks for trying to take it away from me. The idea I come up with for that
You think
experiment
that
was my
experiment
idea.
has never been performed before?
Has anybody ever took
Come
70
on,
foot of
Brian.
PVC pipe and then put a balloon on each end, bro? Or was
We
that
are
my idea?
Maybe they didn't do it the way you did it, but people have done experiments to prove that you can have a gradient, a pressure gradient
Show me one.
within a contained space. Come on,
Show
man.
me one with PVC pipe and balloons, bro. It was cold and hot.
Like I said,
water.
they maybe didn't do it the way you
So was
did
it my
but that
idea then?
experiment
So was
has
it my
been done
idea then, bro?
My idea.
to prove that there's pressure gradients in containers? No, that's
My-
not your idea.
No.
My
It's the idea of that. The idea of that experiment to try and prove it for myself. I'm not trying to say it's absolute proof for everybody, but to prove it to myself, that was my idea. Would you at least give me that that was my idea to put them pipes together and put a balloon
That's
on
your
each
idea,
end and
Brian.
heat up one
That's
end
your
and cool
idea.
down the
Okay,
other? Wasn't that?
that's
Was it?
that's your
Was that
idea.
my
And
idea?
I've had plenty of unique ideas,
hold on.
man. Because
Hugh's
I've put
wait,
milk
Brian's trying.
in the bowl before I put in the cereal, and I did that for myself. That was my unique idea, right? I mean, come on,
Wait,
man.
hold on, Brian. Hugh has an idea. He's
Yeah.
going to give us an idea. Go ahead, Hugh.
Yeah, Hugh,
Okay,
go ahead.
it is a reiteration. Get a GoFundMe, contact the Go Fast Rocket people, and find out how much it would cost to send up another rocket to a sufficient altitude that would satisfy any of us. And then aboard the rocket, you can have a second stage if you want to, whatever. You can put any amount of equipment. You can find out how much oxygen is up there. You can put cameras aboard it. There's all sorts of different things you can do to definitively take a measurement of what is up in the upper atmosphere rather than just using theories.
All right, but if we
That
see
is
the
a
moon,
very unique idea. That's a
So-
pretty
hey, it's an
unique
idea. I could have bitched about it and said, hey, you're just using an idea to use somebody else's idea, but still, it's an idea. And I'm not going to dog them like you dog me. Like, that ain't an idea. That's somebody else's idea. But so yeah, that's a good thought, man. That's a good thought. And you bring that up, and so we look at that Go Fast rocket launch, and we've seen the moon.
How much did it cost?
So we looked at where the moon was at on that date. It happened to be passing New Zealand around 8 o'clock that morning, or like 7 that morning, and it happened to be off the west coast of Australia.
Then reproduce it.
Around 10 o'clock, I think. And we looked at the time. We couldn't get an exact time, but we found out that it was launched in the morning, and so we figured out that the moon was exactly antipodal to the rocket launch, almost exactly on that day.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're still in a lot of what happens here is you're still just watching videos and poking holes in the videos. If you want to get some
Your idea was
definitive
to go use the Go Fast rocket, bro. So that's what I did. Use their data.
No, that's not what I said.
Not listening.
Okay, so the idea is for you to contact them, find out how much it costs to send a rocket like theirs up, and then go and do that and put any instruments you want, or have a group of different people get Ranty, get Kosho, get Rumpus, anyone you want to involved in it, and actually send up a rocket and find out what is in the higher end of the upper atmosphere. Not just like a few miles like a balloon. I mean, much, much higher. Find out how high you can go. All right.
Well, I bought a couple balloons. I got a couple weather balloons, man.
If you remember, for several years, and I still think people are posting the same video, the claim was made that the Go Fast rocket hit something because it had a yo-yo de-spin device and stopped the rocket from spinning out of control. You remember that? And then many people posted and reposted and posted and reposted the same video saying it hit something. Rocket hits dome. Type in rocket hits dome. You'll find it. Reproduce that.
Instead it quit spinning.
The rocket hitting the dome. Anything substantive, anything definitive that you can say, look, we've done some science to find out what is up there. That's my idea.
Well, I don't think I could ever reproduce a rocket as good as they did. So I just look at their data, and I do it with skepticism. And I will say that it looks like it probably didn't hit nothing, and it might have hit a medium. It did make a noise, which it shouldn't have with in that air gradient. But still, I'll say that I did buy some weather balloons though, man. I got the cameras, I got the weather balloons, I got the way to make the gas to do it. I melted one,
even if
trying to make the HHO gas, but I know how to do it. Pull it down now.
If you had like a rocket or something in a vacuum, there's nowhere for the air. Well, there's no way to transmit any sound, and the microphone is attached to the rocket, and something hits the rocket, the microphone will pick up the sound. Even if
we believe there's a medium up there, man. A lot of us believe that.
Okay, then how about
hold on, dude. Right when I go to talk, bro. Every time I go to talk, you start fucking just blabbing shit. Like, can I fucking respond, bro?
Not every time.
I'll make it quick, man. I'm trying to make these points quick. Okay, we know that hydrogen and helium go up. We know a lot of it probably combines with shit, but hydrogen and helium. So it's been demonstrated that if you cool hydrogen down to the temperatures that Go Fast rocket showed, negative 472, you get superfluid, and it's frictionless. Okay, it's frictionless. It's freaking. There's no refraction hardly. It's I mean, there could be rockets in space as described, but it's not. But the medium is not as described. It's not 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's actually superfluid, and it's same way if you put a drop of water on a frying pan, a hot frying pan, how it darts off. The same thing. If you light a rocket up there in that superfluid, you're gonna haul fucking ass because it's gonna propel the shit out of you, dude. And there's no resistance. Superfluid, and that helium would almost have to turn to superfluid at that pressure and that temperature. That's the way we show it on Earth, and so that's it happened naturally. Thank you. Go ahead.
Is there any? So the question still remains: is because in my mind, if the claim is that it's not what is being presented. Okay, so it's not what it's supposed to be. But they're lying about what it is, then the first thing I would think to do is to find out what it actually is, rather than, hypothesizing and guessing. I would say find out definitively, and until that happens, then the idea that rockets can work in space, which I totally accept, then will continue. That's not an idea that's going to die down or become, it's something that people will just say, oh no, that's implausible, until you can actually do something to refute it.
You're right, because everything they say we call bullshit on. So why wouldn't they call bullshit, or you call bullshit on what I say? But I'll say this, it's everybody's guess. You look up to the stars and wonder. That's what people have been doing that forever. We always have. We always will. You could believe my story. You could believe NASA's story.
If you sent up a rocket,
it is what it is, right? But we can all agree that when you go up there, the blue of the atmosphere of the gases that light up to give us daylight and shit, it turned to black. It turns into a black void. Right? We can all agree with that, right?
Yeah, but if you had competing data, then yes, you'd have a competing idea. Until you have competing data,
until he has competing data, you will keep on asking for it over and over again for the rest of your life.
Send up a rocket. Send up a rocket to the upper atmosphere,
Jerry, I like you.
and show that it's not what it is purported to be.
The
Until then-
predictability is 100%, Jerry. It hasn't failed once.
It's right on the money.
I do think though. I mean,
Through
I
and
get your point
through,
making, Jerry, but I do
guaranteed.
think though that the point Hugh's making is like one that I am enthused by. I think that's some of what keeps me coming back is like the idea that like there will be tests and they'll be done and they're projects and they're cool things and stuff like that. Like
Oh, absolutely, dude. Like I've said, we're only in like the first phase of this entire thing is how I see it. Like maybe partially into the second phase, but like imagining like a 10-phase process. We're literally in the end of phase one, or stage one, whatever you would want to call it. So I mean, it's like if this whole thing is a 15 to 20 year process, then we're in the first part of it.
But like, okay, so let's take the view of our children's children, right? Any of your children's children, and go, what did Dad do, or Mum, if there's any mums present, but it's all blokes here. And to go, my dad or granddad was the person who built a go fast rocket that put on board some monitoring things that showed that helium superfluid was up there, and it in fact wasn't an absence of matter, but was thrumming with electrical charge and causing a downwards push rather than an inwards pull, and shows this whole model to be debunked. And he did that by, pulling together money and putting together like $1,000 rocket. Then that'd be cool. Or if it was the person that was like, well, it's going to take a while, so let's let it take a while, and it's going to happen by itself, so I won't take a active seat in. I think that I admire Hugh's thing because it's the same kind of skepticism that I try to come here with, which is like, I think you're wrong, but I could be wrong, and I want to encourage you and everybody, myself included, to find ways to test it. That you don't have to do his particular test, sure, but do a test, yes.
One thing I don't want to be is my kids to talk about when I'm gone is my dad was part of the mainstream model that held back the awakening by an extra 30, 40 years. I'd rather, my dad was a NASA fanboy and he believed that shit and he fought for it. He literally debated for the people lying right to our face, and my dad, he tried to keep going, but he tried his best to keep the lie going, but he failed.
You're missing an important thing, though. Your kids, generally speaking, unless you've got very different ones, will disagree with you subtly on almost every topic. Almost every topic upon which opinions diverge, parents and their kids do.
Well, you asked, you said more important. Look, to me, that's highly important, man. If, you got to consider that the fact that NASA is full of shit. Even the CIA said it. The director of the CIA, after he retired, said it. The governors have said it. I mean, they're full of shit. They're giving us horse shit, and it's because of people like you. If y'all would just join our team, you say you're a little skeptical. Okay, so if you have any skepticism and skeptical bone in your body, then help us call these fuckers out on things that are obviously fraud. I'm not saying all of it, dude. I'm not saying all of it, okay? But there's some obvious fraud, obvious lies, and join our team. You ain't got to say there's flat or not, but help us call bullshit on them. Help us prove it instead of defending them to the death. And we can maybe get some disclosure, maybe get some funds, maybe, that'll spread out. Because really what's going on up there doesn't matter that much. It's not that important to our lives anyway, man, to be honest.
Why would we contribute to funding?
So there's going to be, there's different kind of
it's up to you.
There's different dynamics here. Like, I think that some people will want to just defend the globe till the end of the world. And I think if they want to be in the discussion, that's cool, because there's a lot of new people that will want to hear both sides, obviously. So like, they're going to want to hear all sides and come to their own conclusion and all of that. However, the group of us that actually want to be progressing things forward, will want to actually be doing that. And so I think some of the Globers will actually want to help us and do experiments and tests and so on for the sake of truth. Others will just want to defend it till the last,
So the important thing to consider, though, I think, is like when you say what you're saying, Brian, is you're just going, presuming I'm right, you guys are wrong. Yes, of course. But you need to hold open the possibility that you're wrong.
Bro, we
Or
didn't go to the
even,
moon.
even
We
the
didn't go
Earth
to the
could
moon,
be
bro. Look at them bumbling idiots,
right.
bro.
But listen, Brian, you could be right about the shape of the Earth and still wrong about the thing you're saying about helium. Still wrong about the things you say about the moon. Still wrong about 90% of it. Right? You could be right about one thing and wrong about others, which is such an uncontroversial thing to say, but it's worth saying, which means that just going, why don't you get on board with this, with all of this and just agree with this and you're on the wrong side, is missing the point that what Hugh's saying will split the difference. If what Hugh's saying is test it. Testing will tell you these things. And you're going, why aren't you on our side? Testing will tell you the truth. Unless your side is not the truth, then testing is on your side.
Bro, no offense, you are literally like a robot, bro. I told you to begin with, it's just an idea. Okay, and it's what we observe on Earth. So, and we observe them temperatures up there. We know that helium goes up there. So, I said I'm just speculating with the superfluid up there. I told you it's just an idea.
Let me
Hold on, man. Dude, fuck! I waited for you to say all that bullshit obfuscation, and right when I go to talk, you fucking start blabbing, dude.
Well, don't waste your time on this bit. Then.
Go ahead, dude. Never mind, man. Never mind, dude. Just keep on obfuscating. Look, we didn't go to the moon, bro. Look, watch the footage, bro. It's bumbling fucking idiots, bro.
Well, let me say a comparison real quick. Okay, you guys know Monsanto. You know who they are, Brian? I mean, they make all the GMOs and the pesticides and all that. Okay, so imagine this. Let's say we have a group and people are like speaking out like Monsanto's toxic. They're poisoning our lands. They're fucking, whatever, right? Like all that stuff. So let's say we're doing that. We're trying to get the truth out. We know for sure Monsanto shit's toxic. Like we're not even on the fence on that at all, right? In this scenario. And we just want to get out the truth. We want to try to, do some kind of whatever it may be to try to help move things forward. If you then had a bunch of people showed up to that discussion and we're like just fighting, trying to fight tooth and nail, like, no, Monsanto's great. The toxins are good for us or whatever. At what point do you want to like engage with that person and like try to like get into that? Or at what point do you kind of say, okay, yeah, you love Monsanto. Great. Have fun. We're going to actually go make some progress and do something beneficial.
It's worse than that, Gio.
This is the point, Gio.
It's worse than that because we bring evidence to the contrary.
Brian, I was talking, mate. The difference that will tell you that is a test, right? And yes, tests have been done on Roundup. My dad uses it every day, and I get really to the point of tears cranky with him because he goes out and sprays it without a mask. Not a fan of them. Bad business practices and whatever else. And there are, including him, fanboys for Roundup. They love it. So, yeah, but the difference is a test, which is what Hugh's
Listen to him obfuscate, dude. Literally obfuscating.
No. Please don't interrupt, Brian. The test is really simple. If the test shows that this is bad, then I'm on the side of truth. I'm not on the side of Monsanto or on the side of the naysayers. I'm on the side of truth. And if the test shows me that Monsanto is bad, that aligns me with those people. It sounds like what you're saying, Hugh, is test these things. And then it sounds like what you're saying in response, Brian, is like, oh, you're such a shill. You just want to figure things out.
We literally give you demonstrations, just the one I just gave you a minute ago. When the Go Fast rocket went up, it seen the moon. We looked at the time of the launch, the approximate time, and it was exactly antipode to New Mexico, bro. I could keep going on you'd have to stop me, bro. I could go on for half an hour giving you demonstrations here on Earth that don't jive with the bullshit NASA's telling us, and then I can show you all the fakery. I can show you, dude. Fuck, let me finish, man.
Dude,
does me talking hurt you or something, bro?
You're saying
you can't listen. You gotta fucking talk, bro. You just can't help it, bro. So fucking rude, man.
Correct him when he's done.
Yeah, it is not to let him speak because that was kind of hard to follow. So you have to understand for everyone listening, like it's hard to follow when there's multiple people.
I'm sorry, guys.
But no, it's all good. Well, no, there are multiple points, but Brian, I mean, okay, so obviously these guys, like, they're claiming they haven't seen, tests that are helpful to them. So, I mean, they are in that. But this would be like when the Monsanto idea, that would be like trying to like tell the person, like, no, dude, Monsanto's toxic. Look, it caused cancer, does all this shit. You know what I mean? There actually are people that will defend Monsanto. I mean, there actually are. So
my dad and the farm
exist.
People on the farm, sorry, I'm clipping you again. My dad and the people on the farm absolutely defend it to the hilt. And I get their reasoning. Their reasoning is the density and the yield of your farming goes through the fucking roof. It is just like if we just deleted Roundup tomorrow, your food would suddenly triple in price, quadruple possibly, and people would starve. It's incredible.
All right. Well,
So,
let's
what you're
probably
talking
not
about
go
is
down
the
the road of that whole debate because that is a whole deal. Which I don't even want to respond to that. What I did want to say though is that
I'm not a fan of them. I'm not a
right.
fan of them.
But what I want to say before writing, to be fair, you have done a lot of brainstorming with us, like when we're talking about doing tests, long distance and like White's words tests. So you have brainstormed with us. However,
absolutely,
if you're here in the sense of like, okay, guys, like let's test this, let's put things to the test. It seems like you would be less like a defense lawyer for some of these things, the Globe, the NASA, whatever, and at least somewhat more like, hey guys, you know what? I do believe it's a globe and all of that, and I'm convinced for these reasons. But there's some part of me that thinks maybe you're right. Maybe there's possibilities. Maybe something could be going on. So I want to actually, instead of just being in opposition all day and trying to just defeat everything you say, like be more open-minded to at least discussing ideas, speculating, and more than anything, if you're wanting to seek truth, do more in terms of helping with tests and help research and discovery rather than just trying to, resist everything, as it were.
So that's what I'm trying to do right now by supporting Hugh in this. I mean, I might have come in a bit hot on my loud mic, but like with White's word, I was saying to White's word, like straight up, I'll fucking drive down to South Australia. And for the rest of you, that's like basically saying I'll drive from New York to LA. It's maybe not that far, but it's pretty far. I'm absolutely in support of this idea of test things because, I think it's a globe, but I have doubt. I think doubt is good to have, and tests are the best way to continue to doubt, but at a smaller and smaller scale, more effective things. I'm absolutely on board with it. And that's why I think Hugh's saying, and that's why I got so excited that I spoke for Hugh, and now I'm doing all the talking, and Hugh's not allowed to talk anymore. I think we've all agreed on that, right? No more talking privileges for Hugh. Just mute him, server mute him. I'll do all of your talking from now, Hugh.
Oh, thanks, pal. You're such a bud.
I don't understand how you get his posh accent and mistake it for me, by the way, Brian.
Sorry, man. It was just y'all interrupt. Y'all interrupt the same.
I'm kind of flattered. But I'm down for the testing. And what it sounds like Hugh is saying is like watching someone else's videos and trying to pick flaws is a kind of test. But what sounds like he's trying to get you to do is like a big blue sky thinking, like White's words test. I think a rocket is probably one of the better ways to do it.
Here's a question. I got a question for Brian. Brian, so in a scenario where there's funding, enormous amounts of funding to do all these things, at what level would you trust globe earthers to either help or carry out tests? And at what point would you be concerned or that they might not report it correctly or fudge things? Or that's my question for Brian.
I like it. It's a good one.
Bro, they'd have us boxed out so quick, bro. Because look, and that makes me think, man. I mean, this ain't a direct answer, but one thing history has told us is that everything we've thought, we've always been wrong, dude. Always been wrong. It's always changed. Everything has always changed. Nobody's ever got the shit right completely. Or everything's always updating. I mean, I think they'd box us right out of things. I would trust some of them, but not the ones who defend NASA with their life. If they aren't interested in finding something new, if all they're interested in doing is proving their current paradigm and will die to defend it, literally fucking get upset if you try and propose something against it, them type, man, it'd be a waste of time, man. I wouldn't want them on my team.
I have to disagree with that conflation of everything changes. Things get updated, but not everything is wrong. Like Newton is right in his area where it's applied. So on Earth, all of Newton's formulas still work. Right? So it's not that it's wrong, it's just that it doesn't apply everywhere. And now we've updated
every cosmology
model, which explains more. So you can't.
I was kind of referring to cosmology, bro.
Everything is wrong and everything is changed, and we've always been wrong. It's not that we've been wrong; it's that we've learned more and we understand it better.
I mean cosmology, man.
I would like to know from Brian what reaction he expects. from people when he says that everyone is lying and the Earth is flat.
See that right there? Everyone is lying. It's such a bullshit fucking. No, dude, you can't take it back. You've already said it, bro.
Oh my
it's just
goodness.
a shit way to be.
Calm
okay?
down, Ryan. But seriously,
No,
you
because you
just
act
enough
like
of
you're
the
so
cussing,
on
enough
the
of
team, bro. You're
hysteria.
skeptical. You're not skeptical, bro, at all.
I'm
You are
skeptical of
not
flat
skeptical.
Earth.
You don't have your own ideas. You just put us all in a
That's-
box. You just proved it, bro.
Well, hold
And
on, guys.
every time I go to
Let's
start
stop.
talking, you overtalk me. Every time I open my mouth, you overtalk me after every
Brian,
question.
don't get triggered. Don't let him trigger you. Don't let him
Yeah, you
trigger
guys,
you.
let's dial it back. Like this, kind
I'm
of getting
sorry.
into a food fight kind of vibe.
Well, if
That
you
was a
rewind,
pretty close
he's asked
straw
me
man,
about
though.
6 questions, and every time he's asked me a question, he immediately starts talking through me after about 2 words. Every question he's asked, dude, it just gets
All right,
aggravating.
well-
But he starts this question off with,
Jesus Christ,
so if
Brian, it's not
everybody's
like you
lying,
don't
so if
do it.
everybody's lying,
Hey,
so if
Brian.
everybody's lying, who said everybody's lying, dude?
Hey, Brian, take it as a compliment. You're too effective. You're too smart. That's the reason you get interrupted. People don't want you to talk because you're making good points.
Well, to be fair, Hugh, you did actually come in hot doing this earlier. You do tend
I
to
did
make
do
these,
that.
these broad generalizations. So
I do that.
it's
but
it's almost like a version of a straw man, but it's like a broad straw man where you say
But
these
you-
things that maybe some people think, and then you make it kind of tag to everybody, and then you expect
I
that
know.
person to defend that thing, which is
Okay.
not even what they said.
I know that possibly it comes off like that. I get that. I don't mean to, and I think Gio, I think you recognize that I don't mean to come across like that. I really
Bro, you
don't.
can't help it, man. Listen, let
But
me
here's
finish
the thing.
a thought real quick.
Go on,
I'll accept the apology, man, but let me finish this one thought without you interrupting. What I was trying to do earlier is prove to everybody, really prove to him, that I thought it would bother him that he couldn't come up with his own idea. But he did come up with something to use somebody else's idea, just put in money, and use their idea, But I just thought maybe he couldn't come up with an idea. I told him I wasn't going to hold him to task on it, just an idea, man. He's got to think of himself like a computer, almost a robot. Like, man, you can only think what's thought for you, man. That's got to bother you, bro. You act like you're skeptical. You are not skeptical, bro. You only think what somebody's told you, man. You need to start practicing. And on a lighter side, start practicing individual thought, unique thoughts, just ideas.
Okay.
Even if you keep them to yourself,
Hold
man.
on, we're back to the original thought thing. Hold on. It's just you guys back and forth between the personal stuff is not as interesting as the whole topic at hand. But anyway, Hugh, I will say
I'll back off.
the parallel between needles and rockets is interesting, right? And boosters, think about it. Boosters, they use boosters. Anyway, that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Oh no, I just got it. All right.
So yeah, maybe not everyone's lying, but there's definitely a group that seem to be
Then
specifically.
I do hyperbole a lot, I suppose. But what I mean by everyone is lying, everyone that is involved in the space industry, okay, has to be, by definition, lying. If they know it or not, they have to be. No?
No, they're not. No.
Whether they know it or not, they're part of a deception. They're part
I'll
of a
give you an
lie.
example of how they ain't. Phil Bell builds these satellites and shit. He says he does. I got no reason to deny it. He does all this and puts the things on there. They get sent up. He shows us the satellites being dropped. We literally show him that them satellites are being dropped in the clouds and they're little either balloons or parachutes. I think balloons. A lot of people think parachutes, but literally each one of them's got this white thing forming behind them that looks like a balloon to me. And so we're literally showing him, look, this is what you're building, but this is what they're not telling you. So everybody under Phil, that ain't lying. Phil and all the people building all these parts and all this stuff, just the people with the ultimate launch, and there's just a couple people that need to be lying, man. It doesn't need to be everybody in the space industry,
So
Yeah, Phil's
are you suggesting, Hugh, that by association they're liars just because they work in the industry, they are liars?
That's the implication, isn't it? Or is it
No,
not?
not at all.
That's not.
Why?
So they're innocent.
Why would a widget maker or a spinny thing maker, right, that goes on the prop or on the wing or whatever the case may be, that has nothing to do with anything, why would he be lying? Right, he's just doing his job like
Okay.
anyone else. Why would the refueler, right?
Right.
Why would the engine maker, right? Why would any of these people be lying?
What about the astronauts?
Well,
we
that's
know
the
they're
tricky
lying
one.
for sure.
That's
High grade
the
liars.
Right.
right?
Yep.
So now out of an industry of God knows how many thousands, now you're picking a very small percentage of the employees, right? 1%, but probably even smaller out of the total amount of employees. But and associating them lying with everyone lying.
And you know the astronauts lie, they're high grade military officers.
Mm.
Like Oliver North just released a book 2 days ago where he talked about Iran Contra was all just liberal propaganda. That all
Yeah,
the
look
stuff
at the
that,
CIA.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
I
The
met
CIA said they had when the director retired. He said the whole organization in the CIA they called NASA, not just him. They called NASA never a straight answer, and their motto was, and even their motto was that well, no, we've completed our goal when everything the American public believes is not true, and they're even telling you NASA's full of shit. I mean, for fuck's sake, what?
Okay, so what they said is that NASA is lying.
They said
Why
that
would
they referred to NASA as never a straight answer. That's what the director of the CIA and all their
so
people.
that's a government agency criticizing another government agency.
To any
because
questions, bro?
The CIA wanted to use space assets for their illegal wars in third world countries. And NASA wasn't really helping them, but when they did help them, it wasn't good enough. So they just said, like, never a straight answer. Like,
If Trump didn't do nothing at all, sorry, Crit, I thought you was done.
No, I was done.
If Trump didn't do nothing at all, he exposed NASA for you know, whether if he didn't do nothing at all, he showed that he said right there, he said got the director to say with no budget, there's no amount of money where we could get to the moon right now, and within 10 years or whatever, no amount of money. So everybody says it's money, it's a money thing. Well, the director of NASA just told Trump that there is no budget, no amount of money in the world can get us back to the moon in this day and age. Oh, you're laughing, bro. See, that's what I mean. There's not a skeptical bone in your body.
Dude,
this came from the director of the NASA, bro, and you're laughing about it, bro.
Brian,
so don't think you have a skeptical bone in your body, bro. You're fooling yourself.
Yeah, NASA costs more than the other six.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, hold on, Hugh. Why don't you respond with content instead of just attacking his?
I am. You wouldn't let me. Okay.
Well, you just started kind of throwing disparaging comments instead of responding to it.
I don't mean to, but Brian is saying stuff that's demonstrably false.
Okay, well, instead of focusing on the fact that he's the one who's saying false things, just what are the things that you don't agree with, so we can hear your viewpoint?
Okay, I'll say one word: Artemis.
Grounded, dude.
It's not grounded.
Yeah, they couldn't even fuel it. It's been so much over budget. They're done. I could link you articles about how over budget and behind schedule it is.
Yeah. So
what's that got to do with the director of NASA telling Trump we can't go to the moon for any amount of money? What will you respond to that, please?
Yeah, I will.
NASA costs more than all the other space agencies combined. How much more does it take? Triple the amount? It would take. So with one NASA, you've got the other 6 space agencies more than. So you need what? Another NASA? 3 more NASA?
You're giving him time to think, and he still ain't gonna have a good answer, Crit.
5 NASA?
I'm giving you time to stop talking.
Like how about the full federal budget? Like $11 trillion. Would that be enough? Start there.
No. But that's not the point. Okay.
Told you wouldn't have an answer. Go ahead. That's all yours.
Brian, you know what? Do you want to have a conversation, or you just want to crap on what I'm going to say?
I'm all ears, bud. Come on, just answer the question, please.
Then stop doing please. You don't like it when I do it to you. Okay. Artemis, the Artemis program, is going back to the moon. That's their stated goal. So I don't know what you are talking about. Some guys telling Trump that no amount of money will get you back to the moon. When
the director of NASA, bro.
Okay. The Artemis rocket is sitting on the pad right now. So
No, they rolled it back.
if they
It's disassembled.
Thank you. Yeah. So the launch has been moved back, but they're going back to the moon. That's their stated goal. So if they had no money and no money was enough, why did they build a rocket?
It's weapons.
Well, I'm just asking you to respond to this.
Really?
Trump said if I give you, well, we can't do no better than the director of NASA, bro. I would really like you to respond to this instead of talking about something else.
Pull up a quote.
But I'll talk to you about Artemis. I'll talk to you about Artemis after that.
Pull up
But
a quote.
please quit interrupting, bro. Fuck. Okay. Now we can't get no higher than the director of NASA and the president having a conversation.
Well,
Now, he said if I give you an unlimited budget,
I have some evidence
he
that
said
he
it-
actually said that.
Come on, you guys. Let's just go one
Okay.
at a time. Brian, let's let Brian finish, and then Parmesan can go next.
Trump said, okay, everybody heard this. If I offer y'all an unlimited budget, when can we go to the moon? Okay. And he said, no time soon. He said, no time soon. It's going to be, I think he said, somebody could help me. I think it was like 10 to 12 years or something, 8 to 12 years. But for unlimited budget, the director of NASA claimed we couldn't get you to the moon right now, not even barely within the decade.
Okay, so that sentence we
respond
just
to
said
that?
now is completely different.
Let's give the
What
floor
was
to
claimed
Parmesan.
earlier. It's completely different because what was claimed earlier is that it's impossible to go no matter how much money. Now you're saying it'll take a long time. There's a big difference with impossible to do it and it will take a long time. Right?
No, it's always 10 years away. It's always 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. Citation, please.
Yeah, the lunar mission that was done 50 years ago is always 10 years away from happening again.
And there'll never be any space tourists either, right? Oops.
Yeah, that won't happen either.
Dude, 4 of them just went to the International Space Station.
Yeah, and one of them came back and went on a live show and said, I thought we were going to see the Earth, but apparently we weren't that high. You know, I thought. Yeah. This is one of the people who went, bro. You're using it as an example. I'm quoting one of the ladies who went. One of them space tourists you're talking
Are you a
about.
truther?
Said, was disappointed. She said, I was disappointed because I thought we were going to see the Earth, but apparently we weren't high enough.
Okay, I'd like to see the quote from the head of NASA, saying that no amount of money could get them to the moon, or to words to that effect, anytime.
No, Donald Trump offered him an unlimited budget.
Citation.
He said with an unlimited
You're just
budget.
repeating it, but we don't know if it's real because you haven't shown us. You get it?
I'd like
No.
to see that quote.
No, dude. If you ain't heard it, bro, then you got your head in
Okay,
a hole.
so no quote,
If you won't
right.
show it, then we
No,
won't.
I'm not
believe
going to pull it for you, bro.
You
You're
get it?
obviously not researching. You're not skeptical at all.
That's weak.
My only problem is quit acting like you're skeptical, bro. I'm good with debating with you and all that. I'm good with you defending NASA to the death, but quit acting like you're skeptical. You're
Quit
not.
acting like you're truthful then, if you won't show us what you believe in, so we can see
Well,
it
he's
too.
being skeptical about your claim. So.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you think
Brian,
I'm lying,
Brian, it is fair if you're quoting something. It's fair that they want to see that, right? So I mean, if you don't have it, that's fine. But they are asking for something, so
They can think me a liar, man. I'm not pulling nothing right now, man. I'm sure other people can back me up, verify that.
I've posted the article in the text chat. I think Brian was referring to Mars and not the moon. So the article says that Trump repeatedly asked why we can't go to Mars, and the NASA head administrator gave a lot of reasons. I can't find anything about the moon, but maybe Brian, you got Mars mixed up with the moon.
Sure. So fair enough, and I'll apologize for that. So an unlimited budget. In other words, all the money in the world is
So
we're not
just
going to
like
get
that,
to Mars.
you
At least while
completely
Donald
mixed
Trump is
up the planet
president,
with the
right?
moon,
Fair
just
enough.
like that.
Right. So we can't go further. Yeah, we
So
can't
now
go to
you
Mars
understand
with,
why we
with
don't
all the money in
trust
the world,
research.
right?
If you can quite easily
So
mix
respond
up
to that,
Mars and the
please.
moon.
Respond, please. With all the money in the world, can we go to Mars?
You're changing the claim now, Brian.
I am
Come on,
changing it, and
dude.
I apologize for saying the moon. Okay, I did have it wrong. And thank you for pulling that article. Save me the time, dude. I get tired of pulling shit up. But okay, so
Brian, you're
for all the money in the
completely changing
for
the
all the money in the world, can we go to Mars? Answer the question.
In what time scale? In 1 year? No. In 10 years? Probably
Ever.
no. In
Ever.
100 years? Probably yes.
Yeah. Ask.
Can I say one thing
ask
about
Elon.
both arguments for you guys? Yes, flat earthers are correct. Space travel, in reality, is an embarrassing joke and a LARP. But Also, in reality, it's still a globe, and we still send stuff to space sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just earlier
I
just a
agree.
little bit the idea that we're not going to go back to the moon because it's always been pushed back. In a lot of respects, I kind of agree with that. It's annoying because NASA's a government agency and very, very inefficient. So NASA's resorted to using what they call commercial partners to help them get back to the moon. In fact, this ISS used to be called Freedom Station, but they ran out of money and they were so inefficient with it, they had to get international partners to help build it. So, yeah.
The Vedas called it ISIS. The Vedas called it
ISIS.
ISIS.
Gets money to
The
travel
old,
space.
a wandering star.
So that's NASA is, yeah.
They represented it with a god with her arms spread and wings on her arm, looked just like the solar panels, kind of. They called it ISIS, and we just call it ISS. It's all worship. It's all fucking space worship.
Okay, how can I worship something and I don't know I'm worshipping it? Are you suggesting that?
Easily by coming on Discord and talking in a sexy voice about it for 2 hours.
No, it's that unrelented faith you have in NASA. It's unrelented faith, bro. You know, you don't recognize it, but we do. Trust me. It's faith, never ending. You die for you defend them to the death, bro. That's
Brian.
ultimate faith.
Okay, I don't. It's when you go off on these
to it and
tangents.
pretending that you touch it, like what they did with the sun. We've touched the sun. No, you didn't. You sent a probe near the sun. Yeah, two different things. That's called worship.
They collected solid material. Did you just say?
I think they did. Who was it that did that?
You could send a balloon up near the sun.
It went close enough to get hit by something. I can't remember now. It's late, dude. It's 4 a.m. It's only 5 p.m., dude. I'm giddy.
What sort of test tube did they use to collect a bit of the sun?
Sort of beaker.
Or was it a beaker? Maybe a
bring
beaker.
Bring me back a beaker of gravity.
It was Xanax jar of water, like it burst when we got it back in our atmosphere because of the pressure, like the jar underwater. It was just a Xanax jar.
Ew.
Didn't they only get within like 5 million miles or something?
I can't remember how far. But no, here's the thing: is the James Webb Space Telescope. People said that's never going to go. It's never going to launch. It's never going to do it.
I could picture a rocket up there sputtering, going nowhere, dude, and their counters on their computers just accelerating. I mean, the numbers just turning like they're hauling ass. They're going so many miles, and that bitch is up there sputtering, just trying to go nowhere. And dude, it gets closer to the sun, which is a glary fucking blob of shit when we look at it out of the atmosphere, and we don't see any stars. It's just and they'll even tell you, I didn't see any stars. The guy who was never even landed on the moon.
Brian, you're all over the place here.
Do you
The
believe on
clues
a
are
flat
everywhere,
Earth,
man.
Brian?
I don't know where to start, so I'll sidetrack it a little bit. But
Brian,
go ahead.
do you believe on your flat Earth they could have blasted some type of thing up near the sun, closer than before, and got a picture?
Sure, yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
Hey, Don, and what you said's fair, so I'm gonna answer you fair. But let me ask you a question and see just how fair you are. Do you believe that the Go Fast rocket launched when it said it did in their video?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that specific rocket, but generally I do
Yeah,
believe.
we talked about it. We talked about it. I'll remind you. We've had this whole discussion. I'll remind you if you want to act like you don't remember. But so that's why I'm just leading to see if I'll get honesty from you. This is a
I'm a
litmus
huge
test.
weed smoker, so I do forget stuff.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Would you say that ceremony they had and the dude who introduced that jetpack and all that, would you at least admit that it's probably on the date they said it was?
Yes, whether it's fake or real, I think they had a ceremony and faked a rocket going up, or actually sent a rocket up. One of the two.
Right. Well, that rocket, it showed the moon. So what we did is we looked at where the moon was at that time. We didn't know exactly the time, but we approximated it within a couple hours. We had about a 6-hour window of the moon directly antipodal to New Mexico.
Well, there's one little thing about that is that, like I mentioned before, dozens and dozens and dozens of people posted and reposted a video saying that that rocket hit the dome. So
not going to address the fact the moon was antipodal, almost exactly antipodal to where the launch site was.
We went through this, Brian.
Your brain won't even let it sink in, bro.
Brian, can you show me the calculations where you worked out that location of the moon at that time?
Yeah. We looked at the time, and I even had to find the video. I posted it, man. I can probably re-find all this shit, but let me just tell you, and maybe somebody will back me up. Okay, look, here's how we got the time. One guy seen the clock on the dashboard of one of the dudes, but the guy said that he did his fly around of that rocket before the launch that morning. That's what he said. Before the launch that morning, he did a fly around in a jetpack. Okay, so that's insinuating that it was that morning. It was daylight. The sun was overhead. Okay, so was not overhead. So we're assuming that he's accurate. That morning he did a fly around of the rocket. So we looked at where the sun was between sunrise and moonrise, basically, for the sunrise where they were at. And like noon or an hour after noon. And it was almost directly, it started at sunrise from like in between New Zealand and Australia. And then around noon, it was on the west coast of Australia around 11 a.m., I think. And
where did you get
don't
that
hold me
information?
exactly to any of this, but that's roughly good information as far as the whereabouts of it. And that's almost directly antipodal to the launch site.
I've got the answer, Brian, to this. The answer is you did something wrong in your calculations, not just math, but your whole thinking about what the moon should be doing, where it should be, what it should look like.
So quit acting like you're skeptical, Don.
It doesn't debunk the globe model in any way. Nature's still doing its thing normally. You just
So you don't act like you're skeptical. I'm fine with that, Don. I'm fine with that answer.
Brian,
but don't act like you're skeptical. Because if you're looking for evidence, it's there.
I'm not skeptical of the globe model at all. I'll admit that. I've studied it for 4 years and found out it's definitely true, so I'm not skeptical of it.
Wrong.
Yeah, so in other words, that they have to be lying then, the Go Fast people and the dude who did the fly around.
I'd like to see evidence.
They had to be lying, right?
You got it wrong what the moon looks like and where it's supposed to be.
It wasn't just me, dude. It was everybody in the fucking hangout at the time. It wasn't just me. Wasn't just me.
Well, who then?
We'd like to see evidence that is the case. Please.
Okay, you want me to go look all this shit up again?
Yes.
Well, listen, what's going to happen? Let me make a prediction. If I'm going to go through the effort, I'm going to make a prediction first. And y'all, so hear me out. I predict that I'm going to pull up the guy saying that he did the fly around that morning. Okay. And I predict y'all are going to obfuscate. Y'all are going to just call bullshit on. You will do anything. You will mind fuck yourself, however necessary, to keep your globe. But with evidence I'll show you, will show the moon is fucking on the other side of the earth. And even if it ain't exactly on the other side, going to be fucking on right by Australia. One way or another.
That's called a poisoning the well fallacy, Brian.
Well, if I'm going to do all this again, I've done this like 5 times for 5 different panels, bro. It gets old.
You're the same, Brian, for Globe Earth. You will do anything and convince yourself of anything to make sure it's not a globe.
No, I won't, dude, because I don't know what the fucking earth is. Okay, I'm a true skeptic.
Why don't you listen to people when they tell you it's definitely a globe then? If you're not sure.
That's wrong, though, mate. That's your opinion.
So
because
if you're
it might
not sure,
be.
though, how do you know if it's true
It might not be, Don. It might not be a globe.
If I was totally unsure what something was, I might start listening to people when they told me what it was.
But if you can think for yourself, you come up with your own ideas.
I got the
moon got you anyway. Yeah, has it? Coming up with your own ideas has still got you to I don't know where I live.
Here, the moon quote, I found it. So as part of Make America Great Again, Trump wanted a lunar mission within his presidency.
Yeah, and he couldn't have it.
Right. So the guy told him it's not possible within his presidency. That's completely different to saying it's not possible.
Almost there, dude.
Let him talk, for God's sake.
Wow.
Let him talk. Go ahead,
Let
Grit.
him talk.
Sorry.
That's fine.
So they said, okay, we can do that for you, mister. Show me the money. Trump said, here's $1.6 billion. Make it happen. A year later, they said that was just a down. 1.6 billion is nothing. How about just start counting the 1.6? Start counting. Start counting. Yeah, start counting to 1.6 billion. Tell me when you're done.
That's not a lot of money.
Yeah, then write a check, dude. If 1.6 billion,
You know, they just sent 40 billion to Ukraine.
Write a check.
That's nothing.
Yeah, just write a check then. If it's nothing, if it's actually nothing, write a check. Put your money where your mouth is.
It might not have been quite enough.
It's nothing in the context of
all this.
It's 1.6 billion. That is a lot.
Yeah.
He said
You know what?
it's not even a down. It's a down payment for next year's spending.
Yep.
That's
all this.
everything.
All this begging the question on both sides is really annoying, you guys. I mean, Trump knows we can't go there. He knows. He knows.
How do you know that?
He must know. He must know.
Okay, so that's your belief.
I actually agree
Yeah.
with Trump.
Statements.
That's my guess.
He
my
knows.
Trump
They
knows
know.
that they
The
lied about
astronauts
the
know.
first
I would imagine. I'm surprised. Actually, Brian, I'm surprised that you think there's still a chance it's a ball. I'm surprised Brian's not convinced it's not a ball.
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
I mean, also, Brian, are you still here?
All this time, and he still doesn't know where he lives.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
No, none of us. We know we know what we can observe. That's all any of us can know for sure.
Dude, it could be a flat plane within a ball. I mean, I'm just saying.
Sure, yeah. Well,
it could be an inertial plane.
Talking about the surface.
It could be a dielectric plane in a sphere. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that could be.
Yeah. I know, but I'm saying, do you what do you think? Like, if we were ever able to like bust them or whatever, if somebody was able to bust them,
that is busted.
No, I know it's been busted many times, but I'm saying
May
it's
13th,
been busted
2019.
All kinds of things, but then we can't trust them after that. So it's not like we're going to force them to tell us the truth. Is what I'm trying to say. You know, we're never going to force anyone to tell us the truth if the people in charge have elaborately lied this whole time. So there's no way forward through the mainstream as far as this goes, unless they want to
think about it. Think about this. As I tell him that during that he was telling us to do a GoFundMe, see how they did it, and so I brought up the Go Fast rocket that he was speaking of, and I mentioned that the moon was over Australia at the time of the launch. Okay, and here's how he responded to me when I just asked for a response. His first response was, "Well, you're just going to claim that it hit a dome or something." Like, dude, are you serious? That's your response to the fact that the possibility. Can you even consider, you or Donner? Can y'all even consider the possibility that the moon might have been on the opposite side of the Earth, whatever it may be, or close to it?
The answer
okay, see, you're wrong.
See, so I never claimed that rocket hit a dome.
I
the
never
response
said you
to
did.
1.6 billion is that's zero.
The answer is
it's like that office beam. It's like it
Yeah.
shows which one is zero. 1.6 billion and zero. And then he's like, oh, they're the same thing.
The answer to that question, Brian, is not to be rude, but the answer is if you can show evidence for that, then that'll be something we can look at.
Here's the news today. Artemis, NASA will delay Artemis moon mission. Request another 3.4 billion to work on human landing system, HLS.
Yep.
Yeah, these things take a lot of money.
Or expertise, right? So where are you guys at? Where are you at? If you've got the expertise and you've got the knowledge, go get like Professor Bell. Professor Bell, this guy who talks about that he works on satellites. And when people show them evidence of why the satellites aren't going into space, he said, explain the Mercedes in his driveway.
Because all they're doing is they're looking at the videos he's providing and just giving cursory, I look at this video and it looks this way, therefore...
Yep, and his counter was, explain the Mercedes in his
We've
driveway.
been looking at this. We've been looking at this for quite some time now, and that's
Yeah.
still the level of debunk
Yeah,
allegedly that we're
and his
getting.
counter was explain the Mercedes in
Okay,
his
but
driveway.
you're still
here? I don't
looking
get your
at his
point.
videos, and that's your idea of a debunk. What I was saying
No, that's
before
his
is, how
debunk of
about
flat
send
Earth.
up your,
His debunk of flat Earth was until you
his?
explain the Mercedes in his driveway,
Okay,
he's putting up space satellites.
No, what you have to do is explain the satellites.
No, his Mercedes. You have to explain his Mercedes in his driveway.
You have
Are
to.
you really
you have
missing
to.
the irony of that point? Or
No.
Yeah.
making that point?
Yeah, because
If
that's
Mercedes, then Glob.
yeah, that exactly. He'll tell you
If
he put
Glob,
stuff in,
then Flat
in
Earth.
space. You're like, no, you didn't, dude. I know you didn't put stuff in space. There's no space.
Glob.
Yeah, he's a wet ball of stuff.
Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, do you know what glob means? Maybe that's why you don't work in space agencies. You don't even know what glob means.
It's just ridiculous. That's all. I think Jerry does it deliberately just to sound creepy. It's all right.
I
Everyone
still
has their
don't
thing.
understand
Everyone
your
has their
point.
thing.
So what?
That's how.
About
How would you
this
describe
3 million?
Earth?
You started with the 3 some point something billion they wanted.
Which you guys think is nothing. That's zero to you.
No, we didn't say it's
It
zero.
was
In the
1
context
point.
of
He
how
mentioned
much money they need to
1.2
actually
or
achieve the
1.6.
mission, it might be
1.6
nothing.
billion.
Listen to the words.
It's nothing.
Stop ignoring the words that we use to explain what we're trying to say to
Write
you.
a check, dude. Put your money where your mouth is. If you really
Why?
believe this is true, because
Why?
why should I pay for it? You pay for it.
You are
Hey,
paying
hey,
for it.
crit. Hey, crit. Hugh, do Hugh. Have you used that one yet?
Yeah, I know. He won't though. That's
Can
the
I
thing.
talk on this?
What do you mean?
Can I,
What won't I do?
Can I talk
You
on
won't put your money where your mouth is.
Why do I need to put my money where my mouth
Because
is?
I would say your real agenda is to fund a royal wedding. You don't really care about space at all.
This guy
Yeah.
goes off on so many tangents.
My opinion on this is, crit. Trump can't afford to go to the moon. It would have cost a lot more money than 1.6. But the point is, Hugh.
It would cost nothing, really.
The point
In
is,
real
Hugh, going
terms,
to the moon is really hard and really expensive.
It's really hard. Yeah.
And we're told we went, and then we're told we're going back, but we're not coming back. And it's basically on the same belief level as Jesus. We're told he was here, and we're told he's coming back, but he hasn't come back. It's that kind of thing for some people.
well, they said that. Nixon said that God picked America to win the
I
space
think,
race.
Hugh, you could admit this to yourself, research it, admit it, and still be a top glober.
What am I admitting to now?
That they lie about going to the moon.
Why? Why is it
No.
expensive? We've already got the rockets. Where there's a couple of petrol stations around the countryside, so petrol shouldn't be an issue, right? It shouldn't be too hard to get there. Right? Go down to Bunnings, get a few pairs of gumboots and whatnot, and you're set to go.
You can't afford to go to the Antarctica and explore, right?
Bandy,
So that's
Sorry,
the
what are
same
your
answer for them. They need
qualifications
money
to
to go to the
determine how
moon and
expensive
explore.
or how much money is needed to get there?
Yeah,
We've already
Bandy.
got everything.
This
Zero.
isn't
It'd
the
actually be
fishing.
zero.
This isn't the fishing server. The fishing server's on the other channel, dude.
It would take nothing to get there. It would take a mutual
Okay, so
collaboration.
what are your qualifications to determine how much it takes to get there?
Yeah, it would, because no one's selling that to you. There's not some dude on top of a hill with a ticket to the moon, and he's asking how much do you want to buy this for. It would take a peaceful group of people working together for some sort of advancement.
What do you
No one be looking
so what's
for
your point?
Do we not
No
have
one be looking.
rockets? Do we not have rockets already?
Yeah, we do. And
Okay,
I
then. So
have
what's
a
the
car.
issue?
I
What's
have
the
a
issue?
car.
issue with what? With going to the moon?
I have
Just
a car,
build up that
but I
Saturn
can't go
V
to-
again.
I can't. I've got a car, but I can't drive to the Arctic.
It's not as though we need a new map to get there. We can see exactly where it is. Or it's not hard to find. What's the issue?
What's the
Is
issue
this
with
a
what?
serious question?
Be specific.
Of course, it's a serious question. Like, what is the issue in
Be
getting
specific. Issue with getting
The
to
issue.
where? To the
I'll
moon.
explain what the issue is, Bandy. I'll explain what the issue is. The issue is we're not going back there just to do a bit of golf and to drive an electric car around on the moon for a little bit and come home. we're going back to stay. It's a lot more involved. If you look at the Artemis 1 program,
You ain't doing
it's,
anything, dude.
it's very, very much more complicated. There are like 6 stages to it. It's not as simple as just going there and popping to the moon, popping back.
We're going there to stay, so we're going to go build a few
A
little
moon base.
moon igloos and whatnot. Use some moon cement and stuff. Get a few brickies up there.
Yep.
All right. Build a couple of little huts and away we go. So
Some
okay then.
some flags waving in the breeze.
So that's our priority to get a few bricks up there, a couple of 4x2s up there, so we can build some little huts for us to spend an extended period of time.
That's the idea. That's why it's not quite as simple as just
Okay.
sending a rocket there. Yeah.
Well,
Can I ask?
Yeah,
what
you can ask.
what field of work do you? What's your field of work?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm semi-retired, but ex-plumber.
He's
Plumber,
aerospace
okay.
engineer.
Right. So let me ask you this then, with a plumber. You've got pipes. Why can't you create central heating with just pipes? You've got pipes.
Why can't I create central?
Yeah. What's the problem?
With
A whole
pipes?
put central heating in the whole house or in a multi-story, 10-story building. You've got pipes. What's the issue?
I could.
With just
No
pipes.
issue.
No blow torches, no welding agent, no what's it called? The heater, no nothing. Just the pipes. There you go.
Oh, just the pipes on their
No
own.
no central water, no running water to the building.
So just pipes, nothing
Exactly.
to stick them together, nothing
Exactly.
to go in them, nothing whatsoever.
You see? So do you
Really?
see my point? There's a lot more to it than just pipes and than just rockets. That was my point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No. We already have the rockets. Right?
Yes,
they
but that's
already
not
work.
that's
You've already
not
got the
only
budget.
No,
You need a
we
budget to
don't.
buy the
you
other
need a
stuff.
lot more than just rocket. Of course you do. Like
Bandy.
where are the people gonna sit? If you've got just the rocket, where are the people gonna sit?
Put a
We
couple
have
of deck chairs on the back of it.
Okay, and then they die as soon
You
as
need
the
space suits.
rocket
They
starts.
cost a lot, don't they, Crit?
Oh,
We're
that's
rich into
right.
that.
That's right. They haven't made the spacesuits
No.
yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, they need the
damn.
spacesuit.
The
Yeah.
spacesuit.
Well, you know what we could do? We could go down to the museum and borrow the old
But
spacesuits.
it's at least
See-
40 billion
see
to
they
make
work
new
the
spacesuits, I'm
first
afraid.
time.
40
Right? They work
billion.
the first
the
time.
difference.
Right?
The
But
difference
Ben,
between the
point is things are not as simple as, well, we have this, so we can do it. It's never as simple as that. It's not as simple as that in plumbing. It's not as simple as that in every field.
Really?
I think
Really?
Bandy knows that.
We can get tourists into space now. We can get Shatner into space.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's nowhere near
And
the
we
moon.
still can't figure out how to give me an erection that lasts more than 4 hours.
We can self-land rockets, apparently.
On the
another
Earth,
story.
yes.
Apparently.
These things are
Unmanned ones as well. by the way.
Bandy.
Uh-huh.
How high did Shatner go?
I reckon Shatner's been pretty high in his life.
63 miles.
Here's the question I was thinking about the other day. When do you all think he went? At what point? Like what event immediately preceded him going weightless?
I'm surprised all his face work didn't melt off as he was getting
Yes.
To be honest with you.
He's had a
What-
bit
what-
of work done, but it's been tasteful.
What event does everybody think caused, like, immediately preceded them floating around weightlessness? Was it crossing the Kármán line? Was it getting out of the gravitational well of the Earth? Was it dropping
was-
back towards the Earth, or was it switching off the thruster?
It was
Did they
being
go
released.
that high?
It
Did they
was
go
being
above the Kármán line? Did they?
yeah. It was
think
being
just
released
above
from
it.
it was being released from the first stage.
Exactly.
63 miles, Bandy.
But this is an important. Yeah, that's why I asked it, Hugh, because a lot of people, even Globers, I would think, I certainly did until Kerbal was like, oh no, you'd still be getting pushed towards the bottom of the craft because the craft's still moving upwards. But it's like, no, once there's no more upwards thrust, you've started falling. It's just your current trajectory is up, but you'll now be immediately weightless while heading upwards.
So it's not. I mean, it's not comparable, really, is it? The moon's how far? You know, it's not comparable.
Right, but it's just an interesting
Yeah.
thing that,
Really?
like, that your immediate assumption about how something would work is
But
often
Bandy,
flawed.
yeah, Bandy, the moon isn't 150 miles away. It's
And
a lot further.
how is it not comparable? Because once you get up there, right, you're already up there, right? Now you just have to point yourself in that direction, right? Got no resistance, right? Once you get that acceleration, boom, you're off. And
I think
you're
that's
going.
not how it
I think
works.
it's comparable in this way: running a gas pipe inside a let's say one house, and running a gas pipe across from one end of Australia to the other.
Yeah, been
Right?
done already.
They have, but they are completely different scale, completely different requirements, completely
Yeah,
different
and it's already
technology, and
been
so on.
done years ago. Years ago.
Yeah,
Like,
but
they did
I'm
that,
telling
they've
you
done
how
it
what the difference is.
multiple times.
I'm telling you what the difference is between going
Goes on.
to outer space like Jeff Bezos went and going all the way to the moon.
No, a pipe's a pipe, mate. You just get the two ends, stick them together, put a bit of sticky glue around them.
No, if it's going across the whole country,
Yeah,
there's a
that's
lot
what
more to it. There's a
Easy
lot more
thing
to
is,
it.
get some pipes.
Why is the
Fill my
Nord Stream
joints.
pipe on second one? Why is it taking so long then?
Hey, go on.
I was wondering this the other day, Bandy. Would it be right to say my assumption of it, and I don't mean this in an uncharitable way, that you sometimes will like join in on the side of an argument that you don't really hold because you're like, it's a bit of fun sport that I could like rebut something even if I don't fully agree with my own.
No.
You
The
won't?
whole idea of going to the moon should be easy. We should have done it. We've got the rockets. We've got a couple of petrol stations around. We've got deck chairs we can whack in them. Gumboots. Like, it's that easy. Like, it really ain't difficult. Like, if we could do it, if we could do it in 1968 and watch it on cathode.
I think if you want to launch a rocket that will just land a piece of, I don't know, metal on the moon. I guess you could do that with the rocket and some deck. It will land your deck chairs on the moon, I guess, in a broken state.
Come on, guys. Come on.
What
Well, that's it. Not an actual human man.
Seriously? Oh, like, so we can get rockets up there, and we can put satellites out here, and we can do this, and we can do that. We can do apparently all these amazing things, but going to the moon seems to be a bit difficult. Yeah,
Yes,
it doesn't really
it's
add
just
up.
expensive.
It is. It's not that it's not. Here's the thing. It's not getting there. That's the problem. It's getting humans there. It's getting people there. You can send rovers. You can send rovers all over. They've sent rovers all over the place, and landers and orbiters and probes. Okay, all those are all over the place. But it's sending men. That's the tricky one.
All you got to do is give them a couple of scuba tanks full of air, and they're right to go. Right?
Scuba tanks full of air that will last. How long is the mission supposed to be?
Right. You don't have to worry about water or anything like that. Seeing as
What
they
about
recycle
pressure?
all
What
their
about
own pee.
to worry about pressure outside?
Why do they got to worry about pressure?
What about?
Why would they have to worry about it?
Because there isn't any.
Okay, so why do they have to worry about it? Why would they have to worry about it? Why?
Because there's no ozone layer protecting them.
Why are these things an issue?
Because they are dangerous to life.
It was very easily done in
Madame Curie
1968,
died
69,
from radiation.
70,
That's why they have to
71,
worry
and
about
72. It was very easily done.
Bandy. Two things. First of all, it wasn't easy, and second of all, the level of risk to the astronauts was extreme, and today they're not willing to take those levels of risk.
Oh,
so,
why? Because
remember how they used to race racing cars with leather helmets and no seatbelts? Remember that?
It was better in the day when they didn't have helmets and they just had goggles.
They were nuts, right? They were crazy men. Right? But they could drive around tracks at 100 miles an hour. Okay, but the level of danger was extreme. Now they don't. The Formula One cars are hugely expensive, and they have the halo on them, so the cars are safer. That's
fine. You know what you do? You fit the rocket with a couple of airbags. All right, problem solved. Right? These aren't difficult problems that you're coming up with.
Yeah, but then how are you going to tow it once
Why
it
didn't
crashes?
they have you on the team? That's what they needed.
How are you going to call AA or whatever towing company you have?
Astronauts Anonymous.
You guys make it so difficult. No wonder we're not going.
What are we eating?
With guys like you on the team.
Guys like you are the team that points out real life issues, real life problems.
Real life issues. You haven't pointed out one real life issue yet. I've solved them all.
Pointed out radiation. You haven't solved that one.
Really? Right?
Yeah.
Just paint yourself with some lead paint or something. That'll solve that.
Well, that doesn't solve that. That doesn't solve it. Secondly, that's even more dangerous.
Or wrap yourself in some gold tinfoil.
Right.
Boom.
I just want to mention that I found Anthony Riley's thing on GoFundMe to raise money to quote help me slip flat Earth into a university.
What?
Anyone remember that? He was trying to get flat Earth inserted into the curriculum.
You have to sneak it in, and you know it's fucked up.
No, you don't remember all that? Oh, good
Same as
gracious.
new liberal and transsexual ideas. You have to sneak it in because that proves it's fucked up.
And there was another one. There's another one on GoFundMe, and it says "Send a flat Earther to space." I like that one.
It's just like they
There you
snuck
go.
evolution.
Do that.
You know what they?
Be a flat earther for the day, just one day, and you can go to space.
But you know what?
Well, they snuck evolution into universities.
You know what
Those guys keep sneaking
you know what the
in
best
like
one
facts into university. Damn that.
You know what the best?
The best one, right there. You found it. You found it.
Wait.
No,
Yeah, hold
no,
on.
wait.
Yeah.
Put
Do you
your
know what
name
the?
down.
You know what the best thing on
Right there.
GoFundMe right now is?
You can go to space. You found your ticket.
So you
You
know
found
what?
the ticket, dude. What are you waiting for?
The best thing on GoFundMe right now is
No answer.
the
Okay.
campaign to buy Nathan Oakley a graphics card.
No, the best thing is you got a ticket to space right there.
I hope you guys
You
agree.
can be a flat earther. Just all your talking points.
Okay.
Just say globe instead of flat Earth, and you can go to space.
Hold on. What's wrong with raising some money for a graphics card? What's the issue with
Nothing.
that?
Nothing. I'm just being funny, dude. It's all
You
right.
can do that yourself, Bansor. You don't need to scam flat earthers or globers into helping you
How is he scamming anyone?
by using the movement of is Earth the globe to buy himself normal things for his normal life, nothing to do with Earth.
So he's scamming people, is he?
Yes, it's fine. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just saying
Really?
that's blatantly obvious.
Okay, very, very interesting take on it.
Yeah, it is
Scamming
funny
people.
He doesn't deserve them to pay for his shit because he's an
Well, I would
ugly
say-
man. So that's called a
I would
scam.
s- Well, I would say it's far from a scam when he's totally honest with what he wants to do.
Anyway, let me help you guys agree. Hugh, could you agree that maybe it's a bit less expensive than they tell us to go to the moon, and they're exaggerating a bit?
There are two ways of looking at this, right? The one way of looking at it is they will overestimate the price because they can, and if they just quote a price, that's their price. And the other way of looking at it is if they don't overestimate the price, they will inevitably run into cost overruns and they will run out of money. And so then they'll have to go cap in hand again to Congress, as they're doing now.
What
When
about
they-
a third option that they just call it super expensive to help stop people worrying why they didn't go back?
There aren't enough people worrying about why they haven't gone back.
Well,
to-
there's 40 or 30 in the text now in the voice chat, right?
How many tanks of fuel do you reckon they could get for $60 million, Hugh?
I think what I'm trying to get you to agree, Hugh, is that
at least 5.
They tell us fibs about how hard it is to go, and I want Crit to agree that maybe it is quite expensive to go on any model. Because, to leave the Earth, make a rocket, get all the fuel ready, make the people safe, make the spacesuits that they trust. If it is all real, it would cost quite a lot of money.
Yeah, it's quite
For what?
expensive.
It would cost
Especially
for
the
what?
government agency.
Are you crit now? Huh?
Flat Earthers are arguing
Sorry.
it's really cheap and we could just go tomorrow, like just like that. And Globers are arguing it's much too expensive, billions and billions, we can't do it. And I'm trying to say it's probably somewhere in the middle, and they just don't want to do it because it's hard to do.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
mate. Yep.
Oh, okay, I just I had a mic issue a minute ago, but I mean the way I see it is that if the moon landing was real, if humans had really discovered the moon, you know, this first celestial body, this sphere that's outside of this globe, it's the first thing, it's the meeting place between Earth and the rest of the universe, meaning it's the last physical thing you could land on or do anything on before you are out into the universe. If that was the case and they were able to get there and they landed on it and they played golf and they drove a moon buggy, if that was all the case, like let's just take that at face value and say that was real. What I think would have happened, which completely makes the reason there's reasons I think this, but I think that many of you may find this logical, that if that was the case, it's not to say that it instantly would have turned into some huge tourist thing, like put a Disneyland up there and have, all of that, hotels and stuff, but it would have instantly been a place that we would have continually gone back to. If it was accessible with that much ease, and when I say ease, nobody died, they went up there, they bounced around. That's pretty easy. The rocketry was way back in the 60s, 70s. It was way worse than what they have today. And what they have today is so much more advanced. So if they were able to go there, then they would have instantly set up research stations, government based, just like they've done in Antarctica. They would have research, et cetera. They would have telescopes. They would have all kinds of testing to be testing the 1/6 gravity, the whole 9 yards. And then, of course, that would be the base station for progressing out if they were going to go to Mars or some other planet. So it would have instantly been a place where there'd be research, there'd be science, there'd be things set up there, if nothing else, just for the government to be able to use. And the fact that they kind of went there, played around for a while and came back. Oh, I guess, and then just the last thing I'll say is that it would also be huge for military as well. It would be foundational for military, for observational, for survey, for so many different factors. And the fact that none of that's the case, and it's just sort of this weird little propaganda thing that was on TV in the 60s, and to this day they've never been back and haven't even been close to going back, is not consistent.
It'd be the perfect place to put a spy satellite on the moon.
I totally agree, Joe.
Pointed down here.
But I totally agree, Joe. But I'd add to that, I do believe they might be trying to do some of that in secret at the same time as not being able to do it in front of us all again.
Don't you think that depends on whether they actually have the money or the technology to go there and set up a research station? I mean, they were there for a few, hours, days?
Since when has it been that the government doesn't have tons of money to do virtually everything they want? I mean, what are they doing in Antarctica?
Even if you have tons of money, some things are more expensive, firstly, and secondly, the money that the government has is not all allocated to these priorities, right? They've got other priorities like fighting cold wars, especially at that time.
It doesn't really cost that much to go to the moon, really.
I disagree.
It's not about they
I
sure as
don't
hell
think
don't
you're
have
in
it
any
cost.
position to judge how much it costs or to tell people how much it costs.
In today's dollars, it's about $2.7 billion. So not really a great deal of money.
That's where did you get that figure from? How did you work that out? And what does that involve?
Google.
Okay, and what you Googled it? Okay, and what does that involve? It's just landing and coming back, or landing, setting up a research station?
It says reporting on the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 11 moon landing for 2 years ago. Forbes calculated that the Apollo 11 mission cost $355 million to launch in 1969. Adjusted for inflation, that works out to be about $2.7 billion in today's money.
Right. So to copy exactly the same of what they did is that's what the budget they had at the time, right? But nowadays it's going to be more expensive because the level of risk, like the other guy was saying, level of risk we're prepared to put the astronauts through is lower, which means there'll be more expensive equipment and more expensive precautions that need to be put in place. So it is going to cost.
But also,
today,
technology
the
has
level
gotten
of risk
cheaper.
Today, but the level of risk to go to the moon today is more than it was in 1969. Are you kidding?
the level of risk we're prepared to put the astronauts through, because like the other guy was saying, it was a very risky mission. It was a lot of things that could have gone wrong, and
Hey,
go Hughes.
hey, Bandy, look
Okay,
in
but
the
that's
side
a
chat.
different thing because before you said it was either money or technology, and now you're saying it's risk tolerance.
I'm saying I'm linking
on the money thing.
it's
Hold on,
still
let me
The
finish it.
astronauts are just big pussies
It's
these
still
days.
money. I'm just
Move that
explaining
goal.
why
money
it's
thing,
costing.
technology
The
has-
2.7 billion wouldn't be enough this time.
It would
Even
actually
though that previous one cost that much. That's what I'm linking it to.
probably
Because of
be
the higher
less,
level
be
of
a
risk,
lot
there's a higher cost.
cheaper.
Yeah. Of course not. See, $93 billion ain't a great deal of money.
That is a lot of money.
Really? Really? Overnight, instantly, right? They will just increase the military budget by $1.1 trillion with a click of a finger. 1.1 trillion. Just like that. Boom, bang,
Yeah.
gone.
So
Done.
93 billion, that's NASA's annual budget, right?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No, what is it?
26 billion.
Okay, so what's the 93? What were you referring to then?
That's
That's
only like,
in the side chat. It's in the side chat.
yeah, that's
It's
only like
the
4 years worth.
according to
4 years, okay. And
Yeah, it's
and
nothing.
is do you think what do you think that money's being spent on?
What money?
Weapons. It's all weapons. It's been weapons from the very beginning.
Well, not all of that is allocated to going to the moon, to that one mission, right? NASA has more than one mission that they work on.
Yeah, the
More than
only
one thing
mission
they
of
work
the
on, right?
executive branch is to enforce law. That's the only mission. There is nothing else the executive branch does. One thing.
That's not true. That's just police.
That's
Enforce
the executive
law.
branch.
Even the rescue services in the fire brigade doesn't enforce law. They rescue
They're
people.
all enforcing law.
That's not enforcing law when you're rescuing somebody from a flood. What
Okay,
law are you
you
enforcing?
misunderstood this. The executive branch enforces law, the judicial branch interprets law, and the legislative branch makes law. That's the only thing government does. Anything outside
That's
of
not
that,
the only thing the government does.
yes, that's the only thing
I'm
they
just
do.
giving you an example. Fire
Yeah,
brigade.
and I just told you that
They do
this is
none of these.
5th grade civics here. Okay? 5th grade
And you're
civics.
wrong because you misunderstood it completely.
No, I didn't.
The explanation
and
you're
the other
talking
thing they
about
do is
is
send
an
people to the moon.
overarching idea of who does what in terms of the law. One branch
Yeah, they.
creates the laws, one
Yep,
branch
that's it.
judges it, and one branch enforces it. But that's not the
Interpret.
only thing that they do.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
just
only
ridiculous.
thing they do.
It's not the
Anything
only
outside
thing
of
they
that,
do.
yeah,
That's not the
anything
only
out,
thing they do.
anything outside of that is just like window licking. It's just
No.
What?
orcs. Yeah,
Where are you getting?
When the military
they
goes and
put
fights
up.
in
You
Afghanistan,
just
what
go
law
to
are they?
the government website,
What law are
us.gov.
they enforcing in
Just go to
Vietnam or in
us.gov.
Afghanistan?
They give you all what they do. The federal government spent like $8 billion to make a website to tell you exactly what they do and how they do it, and you can't even do that.
Can't do what? What are you talking about?
Just go to us.gov, click
Yeah.
on the link. It explains the whole federal government.
I don't need to go there because I know how it
I
works.
think this is a dead end. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right.
That's it. That's the full story.
Okay.
There's 3 branches of government, and each of those have one thing that they're supposed to do. Page 1, us.gov. How is the U.S. government organized? It's organized into 3 branches. Legislative branch makes laws. Executive branch carries out the law. Judicial branch evaluates the law.
You'll note from that. You'll note that nowhere does it say this is the only thing
That's
they
the
do.
only thing they do. They don't
No, it's
say
not
asterisk.
the only thing they do.
There's not an
It's a dead
asterisk.
end.
Also does takes care of you, gets your cat out of trees, delivers meals on wheels, explores space for the betterment of humanity. No, everything they do boils down to one thing. Carries out the law for the executive branch. NASA is part of this executive branch. That's why they have a police force. That's why they bring thousands of cases to federal court every year for mostly traffic violations and drug offenses. Everything else they do feeds into this one purpose. And the modern day purpose of the federal government, the executive branch, has been warfare since Nixon. Non-stop warfare in third world countries, limited wars of engagement. They're not exploring space. They're developing weapons, and it was that way from the very beginning with Eisenhower. He warned you. He said, dude, all this stuff that people are talking about, it's part of the military-industrial complex. It's just window licking. It makes you seem like they're doing something they're not doing. They took Nazi war criminals to start it up. Weapons guys. Just call the spaceship. What is it really? Oh, it's a nuclear missile. Until you understand that part, you're just not going to get this stuff. You just won't be. You'll think that government is here to help you do things you can't do. Until you realize what they're really doing. And this used to be an atheist cornerstone.
Difficult to get to the moon. Codswallop. Absolute codswallop.
Codswallop.
Well, it's like technology always advances, you know, if we find somewhere new or if there's some advancement in anything, it's always just magnified and grown upon.
Yeah, and it just with time it just gets everything. It just gets so much more expensive than it used to be because, I mean, cars, for example, or whatever it is, phones, they used to be dirt cheap. And
So you know what's weird
know,
about this though? Like, okay, I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes. Like, if I believed the Globe and I really loved this authority as well, like I really was on board, it still would seem weird to me. You know what I mean? I would be like, you know what, guys, I think the Earth's a globe and all this stuff, and I really do think they went, but you know, there's something strange about that. Like, there's no way that I could deny that. So it's strange that you would like go with it, but also like be making all these excuses like, well, it's very expensive. Like, it just blows my mind that you'd be willing to just like you'll do anything for these guys. You'll literally you'll come up with any excuse and it's like you're covering for them in a specific way. And it just seems to, at least from what I can tell, like completely surpassing the logical mind.
are you not under the law?
Under the what?
The law.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Are you not obliged to obey the laws where you live?
Sure.
What? Why would he be?
Who established the laws?
Psychopaths, thousands of years ago.
The government did.
Do you obey the laws?
I'm just wondering where you're going with this and how it's connected to what I was saying about the moon, unless it's just a new topic.
No, it's just, yeah, I'm trying to say, gee, I don't want you to think I'm just trying to find a way of saying this. It doesn't sound bad, but you know what, I'm going to say it and then I'll apologize. Okay. It sounds like you believe that you're somehow above the law, and because you believe what you believe, that the government doesn't have any control or impact on your life.
Oh, right.
I never hinted.
That's called freedom and sovereignty.
I didn't hint or mention in any of that, though. I didn't imply or
it sounds, because you're saying to people because you believe the globe, then you are trapped in some way or being controlled in some way, or you're not free to make up your own mind in some way. It kind of does suggest that, right?
Yeah, flat earthers often say that because they think the globe is a religion that traps us into obeying government. And they are connected, but it's not quite the same thing.
Well, but I guess it was connected there because, like, what I was saying is that, like, you believe the globe, and that's understandable. But why take all these steps to sort of defend these guys as if you're like in a court of law or something, to where you're like, well, it costs too much. Like just because you believe in the globe, why also back them on everything they do, no matter what? And even to the point of making excuses why the obvious decrease in technology around the moon is logically incompatible with consistency with every other technology that humans have ever developed since the beginning of time. Why surpass all of that just because you believe in the globe to defend these guys and make up excuses for them?
What has...
You see, you're misunderstanding. We're defending... I don't think I'm ever making up excuses or defending. I'm explaining why things work the way they are and why it makes sense to me that this is how it is. So it's not that I'm making excuses. I'm just explaining my thought process most of the time.
The exploration of space has followed. It's actually lagged, if anything. It's lagged behind the current technologies that we've got. If you look at the space station, it hasn't been updated significantly since it was sent up there. The astronauts themselves, they have a saying, and you'll hear that if you, well, anyway, they have a saying, and when they use the vacuum, there's a vacuum cleaner up there, and when they use the vacuum cleaner, they'll say that basically that's the only piece of equipment aboard the space station that doesn't suck. The equipment is old and worn out and hopelessly out of date. Look at the laptops they've got up there. They got old IBM laptops.
I mean, Parmesan's answer. We're just speaking for what we think is correct and right.
Yeah.
I'd ask you, dear, why? Just because you don't believe in the globe, why do you find the need to make up lots of arguments and attack it every day?
First to what you respond to what Parmesan said, yeah, I understand what he's saying, that he's coming, saying his viewpoint and coming to his conclusion and then sharing that. But I guess I was referring a little bit more to Hugh because I think it was brought up and he was like basically talking about money, like as if he knows like their finances, and why and how that's an issue.
Can't you admit that rocket travel is expensive? Making the right fuel, making it safe to protect humans, and getting it right is expensive. Can't you admit that?
Yeah, expensive compared to what? Compared to what SpaceX is doing?
Daily living from a normal person, as in instead of £1,000, it could be £1 billion.
I mean, how much was that new James Webb thing? How many millions was that?
I mean, just imagine you wanted to go explore, to the South Pole, yeah, and you would need thousands and thousands of pounds, maybe hundreds of thousands of pounds to help you get the boat and the whole team and everything. That's a lot of money. So you admit, for you to go explore what you'd like to look at, it would cost a lot of money. But you're trying to deny that going to the moon, which isn't just across Earth, but actually up in the sky, yeah, you're trying to say that isn't expensive. It doesn't make sense.
I don't think I ever said it wasn't expensive, but go ahead, Ben.
I'm just getting you to agree with you that it is expensive.
James Webb is 9.7 billion.
Budget even comes into it. Really, I reckon that's a pretty poor excuse. Budget.
Well, what about your excuse for not going to the edge? Yeah, your excuse is money. You haven't got the budget yet.
I'm not going to Antarctica.
Not you, flat earthers in general. Your excuse is you're lazy, but other flat earthers' excuses. I would like Shines earlier. She wants to go explore, right? But she can't because she's not got the money.
Well,
she can't afford it because exploring is expensive.
No, they blocked it off.
No, she can't do what she wants to do.
Yeah, they got it blocked off, dude.
She's not even tried, has she? She's not even raised money to try.
Had nothing to do with the money. It was all about what she wanted to do.
Okay, she's lazy like you then. But some flat earthers are honest and say we can't do it because money. Gia will admit this. Gia will admit this. It costs a lot of money.
All right, you can keep on talking over me, right? But it's got nothing to do with laziness at all, right? She can't do what she wants to do.
So let's forget her and let's talk about normal flat earthers that will admit honestly it's expensive to go and explore the dome or the edge or the North Pole.
No,
They'll
you
admit
can't.
it's expensive.
You can't go there. They got penguins. They got weaponized penguins there, dude.
Bullshit. That's a troll nonsense.
No,
What?
seriously.
Weaponized penguins? I hadn't heard this one.
That's the level of your rebuttal. A meme.
It's
Yeah,
not
what do you think
actually
happens?
that
It's like
easy to roam around and explore where you want to go. Not really all that easy.
Especially
right?
with no money, right? On an armchair.
No,
On the
don't worry
internet.
about the money. Don't
Yes, I
even
am
if
worried
you've
about
got
the money.
even if you've got the money, it really ain't all that easy to
You
do
can't.
it, is it?
You won't know that till you have the money.
Right? Right? Is it? Like how easy do you how easy do you think it would be to just go down there and explore willy nilly? How easy do you reckon it would be in those sort of conditions?
So us arguing it's quite expensive to go to the moon is ridiculous, but you arguing we can't go there because military and a mystery, that's not
No.
ridiculous.
I'm
That's
talking about a
legit
very
logic.
hostile environment and how easy it would be to explore around there. That's what I'm talking about.
So
Not the
okay,
distance or
you're
you know,
admitting it's hard to
I'm talking-
explore
I'm
Antarctica. Will you admit it's hard to explore the moon?
Nah, doesn't look all that hard at all. Not from
Dishonesty.
no, well, not from
What?
the pictures. Not from the pictures that they showed last time. Like it seems pretty smooth, right? You know,
And
I
so
mean,
you
you
are the
haven't got
worst
blizzards.
There's no
You're the worst
atmosphere there,
liar.
Ryan.
You haven't
There's
got
no-
blizzards and things like that to worry about, and big
How dare you talk to me
ravines,
so
If you're on the
dishonest?
sunny side, you get
glaciers, or anything
fried
like that.
alive. If you're on the non-sunny
No.
side, you freeze to death easily. No,
No.
very easy to explore.
It's only
You
a
don't-
quarter of a million miles away.
You
That's
don't
nothing.
have to worry about walruses jumping out of the water eating you alive or anything like that. Do you? Come
That's true.
on.
That's true. Credit.
You know that. You know that
No walruses.
when in the first moon mission, when Buzz and Woody were on the what's his name, Buzz and Neil, were on the moon, and Michael Collins was orbiting in the orbiter, naturally. If something had gone wrong, there would have been no way for Collins to rescue them. He would have been orbiting, and it would have had to return, leaving Neil and Buzz on the moon to die.
Give him a parachute and he can jump off the
So
moon.
that's what I'm
right?
talking about when I
And
say
land
that
back down.
when I mentioned that is the type of level of peril that astronauts went through to get to the moon. They're not prepared to do that anymore. That's why it's so much more expensive, because to actually do it, yeah,
They're not
especially
prepared
now.
to do it anymore.
Look at the costs. Look at the costs of Artemis. It's completely insane. Now, here's the thing: private space companies could do it much cheaper, but private space companies don't have a single reason to go to the moon.
I mean, this is just tough. Like this is an argument of the government is Vansa. The government is poor. The government is.
I know.
What's the argument?
That's incorrect, dude. There's loads of
dropped
reasons
out,
to go to
Gio.
the moon.
You dropped out, mate. Oh, you're bad.
Dude, the moon's the closest celestial object. That's the big enough reason to be there.
No,
Live there
don't.
already.
What's
don't
incorrect,
be
Don?
arguing. Don't be arguing bloody costs when it comes to the government.
Why not?
Like I said, overnight they'll click their fingers and they'll increase the military budget by $1.1 trillion with total consent straight across the board without even blinking an eye.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
There's
And that's-
reasons
and
to
that
go to
and
the
that's
moon.
and that's just a military budget increase, not to talk about what sort of budget they've got to start off with. If you're talking about money and the government, and so what you're going to say is it's more expensive for the government to go there than a private organisation. Well, then why doesn't the government then just hire a private organisation to do it on their behalf?
They are.
Okay. So then what's
They
the
are.
issue? So if they're getting
They're
if they're
called
getting a
commercial
good
partners
deal, okay. Well, if they're getting a good deal, what's the issue with money then?
because there's good. Okay.
Like it's a pretty poor argument.
It's
right?
not a poor argument. It's just that
the
I
greatest feat of mankind, apparently, right? To use money as an excuse when they just pour like what is it, $60 million a day or whatever it is into it, we'll just increase it by.
Yeah, I agree that money isn't a good excuse. I'm just trying to
No.
get people to agree that things cost money. right? So there is money involved, but money isn't a good excuse because we're already going to Mars to piss about. And so we've obviously got the money to go and look at celestial objects. It would be easier to land on the moon and to have a base there. And there is many reasons to go back to the moon because it's wonderful and close.
Yeah.
That's the reason why we should already be living there with a tiny little
They should have
community.
already. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, I'm impatient, and they should have gone back a long time ago. Political expediency got
This
in the way.
brings up the huge question mark. Why haven't they, again, for you?
Political
Personally, I
expediency.
think they should be putting the money to better uses.
What's political expedience? You got a citation?
Like feeding people around the world, like tackling climate change, like
Really?
moving over to green energy.
Yep. See,
They're
You got a
actually
citation?
worried.
Better use than
They're
going
worried
to the moon.
about feeding people and housing people around the world.
Yeah, citation for that?
Damn.
The American government spends billions
Citation
on
for my own
oil.
opinion of what it would be a better use for the money. I am the citation, mate.
Yeah, so you cited yourself?
I'm citing my own opinion. Yes.
On money that you don't have any control of or have chipped in for.
Yes, I'm citing my opinion where it would be better used, where it
Other
would be
people's
better if
money.
that money was used.
So your logic is other people's money. You're an expert on other people's money.
No, the idea
Okay,
is
got it.
the idea that politically you have to strike a balance. You can't just say, here's $100 billion to NASA, because to do that, you'd have to take away from other services like Medicaid and Medicare, military and whatever else, and roads and whatever, and police and whatever. Okay, so you have to strike a balance.
You would, why?
And that's
Citation?
what government is for. That's what Congress is for. So
You got a citation
space
for that?
exploration isn't purely just explorers saying, I think this would be really great to go to the moon. It's political expediency that drives space exploration, or lack thereof.
Okay, where is the citation for that?
And then my citation is an understanding of how space exploration works,
Which you don't have. Okay.
which I have and you don't have, which is
No,
why you're
you don't
questioning
have
what I'm
any
saying.
experience with space exploration,
I
and you never
we're
will.
live, so I'm not going to tell you what what experience
Zero.
I have.
Zero. Yeah, your experience in how other
That's just
countries
empty.
spend their money
You know what? I'm not going
is
to do it.
zero. Your experience in space programs is zero. And then you think that you're an expert. This is called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Actually, do you have experience in the space industry? I think you've
Yes.
mentioned this before. I think I've heard you. What exactly? Or can't
I'm
you?
not. I can't say while we're alive.
Yeah, he's
Can't
got a
you?
Mercedes.
I can't.
He's like
Sorry, Bandy.
Professor
Shut
Phil.
it down.
Oh,
Shut it down and spill it.
send me a DM.
Did you help? Did you help design the stuffed dummy that was on the rover, the little remote control rover that was bouncing around?
He
Or
weighed
the
for
way in
the Twitter.
Elon's car, maybe.
Man,
He was He was like a soldier in the Great Galactic Twitter War against an alien race that Trump deemed was dumb.
who has
Not-
seen the new and improved Chinese proposed rover? Now that's what a rover should look like. I'm going to get a
Or maybe, yeah, that was it. He worked for the China, because the Chinese government is all worried about Winnie the Pooh.
This is all very
So they
interesting.
found an alien species that looked like Winnie the Pooh, and Hugh Janus was worried that maybe this race might teleport their thoughts and feelings to Earth. So he weighed.
Is this just a long troll? I'm trying to figure out.
I think
It is
it
a
is.
troll.
I'm filling in the blanks.
He is. He's just
He's
trolling.
part of the space program. I'm filling in. You can just cite yourself.
Well, I was slightly trolling too because I was saying that I was trying to throw it in with the idea that like that rover thing. It does not look like there's even a human on that thing. It looks like a stuffed dummy. So I was just jokingly saying, is that what you helped with to build that?
No, you can. Yeah, if he's not going to answer, he's just going to say like explain my Mercedes in the driveway, like Professor Phil. Like, hey, Professor Phil, are you sure you work for these space agencies? He's like, yeah, certainly. I go, well, how do I know that? Well, you can't explain the Mercedes in my driveway.
Well,
I'm
I don't know
not
if he
following
owes any more sophisticated explanation than that, to be honest.
Yeah, that's really it. That's a full
Yeah,
Monty, right?
I think that would be a sufficient explanation.
Well, it's not expected that people would release information about themselves that they may or may not want to. So,
right.
Well, if they're on the cutting edge of societal evolution, they're like a trailblazer. It'd be like, here's my book. Here's where you find me on social media. You're like, I'm competing with Tyson. I'm competing with all these great minds out there. I'm gonna be the next person to really break through this heliocentric model. It wouldn't be like hiding in sock accounts on social media, afraid of the sunlight. The sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Says Conspiracy Santa.
Yeah, you got it.
it does seem like your name is kind of trolling us, though, Hugh. That is one thing.
You know what? What happened was I went. I was in Gem Pandas under Red Cloud Media was my name before, and I forgot the email I used or the password because I left there because I got sort of angry, you know, because they were just anyway. So I quit going in there, and then I left it for about a year. And then when I went in, I'd forgotten my name and password, so I had to create a new one. And this name popped up, and I thought it was hilarious. So that's what I'm using. I'm not trolling you. Just having a chat. But in any case, to wrap up, hey guys, it's been a really good fun. Bandy, good to talk to you. Gio, thank you for earlier. You all have a stupendous day, all right?
All right, you too, man. You too.
I had to punch out. Who's punching in now?
Such a sexy voice that man's got. Can you imagine him talking full conspiracy against NASA for an hour in that voice? That would be so good.
Yeah, he could be a radio announcer, but instead he's a flat Earth skeptic.
If it pleases the crown. Yeah, I sort of like his voice at the end. I just add in there if it pleases the crown.
I got him to say he's impatient about more moon missions. I think that's quite maybe I don't know.
And also working. I mean, it's not good to talk about people that are not here. Okay, how about this? Without mentioning, without mentioning names. Let's say you've got a hypothetical person who works in the space program, but they don't want to tell you, right? We'll just call this person Mr. Giggles. And all you have is an army of stock accounts. Is that convincing for you? Is that like, I just got one question. Why would you hide in stock accounts?
Well, as soon as you explain the Mercedes in his driveway,
oh yeah, I can't do that.
No room to talk.
Yeah, I can't until I explain the Mercedes. That's it. Flat earthers are debunked until you got an explanation for Professor Mercedes.
Speaking of that, Don.
My sports car works, so science is correct.
Speaking of that, Don, welcome back. But what were you doing in the YouTube chat, dude? How many sock accounts do you have on there? About every day I saw a new Don sock account just trolling the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I've got a few.
A few? Dude, it's like a daily basis.
Every day I tune in to see how you guys are going, and I hear silly, non-true things being said. I just react.
Well, you've got an army. How many? Yeah, but you must have selected new socks every time. I got.
You can IP ban me so that none of my socks work, and then I have to switch emails. I'll give you that tip.
It was just always just some random comment, toxic comment. I could always tell it was you. You don't seem to hide them very well because they all like either say your name in them or have one of your logos or whatever. So it's like not the slickest form of socking. It's just like, yeah, this is Don again, a different name.
It's just me saying I don't agree.
I don't know why I find it funny, but it's just like you leave the server for a while, and then you just are on the YouTube chat every day, just like trolling us.
I like to see if anything gets updated. I'll check in. I'll see if Jin is still saying stuff that even he knows isn't true, and he is. And there's many more examples every day I listen. People just sticking to this made-up story that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the globe. It doesn't make sense. And if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right. Because my understanding of the heliocentric model would be there have been some movement in the collective consciousness by now. The overview effect, Carl Sagan, pale blue dot, talked about world peace. It's,
Yeah, I think that's the problem, right? Because
Why
your
doesn't it make
understanding
sense?
of the heliocentric model is just wrong.
So yeah, then Carl Sagan's wrong and all the experts are wrong too. Then
What's the argument?
No,
you
just
got
you.
it.
Yeah,
No,
knowing
I just
knowing
told you what I
globe
got the
Earth
idea from.
truth should make us peaceful. Is that the argument?
Yeah, that they would look at it and it'd be such a swing in consciousness. The overview effect. They basically said your brain on space, the physics department of I'm trying to remember what university this came from, said that it would, if people could realize what Earth looks like from space, there wouldn't be any more landfills or wars or all these problems, Karens on the globe.
He was
It was
chatting shit when
all
he said that.
no. They're actually telling you that in the grand scope of the universe, all these petty problems people have with each other day to day would just evaporate.
Well, I
because
think
it wouldn't
that's
be
a
that
nice
big of a
dream
deal.
people have. I think that knowing that we're just a germ on one planet in a divine mystery is enough to make me treat the Earth a little bit better, and it works on me.
Yeah, but I'm saying
It won't
only,
work on everyone because
yeah, it works on me too because I went vegetarian. I bike pretty much to work every day. Otherwise, I telecommute. I take a car if it's really bad weather. I live in northern Minnesota. So yeah, I've tried to do the best I could, thinking what I could, because maybe it's a globe. But the problem is the psychopaths in government who tell you they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. They're carpet bombing third world countries with depleted uranium.
Yeah.
So
This
they're
is
not even
evidence
following
that they're
their
psychos,
own.
liars. I agree they're psychos and liars. I just happen to think they're correct about the globe.
But they act like it's flat. So
I
they
think
know it's a globe, but they don't care.
You're raising red flags about the globe, but you haven't explained why it doesn't make sense.
Because it's been enough time. Something should have happened by now. I mean, that's where I could with Huge Angus.
You mean flat earthers should have been convinced by now?
No, the globalists should have been convinced. Flat earthers aren't going to be convinced.
You mean we should have all been?
I think that's the first true thing you've ever said.
How do you
The
equate?
flat earthers will never be convinced. That's true.
Yeah, so why aren't you convinced?
Because
The
there's
flat
no
earthers-
evidence to convince me.
Of what? Of overview effect? Of pale blue dot?
Of the Earth being flat.
Yeah, you act like it's flat every day.
There is no evidence to convince me that it is.
Yeah, you act like it's flat every
What
day.
do you
You're
mean
your
by
own
I
evidence.
act like it's flat? I act like I act normally. Irrelevant. For most of the things I do, the shape of the Earth is irrelevant on my day-to-day. And it's probably the same for 99% of the people.
Yeah, and the experts told you that would be the opposite if it's a globe. Here's Carl
No,
Sagan.
nobody told me that it would be
Yeah,
opposite.
right here, Carl Sagan from Pale Blue Dot. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than that of a distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and preserve and cherish the Pale Blue Dot, the only
Right.
home you'll ever know.
Okay.
This is what he's telling you. What it should mean, but
Okay,
it
that's
doesn't.
what he's telling me what it means to him. Right.
Yeah, and what it should mean for everybody.
On a psychological point level, right? Okay. How does it affect my day to day? It doesn't, in any
Yeah,
way.
and that's what I'm saying. So if you're not even convinced by the globe, and you're a
I am
true
convinced by the
believer,
globe.
why would any flat earther believe it?
I am convinced by the globe.
Not enough to accept what the experts say.
I accept the things that I agree that I have seen make sense to me. So, how do you know I don't
So
agree
here, this
enough to
space
accept what the
travel.
experts say?
Here's another one. Space travel is like a drug. It could help the rest of us down here on planet Earth. Well, certainly. Why would that be the case? Can you
How
think of
can
a
it
reason?
help?
Yeah, read the article. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it goes.
Well, can you
into
give me like a
detail.
summary, a rundown? How does it actually help?
Yeah, it'd be a psychological shift in the collective consciousness where people would start being able to just live peacefully with one another.
Well, to
From
do
there.
that, you need to get people interested in the question.
Yeah, and they're not.
And
So they're
there's not
they're
many
flat Earth.
people interested
Okay.
in the question.
Yeah, it's flat Earth then.
Because there's a lot more pressing matters for majority. Majority of people don't have on the planet don't have running water, or maybe not majority, but a large portion of people on.
Yeah,
the
and where I
so
live,
that's probably a
yeah,
more pressing issue to address than whether the Earth is flat or not.
yeah, almost the full county where I live has unclean drinking water now. A landfill had linked into the aquifer, and about a third of the county, people have to get bottled water now.
Well, there you go. That's
So-
a more pressing matter to people.
Yeah, but the federal government tells you they can turn piss and shit into coffee and water.
Parmesan, I think the main point is you admit that people are dying around the globe and flat Earth and globe Earth is not that important. But you still choose to come here and defend the globe, right? Over other things. You're not choosing to spend your time providing water for the people with bad water. You've chosen to come and defend one of your beliefs, the globe.
That's a fair point, but I do what I can from where I am.
That's what Crit means by
And what I
you've
can
chosen
do-
to come and defend the globe against flat Earth. So it's almost like you think there's some doubt for some people. So
Yeah, how about what is
flat
flat Earth? Parmesan, what is it?
It's more because what I can do in terms of addressing the issues from where I am, from my perspective, is limited. I do my bit for. I've switched to like a more green car, for example. I do my small things, but there's very limited I can do. Well, coming on here doesn't take much.
Here's a quote right here. Just visualizing the Earth as a globe. This is what they claim here. This powerful shift in human thinking is a kind of thinking and marketing department of Greenpeace could only dream of achieving. Imagine the good could inspire in people by just pretend that you could pop them in a rocket and look at Earth from space.
Wow.
Just pretending you could do it.
Religious.
That is a type of psychological shift that Greenpeace can only dream of. You can't even get people to imagine what Earth looks like from space and what it would mean.
Well, Greenpeace used the globe, icon. Environmentalists. I was going to say that earlier. but
Australian
they're getting-
Space Agency.
Environmentalists are getting quite heated right now, so it's had an effect on some people.
Here's a good one. The Australian Space Agency is currently working on a VR experience that will mimic the feeling of looking down at Earth from space.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I thought you can already go and Google Earth on VR.
That's what Dawn does with his little drones. He looks down.
I have done the ISS tour on the Oculus Quest. Look down on Earth there, it's quite cool.
I actually saw a IMAX short film that had footage from the ISS. That was pretty cool.
What did it mean for you? Did you shift your thinking at all? Did it change anything?
To do what shift?
Was there a psychological shift in your thinking?
From what?
From seeing an IMAX film from Earth, from space.
Was there a psychological shift in my thinking? Probably not.
Okay, so there you go. So if you're not even convinced, why would a flat earther be convinced?
Convinced of what? Convinced that that footage is true. I already knew it was true. I didn't need to be convinced.
And it changed nothing. This
Well, what would it change? What should it have changed? I don't get your question or your confusion.
Yeah, just read the link. Your brain on space, the overview effect.
That's not interesting to me. I'm not wasting my time reading that. Tell me the summary, or let's change the subject.
Yeah, I thought he did explain this to you, the summary.
You're talking overall shift to the global, to the overall psychology of all humans on Earth. That's not my individual experience of seeing the IMAX video, which was interesting. It was a cool thing to see, especially because it was 3D. It was really good images. What shifts? What psychological shifts you're expecting? I don't know.
None. I would say I would expect, using the flat Earth model, I would expect no psychological shift. Using the globe model,
how does psychological shift get involved in the model?
That gives you a massive psychological shift.
Yeah, the overview effect would be a massive psychological shift.
For flat Earth or globe.
Yeah, because under flat Earth, I would say nothing new under the sun. That's how I would model the flat Earth.
No,
Can you give me something
if
more
you were born a
concrete?
flat earther and brought up, yeah, but most people are a glober all their life. Then they watch a video and become a flat earther. That's a huge psychological shift.
Yeah, and it starts to make sense when you look at everything. Yeah, so like before, I would be like, hey, what experiment can I do? Just open the daily news and just start reading and say, which model does this make sense on?
Yeah, it's all globe for me, definitely.
Give me an example of something you've read and you've questioned. Which model does this make sense on?
How about the war in Ukraine?
Okay.
How about this one right here? Just today, pollution from SpaceX Blue Origin Virgin Galactic rockets are harming human health in the Earth as well. Current study finds a concentration of nitrogen oxides released in the atmosphere has caused considerable harm to the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay.
Earth or globe? Which one? What?
Globe.
Let me give you the idea, Parmesan. The idea is that if we've discovered that we live in this great heliocentric system and we're going around the sun, so we've got truth on heaven, the space and the cosmos and Earth. We've come out of the dark ages. We're no longer on ancient maps thinking the Earth's flat with pillars. There's no mountain in the North Pole. We've just discovered it's a normal planet, a globe. We should have been enlightened past war because of science, but for some reason we haven't. We still hurt each other all the time.
Okay, good.
Yeah, how about this one?
This suggests globe might be wrong to flat Earth.
Maybe that reason is that they're completely separate things.
Listening to the eerie sounds of the galaxy's black hole. Have you ever wondered what a black hole sounds like? You can listen now. Click on the link.
Okay.
Don, do you really feel like the Copernican revolution? Do you really think that was an advancement?
I think it's a rediscovery of truth. But I don't think it turned into scientism and a religion. You have to separate the truth from the religion.
Well, but as the story goes, I mean, even they claim that the ancient Greeks thought boats going over whatever, but it wasn't really boats going over a curve or something, or some of those stories. But it wasn't really until Copernicus and the quote unquote scientific revolution that they started to, in that narrative, discover that the Earth was a globe. So I'm just asking you, do you think that really was an advancement?
Yes. I think people and old civilizations, maybe Atlantis or the gods or older civilizations, Egypt, they might have known it as a globe, but we've rediscovered it through the Copernican revolution for 500 years. Seems true, makes sense, explains why the sky moves, explains why we don't ever find the edge of the Earth, explains lots of things really simply. And I don't agree with Crit that we should have found peace through that.
No, I found
I was
one.
trying to explain to Parmesan the idea that Crit thinks if we've discovered all of this truth, why are we still such a mess?
Here, I found one. I found one basically says exactly what I'm trying to say here. This is from the Science magazine. Our first look at the galaxy's black hole is released just as society begins to collapse within itself. Just click the link. It's great. It talks about all the things going on right now and why this image of the black hole should stop, or at least have people should be pumping the brakes, at least. Instead of just skidding off the road over the cliff. You just got a picture of a black hole. Why is society still collapsing? They're frustrated. They're actually frustrated that this wasn't some sort of 24-hour news cycle about a picture of a black hole.
They think the black hole is like a god. They think people are going to see God in it.
Or something, right? They think it should be some sort of paradigm shift, like people in Ukraine should just drop their rifles. Holy shit, there's a black hole. Wow.
So, Don, what if it's the opposite? What if the Copernican revolution, quote unquote, was actually a huge devolution into a deceptive false model and is part of this whole kind of globalist agenda of dumbing us down and keeping us locked in their Luciferian deception?
That would be bad if that was true.
That's where it is, really. It's a de-evolution because things were getting better at that time frame. And all of a sudden, the Age of Enlightenment just abruptly stops. They're like, oh, it's a globe. Oh, okay. Back to a Dark Ages again.
I do think that the rise of man discovering truth is painful. So I think it might have the opposite effect to what Crit is saying. And finding out that you're just a speck of dust on a planet might make you more nihilist.
Look at this Twilight Zone, a small talent for war. It really encapsulates this idea about what people really want versus what this sort of dark age, like Warhammer 40K, if you will. If that's the future for humanity, then just delete the globe model. Try something else, because if that's where you want to end up, what good is it? It isn't. It isn't any good at all.
What Mel says to me, he says, Star Wars, question mark. Is that what you want?
No, I mean, see, at first, all these space things were interesting because it gave a chance, like in the 60s, to talk about civil rights issues, to talk about, things outside of the current paradigm, because then people wouldn't have identities attached to it. Because it's not, it's not police versus the unions. It's the overlords versus the subterranean workers on the planet Gelgafrinchen, and they're upset because they cut off whatever. And the Starship Enterprise shows up and says, our society used to fight over limited resources, but here's a renewable resource, and you don't need to separate each other between above ground and below ground. And the below ground people can then enjoy the sunlight and get nice tans and whatnot, and then and kiss alien chick and then next planet. Just going around the world or the universe solving people's problems should start here. Like your neighbor, start with yourself even. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of these globalists don't do that. They invent problems. They're so bored that they just look for people to get upset by, like the Karen. I mean, the rise of the Karen in the information age, to me, doesn't match my understanding of a globe model. You just be like, say, like a Karen. I think I talked about this yesterday, too. You got this Karen. She's upset that someone's grilling in their front yard. Show her a picture of the black hole. Are you still upset? Here's a picture of a pale blue dot. Here's an IMAX video of footage from the ISS. Here's William.
All right, here's a question. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead. I was going to give more examples of all the content is available to these people, but they don't even care.
Well, I was going to ask you, Crit, if the globalism has brought in, sort of selfishness and greed and control and all this stuff, do you think that a reawakening to what the Earth actually is, whatever it may be, if whatever, not a globe, and whatever it is, do you think that will actually bring something actually positive, like more liberating and sovereignty and freedom, like actually bring, because the globe obviously was sort of a fake version of bringing in something positive. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. It obviously didn't bring that. So do you think that something, the actual truth actually could bring that?
Yeah, almost like a reverse psychology effect. Well, if you look at it, that Twilight Zone, Small Town for War, it kind